Chapter 421. Pointing out the way out. Unable to control myself, Tang Zhen led Arl to the outside of the tower. He glanced at the burly man behind him and coldly said, "Although your actions were extreme, there was nothing you could do about it. However, have you ever thought about how long the food in this city can last you? What about the residents of the city you robbed? Are you going to attack the city again after we've run out of food?" After he said this, Tang Zhen looked at the trembling residents of Lu City and sighed softly. "There aren't many cultivators in this city. You were just lucky this time, but good luck won't always be with you. If you run into those powerful cultivators, you'll be killed even if you have 9 lives. This bitter cold will last for at least half a year, and it will only get worse. There's no way you can survive it. If you want to live, then take those wanderers and the residents of the city and head in that direction." Tang Zhen pointed in the direction of the Holy Dragon City and glanced at the burly man in front of him. In that direction, about 600 kilometers, there is a Holy Dragon City. It will accept all wanderers in the wilderness. In that place, at least you can avoid dying of cold and hunger. That's all I have to say, you're on your own. After saying this, Tang Zhen reached out and grabbed Arl's slender waist, and his entire body rose into the air. This leap was over 20 meters high. At the same time, a pair of wings appeared behind Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's figure disappeared without a trace after he waved it a few times. The brawny man and the wanderers looked at the sky in a daze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. At this moment, how could they still not know that Tang Zhen was definitely a cultivator with unfathomable strength? The brawny man took a deep breath and bowed in the direction where Tang Zhen had disappeared. Then, he turned to look in the direction of the Holy Dragon City. At this moment, other than the blank and cold look in his eyes, there was also a glimmer of hope that was constantly jumping. Turning to look at his subordinates, the brawny man waved his arm and gave a decisive order: "Clean up this city tower immediately. Bring all the residents and whatever they can. We're going to go on a long journey." When Yi Shu heard this, he quickly asked, "Boss, isn't it good here? Why do we have to go to Holy Dragon City?" When the burly man heard this, he looked at his subordinate coldly and rebuked, "Then let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. After we've run out of food, what are we going to eat next? If you can find a way out for our brothers, we won't leave." Hearing this, the wild cultivator lowered his head helplessly. Obviously, this wild cultivator was also very clear that in this snow that had exterminated thousands of creatures in the wildlands, they had no other source of food. The wild grass and plants were frozen to death, the insects and beasts were nowhere to be found, and even the monsters had turned into hard snowballs. Other than the thick layer of snow, the wilderness had already become a land of death. Seeing that his subordinate no longer spoke, the brawny man sighed and said softly, "I don't have a choice. After all, there are thousands of mouths to feed. We can't just sit and wait for death. While we're heading towards Holy Dragon City, we can also keep gathering other wanderers and make our team stronger. Once they encountered the weaker low-level towers, they would be used as cannon fodder to attack them. Although it was cruel, there was nothing they could do. I hope that great cultivator didn't lie to us, or else our entire family will be buried in the wilderness." When the burly man said this, a trace of sorrow and helplessness appeared on his face. Looking at his brothers who had died in battle, tears flashed in his eyes. This was the fate of the wanderers. They wandered everywhere in search of food to fill their stomachs. However, when the last hope of survival was taken away, these seemingly insignificant wanderers would transform into fierce beasts and bare their claws and teeth at the Lusheng that they had avoided in the past. Life and death were up to fate. All they wanted was a chance to live. At this moment, Tang Zhen, who was flying in the air, did not know what the burly man was thinking. He also did not know how many small buildings would suffer because of this. The reason he said those words to the brawny man was because he didn't want to see too many people die of hunger and cold. In his arms, Arl's long legs were wrapped around Tang Zhen's waist while his arms were tightly wrapped around his neck. This posture made one's imagination run wild. Tang Zhen felt that it was too dangerous to fly like this. Hence, he had to land on the ground and stabilize Arl's body. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen headed towards the ruins of a wild building in the wilderness. The building had obviously been cleaned up, and most of it had collapsed and was covered by snow. Tang Zhen looked at the window of the wild building and directly rushed in. Bang! His feet landed firmly on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Alright, Arl. Let's rest here for a while and then continue on our way. Tang Zhen retracted his wings, patted the still hugging Arl and casually said. However, the other party did not let go. Instead, he continued to hug Tang Zhen and did not let go. Arl, are you okay? Tang Zhen saw that Arl didn't react and thought that he had met with an accident. He quickly asked again. This time, Arl had a reaction. She raised her head and moved away from his shoulder that had been leaning on her. Her legs were still wrapped around Tang Zhen's waist. She was looking at Tang Zhen blankly through the wind-proof glasses. Tang Zhen was somewhat baffled. He thought in his heart, could it be that this girl has become stupid from the cold? Tang Zhen casually took off Arl's wind-proof glasses and looked into her eyes. However, he found that her eyes were filled with a strange color. Arl, you're tired. Just as Tang Zhen's words reached this point, he saw Arl suddenly pull off the beast skin that was covering his face and once again tightly hugged Tang Zhen's neck. An ice-cold and delicate small mouth had already blocked Tang Zhen's words. There was no need to say anything more. Arl had already expressed his love with his actions. Tang Zhen didn't know that this girl had long been filled with adoration for him. It was just that she had always buried it in her heart. In the beginning, Tang Zhen had saved his life and taken care of her. This made Arl remember it in his heart and he was filled with gratitude. Later on, the two sides often contacted each other. Tang Zhen gave great help to Arl when he ran a restaurant in the business district. After opening, Tang Zhen would go over from time to study how to make the food more delicious with Arl. The reason why Tang Zhen did this was first to attract foreign merchants to spend in the business district, and secondly to find a place to satisfy his own craving. However, as time passed, the gratitude in his heart turned into love. She carefully studied Tang Zhen's taste in food, just so that Tang Zhen could come to the restaurant a few more times, see his smile, and hear more praises from him. As long as he saw Tang Zhen, he would be extremely happy. Tang Zhen's figure would often appear in his dreams. In the world of Lusheng, love was a very simple thing, not as complicated as the original world, full of entanglement of interests. The seemingly forthright and carefree Arl was actually no different from an ordinary little girl in terms of love. Tang Zhen was the Holy Dragon City's city lord and a high-level cultivator. The lives of tens of thousands of citizens were tied to him. This made Arl not dare to easily express his thoughts. Moreover, there was no lack of gentle and beautiful women by Tang Zhen's side. Why would he bother to interfere? It was also because of this reason that Arl had never expressed his feelings. The busy Tang Zhen naturally did not notice it. However, she had been snuggling with Tang Zhen all the way. How could Tang Zhen's obvious physiological reaction be hidden from Arl? The future of this trip was uncertain. Perhaps after this farewell, they would be separated forever and would never see each other again. Arl wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of never seeing the person he loved again. It was a very painful torture. The moment before they landed, Arl decided not to hide her feelings anymore. She wanted the man in front of her to know how much she loved him. It was precisely this decision that made Arl's actions bold and unrestrained. One of his small hands continuously groped Tang Zhen's body and soon stopped at his sensitive parts. At this moment, Tang Zhen no longer hesitated. He directly carried Arl and walked to a corner of the building. Casually releasing a tent, Tang Zhen hugged the unwilling Arl, who was hugging his neck, and bent down to enter. It didn't take long for a blood-pumping sound to come out of the tent, which reverberated in the ruins of the wild building. Chapter 422 Farewell. Entering the light screen, the wind and rain stopped, and everything returned to peace. Tang Zhen looked at Arl, who was lying in his embrace. He hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "It's best if you return to the Starfall Sea half a year later. I can accompany you there. Now that the Holy Dragon City is facing a huge crisis, I really can't get away, so I'm sorry." Just as Tang Zhen said this, Arl leaned over and blocked his mouth. After another deep kiss, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Tang Zhen. "I did all of this willingly. You don't need to feel that you owe me anything. As the lord of a city, you have too many things to do. This snow came so strangely, there must be some secret hidden. Even if you don't tell me, I know. Don't worry about my safety. I'm telling you, I'm a very powerful Yingluo." When Tang Zhen heard this, what else could he say? He could only tightly hug Arl in his arms. After resting for half a day, the two of them continued on their journey, flying towards the edge of the wildlands. It was impossible to tell day from night in the wildlands. The sky and earth were filled with a dark blue light at all times. After flying for another few hundred kilometers, they found a cave to take shelter from the wind and started to rest. Even Tang Zhen felt a little tired from the continuous flight. Arl was shivering from the cold. He started a bonfire, roasted a few pieces of beef, and made a pot of hot tea. It was the ultimate enjoyment in a cold environment. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Arl pulled Tang Zhen with a blushing face and directly entered the tent. As time slowly passed, Tang Zhen and the other person were getting closer and closer to the edge of the Manwang land. Tang Zhen finally saw the edge of the snowfield when the serene blue color in front of him became dim. A verdant green color entered his eyes. This scene filled with life was so vivid. Looking at the monotonous colors of the ice and snow for a long time made people feel drowsy and really bored. Therefore, Tang Zhen's spirit was jolted when he saw the boundless green. His speed suddenly increased. In less than a few minutes, Tang Zhen had already rushed out of the snow plains and landed on the soft grass. Arl's face was full of excitement as he ran continuously on the grass. Soon, Arl stopped, turned around, and walked to Tang Zhen. He hugged him tightly. "I'm leaving, you have to take care of yourself." After saying this, Arl smiled at Tang Zhen and walked into the wilderness without looking back. Her back seemed very determined, as if she didn't have any reluctance to leave. This was a very opinionated girl. Once she had determined her goal, she would not hesitate in her actions. Tang Zhen clearly understood this point and did not try to keep the other party. All he could do was to prepare as many supplies and weapons as possible for Arl, filling up a storage application card. Apart from that, there was also a large pile of all kinds of cards for practical use. With these items, he believed that Arl would be able to reach his home safely. Tang Zhen turned around and looked at the sky above his head as he watched the girl's figure slowly disappear into the wilderness. From this angle, the wildlands, which was covered in blue light, looked like a netherworld ghost domain, making people shudder. A part of the vast sky seemed to have been cut off, as if it was separated from the world of the tower. The light curtain covered with runes blocked all the sunlight from the sky, not letting any of it fall into the wildlands. However, what was strange was that when the bone-chilling cold reached the edge of the area, not a single trace of cold air was emitted. One step forward was a world of ice and snow, and one step back was the bright sun shining high in the sky. It was really extremely strange. After staring at the sky for a long while, Tang Zhen flapped his wings and flew towards the sky. Since he had already arrived at this place, Tang Zhen naturally wanted to see if he could find a way to enter the light curtain at this border region. As he continued to fly higher, Tang Zhen finally saw the edge of the light curtain that was covered with runes. He also saw the giant runes that were constantly flowing on the light curtain. After this light curtain was attacked, it would automatically launch a counterattack. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not easily touch it. He just kept flying up, wanting to see the difference between the light screen above and the light screen below. However, after flying for a long time, Tang Zhen still could not see the edge of the light curtain. It was as if there was no end to it. Tang Zhen shook his head as he looked at the light curtain above his head that still did not end. He gave up on his plan to continue flying upward. After reaching this height, Tang Zhen's flying had become extremely strenuous. The thin air and the drop in temperature had seriously affected his movements. While hovering in the air, Tang Zhen activated the Dark World Stealth technique, and his entire body disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the image of the light screen that appeared in front of Tang Zhen had already changed greatly. It seemed to be constructed from countless light spots. Those colorful dots of light seemed to be arranged according to a certain pattern. They were constantly moving in Tang Zhen's field of vision before they rearranged themselves. The colorful spots of light that had filled the wildlands seemed to be constantly melting and disintegrating, and then being absorbed by the light curtain in the sky. The colorful spots of light near the light curtain had long been absorbed, leaving a vacuum. It was as if the light screen was constantly absorbing the light from the wildlands to replenish the energy it had consumed. Back then, when Tang Zhen had unintentionally bumped into this light curtain, he had been attacked by countless ice spears. This had allowed him to witness the terrifying aspect of this light curtain. However, if he were to attack from the dark world, would he still be attacked by the light curtain? When Tang Zhen thought of this, he tried to move forward and extended his hand to touch the light curtain. A strange feeling came over him, as if he had put his hand into a water tank full of small fish. The light dots on the light screen seemed to have a life of their own. Tang Zhen's heart trembled slightly. However, he did not hesitate to grab with all his might and pull those light spots into the dark world. The anticipated counterattack didn't appear. The spot where Tang Zhen had grabbed the light spot only shook slightly, and then other light spots filled the gap. Tang Zhen revealed a pondering expression after seeing this scene. Could it be that his actions in the dark world couldn't affect the real world, or was the magnitude of his actions too small? After concentrating and thinking for a while, Tang Zhen once again approached the light screen. His hands continuously grabbed the light dots as if they were flying. As he moved, a hole the size of a human head was quickly dug out of the light curtain, revealing a dark blue space behind it. Sensing the loss of light spots in this area, the light spots in the surrounding light screens quickly swarmed to this area, trying to make up for the loss. As for the ice spear-like automatic attack, it never appeared. Tang Zhen, who was observing from the side, felt joy in his heart. It seemed that this method could help him enter the interior of the light curtain. After realizing this, Tang Zhen's speed of grabbing the light spots became faster and faster. Not long after, a large hole that was large enough for Tang Zhen to pass through appeared in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zhen directly drilled into the hole and entered the interior of the light curtain. The recovery speed of this light curtain had far exceeded Tang Zhen's imagination. The light curtain had already automatically recovered to its original state the moment his body entered. This was a pure world. From Tang Zhen's point of view, there was not a single spot of light. It was as if a pure blue color filled the space. When he saw the scene that was like the bottom of the sea within the light screen, Tang Zhen flapped his wings and flew towards the cold moon in the distance. Chapter 423, Ice-Sealed World, Ice Imp Race. After flying for a distance, Tang Zhen closed the dark world stealth and began to carefully observe the environment inside the light screen. After using it for a period of time, Tang Zhen had also discovered the disadvantage of this application. That was, he absolutely could not stay in the dark world for more than half an hour a day. After exceeding this time limit, Tang Zhen's body would produce a numbing feeling as though something was corroding his flesh. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the hair on the surface of his body had already begun to wither. It seemed that the dark world was not as simple as he had thought, and he could not stay there indefinitely. If he stayed there for too long, he would definitely be hurt. After realizing this, Tang Zhen became more cautious when using this application. The space inside the light curtain was extremely strange. It seemed to be filled with a kind of cold aura, which was like flowing water. When he was flying inside, Tang Zhen felt as if he was swimming in the sea. The resistance was obviously higher than outside. This special environment was obviously created by the Ice Imp race. After studying it for a while, Tang Zhen still didn't see much of a clue. He once again activated the Dark World Stealth and headed toward the blue moon in the distance. This was an extremely long distance. Tang Zhen did not know how long he had flown for before he finally managed to vaguely see the scene within the blue moon. The continent that was covered in a giant light shield was extremely quiet. From afar, it looked like a world of ice and snow that was completely sealed in ice. However, from the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen did not see the legendary Ice Imp race. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with doubt. He did not know what these fellows were doing. Why was it that he could not see any traces of their activities? After estimating the distance he had flown and looking at the position of the floating continent, Tang Zhen was somewhat shocked to discover that the Holy Dragon City was just below the cold moon. In other words, from the distance between the sky and the ground, if they rose from the Holy Dragon City's area, they could reach the cold moon in the shortest time possible. Was this a coincidence, or was there some connection that he didn't know about? Tang Zhen felt suspicious in his heart. However, his body continued to approach that piece of land. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to touch the blue protective barrier. Just like the light screen outside, this protective shield was also made up of countless light spots that were converged together, constantly moving and flashing. Tang Zhen, who was in the dark world, used the same trick again and quickly dug a hole in the light curtain. When the hole in the protective barrier was large enough for people to enter, Tang Zhen rushed in a flash. An ice-sealed floating continent had now completely appeared in front of Tang Zhen, and it looked incomparably spectacular. A shocked expression flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes. At the same time, his heart was also burning. If this floating continent was really as he had imagined, then this was definitely an opportunity that Holy Dragon City could not miss. With a slight flap of his wings, Tang Zhen, who was in the dark world, slowly descended toward the ice continent. Out of careful consideration, Tang Zhen did not directly land on those huge ice and snow buildings. Instead, he hovered above an ice peak. The hardness of the ice peak under Tang Zhen's feet was extremely high, comparable to ordinary steel. From this, one could see the strangeness of this place. Tang Zhen focused his attention and observed for a moment before he descended from the mountain peak. He slowly approached a building nearby. At this moment, a piercing pain assaulted him, causing Tang Zhen to hurriedly exit the dark world. After checking his body, Tang Zhen discovered that a trace of dehydration had actually appeared on his fingertips. Around the dried skin, it seemed that the blood vessels had begun to wither and die. Tang Zhen had already discovered that entering the dark world would bring harm to his body. However, he only discovered now that this kind of damage seemed to be gradually accumulating. In other words, the more times he entered the dark world, the more serious the damage he suffered. Although the dark world's stealth technique was magical, the drawbacks were too obvious. Who knew if this kind of damage could be repaired? Since dark world stealth was temporarily inconvenient to use, he could only take the risk and try. He couldn't come here for nothing. Tang Zhen took out a battle blade from his storage space and carefully walked forward. The building in front of them was extremely large. It was made entirely of ice and was crystal clear, as if it was a crystal palace. Around the building was a huge square. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, and people could be clearly reflected on it. His foot was just about to step down when a faint sense of danger assaulted his heart, causing Tang Zhen to withdraw his foot that had extended out. Could it be that there was some hidden danger in this square? As he looked at the vast square, Tang Zhen flapped his wings and planned to fly over this area. However, he had only flown a dozen meters when the ground of the square suddenly glowed. Countless runes began to flash on the square. Hundreds of light pillars, each 1 meter thick and 3 meters tall, suddenly rose from the square. A strange language was constantly heard, as if it was the murmurs of the devil. Tang Zhen's heart trembled slightly after seeing this scene. In the light pillars, there seemed to be figures flashing out one after another. At the same time, there was a soaring killing intent. The direction that the killing intent was pointing at was precisely the position where Tang Zhen was at. Tang Zhen's heart was startled. There was indeed something wrong with this huge plaza. Those nearly 100 light pillars were clearly something like a teleportation array. It was also at this moment that the pillars of light in the square all disappeared, revealing the figure inside. They were a group of beautiful women in ice blue armor. They were tall and each of them had extraordinary looks. If Tang Zhen's guess was correct, these beautiful women should be from the ice imp race. However, this beautiful appearance was in extreme contrast to the terrifying creatures recorded in the books. However, no matter how beautiful they could not hide the terrifying strength of the ice imps. At that moment, the ice imps were holding 2 long swords that seemed to be formed from ice crystals. Bone-chilling cold air was constantly being emitted from them. The strength of these women was actually all at least at the overlord level. However, the thing that caused Tang Zhen to be the most shocked was the monster-like aura that the ice imp race had. Could it be that this group of terrifying ice imps was actually a group of monsters? This unexpected discovery caused Tang Zhen to be incomparably shocked. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air. As he looked at nearly 100 pairs of emotionless eyes that were staring at him, the pressure on his body suddenly increased. Facing 100 Lord-tier enemies, if he was not careful, he could lose his life. An unknown pressure swept across the sky. Tang Zhen suddenly felt his wings sink as his body violently fell to the ground. Damn it! My flying ability is actually restricted. A trace of panic flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and ran toward the outside of the floating continent. When the ice-armored women saw this, they all jumped up from their original positions and chased after Tang Zhen. Their speed was extremely fast. As they flashed and moved, they appeared like many illusionary images that tightly bit Tang Zhen. Numerous ice spears and ice blades smashed towards Tang Zhen from all directions, causing him to dodge in all directions in a miserable manner. Even with Tang Zhen's strength as a 3-star horde leader, he was actually unable to shake off these pursuers. From this, one could see how difficult it was to deal with the ice imp race. If he slowed down even a little, the ice imps would swarm him without any fear of death. Even when Tang Zhen slashed his saber at these women, the other party did not dodge. Instead, he took the opportunity to kill Tang Zhen. That kind of disregard for life made people feel extremely shocked. There was no point in continuing to fight. He had to escape from this place as soon as possible, otherwise, there would definitely be more changes. Tang Zhen had a feeling that this ice-sealed continent was gradually awakening following his intrusion. He couldn't activate the teleportation to leave this place, in case the ice imps were waiting for him. If that happened, he would be in a very passive position. Helplessly, Tang Zhen could only take the risk and activate the Dark World stealth technique, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Chapter 424. The Secret of the Ice Imp Race 1. After entering the strange Dark World once again, the ice imps that were chasing after Tang Zhen were indeed in a mess. Anyone would be surprised if the enemy who was running in front of them just a second ago disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Search carefully. He must be nearby. An ice imp female with a frosty expression was standing on an ice peak and giving orders to her subordinates. Looking at her cultivation, she was shockingly a 3-star horde leader. However, the mysteries of the Dark World far exceeded the imagination of the ice imp race. No matter how they searched, they could not find any traces of Tang Zhen. After circling around for a long time, the ice imps scattered in all directions and headed to other areas to look for Tang Zhen. However, there were still a dozen ice imps who stayed where they were and continued their search. At this moment, Tang Zhen, who was in the Dark World, had already rapidly rushed towards the edge of the land. That burning-like feeling once again spread throughout Tang Zhen's entire body, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Unlike in the real world, his flight in the Dark World was not affected at all. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he flew. Tang Zhen took the time to raise his hand and look at his palm. He discovered that his skin was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was a piece of dried tree bark. Wisps of white air were constantly emitted from his body, like a manto that had just been taken out of the pot. Even so, Tang Zhen still did not leave this dark world. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. He had a vague premonition that the moment he appeared again, he would inevitably be hunted down on a larger scale. There was definitely an enemy stronger than him among the ice imp race, and he was ambushing them from the dark. The moment his figure reappeared, it would be the time for these guys to make their move. After flying in the Dark World for a few more minutes, Tang Zhen saw the edge of the continent. In the beginning, out of caution, Tang Zhen did not go too deep into this area. Now, it seemed that it was definitely a wise move. With a flap of his wings, Tang Zhen had already left the continent and then quickly left the Dark World. Tang Zhen, who was soaring in the sky, let out a long breath. His eyes were filled with fear when he turned around to look at the floating continent behind him. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying massacre would happen if those Lord-tier monsters landed in the wildlands. At this moment, a blue dot of light rose from the land and headed straight in Tang Zhen's direction. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these blue dots of light were actually countless giant monsters with icy blue wings. They looked like 4-legged wyverns. On the backs of these monsters sat a group of ice imps wearing ice armor and holding bows and arrows. From the style of the ice armor on these ice imps, they were not the monsters that had chased after Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's heart jolted. He flapped his wings with all his might and charged toward the blue protective barrier. The ice imp archers on the ice dragons chased after Tang Zhen relentlessly as they continuously shot blue arrows at him. These bows and arrows seemed to have special effects. They would explode from time to time, producing a mass of extremely cold ice crystals. Tang Zhen continuously dodged these lightning-fast sharp arrows. During this period of time, he was nearly hit by the sharp arrows a few times. Even though he had activated the protective shield, it was still unable to withstand the arrows. The pursuers only needed 2 to 3 attacks before the protective shield would completely shatter. Tang Zhen was different from those ice imps that rode on ice dragons. Once he turned around to attack, it would definitely affect his flying speed. The chances of him being attacked would also greatly increase. The only thing he could do now was to throw bombs behind him as he flew in order to slow down the speed of his pursuers. As for killing these enemies, Tang Zhen did not have any hope at all. None of the pursuers were lower than a Lord-tier monster, so they didn't care about ordinary explosions. Fortunately, the protective barrier was right in front of him. Once he passed through it, the ice imp race would not be able to do anything to him. Tang Zhen had already done an experiment earlier. He discovered that this protective shield could not only prevent external attacks, but it could also prevent the people inside from leaving. It could be said that the floating continent inside the protective shield was actually a prison that was inaccessible. Tang Zhen did not know why the ice imp race would do this. However, there was definitely a reason that he did not know. But now it seemed that this was the best way for him to escape from the pursuers. Just as he was about to touch the protective shield, Tang Zhen once again activated Dark World Stealth and quickly destroyed the protective shield. The pursuers who had lost track of Tang Zhen began to shoot their arrows at the position where he had disappeared. Unfortunately, they were unable to cause any damage to Tang Zhen, who was in the Dark World. Not long after, a hole appeared on the protective barrier. Tang Zhen impatiently entered it. The moment he passed through the hole in the protective shield, Tang Zhen, whose entire body was emitting white smoke, suddenly left the Dark World. At this moment, his skin was frighteningly dry, showing a dead gray color. Without any hesitation, Tang Zhen directly rushed towards the bottom of the floating continent and headed straight for the second light curtain. When the ice imps riding the ice dragons saw this, they could only hover in the air and let out a few roars in vain. Tang Zhen's suspended heart finally relaxed after seeing this scene. It seemed that the ice imps were unable to enter the barrier protecting the floating continent. He had not made sufficient preparations to explore the ice imp race's lair this time. His actions were also slightly rushed and hasty. Although it was a short and dangerous period, it was not without gains. The first thing he had to confirm was the identity of the ice imps. They were probably a special kind of monster with extraordinary intelligence, but there were certain restrictions on their movements. And that floating continent was obviously a city or a wild building. No matter what it was, the building foundation that could possibly exist on the floating continent was something that Tang Zhen had to obtain. Once they obtained it, Holy Dragon City would very likely become a floating city, unafraid of any attacks from enemies on the ground. Originally, Tang Zhen's attitude towards the Cold Moon disaster was to protect himself. If he could avoid provoking it, he would not easily provoke it. However, it seemed that he had to take the initiative now. Tang Zhen also had some guesses as to why the Ice Imp clan had not attacked the ground yet. Compared to the temperature in the wildlands, the temperature in the light curtain was obviously much lower. The temperature in the protective shield was even lower. Perhaps it was because the temperature in the wildlands was too high and was far from the level that the ice imp race needed, that they had not killed the creatures in the wildlands. During this period of time, the temperature in the wildlands had dropped more and more significantly. Perhaps it would not take long for the temperature to reach the same level as the temperature inside the protective shield. At that time, it would be the best time for the Ice Imp clan to descend upon the wildlands. Tang Zhen didn't make any stops along the way. He finally landed on the edge of the light curtain and entered the dark world once again. Even if the feeling of entering the dark world was extremely painful, Tang Zhen had to grit his teeth and endure it. A few minutes later, Tang Zhen dug a hole in the light curtain and successfully escaped from the area controlled by the Ice Imp clan. Like a meteor falling from the sky, Tang Zhen sped towards Holy Dragon City on the ground. Chapter 425. Replenishing Vitality, Elemental Life. Without alerting anyone, Tang Zhen directly charged into the Sacred Dragon Valley and returned to his secret cultivation room. Tang Zhen shut the door tightly. He sat down and began to check the abnormality of his body. Due to the urgency of the situation, the time he spent in the dark world today had far exceeded the basic limit. This had also caused his body to suffer serious injuries. Most of the skin on the surface of his body had dried up and dehydrated, and even dead skin was constantly falling off. His originally lustrous black hair had now turned yellow like wild grass, as if it could snap at any moment. Tang Zhen's complexion was already extremely bad. He currently had 2 large panda eyes. If he were to stand in front of the ordinary citizens of Holy Dragon City, they might not be able to recognize him for a while. Tang Zhen heaved a sigh of relief after he carefully examined his body. He discovered that his internal organs had not suffered much damage, but his life force, which had been as bright as the sun, seemed to have weakened. His mind, which was always clear, had become muddled at this moment. From time to time, he would be distracted and tired. This was the first time such a situation had occurred after Tang Zhen had been promoted to a lord. Tang Zhen guessed that the white mist that was lost in the dark world was most likely his life aura, or perhaps it could be said that it was life force. If he stayed in the dark world for a long time and did not come out, his life force would probably continue to lose until he had no life force left. This mysterious dark world was indeed very strange. When the application was downloaded, there was no prompt in this regard, and the reason was unknown. However, on second thought, this was very normal. After all, there had never been an application without any restrictions in the application store. For example, the storage dimension could not store living things, other lives could not be brought along when teleported, and the terrain modification plugin could only be used for 1 minute. Regardless of each usage, they all had obvious or obscure restrictions. If there was no time limit in the dark world, there was almost no place in the world that Tang Zhen could not go to just based on the strange place in the dark world. Now, it was no longer time to worry about the limitations of the application, but to find a way to solve the abnormalities in his body as soon as possible. He could not let this situation continue. In the past, when he encountered injuries, the medicine that Tang Zhen was most used to using was the ivy ointment. This kind of medicine that only had a good healing effect on the local aboriginals had an extremely magical healing effect on Tang Zhen's injuries. After he was injured, as long as he applied and swallowed the ivy ointment, his injuries would start to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tang Zhen took out a bottle of blended ivy medicinal paste from his storage space and swallowed it in one gulp. At the same time, he took out another portion and applied it on his arm. He sat down cross-legged and focused his mind, then felt the changes in his body. As the ointment entered his stomach, the medicinal strength contained within it began to rapidly unleash. It was absorbed by Tang Zhen's body and nourished his damaged body. The ointment he had applied on his skin was now showing its effect. The medicinal power kept seeping into his skin. After observing for a moment, Tang Zhen's expression appeared to be a little disappointed. In the past, the ivy ointment with amazing healing effects had lost its magical effect in the face of this kind of injury that lost vitality. Tang Zhen sighed softly. He slowly stood up from the training room and arrived in the valley in a flash before walking around. The Holy Dragon Valley, which was enveloped in a deep blue light, looked unusually peaceful and quiet. The vegetation was still as green as ever. If one didn't see it, one would never believe that such an oasis existed in the vast snowfield. Ever since the arrival of the cold moon disaster, it had been the same day and night. However, the Holy Dragon City's residents still lived according to their original schedule. According to the usual time, it was night time, and the residents should have already entered Dreamland. Ever since the arrival of the cold moon disaster, the Holy Dragon City's inner city had started a curfew. The residents who were not used to sleeping early gathered in the activity room inside the building, playing cards and bragging. They did not feel lonely. The most eye-catching thing in the Holy Dragon Valley was none other than the mother tree. The mother tree was like a bright lamp in the blue sky, it was hard not to notice it. After taking a few glances, Tang Zhen could not help but walk over. The mother tree's size had become extremely huge, its trunk was like a mountain peak. The pool of gemstones under the mother tree had expanded several times and looked like a small lake. Perhaps it could no longer be called a pool of gemstones, but a lake of gemstones. The unknown gemstones that were scattered all over the shore and the bottom of the lake were like colorful lights, flashing from time to time. The most amazing thing was that there were many magical creatures swimming in the gem lake. These creatures looked like a group of translucent light and shadow, shimmering with a faint fluorescent light. They were in the state of fish, constantly swimming in the gem lake. Tang Zhen was curious when he saw this. He extended his hand and scooped it up. However, he did not expect that the moment his finger touched the fish, it would turn into a pile of shattered starlight and disappear without a trace. The instant the fish disappeared, Tang Zhen clearly felt a trace of strange and lively energy surge into his body, causing his spirit to be roused. This strange fish could actually replenish the life force that he had lost. After he realized this, Tang Zhen immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed another fish. With the speed of Tang Zhen's attack, those beautiful fish were unable to escape from his demonic palm. Every time he attacked, a fish would be caught by him. In the blink of an eye, over 10 fish were crushed by Tang Zhen, turning into life force that surged into Tang Zhen's body. The life force that had been lost in the dark world had been replenished by more than half in such a short time. His originally withered skin had basically recovered to normal, but his skin color was still very dark. Tang Zhen believed that as long as he caught a dozen more fish, he would be able to completely replenish the life force he had lost. However, at this moment, a fluorescent vine quickly drooped down from the top of the mother tree. At the end of the glittering vine was a woman in white, tied around her waist. She slowly descended like a fairy descending to the mortal world. In the blink of an eye, that lady had landed beside Tang Zhen and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. This person was Li Sha, the daughter of Tai Seng, a level 4 cultivator of the mother tree. For some unknown reason, Tang Zhen suddenly felt as though he had been caught stealing something. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his eyes. "My lord, the mother tree asked me to tell you that you're not allowed to capture the life elements in the pool anymore, or she'll be angry." Li Sha covered her small mouth and smiled as she conveyed the mother tree's dissatisfaction to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen also knew that this kind of strange fish was definitely extremely precious. He had only been unable to control himself for a moment earlier, which was why he had caught over a dozen of them in succession. Now that he was warned by his master, Tang Zhen was naturally embarrassed to reach out and catch it. "The mother tree also told me to tell you that this naturally formed life element is extremely precious and has extremely high growth potential. It's not impossible for a fish to transform into a dragon one day. The mother tree spent a lot of effort to gather these life elements, so it must be protected well." After hearing Li Sha's explanation, Tang Zhen finally came to a sudden realization. So this kind of strange fish was so precious. After he realized this, Tang Zhen had indeed dispelled the thought of continuing to catch fish. The mother tree's magic lay in its protection and nurturing. As long as the mother tree existed in a barren world, it could become a planet full of vitality. It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen realized a problem. In terms of vitality, the mother tree was the true expert. This was a miraculous existence that could give birth to countless lives. A mere loss of vitality should not be a problem for the mother tree. He was about to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Lisa about the mother tree's question, but she had already given him an answer. "The mother tree asked me to tell you that the loss of life force in your body is not serious. With your cultivation base, you can naturally recover in half a month's time. If you're in a hurry, the mother tree can cast a spell to restore your vitality." Tang Zhen was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect the mother tree cultivator to have such a magical ability. Why didn't he know about it before? If he had known earlier, he would not have gone to the trouble of absorbing those precious life elements. Chapter 426, The Pursuit in the Snowfield. The arrival of experts in the wild snowfield a few dozen miles away from Holy Dragon City. Countless piles of snow shot up into the sky, forming a huge snow dragon. Although the wilderness was extremely cold, there was strangely no cold wind at all. It was obvious that the snow dragon was not caused by the violent wind. If one were to look closely, they would see a fur-clad cultivator running madly ahead of the snow dragon. To be able to form a snow dragon while running, one could see how fast it was. Although this cultivator's face was tightly wrapped, one could still see a pair of lively eyes that were constantly looking around. As he ran, he turned his head back from time to time to look behind him. From time to time, the cultivator would deliberately fan his hands one after another, creating a strong airflow that caused the snow to fly everywhere. There were more than 30 faintly discernible figures in the midst of the rolling snow dragons that were hot on their heels. The flying snow continued to fall on the bodies of these people, becoming thicker and thicker, turning them into snowmen. Seeing the sorry state of the pursuers behind him, the cultivator running in front couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, hurry up and catch up with your Grandpa Wu. You guys are so slow, how can you catch up? You're right, it was your Grandpa Wu who stole your supplies, killed your mounts, and burned your tents. Are you guys very angry? Do you really want to kill me? It's a pity that your legs are too short, and you can't catch up even if you die of exhaustion. You can only eat farts from behind, ha ha ha." As this human cultivator ran, he provoked his pursuers, but his speed wasn't affected at all. It was clear that he was extremely powerful. When the people chasing behind heard this, their lungs almost exploded with anger. Each of them opened their mouths and wanted to curse back. In the end, the moment they opened their mouths, they were filled with snow and cold wind. Helplessly, they could only shut their mouths and run, hoping to catch the guy in front of them and stuff his mouth with smelly socks. However, the speed of this detestable fellow in front of him was extremely shocking. No matter how hard they tried to catch up, the distance between the two sides remained 20 to 30 meters. Nothing had changed from the beginning to the end. At this moment, the pursuers had realized that this guy was deliberately keeping them hanging so that they would be drunk in the wind and snow. This damn bastard. After chasing for some distance, someone finally couldn't take it anymore and sat on the ground. Hoo 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 hoo, damn it, I'm so tired. You guys can chase whoever you want in any case. I'm not going to chase you." This person sat on the ground like a white bear. His entire body was covered in snow and he was panting heavily. Through the leather hat covered by snow and frost, 2 small eyes and a big mouth that kept exhaling white gas could be vaguely seen. A giant double-edged battle axe was tied to his back, which was also covered in snow. He was about 1.5 meters tall, but his body shape developed horizontally, almost the same as his height. In the wilderness, only the dwarves had such a body shape. As the dwarf stopped, the other dwarves also stopped and sat on the ground. After chasing for dozens of kilometers, they were so tired that they almost peed their pants. From the outside, they were similar in size and were clearly of the same race. As their entire bodies were covered in snow, these dwarves looked like a group of polar bears resting on the ground, panting heavily. When the cultivators who had been in hot pursuit noticed this, they only sneered in disdain and continued to run towards the Holy Dragon City. Seeing that the other party still maintained his previous speed and did not seem tired at all, the dwarves looked at each other and were silent for a long time. "When we reach Holy Dragon City, I'll find this damned guy to settle the score." The dwarves made up their minds and turned back to rest. At this moment, the melodious sound of a bell suddenly rang out from the distant snowfield. It was faintly discernible and constantly reverberated in the quiet snowfield, clearly reaching everyone's ears. One of the dwarves who looked the strongest among the pursuers suddenly jumped up from his original spot and looked back with rapt attention. His thick and heavy palm was also slightly close to the handle of the battle axe. Before long, a group of dwarves in white leather clothes slowly entered the dwarves' sight. The members of this team were actually all tall and charming women. They had beautiful eyebrows and sickly white skin. Her eyes were like water, and her body was light, as if she would float at any moment. A pair of pointy ears peeked out from under the hat mischievously, shaking from time to time. The snow-white leather clothes on their bodies only covered the middle of their thighs. Below them were pairs of round and long legs wrapped in white leather pants. They wore a pair of snow-white leather boots, which made their legs look even more slender and straight. On their waists hung a translucent sword that was constantly flashing. There were also a few women who held a short cane-like weapon in their hands. A trace of mysterious aura faintly flashed on the staff. They stepped on the ice and snow just like that. There was not a trace of discomfort on their faces. They were like fish in the water. On their waists hung transparent bells that seemed to be carved out of ice. That was how the crisp ringing came about. These women seemed to be traveling leisurely in the snow, but in reality, they were extremely fast. It didn't take long for them to reach the side of the pursuers. A woman with a long sword turned around and asked the dwarves, "Shorty, how far is Holy Dragon City?" Her voice was crisp and clear, but it carried a hint of coldness. When the dwarves heard this, a trace of anger immediately spurted out of their eyes. The head of the dwarves who seemed to be the leader shook his head, and the snow on his body fell off with a "walla" sound. After the ice and snow fell, a standard rough dwarven appearance was revealed. He snorted coldly and said to the woman who asked, "Little girl, didn't the adults in your family teach you that if you talk nonsense outside, your tongue will be cut off?" As he spoke, a powerful aura spread out from his body and headed straight for the woman who asked the question. This was a crude application of mental power, and almost all Lord cultivators knew how to use it. The white-robed woman who had asked the question was immediately rendered speechless by the presence. A sliver of anger appeared on her face, and her pink lips were pursed together. "He's just a child, and he speaks without thinking. Why are you so angry?" A cold aura suddenly appeared, dispersing the dwarf leader's aura and then disappearing without a trace. Among the group of women in white, a woman with a hot body looked at the dwarf leader and said with a smile. Compared to those young and inexperienced women in white, this woman who was clearly the leader was undoubtedly more attractive. Her figure was well developed but just right, with an aura like a ripe peach. Her temperament was also very special, cold mixed with a trace of soul-stirring heat, and the heat carried a trace of coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. Her long legs were round and slender, wrapped in white leather pants. Her white hair hung down like silk, and her eyes were glistening with tears. This kind of figure and temperament would definitely make countless males lose their minds and be deeply fascinated. However, in front of the beauty, the dwarf leader did not dare to have any messy thoughts. Instead, a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. "Why? The holy master of the snow elves is also interested in that thing." The dwarf chief looked at the other party and asked in a rough voice. As he asked, he sneaked a glance at the ice crystal short weapon in the other party's hand, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. The woman in white chuckled, like a snow lotus blooming in the snow. Who doesn't want that kind of good thing? Chapter 427. Unique location, followed by multiple parties. Although it's good, you need to be alive to get it. The dwarf leader snorted and then closed his mouth. The other party's abilities were not inferior to his, and he was a holy master who had an affinity with ice and snow. It was best not to provoke such a competitor for the time being. Many Lusheng had sent people here, so no one was willing to reveal their trump cards until the last moment. The woman in white seemed to have the same idea, so the two of them did not continue to fight. Instead, they got up and hurried on their way. They maintained a distance of several hundred meters between each other, and they were safe and sound along the way. The road under their feet had already been cleared by the Holy Dragon City, opening up a road of 7 to 8 meters wide, so it was not difficult to walk. Although the wildlands had undergone some changes, it still did not seem to be able to stop the caravans. The world of Lusheng was strange and unpredictable. For those businessmen who traveled from north to south, they had seen even stranger things, so they did not care about the changes in the wildlands. At this moment, in front of them, there was a group of non-humans who were slowly moving forward. The guards of the caravan also noticed the two groups behind them, but they only glanced at them and did not say anything. For some unknown reason, ever since the arrival of the Frost Moon disaster, the number of caravans and cultivators heading to Holy Dragon City had increased. People could often be seen passing by on this road. In the sky far away, a small black dot suddenly appeared, flying quickly along the road. The woman in white and the dwarf leader raised their heads and glanced at the black dot in the sky. Their eyes flashed with a hint of thought. It didn't take long for the black shadow in the sky to fly over everyone's head, and its speed also slowed down slightly. From the ground, one could easily see the true faces of these black dots. They were a large group of flying non-humankind beings, all wearing black armors. They looked like xianxias, with blood-red eyes that glowed with a cold light. They swept a cold glance at the people on the ground, then flapped their wings and continued to fly in the direction of Holy Dragon City. And NBSP, what's going on? One of the white-robed women's group had a delicate and pretty face with a hint of baby fat on her face. After the flying race members left, she turned to look at the charming white-robed woman. Her chest was full and hidden under her white clothes, as if she could break free at any time. Master, what's going on with the disaster of the cold moon? What's so special about the Holy Dragon City that all the cultivators in the city are heading there at the same time? When the charming white-robed female leader heard this, she looked at the girl with a tender gaze and said softly, "The disaster of the cold moon that happens once every 1,000 years is a complete disaster for the living beings in the wildlands. 10,000 miles of ice, no life. However, to us, it is a great opportunity. Not only does it bring disaster, but it also brings endless wealth." The Holy Dragon City's location was special, which was why everyone was heading there. There are some things that I can't tell you right now. You'll naturally understand at the crucial moment. After saying this, the charming woman closed her mouth and looked ahead in a daze. The girl with baby fat nodded, but she still had a lot of doubts in her heart. She turned to look at her master and wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. More questions. But looking at her master's expression, he was obviously thinking about something. The girl could only hide her doubts in her heart and wait for an opportunity to find an answer in the future. However, the girl's heart was filled with curiosity about the somewhat legendary Holy Dragon City. Because before they came, they had been repeatedly warned not to act rashly when they arrived at Holy Dragon City. It was just a level 5 human city, but it made his master and senior sisters so nervous. Obviously, there was a reason he didn't know. As they advanced slowly, a few more groups caught up with them. From their auras, they were clearly cultivators. They looked at each other with vigilance in their eyes, but they didn't say anything. They just continued on their way silently. After walking for an unknown distance, a huge hexagonal city wall appeared in everyone's field of vision. The city wall was extremely large and was 50 meters tall. It looked extremely majestic. That kind of strong visual impact was something that people who had never seen before would never understand. Everyone looked at the city wall in front of them in silence, but their eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, a few modified war chariots were parked at the huge city gate. Dozens of fully armed Holy Dragon City soldiers were constantly checking the vehicles entering the city. The group of foreign cultivators who had flown over their heads earlier were now standing obediently at the city gate, their faces full of unwillingness. Some sharp-eyed people had already discovered that the armors on these flying beings were in a mess, as if they had just experienced a battle. When the Holy Dragon City soldiers looked at these flying creatures, their gazes were extremely sharp, and the guns in their hands were faintly pointed at them. Many of the cultivators who had arrived later knew the power of firearms, so they did not look at the Holy Dragon City's soldiers with disdain. On the contrary, they were very serious. Although these soldiers were only at level 1 or 2, they could beat the crap out of the cultivators with just these dozens of automatic rifles. They could even kill the Lord Cultivator directly. Moreover, there was a thicker gun on the strange car beside them, which was faintly aimed at them. According to the intelligence from the spies, the Holy Dragon City had a large number of firearms with amazing power. They had used these weapons to kill the monsters that attacked the city several times. Some time ago, the mercenaries in the 10 Towers had accepted the Heavenly Tao mission. A total of 30,000 people had surrounded the Holy Dragon City. In the end, the Holy Dragon City had forced them to abandon their armor. 5,000 mercenaries had been captured alive. After this battle, the Holy Dragon City's reputation had spread far and wide, and countless cities knew of this place. To be able to annihilate the 10-city coalition proved that the Holy Dragon City's strength was unparalleled. It could no longer be regarded as an ordinary level 5 city. For a time, information about the Holy Dragon City was also sorted out and put up for sale on the Cornerstone platform. Many high-level buildings bought and studied it. According to the information, the Holy Dragon City had at least 5 towers, and all of them had been upgraded to level 5. After seeing this message, these forces were slightly shocked. While they marveled at the Holy Dragon City's wealth, they were also filled with fear of the Holy Dragon City. As everyone knew, the level of the building was closely related to the attributes of the residents. The higher the level, the better the cultivation aptitude of the residents. The Holy Dragon City, which had 5 level 5 towers, could accommodate more than 100,000 residents, and then select a large number of cultivators from them. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this, and that was that Holy Dragon City could support the daily consumption of these residents. There was also another crucial point. The 5 5th-grade towers would give them 5 interdimensional passages. If used properly, the Holy Dragon City would no longer have to worry about brain jewels. However, risks and benefits coexisted. Once the Holy Dragon City advanced to rank 6, they would inevitably face the situation of being besieged by 20 towers. If the Holy Dragon City dared to do this, they must have a hidden trump card. In addition, the information also showed that the Holy Dragon City's City Lord was said to be a 3-star lord with a profound cultivation and many strange abilities. There was an unfathomable Holy Master hidden in Holy Dragon City, who had the ability to move mountains and fill seas. The mixture of true and false information made it difficult for people to distinguish between the truth and the false, and at the same time, it also made Holy Dragon City appear more mysterious. Chapter 428 The Little Interlude in the City. Seeing the sorry state of the Flying Tribe members, everyone had a guess in their hearts. They must have had a conflict with the Holy Dragon City's soldiers. In the end, it was very likely that the flying race would suffer a small loss. However, the scale of the conflict shouldn't be too big. Otherwise, those flying races wouldn't have lined up so obediently to enter the city. After realizing this, the crowd lined up in a long line and entered the city gate one by one. In fact, the inspection at the city gate was not strict, and it was just for show, so the speed of passage was very fast. With a little inquiry, they figured out the cause and effect of the matter, and it was not too different from their guess. When the flying alien races arrived at the city gates, they didn't follow the Holy Dragon City's no-flying order and found machine guns to fire at them. A few cultivators were almost hit by the bullets. These flying alien races were in a sorry state. A few of them wanted to fight back on the spot, but before they could do so, they were stopped by their leader. As the person with the highest cultivation in this group, his perception was naturally far superior to his subordinates. At this time, he had already felt a trace of fatal threat and was firmly locking onto these people in the dark. If they dared to act rashly, they would immediately suffer a destructive blow. Before we take action, we must not take unnecessary risks. After realizing this, the leader of the flying race made a prompt decision and immediately descended with his subordinates, obediently cooperating with the inspection. The Holy Dragon City soldiers did not make things too difficult for these flying alien races. They only asked them to hand over their brains before letting them pass. From the beginning to the end, they didn't care about the others' cultivation, even if there were 5 or 6 Lord-tier cultivators among them. In this short period of time, more and more cultivators and wanderers had come to Holy Dragon City. Lord-level cultivators were not uncommon, and the soldiers were already used to it. After everyone had been inspected, they passed through the 100-meter-long city gate passage and entered the Holy Dragon City. As soon as they entered, a hot air current hit them in the face, making them feel as if they were in a hot summer. The snow and ice that blotted out the sky and covered the earth outside actually couldn't be seen at all here. Instead, there were many places that were covered in green grass. A large, fiery red desert surrounded the Holy Dragon Valley within the outer walls. This scene alone made everyone exclaim in admiration. They had trekked through the snowy plains, enduring the cold and monotonous colors. They had long been sullen to death. Now that they were suddenly placed in this warm environment, they immediately felt extremely comfortable. The dwarves could not wait to tear off their outer leather clothes, revealing their bodies that were wearing chain armors. These dwarves were naturally afraid of the cold and liked high temperatures. This journey was simply filled with suffering. Therefore, the happiest people among them were the dwarves with big beards. On the other hand, the white-clothed snow elf women were clearly not used to the high temperature. After passing through the city gate, their delicate eyebrows would furrow from time to time. A dwarf was looking at the scorching red desert, his eyes surprised. He was bewildered for a long time. A moment later, the dwarf rushed in, ignoring the high temperature that could cook eggs. He waved the battle axe in his hand and dug at the ground under his feet, as if he was looking for something. Everyone was also attracted by his movements and stopped to observe him. After digging for a while, the dwarf suddenly stopped. Then, he carefully picked up a blood-red crystal the size of a quail egg from the blood-red sand. Staring at the blood-red crystal, the dwarf's face was full of excitement, and he couldn't help but laugh. When the dwarf leader saw the blood-red crystal, he was stunned for a moment, but then he came to his senses and a smile flashed in his eyes. "Furnace, you're really lucky to have found such a big blood crystal. After you fuse it with the battle axe that you are going to forge, it will definitely increase the sharpness of the battle axe by 1 level." The dwarf leader was good at forging and had a wide range of knowledge, so he could tell the origin of this blood-red crystal at a glance. Blood crystals were one of the materials used to forge weapons and equipment. They were very rare and were only the size of a grain of rice. A blood crystal the size of a quail's egg was extremely rare and could only be found by luck. Its value was at least tens of thousands of brain beads. Everyone's eyes also lit up. While they sighed at the dwarf's good luck, they even planned to jump into the blood-red desert to try their luck. The dwarf named Furnace was also very happy. After admiring it for a while, he was ready to put away the blood crystal and continue digging. However, at this moment, an icy voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Hand over your blood crystals and leave this place immediately." Hearing this, the crowd immediately turned to look at the speaker, only to discover that a dozen Holy Dragon City warriors had surrounded them. It was just that the clothes of these people were different from those of the soldiers at the city gate. They were all wearing strange black armor, special helmets, and bulletproof goggles. There were many items hanging from the armor, including daggers, pistols, and grenades. A well-made Holy Dragon City badge was hanging on the left arm of these warriors, shining brightly. In their hands, they were carrying heavy firearms with thick barrels. It was obvious that they had terrifying destructive power. At this time, these warriors were staring at the dwarves who had dug up the blood crystal with a serious expression. They also raised their weapons slightly in case of any accidents. The dwarf who had dug up the blood crystal immediately jumped out of the sand pit and shouted excitedly, "Who are you? Why should I give you the things I dug up? Are you being reasonable?" The dwarf leader's face was also gloomy. He looked at the other party and snorted coldly, "Your Holy Dragon City is so overbearing. Do you want to use your power to bully others?" As soon as he finished speaking, the half-naked dwarves clenched their battle axes in unison, their faces full of anger and battle intent. In this group of dwarves, there were at least 5 Lord-level cultivators, and the rest were all level 4 or 5 cultivators. They had extremely strong combat power. The dwarves had always been hot-tempered, and once they were angered, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. When the flying aliens nearby saw this, they all gloated at the Holy Dragon City warriors, waiting for them to fight with the dwarves. They had been shot by machine guns at the city gate earlier, which made them full of hostility towards the soldiers of the Holy Dragon City. Facing the angry dwarf, the Holy Dragon City warrior sneered. He held his spear in one hand and pointed at a place to the side with the other. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a stone tablet by the side of the road. It was densely engraved with words. When they had passed by this place earlier, everyone had only been attracted by the temperature inside the city wall and had not noticed the existence of this stone tablet. Now that they were reminded by the Holy Dragon City warrior, they finally saw the contents of the stone tablet. The stone tablet had already used more than a dozen words to repeat the same sentence, which was that this crimson desert forbade the private selection of blood crystals. Anyone who violated this would be severely punished. This crimson desert, which is rich in blood crystals, is the private property of our Holy Dragon City. The stone tablet clearly states that private excavation is forbidden, so how could you knowingly violate it? You stole someone else's things and you're still acting so righteous. Who's the overbearing one and who's the unreasonable one? The Holy Dragon City soldier was expressionless as he coldly said to the dwarf leader. This Yingluo, the leader of the dwarves, was also in a difficult position. He turned to look at the dwarf named Furnace, and a hint of difficulty flashed across his face. The other party was right. He did not care about this matter, but he also knew how much the furnace fire desired blood crystals. He had always wanted to forge a middle-level Mo weapon battle axe. Now that he had such a large blood crystal, he could start forging at any time. Asking Furnace Fire to hand over the blood crystal was worse than killing him. I wonder if Yingluo can buy this blood crystal. The dwarf leader was in a difficult position, but Furnace couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the Holy Dragon City soldier turned his head to look at the Furnace Fire, whose face was filled with reluctance. You want to buy this blood crystal, Xianxia? Furnace Fire nodded and covered his pocket, afraid that the other party would refuse. Of course I can sell you, Yingluo. The Holy Dragon City warrior smiled and gave Furnace Fire a definite answer. Chapter 429, The Undercurrent Under the Prosperity. What? You're really willing to sell this blood crystal to me? Furnace Fire was stunned when he heard this, and a trace of surprise appeared on his rough face. He was just testing the waters and didn't expect the other party to really agree, which made him overjoyed. Brother, you're not lying to me, are you really selling this blood crystal to me? What's wrong? Furnace Fire suddenly jumped out of the sand pit and came to the hard stone road, asking the Holy Dragon City warrior. Of course I'm not lying to you. Let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You again, are you sure you want to buy this blood crystal? He asked. The Holy Dragon City soldier looked at the furnace and asked expressionlessly. Furnace Fire quickly nodded and was prepared for the other party to demand an exorbitant price. No matter how high the price was, he had to buy it. After all, he really needed the blood crystal. The Furnace Fire had been waiting for many years for this battle axe that had been tailor-made for him. Now that there was finally hope of completion, how could he give up so easily? After estimating the number of brain beads in his pocket, Furnace Fire's confidence increased by quite a bit, and he quietly waited for the other party to state a price. Take out the blood crystal first, I need to evaluate it. The Holy Dragon City soldier looked at the furnace and extended his hand. Hesitantly, Furnace took out the blood crystal from his pocket and reluctantly handed it over to the other party. After all, this was the Holy Dragon City's territory. They were alone and weak, so they really did not dare to be too impudent. The guns in the other party's hands were not just for show. Even if there were several Lord Cultivators among them, they could not guarantee that they could escape unscathed. After the soldier took the blood crystal, he took out an electronic scale-like object from his pocket and placed it in front of the furnace. After placing the blood crystal on the electronic scale, the Holy Dragon City soldier lowered his head and glanced at the weight displayed. This blood crystal weighs 210 grams. If 1 gram is 100 brain beads, that's a total of 21,000 brain beads. After saying this, the warrior threw the blood crystal to the furnace, as if he didn't care about the forging materials that the furnace regarded as treasures. This blood crystal is yours after you pay. Furnace took the blood crystal, and after a moment of shock, he immediately took out his money bag and happily paid the brain pearl. The other party's price was very fair, far lower than his estimated price, so the Furnace Fire was naturally excited. As long as he borrowed a little more, and added the brain beads he had saved, it would be enough for him to forge the battle axe. It was a pity that his forging skills were far inferior to his brother's. If he was here, he would definitely be able to raise the quality of the magic weapons to a higher level. It was a pity that her brother had left home for many years, and she didn't know if he was still alive. At the thought of this, a trace of sadness flashed in Furnace Fire's eyes. After the Holy Dragon City soldier received the head, he immediately turned and left. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly turned around. By the way, if you still want blood crystals, you can buy them in the commercial district. There are all kinds of materials for forging magic weapons and equipment. If you feel that buying blood crystals is too expensive, you can also go to the Crimson Desert to dig for blood crystals yourself. However, you will have to pay a certain fee first, and then you can collect the tools to dig freely. I'll remind you, other than the commercial district, don't go anywhere else, or you'll have to bear the consequences. After saying this, the Holy Dragon City soldier turned around and led his men to continue patrolling the blood-red desert. Seeing that the matter had been settled, everyone looked at each other and continued to walk towards the Holy Dragon City. A look of disappointment flashed through the eyes of the flying being at the side. The group continued forward and soon entered the commercial district. Every newcomer to Holy Dragon City's commercial district would be shocked by the scene here, and this group of dwarves and snow elves was no different. Looking at the bustling crowd on the street and the vast and magnificent buildings in the commercial district, the people standing at the entrance were stunned for a while before they excitedly stepped in. There were too many people on the street, and it didn't take long for them to completely blend into the crowd. The half-armed dwarves didn't need anyone's guidance. They found the biggest tavern by smell. They rushed in and shouted at the top of their lungs, asking for the strongest wine, and 5 bottles each. This strange race drank wine as if it was water, which was what dwarves were most proud of. It was a pity that Holy Dragon City's spirits were completely different from the spirits that these dwarves knew. As expected, this group of people did not expect the strong liquor in the Holy Dragon City Tavern to be so strong. In the end, they all went under the table. The group of drunkards snored thunderously, even noisier than a diesel generator. The waiter had no choice but to throw them all into a room and wait for them to sober up. After waiting for half a day, these guys finally woke up, their faces full of confusion. He didn't expect that after these guys came back to their senses, they would actually shout and cheer with their faces red and necks thick. Then, they hugged the wine bottles and drank until they were dead drunk. Who knew if these guys still remembered their mission? Unlike the boorish dwarves, the snow elves were very low-key. After entering the commercial district, they had been very quiet. They did not shop all day like the cultivators who had just arrived, nor did they trade goods like merchants. It was as if they had come to Holy Dragon City purely to stay here. Unfortunately, this situation only lasted for 2 days before the young and lively snow elf girls could no longer sit still. Standing at the window of the room, they could see the scenery outside at a glance. The lively and noisy scene attracted them all the time. It was a woman's nature to love shopping, and these female cultivators of the snow elf race were no exception. After pleading with their leader, they were finally allowed to go out for half a day, but they were not allowed to leave alone during this time. Looking at the girl's jubilant expression, the female leader of the Snow Elf clan had a grave expression. Currently, the Holy Dragon City's commercial district was a chaotic place with lord-level cultivators appearing from time to time. A turbulent undercurrent was hidden under the peaceful and prosperous scene. Although this undercurrent was not directed at Holy Dragon City, one still had to be careful when they were in the middle of it. Otherwise, there was a possibility of being crushed at any time. These girls that she had brought out of the Lusheng were all disciples that she had painstakingly trained. Each of them had good talent. In her eyes, these disciples were like her own children. How could she let them be hurt so easily? However, this operation was full of danger. He didn't know how many of these children would be able to return safely after the operation. The female leader of the Snow Elves, who was wearing a tight-fitting long dress, stood by the window and looked out. She could not help but sigh softly. Chapter 430. Fatty's Secret. One on a bench by the street, a fat man in a big shirt was eating some kind of barbecue skewer with oil dripping from his mouth. He opened his mouth wide, and the skewer disappeared. Then, he squinted his eyes and started chewing. This kind of chewy and greasy food had always been Fatty's favorite. In the entire business district, besides the casino, he came here the most. This special method of roasting gave the meat a special taste and was very famous in the commercial district. Due to the booming business, the foreign Wanderer also made a lot of money and successfully rented a shop in the commercial district, expanding his business. The non-human wanderer, who used to struggle to fill his stomach, had now become a medium-sized boss. There were many similar experiences of foreign wanderers in the commercial district, which also stimulated many people to come to the Holy Dragon City to make a fortune. Unknowingly, the Holy Dragon City's business district had become a paradise in the hearts of the wanderers, who constantly swarmed here. There were more and more people in the commercial district. If this situation continued, it would not take long for the commercial district to expand again. Fatty, who was sitting on the bench, threw the garbage into the iron can beside him after he finished eating the meat skewers. Then, he stood up. He touched his full stomach, stretched, and got up to go to the casino for another fight. During this period, Fatty had become a rich guest of the casino, spending almost every day there. He was generous and forthright, which made him one of the most popular guests in the casino. However, just as the fatty turned around, his expression suddenly changed. His chubby body leapt forward, and then he burrowed into the crowd without looking back. In the crowded streets, the fat man was like a flexible fish, shrinking his neck and constantly wriggling in the crowd, quickly disappearing without a trace. A few minutes later, Fatty's figure suddenly appeared by a flower bed at the edge of the commercial district. At this moment, the fatty was sweating profusely. His eyes were constantly looking around, as if he was searching for something. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal, Fatty patted his plump chest and let out a long breath, looking as if he still had some lingering fear. "Oh my God, I've finally dodged this calamity. This little girl from Heaven Battling City is simply like a ghost that can't leave. This Master Fatty has already been so careful, but I've still been entangled by her. That old man's disciple is just as difficult to deal with. I'm really worried to death." After mumbling to himself for a while, the fat man sat down on the stone platform beside the flower bed and rubbed his belly out of habit. "I'm feeling a little hungry after running a few steps. Do you want a few more skewers of barbecued meat?" Fatty had never hesitated when it came to food and drink. At the thought of this, Fatty stood up and prepared to return to the barbecue restaurant to have a good meal. With his cultivation, the roasted meat had long been digested. Even if it was 10 times more, he could still eat it. At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly sounded by Fatty's ear, causing his body to tremble. "I don't know how long Senior plans to hide for. Am I that terrifying?" As soon as he finished speaking, a woman in a purple gown walked out from behind the flower bed and came to the fatty. She was looking at him with a faint smile. This woman's looks were very ordinary and she was not very conspicuous in the crowd. Her only advantage was that she had a good figure. Her figure was tall and well-developed, and she wore a pair of black trousers that looked like tights, which made her legs look extremely straight and slender. Her full chest made her long, fat shirt bulge out, and it even gave people a tight feeling. Looking at the woman in front of him, the fat man revealed a helpless and bitter smile, and sat down on the flower bed again. "Little girl, tell me, what method did you use to find me?" The fat man turned to the woman and asked casually. The woman chuckled. Her clear voice was obviously not in line with her ordinary face. "My sense of smell is very developed. Even if you used divine power to hide, I can still smell the barbecue and spices on your body, so I followed you directly." The fatty was stunned for a moment, then he had an expression of sudden realization. No wonder no matter how he turned invisible, he was still found by this strange little girl. So this was the reason. It wasn't rare for cultivators to have a strong sense of smell, but to be able to lock onto him in a crowd of people was something that couldn't be explained by a strong sense of smell. It was very possible that this little girl had an extremely strong sense of smell. Although the invisibility divine art he cultivated could hide his body, it could not shield his scent, which was one of the disadvantages of low-level invisibility divine art. It was said that in addition to the invisibility divine art he had cultivated, there was a more advanced invisibility divine art that could shield him from any detection means. Although this divine art was magical, there was no such high-level invisibility divine art skill to exchange on the ordinary Lusheng trading platform. Fatty had wandered around the continent for many years and had been to countless high-level buildings in order to obtain higher-grade divine art skills. After a long time, Fatty also thought of a possibility. There was no such high-level divine art skill that could be exchanged in ordinary Lusheng. If he really wanted to exchange for it, he would have to go to a national-level building. Only then would there be a slight possibility. Unfortunately, how could it be so easy to enter the national Lusheng? The so-called national Lusheng had already become its own field. Not only was it separated from the resource supply of the Lusheng world, but the residents of the Lusheng world rarely moved in there. Every national-level building was extremely mysterious. After many years and a lot of effort, Fatty had only found 2 national towers, and only one had been successfully infiltrated. It was only after he had sneaked in that Fatty realized how small his vision had been in the past. Lusheng buildings below LV9 could not be compared with national Lusheng. It could be said that 10 level 9 towers couldn't compare to a national level tower. Unfortunately, the Fatty only stayed in the national tower for a day before he was found and chased by a group of soldiers. The ordinary soldiers of Lusheng City were all at the overlord level. They used mysterious means and killed the fat man. After a narrow escape, Fatty was finally lucky enough to keep his life, but he had also almost become a cripple. He had searched for famous doctors and used his life's savings as a reward, but he still couldn't cure Fatty's internal injuries, which made Fatty extremely depressed. In his despair, Fatty unexpectedly met an old man who claimed that he could completely cure Fatty's internal injuries. The fat man, who had long given up, was disdainful of the old man's arrogance. After all, he had searched for famous doctors, but there was no hope of a cure. This old man boasted shamelessly and actually said that he could cure it completely. Did he think that Lord Fatty was a fool? In the end, he just wanted to trick Lord Fatty's brain. In the end, the old man saw that Fatty didn't believe him and made a bet with him. If he couldn't cure Fatty, not only would he not take a single cent, but he would also give Fatty the qualifications to live in an advanced city building so that he could have a place to retire. However, if he could be cured, Fatty had to help him complete 3 things without endangering his life. At that time, Fatty, who was already in despair, agreed without a second thought, with the attitude of giving it his all. The result of the matter was completely out of Fatty's expectations. The internal injury that he had searched for, famous doctors but couldn't cure, was actually cured by this old man. Fatty, who had been reborn, naturally wouldn't go back on his word. According to the bet, he had completed the old man's arrangements twice over the years. And this time, he had come to Holy Dragon City as per the bet. This was the last time he would work for the old man. Unfortunately, the difficulty of this mission was far beyond Fatty's imagination. This was also one of the reasons why Fatty had been struggling. The woman in front of him, who the Fatty avoided like the plague, was the little disciple of that old man who wouldn't die. Chapter 431, The Condition for Action, Rescue Mission 1. Ever since Fatty had met this woman, he had been trying to hide. However, no matter where he hid, he would always be found by this little girl. Since he couldn't hide, he might as well not hide. The fat man's mouth twitched as he glanced at the woman in purple. She's a pretty little girl, but she deliberately made such an ugly face. Just looking at her makes me lose my appetite. The woman in purple laughed again and touched her dry cheeks. She said softly, "This can't be helped. After all, Holy Dragon City is different from other places. It's not wrong to be more careful when facing the mysterious city lord." Hearing the purple-clad woman mention the Holy Dragon City's city lord, the fatty's expression also became serious, and he turned to look in the direction of the inner city. "Since you're afraid of the city lord, I'll be frank. Through my observations over the past few days, I've already confirmed one thing. The Holy Dragon City's city lord is not only a cultivator, but also a holy master. This kind of 3-star horde leader who practices both magic and martial arts is not an existence we can deal with at all. So, I can't agree to the thing you asked me to do before." When the fat man said this, he revealed a fearful and embarrassed expression. "I say, you little girl, don't make things difficult for me, okay?" The lady in purple was not in a hurry. She chuckled and continued, "Although the Holy Dragon City Lord is very powerful, we don't need to face him directly. It's just saving a few people from the underground prison. I believe it shouldn't be a difficult task for you, right? It's not difficult to enter the underground prison, but who can guarantee that we won't be discovered by the Holy Dragon City's cultivators when we rescue people? Do you think that the security of the place where the cultivators of the Lord rank are locked up is as lax as you say? I'm guessing that when you sneaked into the underground prison last time, you were already discovered. Perhaps they were planning to cast a long line to catch a big fish, so the Holy Dragon City did not make a move immediately. If we enter again, it would be no different from walking right into a trap." The fat man said with a disdainful expression. To think that you're still so confident and have a victorious expression. I really don't know what you're thinking. The originally mischievous little girl had only been in the wildlands for a few years. How could she become more and more stupid? If it's the same for your senior brothers, I don't think there's a need to save them. We might as well let those idiots be locked up there. Looking at the fatty's expression, he knew that he had no intention of getting involved in this mess. After all, he only owed the old man a favor and not this little girl, so he had no obligation to save her. Seeing the fatty's impervious expression, the woman smiled and slowly walked to him with her long, straight legs. She knew this fatty's character very well. He was definitely someone who wouldn't let go until he saw the rabbit. If she wanted him to help her, she had to give him something that could move his heart. I also know that this matter is very difficult, but this is an urgent matter, so I have to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For your help. According to the information I've gathered these past few days, the Holy Dragon City has obtained a very strange contract through some unknown channel. Once signed, one must serve them wholeheartedly for 10 years, during which it is impossible to betray them. So far, more than 1,000 captives had signed this contract and became mercenaries of the Holy Dragon City. Because of my agreement with my senior brothers, they haven't signed any contracts yet, so they've been locked up in the underground prison. There's no reason for the Holy Dragon City to keep a large group of prisoners. After all, this will consume a large amount of food. So, these people who refuse to sign the contract will most likely be secretly disposed of. The purple-robed woman frowned and looked at the fatty. Besides, it'll be good for you to save them. When the portal to Frostmoon Continent is opened, they can help you complete your mission and make it much easier for you. Seeing that the fatty was still unmoved, the purple-clothed woman had no choice but to throw out her trump card. If you help me rescue my senior and the others, I can provide you with an identity card for a resident of a national city. There will definitely be the high-level Holy Master skills you need. When the fatty heard this, he revealed an expression of interest and turned to look at the purple-clothed woman. Little girl, are you sure you're not lying to me? No, the purple-robed woman shook her head. How could I possibly spout nonsense about this? The fat on the fatty's face trembled. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed. All right, I agree to help. The lady in purple was overjoyed and was about to thank him, but she was stopped by the fatty. I'm only responsible for helping you deceive the guards. As for whether you can save them or not, that will depend on your own ability. The purple-robed woman still wanted to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, she nodded slightly. When do we act? As soon as possible. It's best if it's tonight. It's a little rushed, okay. After the fatty finished speaking, he stood up and left. The lady in purple stood still for a moment, then left the flower bed and disappeared into the crowd. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not realize that there was a hidden camera between the branches and leaves on the side that had recorded the entire process of their meeting. Although the wildlands was as bright as the dark clouds at dusk, day and night, the residents of Holy Dragon City would still rest according to their normal working hours, except for the commercial district. At this moment, at the entrance of the underground city, a few fully armed Holy Dragon City cultivators were carrying out their guard duty meticulously. On the grass not far away, the tall grass suddenly bent down, showing the shape of footprints, but they quickly disappeared. It didn't take long before a trace of divine art aura suddenly appeared at the entrance. A few cultivators in charge of guarding the place frowned and looked around, but there was nothing unusual. A figure quickly passed in front of them, but the cultivators didn't seem to see it at all, letting the figure enter. It wasn't that these cultivators were slow to react, but that they had been cast with some kind of illusionary divine art, causing them to be unable to see the scene in front of them. Not only were there a large number of captives in the underground city, but the interdimensional passage was also built here, so the defense power had also increased greatly. However, under the effect of the illusion divine spell, the figure was unimpeded all the way and soon reached the underground prison at the bottom. After the figure entered the underground prison, he went straight to a passage and stopped in front of a cell. After a few light knocks, a response came from the cell. After hearing the response, the figure immediately took out a tool and smashed the lock of the cell. The sturdy iron door was like rotten wood in front of this tool, and the lock was easily cut off. Crack! After an imperceptible sound, the tightly shut cell door was gently opened. In the cell, a pale-faced middle-aged man quietly stuck his head out. There were no wounds on his body, so it was clear that he had not been abused. However, from the state of his soft limbs, it could be seen that his original cultivation had been completely imprisoned. If no special measures were taken, these cells would not be able to hold high-level cultivators. When the middle-aged cultivator saw the figure, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Then, he quickly followed the figure to the next cell. Unknowingly, more and more prison cells were opened, and more cultivators followed behind the figure. When the last cultivator was released, they immediately rushed to the ground. With the help of the illusionary divine spell, they managed to bypass all the guards and arrived at the entrance of the underground city. However, just as they were about to leave, an exasperated curse was heard. "Fuck, I knew it wasn't that simple. I've fallen into a trap." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of black shadows silently appeared around them and surrounded them. Chapter 432. Seeing that things aren't looking good, I'll run away. At the entrance of the underground city, dozens of Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor were expressionlessly gathered together, looking coldly at the human cultivators who had escaped from the underground prison. The black muzzles were pointed at them, and if they moved, the merciless bullets would tear them into pieces. Even if their cultivation wasn't restricted, these firearms could still easily take their lives. The bloody scene during the siege had become an eternal nightmare in their hearts. Besides the guns and weapons, these Holy Dragon City cultivators' cultivation bases were not weak either, and they exuded a chilling aura. Unlike the ordinary cultivators in the city, the cultivators surrounding the Holy Dragon City were more like professional killing machines, their cold eyes devoid of any emotion. The few people who were surrounded had ugly expressions on their faces and their fists were tightly clenched together. They had had enough of having their cultivation sealed and being trapped in a cage all day long. To them, this was simply a form of torture. He had thought that he finally had a chance to escape, but in the end, it was all for nothing. The thought of having to continue that dark life made them feel like they were better off dead. If it wasn't for the fact that their cultivation had not recovered, they would have raised their fists and fought the Holy Dragon City cultivators to the death. The blurry figure in the lead was also extremely vexed at this moment. At this time, how could she not know that her actions were already under the control of the Holy Dragon City? That was why people were blocking the entrance and capturing them all in one fell swoop. If he had known earlier, he would have just said it directly. That way, he wouldn't have been so passive. With the power behind him and his connections in other areas, he believed that it would not be a problem to rescue his senior brothers. At the end of the day, he was too conceited and always thought that he could settle this matter himself without wasting any favors. However, it was too late for regrets now. Just as she was feeling embarrassed, she heard Fatty's voice. "Little girl, now is not the time to be vexed. We must escape immediately, otherwise it will be too late. As for your senior brothers, we can't take care of them now. Don't worry, the Holy Dragon City shouldn't make things difficult for them. At most, they'll just throw them back into prison. Are you leaving or not? If you're leaving, nod your head, or else I'll run away first." The figure was decisive and immediately nodded. "Pa." After the soft sound, everyone only saw a flash of light before their eyes. The black figure standing in front of the prisoner suddenly disappeared without a trace. Not good. When the leader of the cultivators in the Holy Dragon City saw this, he immediately roared and quickly gave chase. At the same time, about 20 Holy Dragon City cultivators followed closely behind the leader. From the aura they were exuding, they were all level 5 cultivators. These 20 or so people were like the wind, firmly locking on to a void in front of them, their hands constantly shooting out sharp hidden weapons. They were inside the Holy Dragon City. It was late at night, and they would not shoot unless it was absolutely necessary. However, the special hidden weapons thrown by the rank 5 cultivators were no less powerful than any firearms. They even caused ripples to appear in the air where they were attacked. It was a phenomenon that would only occur when a Holy Master's protective barrier was attacked. The Invisible Man was obviously very afraid of the endless stream of hidden weapons, and he kept dodging them as he ran. It was a pity that his protective shield was too weak, and its defensive power was limited. Under the continuous attacks of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, it suddenly burst like a soap bubble. Coincidentally, his invisibility divine art also lost its effect at this moment. A fat man was carrying a slim woman in black tights on his back and running ahead. Seeing that the inner city wall was in front of him, the fat man suddenly jumped up like an agile bird, flying nearly 10 meters into the air. The moment his body rose to the limit, the fatty roared and stabbed his palms into the city wall. The wall that was as hard as iron was actually stabbed in by this fatty like rotten wood. His falling body suddenly stopped, but the fat man stomped his feet, using the city wall under his feet as a leverage, and his body once again flew 7 or 8 meters into the air. With this leap, Fatty landed on the city wall and landed firmly on both feet. Pa pa pa, a series of rapid muffled sounds came, and more than a dozen rifles with silencers were shooting at Fatty. Damn it, I'm injured. The fat man roared in anger, and blood appeared on his arms and legs, but his running speed did not slow down in the slightest. At Fatty's level of cultivation, this ordinary rifle could only slow down his movement speed, but it couldn't really kill him. If not for the person on his back, the Holy Dragon City soldiers, bullets would not have been able to hurt him in a short time. However, at this moment, a strong sense of danger enveloped Fatty's heart, causing his expression to change abruptly. Without any hesitation, the fat man quickly rolled to the side, not caring about his image at all. Even the black-clothed woman behind him was in a sorry state, covered in dust and grass. Bang bang bang. After a muffled gunshot, more than a dozen bullets mistakenly hit the place where Fatty had been. At the sight of the sparks on the ground, the fat man was slightly startled. These bullets had clearly locked onto all of Fatty's scattered roots. No matter which direction he fled in, he would be hit by the bullets. This kind of large-caliber bullet could definitely cause damage to Fatty. Although getting shot once would not kill him, he did not dare to try it rashly. After all, there was more than one sniper aiming at him. If all the bullets had landed on the Fatty, he would have been torn to pieces even if he was made of iron. If he hadn't reacted in time and dodged the bullets with his intuition for danger, he would have been seriously injured. After dodging the sniper's attack, Fatty didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and ran with the woman in black on his back. The top of the city wall was about 100 meters wide. To Fatty, he could cross it in the blink of an eye. The soldiers and snipers on the city wall only saw a flash of a figure in front of them. The Fatty had already jumped down the city wall that was more than 10 meters high and continued to rush toward the main city wall in front. More than 20 Holy Dragon City cultivators followed closely behind. Compared to the 20-meter-tall inner wall of the tribe, the 50-meter-tall main wall was the most difficult barrier to defend against. If Fatty was alone, he could easily cross over. However, he was carrying a person on his back. It would not be easy to cross the city wall. The woman in black also realized this and said to the Fatty anxiously, "Senior, you can go on your own. Don't drag you down because of me." The fat man dodged the bullets behind him and said angrily to the woman in black, "At a time like this, if I were to throw you down, wouldn't that be the same as sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? I can't just leave you here, just because of that old fart, your master." The black-clothed woman only chuckled when she heard this. Then, she suddenly jumped down from the Fatty's body. The Fatty, who was running at high speed, felt his body lighten. He turned around and saw that the woman in black was already half kneeling on the ground, with a Holy Dragon City cultivator holding a spear to the back of her head. "Sigh, this silly girl." The fat man growled in frustration. He no longer looked at the woman in black and turned around to escape. In fact, Fatty himself was not sure if he could escape this place. After all, from the beginning to the end, not a single Holy Dragon City Lord-level cultivator had made a move. Just as he thought of this, Fatty's vision blurred. Then, he saw 5 cultivators in black with different figures blocking his way. What a big move. They actually sent 5 Lord-tier cultivators to intercept Lord Fatty. Fatty looked at the black-robed cultivator who was blocking his way and his eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Chapter 433 No escape. The 5 people in front of the Fatty were all emitting the aura of Lord Cultivators, locking him in place. As long as Fatty made the slightest move, they would attack without hesitation. Judging from their figures, not all of them were human. There were a few foreign cultivators among them. Recalling the recruitment order in the Holy Dragon City's business district, as well as the sole contract signed by the imprisoned mercenaries, Fatty had already guessed that these 5 people were experts who had joined the Holy Dragon City. You're dreaming if you think you can stop Lord Fatty with this little trick. After realizing this, Fatty no longer held back. A powerful aura burst out from his body. The Fatty, who had not revealed his cultivation level from the beginning, was a 3-star lord. This aura quickly enveloped the 5 Lord-tier cultivators blocking the way, and a powerful mental force crushed them. After feeling the aura that burst out from the Fatty, the 5 people's eyes changed slightly. It was clear that the fatty's strength far exceeded their expectations. Facing such an expert, he had to go all out. At this moment, the fatty's body suddenly trembled. 3 identical fatties appeared in front of everyone. This is a holy master's doppelganger spell. 2 of them are illusions, and 1 is the original body. A small and thin Lord Tier cultivator said in a low voice. He then turned to the 4 people beside him. This fatty is a true grade -8 holy master. Everyone, be careful when you fight him. When the other 4 heard this, they silently nodded their heads and then pounced on him at the same time. As soon as the 3 fat men appeared, they began to flee in different directions at an extremely fast speed. The 5 overlord-level cultivators who were responsible for blocking the way immediately spread out and intercepted them separately. The Holy Dragon City cultivators who followed closely behind also began to cooperate with these 5 overlord-level cultivators. They locked onto the fatty and attacked him continuously. Unfortunately, this fatty was extremely fast. It didn't take long for him to separate his pursuers and start running in circles around the sacred Dragon Valley. It wasn't an easy task to catch up to a 3-star horde leader. Just as the group was in hot pursuit, a series of footprints suddenly appeared on the snow at the base of the Holy Dragon City's hexagonal outer wall. After the footprint appeared, it was quickly erased by some kind of power, as if it had never existed. These footprints kept appearing and disappearing, and they were getting further and further away from Holy Dragon City. 10 kilometers away, in the depression of a huge rock, a chubby figure suddenly appeared with a flash of light. It was the fatty who was being chased and blocked by the Holy Dragon City. Phew, I'm really tired to death. The fat man sat on the huge rock, not caring about the snow on his body. He just kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. After panting a few times, Fatty turned to look in the direction of the Holy Dragon City, a serious look flashing in his eyes. This Holy Dragon City is definitely not as simple as it looks. From the formation of cultivators who intercepted me tonight, I can tell that there must be some hidden trump cards. With the geographical advantage and so many Lord Tier cultivators in their hands, it would be extremely difficult to snatch that thing from them. What method could he use to get his hands on that thing without anyone knowing? Ayo, I'm really worried to death. Fatty rubbed his temples in frustration and looked depressed. I'm really curious. What do you all want by gathering here? A deep man's voice suddenly sounded from behind the fatty. However, this voice was no different from a thunderclap when it entered the fatty's ears. Who's there? Get out here. The fatty's expression changed drastically. His body, which was only wearing a thin layer of clothing, suddenly trembled, and the fat on his body trembled continuously like waves. To be able to get close to him without him noticing, it was enough to prove that the other party's strength far exceeded his. The fatty, who had remained calm even when he was being chased by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, was truly moved at this moment. Don't be so agitated. I'm right behind you. The faint voice came again, and there was an obvious trace of ridicule in the tone. The fat man immediately jumped up when he heard this, and his whole body was sent flying over 10 steps away. After landing on the snow, he looked at the huge rock with a vigilant expression. A young man in black clothes was smiling as he stared at the fat man. In front of him, a pair of bonfires had been set up, and on top of them was a piece of oily roasted meat. Looking at the other party's appearance, he had been here for a while, but when he came over, he didn't notice the other party's existence. Just the thought of it shocked Fatty and sent chills down his back. The fat man glanced at the other party with a vigilant look. He was silent for a moment, but then he suddenly laughed. The other party clearly had no intention of attacking him. Otherwise, he would have launched a sneak attack when he was gasping for breath just now. Based on the other party's cultivation and methods, in addition to the information he had heard some time ago, the fatty already knew the identity of this young man. To actually trouble City Lord to personally take action, this Lord Fatty really has a lot of face. After saying this, the fatty swaggered over and sat down beside the huge rock. He rubbed his hands and warmed them up by the fire. Seeing that the roast meat on the fire was almost done, the fatty reached out and took a skewer, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing until it was oily. It's delicious. What is this? The fatty waved the roasted meat in his hand as he asked Tang Zhen. This is a type of monster's meat that came from the passage between different planes. My subordinate happened to find a foreign cultivator eating this, so he tried it. He didn't expect it to taste so good. So, my subordinates occupied that area and specifically hunted such monsters for food. However, the supply is very limited. In the entire Holy Dragon City, there are less than 10 people who can eat the meat of this monster. The fatty nodded when he heard this. He casually received the white wine that Tang Zhen threw over and took a big gulp. Phew, meaty wine is also good. It's so fucking comfortable. After sighing in admiration, Fatty picked up another skewer of roasted meat and said to Tang Zhen, although it's very satisfying to roast meat and drink wine in this world of ice and snow, it also depends on the mood. City Lord, please speak clearly, what are you going to do to me? I've always liked to be straightforward, so please forgive me, City Lord. After finishing this sentence, the fatty once again fiercely gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor and stared at Tang Zhen without blinking. Gently shaking his head, Tang Zhen looked at the fatty opposite him and said, from the beginning to the end, I've been watching your every move in Holy Dragon City. To actually trouble City Lord to pay so much attention, Lord Fatty is really fortunate. The fatty coldly laughed when he heard this. After letting out a soft snort, he continued to look at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen did not mind. He picked up a skewer of barbecued meat and took a bite before continuing, if it wasn't for the fact that we're sure you have an unknown purpose for this trip, I'm afraid everyone would treat you as a rich guest. The commercial district welcomes people like you the most. Tang Zhen raised his head and glanced at the fatty. His warm tone became a little colder. However, if you harbor evil intentions, don't blame Holy Dragon City for not giving you any face. Fatty snorted coldly and put on an indifferent expression. Come on, use whatever means you have. I, Lord Fatty, will take it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? After he said this, the fatty's neck tilted. He chewed the roasted meat in his mouth and looked at Tang Zhen with a face full of provocation. Chapter 434. A false alarm. Tang Zhen sneered and shook his head slightly when he saw Fatty's expression that was asking for a beating. Although he didn't say anything, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. When the fatty saw this, his face revealed a trace of annoyance. However, he did not say anything and continued to stare at Tang Zhen. Although he looked relaxed on the surface, his muscles were already tensed, and he could activate his divine spells. At any time, in the face of the city lord of Lusheng, who was shrouded in countless mysterious colors, Fatty did not dare to take him lightly. He faintly adjusted himself to his best combat state. What he wanted was to be able to unleash his strongest attack once they exchanged blows. Over the years, Fatty had experienced countless life and death battles, but no one had ever given him such a dangerous feeling. This also proved that the rumors were true. The way he chewed the meat without any qualms was to numb his opponent and also to take the opportunity to adjust his state. Fatty had a premonition that once the two sides fought, life and death would be decided. What shocked him the most was that his chances of survival after the fight were less than 30%. Fatty's premonition was extremely accurate. This was also the reason why he had escaped death time and time again. It was an innate ability that he was born with. If it was possible, Fatty was absolutely unwilling to exchange blows with Tang Zhen. However, he could tell that the other party would not let him off so easily. He just didn't know why they didn't make a move. Tang Zhen could also see that the fatty was hiding under the fat and could erupt with a terrifying strength at any moment. Clearly, he was well prepared for battle and could erupt with his strongest attack at any time. Tang Zhen was unconcerned about this. This was because he currently had quite a few methods that could directly kill the other party. However, the purpose of intercepting Fatty today was not to kill him, but for another reason. You don't have to look so upset. I just want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Use something and hire you to stay in Holy Dragon City. After joining my Holy Dragon City, the benefits are beyond your imagination. How about you consider it? Fatty was slightly stunned when he heard this, but he also slowly relaxed, no longer as tense as before. Oh, there's such a good thing. The fatty smacked his lips, somewhat moved. The other party had no need to lie to him. Therefore, Tang Zhen must be sincere when he said that he was inviting him to join Holy Dragon City. It was very normal for an expert like him to be recruited by the enemy. Although his strength was extremely high, Fatty still didn't join any Lusheng. He just didn't want to be restrained. Not to mention, he didn't care about any of the Lusheng he had met over the years. On the other hand, the Holy Dragon City built by Tang Zhen gave him a feeling of lingering there. After all, it was a human city with great potential for development. When he was old and weak, it would be a good thing to retire in such a building. We can talk about joining Lu Cheng later. Tell me what you want to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me first. As the fatty spoke, he picked up another skewer of barbecued meat and began to eat it deliciously. That lazy appearance, the expression of eating roasted meat with oil dripping from his mouth, it was hard to believe that this was a terrifying 3-star horde leader. Tang Zhen turned a blind eye to Fatty's appearance. He used a very formal tone and asked, "Can you tell me why the cultivators from Lu City have come to the Holy Dragon City recently?" The fatty, who was currently chewing on a large amount of roasted meat, was startled when he heard this. He looked at Tang Zhen in a daze as a trace of astonishment was contained in his eyes. Tang Zhen was baffled by the fatty's gaze and curiously asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is my question that strange?" he asked. Fatty was happy when he heard this and asked tentatively, "Don't tell me you stopped me today just to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Me about this. Tang Zhen frowned. However, he also gently nodded. He didn't take the initiative to interrogate the foreign cultivators before because he was afraid of alerting them. Now that he had met the fatty, he naturally had to ask. Fatty let out a long breath, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. "You should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Me something that would make things difficult for me. I didn't expect it to be this. Seeing Tang Zhen's solemn face, the fatty did not keep him in suspense. Like pouring out beans from a bamboo tube, he told everything he knew. It turned out that every time the disaster of the cold moon descended, a large number of ice imps would descend upon the wildlands. They would work together with the mutated monsters to capture the creatures in the wildlands. The cold moon land hung high in the sky, far away from the ground. The ice imps traveled back and forth through the teleportation channels. And according to the records of those buildings, the location of the transmission portal happened to be near the Holy Dragon City. This area was located below the cold moon land. The ice imp race could save as much energy as possible by building the teleportation channel here. The alien cultivators just wanted to use these portals to get to Cold Moon Land. The Holy Dragon City happened to be built in this area. Not only could it provide supplies and a place to rest for the cultivators, but it could also provide them with a certain level of protection, allowing them to preserve their strength. Without the Holy Dragon City, they would only be able to sleep in the wilderness and be attacked by the ice imps that first arrived. Their strength would be greatly reduced, which would be detrimental to their future operations. In the end, it was just that the Holy Dragon City's location was too coincidental, which was why a large number of cultivators entered the commercial district. Even without Holy Dragon City, they would still come. Tang Zhen came to a sudden realization when he heard this. After all this, it turned out that he was imagining things. After figuring out the cause and effect of the matter, Tang Zhen finally felt relieved. During this time, because of the foreign cultivators entering the commercial district one after another, the entire Holy Dragon City had entered a state of high alert, constantly monitoring the movements of these dangerous elements. Now it seemed that he was too nervous, because he was not the target at all. After understanding the purpose of these foreign cultivators, Tang Zhen was somewhat happy. The strength of these foreign cultivators could not be doubted. Since their opponent was the ice imp, it was equivalent to sharing a considerable portion of the pressure on Tang Zhen. With this opportunity, the Holy Dragon City could definitely make a huge profit. However, Tang Zhen had never imagined that the Ice Imp clan's dimensional gateway would actually be near the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen really did not know if he was lucky or unlucky. This secret information only existed in those high-class buildings and was never spread out. It was normal for Tang Zhen not to know about it. Tang Zhen mused for a moment before turning his head and looking at Fatty. "So, what are you looking for after you enter the Cold Moon Land?" Fatty had already confirmed that Tang Zhen was indeed clueless about this information. That was why he had such a reaction. He was very surprised by this, but on second thought, he felt that it was very normal. The Holy Dragon City had only been established for a short period of time, but its development speed was extremely shocking. The other towers might not be able to reach the Holy Dragon City's current scale even if they had developed for hundreds of years. Growing too fast would definitely bring a lot of disadvantages, and the lack of knowledge was one of them. If the Holy Dragon City was the kind of city that had been established for hundreds of years, it would not have lacked information. Instead, it had made sufficient preparations before the arrival of the Cold Moon disaster. However, on second thought, Fatty sighed to himself. Even though the Holy Dragon City was not prepared for this, they still managed to control the foreign cultivators that suddenly surged in and firmly suppressed them. The reason for such a stable situation was that, first of all, the foreign cultivators were unwilling to cause trouble. Second, the strength of the Holy Dragon City made them feel apprehensive. If they wanted to provoke the Holy Dragon City, they would have to pay a heavy price. From this point, it could be seen that the Holy Dragon City's strength was far beyond that of ordinary 5th-level cities. Chapter 435. The Secret of the Disaster of the Cold Moon. Seeing Tang Zhen's eyes fixed on him, Fatty sorted out his thoughts and slowly spoke about the secret of the Cold Moon disaster. According to the secret records of those ancient Lusheng, the Cold Moon land had suddenly descended into the world of Lusheng thousands of years ago. At that time, the Wild Lands was still an extremely fertile land. It was also the base camp of the human race, and there were several powerful human towers. However, with the arrival of the Cold Moon disaster, all of this became history. The area covered by the Cold Moon disaster was frozen for thousands of miles, and the ice imp race had killed countless creatures. Almost all the living beings in this area had been killed and taken away. The once rich land had become deserted. The disaster lasted for half a year. Then, the Cold Moon land, which was floating in the sky, disappeared mysteriously. What was strange was that after the Cold Moon disaster ended, all the areas covered in ice and snow became barren land. It was as if the disaster of the Cold Moon had extracted all the potential of this land. After this incident happened, it immediately attracted the attention of some of the surrounding old buildings. They began to send people to investigate and study the cause of the disaster of the Cold Moon. However, the disaster of the Cold Moon had already disappeared. They studied it for a long time but only obtained some uncertain answers. Then, they left it at that. As time slowly passed, this matter was gradually forgotten and no one mentioned it again. The human race suffered such a disaster and was never able to recover from it. They began to wander around. Some low-level buildings were also built in the wildlands one after another, and they began to live and multiply. However, no one had expected that after 1,000 years, the Cold Moon disaster would once again silently descend on the Lusheng world, shrouding the recovered wildlands. The buildings that had survived for thousands of years immediately realized that this matter was not simple, so they immediately sent high-level cultivators to investigate. For the sake of safety, these cultivators of Lusheng abandoned their previous grudges and temporarily cooperated to explore the secrets of the Cold Moon disaster. This time, they encountered the Ice Imp race and fought with them. After paying a great price, they captured some of the Ice Imp race. No one had expected that the captured Ice Imps would die instantly as soon as they left the snow-covered savage land. Their corpses also turned into a strange liquid. Among the liquid, the cultivators of Lu Cheng unexpectedly found a strange brain bead that was very similar to the monsters. Later on, these cultivators captured some Ice Imps and performed various experiments on them. The experiments proved that these Ice Imps were not pure life forms, but a special life form created by man. Once they left the area covered in ice and snow, they would die completely. There was no lack of knowledgeable holy masters in the high-level buildings that had joined together. After some experiments, they discovered that the Ice Imps were being controlled by some special living being. Strictly speaking, the Ice Imps they were fighting with were just some controlled bodies without their own souls. Half a year later, the disaster of the Cold Moon disappeared again, and the wildlands returned to its former peace. However, the people in charge of the high-grade buildings began to pay attention to this area, waiting for the Cold Moon disaster to come again. As expected, on a certain day 1,000 years later, the disaster of the Cold Moon descended once again. Lu Cheng, who had participated in the exploration in the past, joined forces again and started a new exploration. This time, the cultivators directly charged into the central area of the wildlands, which was where the Holy Dragon City was currently located. They also saw the transmission channels. After a brutal fight, they finally entered the portal and entered the Cold Moon land, which was floating in the air. After careful exploration, they discovered a shocking secret on this floating continent. It turned out that this once in a millennium floating continent was actually a rare and special national-level city. The residents of this building were creatures similar to spirits. They were invisible and their numbers were uncountable. The residents of these buildings used some special method to break down the flesh and blood of those living beings and create a special monster according to their will, which was the Ice Imp race. After the Ice Imps were created, the residents of the Cold Moon Tower would live in their bodies and control them to fight. As for why they only appeared once every 1,000 years, no one knew the specific reason. After getting this result, these cultivators immediately turned their attention to the items that could create the bodies of the ice imps, as well as the foundation of this national-level building. These two items contained immeasurable strategic value and were extremely important to the tower. Unfortunately, the Cold Moon Tower's power was far beyond the cultivators' imagination. They had just taken action when they were destroyed by the enemy. Only a few of the cultivators in the city managed to escape, while the rest were killed by the ice imp. This matter was tightly sealed. Other than the high-level towers, the other low-level towers could only get some insignificant information on the surface. After another 1,000 years, the Cold Moon disaster came again. The high-level towers with secret information gathered more than 50,000 cultivators and attacked the Cold Moon land. The battle was so intense that the sky turned dark and the earth darkened. The sounds of killing shook the sky, and the entire Cold Moon land was covered in blood and corpses. The power of the Cold Moon City was far beyond the imagination of these cultivators. They used all kinds of means, but still couldn't break through the defense of the city. When half of the cultivators in the tower were killed, the Cold Moon Tower started to fight back. Countless ice imps suddenly appeared and surrounded them. The result of the battle went without saying. These buildings suffered a crushing defeat, and almost all the cultivators who participated in the battle died. After the disaster of Cold Moon ended, the forces that participated in the attack on Cold Moon Tower suffered an unprecedented blow. They lost a lot of high-level combat power and began to decline. In the following 1,000 years, due to various reasons, these buildings were destroyed one by one, and the books that recorded the secrets of the Cold Moon disaster gradually spread. The forces that had obtained the secrets of the Cold Moon City also started to study and plan. They tried to find a way to mass-produce ice imps and the foundation stone of the Cold Moon City. As long as they could obtain it, they would be able to own a floating city. Everyone was very clear what this meant. Time had witnessed the rise and fall of countless people. Those who knew the secrets of the Cold Moon Tower had also disappeared one after another in the past 1,000 years. When the last disaster of the Cold Moon arrived, there were only about 1,000 cultivators left in Lusheng who had entered the wildlands to obtain the foundation stone. This time, they returned without any success and were completely annihilated by the ice imp race. The repeated failures were enough to prove the power of the ice imp race. However, the temptation of benefits still made countless cultivators come to their deaths. Now that the disaster of the Cold Moon was coming, those who still had ambitions for the Cold Moon Tower would naturally gather here again and try to seize the foundation of the tower. After he said this, Fatty turned his head and looked at Tang Zhen. That's all I know. I wonder if the city lord will be interested in the tower foundation stone after hearing it. Tang Zhen finished the hard liquor in the bottle in one gulp. He pursed his lips and savored the aftertaste for a moment before revealing a brilliant smile. It's fine if I don't know about this, but since I do, I naturally won't miss it. The fatty nodded, revealing an expression that said, I knew it. Since City Lord also intends to participate in this, then I won't get involved in this. As for the favor I owe, I'll find an opportunity to return it in the future. The fatty was very self-aware and clearly knew that if he competed with Tang Zhen, it was extremely likely that he would lose his little life. To the fatty who cherished his life, he would hide as far away as possible when he encountered such a situation. Since that was the case, it was better to protect himself. After all, if he lost his life, he would have nothing. Chapter 436, A Favor and a Disguise. One fatty had always been a person who knew how to adapt to the situation. When there was danger, he would always avoid it if he could. From Fatty's point of view, it was clearly possible to avoid the danger, but to charge head-on was not courage, but courting death. However, it would be a huge mistake to conclude that Fatty was a timid person. If someone had really understood Fatty's life experience, they would definitely be extremely shocked, because this was a standard legendary history of adventurers. So far, the number of enemies that had died in Fatty's hands was so many that he could not even remember. In terms of knowledge alone, all the cultivators in the Holy Dragon City added together were not as knowledgeable as Fatty. He had wandered for half his life and crossed half the continent. It could be said that his current cultivation and knowledge were tempered by life and death. Now that he knew that the Holy Dragon City was also planning to participate in this matter, Fatty wisely chose to withdraw to avoid unnecessary harm. Although he didn't intend to get involved in this matter anymore, there were still some things that he had to deal with in order to make himself feel at ease. Can you give me some face and not make things difficult for that little girl? The fat man took another bottle of wine from Tang Zhen's hand. After drinking a mouthful, he raised his head and spoke to Tang Zhen. When he said this, his expression was a little awkward. It was obvious that this kind of request for help made him feel a little embarrassed. The little girl he was referring to was naturally the purple-clothed woman who had infiltrated the underground prison several times and was now captured alive by the Holy Dragon City. The other party's crime was neither big nor small. It all depended on how Tang Zhen viewed this matter. Who is she to you? Why are you helping her like this? Tang Zhen looked at the fatty's difficult face and curiously asked. I owe her master a favor, and she's that old fart's favorite disciple, so I can't just leave her in the lurch. Help me, I owe you a favor for this. The fat man shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Tang Zhen nodded. A pondering expression flashed across his eyes. Using a person who wasn't particularly important in exchange for Fatty's favor was clearly a very cost-effective thing. Although this woman's identity wasn't simple and was even related to a mysterious figure in Heaven Battling City, she was far less important to Tang Zhen than Fatty. No problem. As long as you join Holy Dragon City, anything can be discussed. Tang Zhen looked at Fatty, patted the ashes on his hand, and said with a smile. The meaning of this sentence was very simple. As long as you join Holy Dragon City, I will definitely let you go. I'll think about it and give you an answer after a while. The fatty hesitated for a moment before speaking to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen nodded and slowly stood up. He also knew that he could not be anxious about this kind of matter. It's a deal. I'll let that woman out after I get back. Tang Zhen lifted his leg and took a step forward after his voice had just sounded. His entire person disappeared without a trace. The brows of the fatty who was chewing on roasted meat by the side twitched. He looked at the spot where Tang Zhen had disappeared as a trace of fiery heat flashed across his eyes. He was certain that the technique Tang Zhen had used earlier was the high-grade invisibility technique that he had been bitterly begging for. He could see through an ordinary invisibility divine art with a glance. Only this rare high-level invisibility spell could hide from him, who was also a 3-star horde leader, and make him unable to detect any traces. This kind of high-level divine art was not easy to obtain. Fatty had searched for many years and even risked entering the alien race's city, but he had never obtained a single one. This mysterious Holy Dragon City Lord must have some unknown channels to master a high-level Holy Master's skill. If he were to ask, the other party would probably tell him, but he would definitely owe him a favor. Fatty didn't like to owe people favors, because if he wanted to owe something, he had to find a way to repay it. Fatty couldn't sleep and eat in peace until he returned the favor. However, Tang Zhen also possessed information on the exchange channel for divine art skills. If Fatty wanted to know the specific information, he would inevitably owe him a favor. I've already owed you a favor today, so I don't mind doing it again. As he ate the roasted meat and drank the hard liquor, the fatty's expression became more and more relaxed. Holy Dragon City, City Lord's Hall. Tang Zhen's figure suddenly appeared in the room. His body still carried traces of cold air. Sitting on the soft sofa, Tang Zhen waved his hand and snapped his fingers. The tightly shut door was immediately pushed open, and his assistant quickly appeared in front of him. This was a young man who looked quite capable and experienced. He had delicate features and a faint smile on his face, which made it difficult for people to feel disgusted. The aura of a 4th-grade cultivator was faintly exuding from his body, but it was not obvious. He was dressed in a black suit that made him look very neat. The leather boots on his feet were also spotless. Prepare some food for me, and send someone to bring the woman who broke into the prison over. The young assistant nodded and left. Tang Zhen's finger gently rubbed his glabella. His face was filled with deep thought. It didn't take long for footsteps to be heard outside the door. It seemed that many people had arrived at the same time. As the door was gently pushed open, a woman in black clothes slowly walked in. She was very tall, and the black tights on her body showed off her curves perfectly. Perhaps it was because the clothes were too tight, but the woman's private areas were vaguely outlined, making her look extremely sexy. Whether it was her ample chest or her long and slender legs, everyone could tell that she was definitely a great beauty. But that dry and ordinary face made people lose their appetite. It was like a precious Fergana horse that was draped with a tattered saddle, causing one to be unable to look straight at it. Tang Zhen looked at the black-clothed lady in silence. His eyes carried a faint trace of ridicule as though he was looking at a clown. That black-clothed lady was also staring at Tang Zhen. She directly turned a blind eye to the ridicule in Tang Zhen's eyes. The two of them looked at each other in silence, neither of them taking the initiative to speak. A moment later, Tang Zhen stood up. He took a glass from a table and poured 2 glasses of dark red wine. Tang Zhen walked in front of the black-clothed lady and handed over a cup of wine. "This is my precious wine, have a taste." The black-clothed woman's mouth twitched to reveal a slight smile. She extended her hand to receive the wine cup, and then gently tasted it. "It tastes good. It should be a fruit wine from a wild building," the black-robed woman said softly. Her voice was as melodious as an oriole's, and there was a hint of confidence in her words. Tang Zhen frowned slightly after hearing this voice. No one saw him take a step forward. Instead, he appeared in front of the black-clothed lady in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhen's eyes were silent as he looked down at the woman in front of him. His tone carried a trace of coldness. "Throw away the thing on your face. It's really disgusting on you." The black-clothed lady dodged Tang Zhen's invasive gaze when she heard this. She turned her head to look to the side and extended her hand to wipe her face. "Pa!" After a soft sound, a rubber-like mask appeared in the black-clothed woman's hand, and her true appearance was revealed. Tang Zhen smiled as he looked at the familiar face that was as beautiful as a flower and had a trace of a heroic aura. "I was wondering how long you would hide it, but you disappointed me. It's just a few prisoners, yet you couldn't help but jump out. I've clearly overestimated you." Tang Zhen used his finger to gently scratch the other party's chin. He then turned his body and coldly laughed. "City Master of Centauria Valley, you've been hiding in my holy dragon city for so long. Now, it's time for us to settle our debts." The woman in black's expression changed when she heard this, and her eyes began to flash with an inexplicable light. Chapter 437. The Conditions of the Exchange, the reunion of the brothers. The woman in black, who was once the city lord of Hundred Flower Valley, was holding a wine glass with her fingers. When she looked up at Tang Zhen's back, her eyes were very complicated. "City lord, please don't tease this little sister anymore. In fact, you've already discovered that I was hiding in the tower, right?" When she was speaking, the Hundred Flower Valley city master's eyes were filled with charm as she stared at Tang Zhen. It was as if there were ripples in her eyes. Tang Zhen turned a blind eye to it. He walked to a chair by the side and sat down before coldly looking at the other party. After being stared at by Tang Zhen for a while, the city lord of Hundred Flower Valley finally couldn't hold on any longer. Using the action of tasting the wine, she avoided Tang Zhen's gaze. "Someone has interceded for you, so I can let you go this time. I hope you won't think you're smart and do something behind my back in the future. There's a limit to my patience. I hope you can understand this." When the Hundred Flower Valley's city lord heard this, her face revealed a trace of an expression that was unknown if it was ridicule or a bitter smile as she slowly walked towards Tang Zhen. "Perhaps you know everything that's happening in Holy Dragon City like the back of your hand. I'm sure you're also very clear on what I plan to do. Even so, I still won't miss that opportunity. This is the task my master gave me, and I must try it no matter what. I just want you to let my senior brothers go. After all, I can't do what I have to do by myself. I owe you a favor. If you need my help in the future, I'll do my best to repay you, okay?" After hearing the Hundred Flower Valley's city lord's words, Tang Zhen looked at the other party with a smile that was not a smile. However, his face revealed a pondering expression. "Are you representing yourself or your master? What's the difference?" "The difference is huge. You're not qualified. If it's your master, I might consider it." The charming face of the Hundred Flower Valley's city lord slightly changed. After looking at Tang Zhen for a long time, she sighed slightly. "This matter has nothing to do with my master. It can only be considered as my own request." Tang Zhen shrugged his shoulders and made a gesture of wanting to help but being unable to. "If that's the case, then forgive me for being powerless. After all, they attacked Holy Dragon City first. As the loser, I even have the right to kill them directly. I've already done my part by providing for them with good food and drinks. You want me to let them go with just a verbal promise? How can there be such a good thing in this world?" Tang Zhen paused when he said this. He drank a mouthful of wine before looking at the other party and continued, "But there's a solution to any problem. If you can pay the ransom, it won't be a problem to let them go." Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the Hundred Flower Valley's city lord in front of him and said with a soft smile, Then, tell me now. Can you give me a ransom that will move me? To Tang Zhen, the release of these few imprisoned human cultivators was merely an insignificant matter. If these cultivators also participated in the operation to snatch the foundation stone of Cold Moon Tower, they would be a help to Tang Zhen. These people were fighting to the death in front, and he would add to the fire at the critical moment, hiding behind and reaping the benefits. Although these cultivators were insignificant, wouldn't it be better if he could use them as bargaining chips in exchange for something he wanted? 100 Flower Valley's city lord was silent for a moment. He looked at Tang Zhen with an unwilling expression. I really don't know what I can use to exchange with you. How about xianxia? She gently bit her lips when she said this. She slowly leaned forward and attempted to approach Tang Zhen's body. Tang Zhen did not say anything and only looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. The woman's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of charm. When she walked, the degree of her waist swaying was very exaggerated, perfectly showing the curves of her body. A pair of long legs that were wrapped in black tight-fitting clothes leaned in front of Tang Zhen and continued to sway in a crisscross manner. The graceful body was close at hand. Tang Zhen could even smell a special fragrance from the woman's body. After walking behind Tang Zhen, the woman's exquisite face drooped in front of Tang Zhen. A few strands of hair on her forehead continuously played with Tang Zhen's ears. She opened her mouth gently, and a sweet smell hit her face. There was also a voice that made men lose their souls. As long as you let them go, I will accompany you for a period of time and be at your disposal after I'm done with my task. Are you satisfied with the ransom? A slight smile surfaced on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth. He took advantage of the time when the woman was not paying attention and his hand had already landed on her perky and full buttocks. It was soft to the touch and extremely elastic. Tang Zhen only withdrew his hand after ruthlessly grabbing it. He turned his head and looked at the woman who had revealed an embarrassed and angry expression. That's not enough. I want all the information you have about the Cold Moon disaster, now. The woman hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. In a small tavern in the commercial district, a group of half-naked dwarves were sitting at a long table, constantly toasting and drinking. For dwarves, as long as they had good wine to accompany them, their lives would be wonderful. The Holy Dragon City's commercial district fulfilled their wishes, allowing them to enjoy all kinds of fine wine and return drunk every day. In these taverns, one could also see other outsiders drinking to their heart's content. Their eyes were blurred, and they were all drunk. In addition to the dwarves, there were many other races in the world. They also liked to hang out in places like taverns. Unlike those foreign merchants who specialized in business, almost none of the foreign cultivators who had gathered in Holy Dragon City were short of money. Each of them had a large number of brains in their pockets that would make anyone jealous. The commercial district spared no effort in trying to squeeze every single brain out of these wealthy customers with extremely strong purchasing power. Weapon stores, potion stores, and auxiliary stores sprang up in the business district like mushrooms after the rain, receiving the cultivators who kept coming. Many aliens and residents of Luz City saw this opportunity to make a fortune, so they took advantage of this opportunity to rent shops in the business district, hoping to make a fortune. At the end of the 9th Avenue in the business district, there was a blacksmith shop that had just opened recently. At this time, the sound of forging was constantly coming from it. Because the business district paid great attention to the protection of the environment here, the contaminated shops such as the blacksmith shop would be concentrated in the corner of the edge. Although the location was very remote, the business was not affected at all. The wide streets were filled with foreign cultivators, each of them exuding an extraordinary aura. At this time, there was a blacksmith shop called Edge Smith on the street. Cultivators were constantly coming in and out of the shop, and business was booming. The owner of this shop was a dwarf with a barrel-like body and a foreign race with black scales all over their body. It was said that they were very knowledgeable in metal materials. With the two of them working together, they could easily forge more weapons and equipment, and their success rate was high. Their skills were superb, and their cooperation was very tacit, so the business of the shop was getting better and better. In addition to the two bosses, there were more than a dozen human and foreign apprentices forging weapons in the shop, sweating profusely. Although there were a lot of fine weapons and equipment from the original world in the commercial district, which could be called divine weapons in terms of sharpness and toughness, some people still believed in the ancient forging methods. They stubbornly believed that weapons that had not been forged by blacksmiths could not be used on the battlefield without worry. There were many foreign cultivators who had such thoughts, so they became frequent visitors of these smith shops. Repairing equipment before a big battle was a habit of cultivators, so the business of the blacksmith shop was very hot. The dwarven furnace, who had just arrived at the Holy Dragon City a few days ago, was now staring at the work table in the hands of the dwarven blacksmith, waiting for his magic weapon battle axe to be produced. Just as the work was about to be completed, a loud noise was heard. Then, several Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor walked in, seemingly taking on guard duties. A well-built dwarf walked into the shop and went straight to the magic weapon battle axe that was being forged. He looked at it carefully. During the forging process, Furnace Fire's eyes were fixed on the dwarf. When he accidentally saw the dwarf's figure, his mouth could not help but open wide. Big Brother, Chapter 438, I'll show you what. Capable of the dwarf who was observing the forging furnace trembled and slowly turned his head. He looked at the excited dwarf behind him, and his calm face suddenly burst into a bright smile. Furnace Fire, is that you? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the two water tank-like guys quickly lean against each other. Then, they suddenly punched each other's chest. Bang bang, two muffled sounds rang out, indicating that the two of them had not held back at all when they attacked. They had both used their full strength. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly, but the smile on their faces became more and more obvious. The two of them hugged each other and hit each other's back a few times before they separated while laughing. Big Brother, where have you been all these years? And why are you here? The furnace that had been forging the magic weapon battle axe in the blacksmith shop was full of joy. Looking at the dwarf in front of him, he was filled with emotions. The big brother that he respected had left his hometown for many years. He thought that he would never see him again, but he did not expect to meet him here. The joy in his heart was beyond words. The dwarf opposite him was also filled with joy. He smiled happily with his big mouth, and his eyes seemed to be a little wet. The person Furnace Fire called Big Brother was the person in charge of forging and armor making in the Holy Dragon City, the dwarven master blacksmith Furnace Hammer. Ever since he'd arrived at Holy Dragon City by chance, Hearthhammer felt as if he'd entered heaven. Here, he'd come into contact with countless knowledge regarding metals and forging, which had broadened his horizons. After combining the various information provided by Tang Zhen and the forging technique of the Furnace Hammer, his forging level advanced by leaps and bounds. Today, the forging technique of the Furnace Hammer had reached the point of perfection, and it was absolutely worthy of the title of Master. Holy Dragon City's constantly updated armors and weapons, many of which were his handiwork. Zhen Tang had always been extremely supportive of the work of the Furnace Hammer. He would give whatever he wanted. This also caused the test subjects to constantly leave the laboratory. The Holy Dragon City's cultivators who were currently hunting monsters in other dimensions were the best test subjects for these new equipment. Through actual combat, they constantly tested the performance of these new equipment. Apart from that, some specially designed weapons and equipment from his original world had also started to be tested. However, they were not shown to outsiders. Unknowingly, the Holy Dragon City was developing at a terrifying speed, and the combat power of the cultivators was also increasing rapidly. As a core figure of the Holy Dragon City, Furnace Hammer was one of the insiders. He definitely had a deep understanding of the Holy Dragon City's power. Upon seeing his little brother, apart from joy, Furnace Hammer was also a little worried. He knew his brother's strength and knew that he would not come to Holy Dragon City for no reason. He must have a purpose that he did not know about. If her brother went against the Holy Dragon City, he would definitely suffer a heavy blow and might even lose his life. Regarding this point, Furnace Hammer was extremely certain. Concerned about his brother's safety, Hearthhammer wanted to persuade him to give up on the mission as soon as possible or leave this place. However, there were too many people here, so it was not a suitable place to talk about these things. Furnace Hammer could only temporarily suppress the urgency in his heart. He chatted with his brother while carefully observing the demon weapon battle axe that was about to be completed. After another half an hour or so, this demon weapon battle axe that Hearthhammer had spent half of his fortune on and accumulated countless precious materials was finally completed. Looking at his brother's excited expression as he held the battle axe and the greedy and envious expressions of the surrounding cultivators, Furnace Hammer sighed in his heart. These foreign cultivators' horizons were limited. They had no idea what the demonic battle axe, which was extremely precious in their eyes, meant to the Holy Dragon City. They were just experimental materials. In fact, they could not be blamed for this. After all, before joining Holy Dragon City, Hearthhammer could not believe that in this world, there were metals that were not inferior to magic weapons. Although these metal materials did not have the special abilities of the magic weapons, they were cheap and could be used as standard weapons for the army. Just imagine, an army fully equipped with such weapons and equipment, how terrifying would their combat power be? Other cities might not even dare to think about such an abnormal army, but the Holy Dragon City that he was in could easily do it. This was also the reason why Furnace Hammer felt so sneer and sigh when he saw everyone's admiration for Mo weapons. Looking at his little brother, Furnace Hammer inwardly resolved that no matter what, he had to figure out the purpose of his little brother's trip, and then make him leave this dangerous area. At that thought, Hearthhammer immediately pulled his little brother and quickly headed towards the Holy Dragon City's inner city. Furnace Fire was admiring his weapon with a happy expression, but he didn't know what to do when his brother pulled him along. "Big brother, why are you pulling me? Where are we going?" Furnace Hammer didn't say much, only saying in a deep voice, "It's nothing. I'm just taking you there to experience it." "Experience? Experience what? Big brother, you should explain it clearly." After asking a few questions, her brother did not give any reason, so Furnace Fire did not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Any more questions and only followed her brother into the inner city. Furnace Fire had never entered the inner city before, so when he saw the garden-like scenery, his eyes immediately widened, and he kept looking around. Compared to the other buildings, the interior of the Holy Dragon Valley was a garden. Although dwarves didn't pay much attention to beautiful things, they would still subconsciously appreciate the real beauty. It didn't take long for the two of them to enter a huge white city and walk in. Hearthhammer's identity was special, so when he brought his men in, the Holy Dragon City guards at the door did not stop him. The interior of the tower was extremely large. The two of them walked through the passage and did not meet many people. It was very quiet. Walking through the city, it didn't take long for Furnace Hammer to open a door and enter a large room. As soon as the Furnace Fire entered, it was stunned. It was a white-colored house, spacious and bright inside. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows and flower petal-like hanging balconies made the room look even more spacious. In this room, there were countless weapons and armors. Some of them were hung up, while others were casually thrown on the ground, as if they were garbage. The furnace saw a few pieces of broken magic equipment in a pile of junk. They were all badly damaged. One of them was a set of armor. It was clearly a set of middle-grade demonic armament equipment, but it was also like trash and had been discarded here. Compared to weapons like swords and sabers, defensive Mo weapons had a higher value. However, in this room, this middle-level magic weapon was not protected as it should have been. This made the furnace beside him feel heartache. "Big brother, this Mo weapon and armor can clearly be repaired. Why did you throw it away? It's such a waste." Furnace Fire's heart ached as he looked at his brother who had changed into a white coat. He couldn't help but ask. Furnace Hammer couldn't help but sigh softly when he saw the regretful expression on his younger brother's face. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, Mo weapons and equipment are the best of the best, and each one should be protected with all their heart. However, in this room, the only value of these magic weapons and equipment was to test the destructive power of the Holy Dragon City's weapons. No matter what level the demon weapon is, as long as it enters this room, it will be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Seeing his brother's dumbfounded and somewhat suspicious expression, Furnace Hammer didn't explain any further, only leading his brother to a table. When he turned around, Furnace Hammer had an intermediate magic weapon in his hand. Under Furnace Fire's unblinking gaze, Furnace Hammer suddenly raised the demon saber in his hand and slashed at a set of black armor beside him. Chapter 439. Unequal Strength. Crack. A crisp sound rang out, and in the quiet room, it was extremely ear-piercing. Furnace Fire felt like his heart was about to break. He cursed his brother for wasting such a precious treasure while looking at the demon weapon with heartache. As for the black armor next to him, Furnace Fire did not even look at it. In his eyes, it was just an ordinary armor. He would not feel bad even if it was broken. Even though using an intermediate magic weapon to slash at normal armor would not cause much damage to the magic weapon equipment, the furnace still felt heartache. Even though this Mo weapon battle blade did not belong to him, he still felt that it was a pity. He felt that he had cast a bright pearl into the dark. However, on the other hand, it also proved that the Holy Dragon City was rich and generous. They actually allowed their big brother to ruin such a precious weapon. He moved closer to the demon weapon and looked at it. As expected, the demon weapon that had cut through the armor was not damaged at all. With the toughness of a middle-grade demon weapon, how could it be so easily damaged? Seeing this, Furnace finally heaved a sigh of relief. As cultivators, they valued precious weapons as much as their lives. The Furnace Fire's current behavior was actually very normal. After making sure that the demon weapon was not damaged, Furnace Fire glanced at the black armor to see how much it had been damaged. According to his calculations, after being hit so hard by the Mo weapon, the armor must have been split in half. Normal armors were like paper in front of a middle-grade demon weapon. They could not withstand its attack at all. But when Furnace Fire's gaze fell on the black armor, his body trembled slightly. The black armor, which he thought was destined to be scrapped, only had a scratch mark on the surface, but it did not shatter. According to the depth of the slash, the armor did not suffer much damage and did not delay its normal use at all. A set of seemingly ordinary armor was able to block the fierce slashes of a demon weapon. This was completely out of the Furnace's expectations. A strong curiosity immediately rose in his heart, and he hurriedly moved closer to observe carefully. Hearthhammer didn't say anything either. He just quietly looked at his brother. There were some things that were more convincing if he discovered them himself. He was now waiting for his younger brother to discover the secret himself. After careful observation, the Furnace Fire confirmed that this was not a set of hidden magic weapon equipment. It was indeed a normal black armor. If there was anything special about the armor, it would be that the metal used to forge it was a dark color with a faint blue light. After looking at it for a while, Furnace Fire suddenly picked up his precious demon weapon battle axe and slashed at the mark. The expected scene of iron chips falling did not happen, which also proved that the hardness of this set of armor was far beyond his imagination. A strange light was reflected in the Furnace's eyes. He, who was extremely obsessed with forging, could already vaguely see the extraordinary aspects of this set of armor. Different from the full-body plate armor, this set of armor was made up of dozens of metal plates. At first glance, it looked like a muscle jacket. Other than the protective plates at the vital parts, the other parts were all made of a black cloth as a base, which looked extremely flexible. The Furnace used the demon weapon battle axe to cut the cloth, but only left a shallow mark. He didn't expect that this unremarkable black cloth also had such strong defense. Furnace Hammer clicked his tongue in wonder. Not only was the armor in front of him extremely strong in defense, but because of the existence of the black cloth, the area of the armor was greatly reduced, which also indirectly reduced the weight of the armor. At the same time, the armor's defensive power was not affected too much, and it was even more beautiful. No matter how one looked at it, it was an extremely outstanding armor. The more Furnace Fire looked at it, the more he liked it. His eyes kept wandering around the armor, and at the same time, he was fantasizing about the scene of him wearing it. At this moment, a group of people in black armor and holding strange guns appeared in Furnace's mind. They were the Holy Dragon City's soldiers he had encountered when he had first entered the Holy Dragon City and excavated the blood crystals. Furnace Fire was shocked. Only then did he realize that the armor worn by the Holy Dragon City soldiers was exactly the same as this one. Not only the Holy Dragon City's soldiers, but even the guards in the commercial district were also wearing the same armor. Furnace felt his heart tremble. If those armors had the same defensive power, then Holy Dragon City's combat power had far exceeded his imagination. This was the Holy Dragon City's territory. If they interfered in the matter of snatching the building's foundation stone, would the cultivator battle team of his own building still have any hope of success? If he became the Holy Dragon City's enemy, what would his end be? Standing up slowly, Furnace turned to his big brother and asked in a slightly puzzled tone, "Big brother, you brought me here just to tell me the strength of Holy Dragon City?" Hearthhammer nodded and motioned for his younger brother to step aside. Then, he picked up a strange-looking gun from the table beside him. Under normal circumstances, this wasn't a suitable place to test a gun, but this was Hearthhammer's laboratory, so even if he tore it down, no one would care what he did. After he dodged to a safe distance, Furnace Hammer raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger at the black armor. Bang! After a muffled sound, a round hole appeared on the armor. The armor that was not completely destroyed by the middle-tier magic weapon was completely destroyed by the strange gun. Looking at his brother's dumbfounded expression, Furnace Hammer threw the gun in his hand away and said in a serious tone, "You saw what happened just now. Holy Dragon City not only has the toughest shield, but also the sharpest spear. They have already begun to equip the army. You should be able to guess the combat power of such an army even if I don't tell you. However, as your brother, I have to tell you that this is only one of the Holy Dragon City's trump cards. In fact, the Holy Dragon City's power far exceeds your imagination. No matter what purpose you have in coming to Holy Dragon City this time, I advise you not to go against Holy Dragon City, because you are no match for them. Even if all the cultivators in the tower you're in were to move out, they wouldn't be able to harm the Holy Dragon City at all and might even die here. There were many dwarves among the mercenaries who were captured some time ago, and they were a good example. Do you understand what I'm saying? Furnace hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. When I go back, I will tell the leader about this. As for what he will choose, it is not something I can decide. Furnace Hammer nodded and turned to look out the window. That's good too. After all, this is all I can do for my clan. Chapter 440, The defeated elf cultivator Furnace Fire returned to the commercial district with a gloomy expression. When he passed by the city gate, he happened to run into a group of cultivators in Lusheng, who were travel-worn. Furnace Fire knew that these people must be the sissies from the elf race just by looking at their annoying faces. Furnace Fire had never had a good impression of this group of people who always thought they were better than others and always acted like they were above others. The dwarves' city area was adjacent to the elves. In the past thousands of years, the two sides had fought fiercely more than once, and their hatred had been long-standing. Although it wasn't to the extent of fighting to the death, they also didn't like each other and often fought. Even if the situation had eased up, as long as the cultivators of the two races met, there would often be quarrels and physical conflicts. The young dwarves were very passionate about this kind of battle. Their greatest pleasure was to knock out the teeth of these sissy boys, press them into the dust, and sit on them. When Furnace Fire was young, he had participated in several such battles. He had even captured the son of a level 5 elven city lord and stuffed him under his butt for an entire day. This was also one of the achievements that Furnace was proud of. Every time he drank to demean the elves, he would bring up this matter. If he had run into this group of people on a normal day, Furnace Fire would have stepped forward and mocked them, clearly expressing his disdain. Furnace Fire loved to see the furious elf cultivators draw their swords and fight to the death with him. Every time this happened, the Furnace Fire would imagine the other party as a group of monkeys jumping up and down, laughing loudly while holding their stomachs. Although he had maintained this habit for many years, he was in a bad mood today, so he naturally lost the mood to tease these elves. All he wanted to do now was to return to his living area and tell the leader of the cultivators in Lucheng what he had seen. But at this moment, the sound of quarreling suddenly came, attracting the attention of the Furnace Fire. He turned around and saw the group of elven monks who had just arrived at Holy Dragon City gathered at the gate of the inner city. They seemed to have a conflict with the city guards. Seeing this, Furnace immediately stopped and ran back to watch the show. Furnace, who already had a basic understanding of the Holy Dragon City's strength, looked up at the arrogant elven cultivators and could not help but snicker. This group of damn sissies always thought that they should be treated with courtesy wherever they went. They used elegant excuses but only did things like taking things by force. Now that you've provoked the Holy Dragon City, you'll have to suffer. Just as Furnace Fire was pondering, the argument at the city gate had become more and more intense. There were nearly 100 elven cultivators who had just arrived, and they were all wearing white capes and fine armor. In terms of cultivation, this group of elf cultivators was very strong. The lowest cultivation was level 4, and there were 10 Lord-tier cultivators. Such combat power could easily destroy an ordinary level 5 city. At this moment, they were all standing in front of the inner city gate, facing off against the city guards. A handsome elven lord in hollow armor was coldly looking at the Holy Dragon City warriors in front of him. He ordered, "I'll say it again. I have an official document from the elven capital in my hands. I need to hand it over to your city lord, so tell him to come and see me immediately." The one confronting this elf was a level 2 Holy Dragon City warrior. The black-armored Holy Dragon City warrior showed no fear in the face of this elf who was strong enough to crush him. He snorted coldly and said, "If you want to see the city lord, I can help you report it. Who do you think you are to make the city lord come to see you? I think you're still sleeping." The elf lord sneered and looked at the warrior with disdain. He said sarcastically, "What status do you have? How dare you make your own decisions? I'm just an ordinary warrior in charge of guarding this gate, so I have the right to refuse your request. I can tell you clearly that this kind of thing that disgraces the city lord's prestige cannot happen here. Let me tell you, the Holy Dragon City is different from other places. Here, your methods won't work. At this point, the Holy Dragon City soldier narrowed his eyes and coldly said, I'll warn you one more time, this is the inner city area. Unrelated people are forbidden from approaching. If you continue to ignore my warning, I have the right to shoot you dead. As if in response to the warrior's warning, as soon as he finished his words, a series of mechanical sounds suddenly came from the city wall. 4 close-range defense cannons, 2 anti-aircraft machine guns, and countless black muzzles were placed on the top of the city wall, all of which instantly locked onto the elf cultivators. The eyes of the city guards were filled with killing intent. An extremely oppressive aura suddenly spread out, making people feel as if death was close at hand. The arrogant elf cultivators' expressions changed. At this moment, they felt a strong sense of danger. They had a premonition that the metal pipes on the city wall could easily tear them to pieces. Although they were extremely confident in their martial arts and bow and arrows, they still lacked confidence in the face of this cold killing intent. But even so, they didn't dare to retreat. They could only grit their teeth and face it, because they represented the face of the elven race. The elven lord who was negotiating with the Holy Dragon City's soldiers also felt the thick murderous aura and was shocked. He pretended to be relaxed as he glanced at the weapons. His expression did not change, but in fact, his muscles were tensed. The elves also had similar guns and weapons, but because they were too few in number, they were basically only used for research and rarely used in actual combat. Although they had confirmed through intelligence that Holy Dragon City had a large number of firearms and weapons, they still did not have a clear conclusion on the actual power of these weapons. However, it seemed that the power of these firearms and weapons was far beyond his imagination. After realizing this, the elven overlord wasn't as confident as before. Just as he was feeling troubled, his expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have heard a sound, and his eyes kept moving. A few seconds later, the elf lord's expression softened, and he said to the city guard, "Since you insist, I don't have to bother with a small fry like you. Please inform the city lord that the elven moon god count's daughter, xianxia, requests an audience with the city lord. She has something to discuss with the city lord." His attitude this time was obviously much friendlier than before. At the very least, there was no sense of superiority in his tone. When the Holy Dragon City soldier heard this, he coldly glanced at the other party and picked up the walkie-talkie beside him. After explaining the situation, a reply came from the walkie-talkie after a few minutes. After listening to the report, the warrior with the headphones said to the elf lord in front of him, "The city lord can see you, but only 3 of you can go in. You don't need to bring any weapons." The elven monk looked at the walkie-talkie in the Holy Dragon City soldier's hand with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He turned to look at the team behind him. A white-robed woman nodded slightly, then looked at the extremely beautiful woman beside her. This woman was also wearing a white cloak and a fitting white leather armor. The design was exquisite, and it perfectly accentuated the curves of her body. Although her chest wasn't very large, it was extremely well proportioned and looked quite pleasing to the eye. Under the white leather armor was a pair of perfectly proportioned legs, straight and round. A strange white fabric tightly wrapped around her slender legs, emitting a faint fluorescent light. She wore a pair of white leather boots that extended to her knees. There were exquisite patterns on them, and it was obvious that they were expensive. Accompanied by the 2 Lord-tier cultivators, the woman slowly passed through the city gates and entered the inner city. Chapter 441, The Count's Daughter and the Elves. Internal strife. The scenery of the Holy Dragon City's inner city immediately attracted the attention of the 3 female elven monks. This race worshipped nature and art the most, and they had reached an extreme level of bigotry, so much so that their living environment was forcibly filled with countless elements related to art and nature. The elves enjoyed it and were proud of it. They regarded it as a symbol of nobility and elegance. Anything that did not meet this standard would be regarded as vulgar and barbaric by the elves, and they would despise and ignore it. Their conceited character led to the criticism of being unrestrained in the dark. However, due to the power of the elf race, not many people said it out loud. However, even if they said it out loud, they would not be accepted by the elves. Instead, they would see the proposer as a low-level and vulgar person who did not know how to appreciate art. It was also because of this stubborn aesthetic concept that the elves and the dwarves were at odds with each other. This was because they despised the dwarves, who were vulgar barbarians from the bottom of their hearts. When the elven cultivators, who thought that their souls were filled with art, saw the picturesque scenery of the Holy Dragon Valley, they were instantly deeply attracted. Flowers were everywhere, green grass was everywhere, and the lake in the distance was sparkling. Fluorescent plants could be seen everywhere, and translucent luminous bodies like birds and butterflies danced among the flowers from time to time. The mother tree, which blotted out the sky, waved its branches in the blue light. The 7 colored lights were like fireflies, dancing in the valley. In the gem lake that was constantly flashing with a bright light, the fish formed by the life elements kept jumping out of the water, leaving trails of light in the air, trying to catch the light that fell from the mother tree. The 3 elf cultivators were amazed by this dreamy scene. The beautiful young lady in the lead looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but sigh softly. This is the magical part of the mother tree. Wherever she is, it will always be full of vitality. The surrounding creatures will also live by her side of their own accord. The most amazing thing about the mother tree is its ability to give birth to life. It's said that the ancestors of our elven race were born from the mother tree. Holy Dragon City's mother tree has already been promoted to rank 5. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get back. The female cultivator of the elf clan looked disdainful and said, "This originally belonged to our fairy clan. It's just a lowly human city, and it doesn't deserve to have it. Now that we've come to retrieve our things, why shouldn't the Holy Dragon City return them?" At this point, the red-haired female lord of the elf clan revealed a murderous look. "If this human city lord Lu doesn't know what's good for him, don't blame my elf race for going on a killing spree and exterminating them completely." Judging from the elven overlord tone, it was clear that she did not put Holy Dragon City in her eyes and had a high and mighty attitude. The green-haired elven overlord laughed in disdain and retorted, "Such big words. Do you think that Holy Dragon City is a place you can do whatever you want? Let's not even talk about the firearms they use, just the Holy Dragon City Lord alone is enough to blast you into pieces." Hearing this, the red-haired female overlord eyes flashed with anger. She looked at the green-haired female overlord and said, "Green Soul, what do you mean?" The female overlord called Green Soul sneered, "I'm just giving you a warning. You're not in charge of this operation, so watch your mouth and don't mess things up. If you really had the strength to crush the other party, then saying some harsh words was nothing. Unfortunately, you're only a 1-star horde leader, yet you actually shamelessly want to threaten a 3-star horde leader. Who gave you the confidence? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can represent the entire elven race?" Green Soul's words were merciless, not giving the red-haired female overlord any face. The red-haired female overlord gritted her teeth and gripped her sword tightly. She glared at the female overlord named Green Soul with a murderous look. If she wasn't with the Earl's daughter, she would have pulled out her sword and died with the Green Soul art. The beautiful girl walking in front also looked helpless, but she did not interfere in the quarrel between the two. These 2 lords were his father's subordinates, but they had always been at odds with each other and often quarreled. Only his teacher could suppress them. The team that seemed to be as solid as an iron plate actually had constant internal strife. Who knew how many fights had happened along the way? Although he was anxious about this situation, he didn't have any solution. Outsiders didn't know that the seemingly powerful elven race was no longer as powerful as it had been in the past. In fact, it was even showing signs of collapse. The city lords of various cities obeyed the orders of the elven capital city on the surface but disobeyed them on the inside. They even secretly colluded with other races and sold out the benefits of the elven race. According to the information that Xianxia had received, many elf city lords had already secretly sent their confidants to build towers far away from the elf capital city and quietly develop. The purpose of their actions was nothing more than to wait for the complete dissolution of the elven race, so that they could have a safe way out. This situation was already considered a half-open secret among the powerful elves. Xianxia's father, the moon god Count, also had the same plan. That was why he had been actively looking for a top-grade building foundation in an attempt to build his own building. It was also under such circumstances that Holy Dragon City had quietly entered her father's sight. With the mother tree and being in the center of the wildlands, if he planned well, he could get 2 top-grade building cornerstones. The Cold Moon Tower's foundation stone was not easy to obtain, so it could only be used as a side target. However, The Holy Dragon City's mother tree's foundation stone was something Yu Qianhua's father was determined to obtain. It was just a level 5 human city. If they did not hand over the foundation stone, they would be destroyed immediately. From the beginning to the end, he did not put Holy Dragon City in his eyes. It was for this reason that the Moon God Count wanted the Holy Dragon City's mother tree's cornerstone. However, after receiving information about Holy Dragon City, the Moon God Count realized that he had been too optimistic. Holy Dragon City was not as simple as he had thought. After the Holy Dragon City had displayed such powerful strength in the series of battles, the party that would be annihilated would most likely be the cultivator battle team that he had sent. After realizing that she could not force the Holy Dragon City into submission, the Moon God Count could only use special means to contact her daughter, who was halfway there, and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Her to act according to the situation. If he really could not get the mother tree's cornerstone, he could only think of another way. The Moon God Count had information on more than one supreme grade foundation stone. If he could not succeed here, he could find another way. However, only Yu Qianhua and her teacher knew about this. As for the other elven cultivators, they didn't know about this yet. Yu Qianhua was very clear about the value of the mother tree's cornerstone. The other party was also clear about it, so she did not have any hope of getting back the mother tree's cornerstone. The next thing he had to do was to try to negotiate with the Holy Dragon City's city lord to see if he could get back the mother tree's cornerstone. He wondered if the other party would fly into a rage and throw him out after knowing his intentions. With a hint of apprehension, Yu Qianhua stepped up the long staircase and entered the interior of the main tower. Inside the long corridor, the bright lights dispelled all the shadows. Yu Qianhua slowly walked in the red-carpeted corridor, but her mood was extremely depressed. Her father's intense anticipation and the attention of others made her feel overwhelmed. Even though she had been taught by her teacher since young and was used to hiding her emotions, the pressure on her shoulders still made her feel like she was about to break down. She was only a teenager, far from the age to deal with such a big matter. If her father didn't have other matters to attend to, and if the fairy clan wasn't in turmoil, she wouldn't have been in charge of this matter and had to travel all the way here. With her mind filled with all sorts of thoughts, Yu Qianhua did not notice that she had already arrived in front of a large door. As the door slowly opened, an elegantly decorated hall appeared in front of her. Then, she saw a strong man standing in the hall, looking at her with a blank expression. Chapter 442, The Negotiation with the Elven Race. After seeing the man standing in front of her, Yu Qianhua's tall body trembled slightly. It wasn't for any other reason, but just from the looks of it, the Holy Dragon City Master in front of him was definitely a person with a strong will. All of these people had extraordinary experiences, and they all had their own opinions and limits, not easily compromising. According to the information he had gathered, this human city lord Lu had an extremely mysterious background. His cultivation was profound, and it was very likely that there was an unknown powerful force behind him. It was with the help of the mysterious force behind him that he was able to build a tower out of thin air in a short period of time, and then forcibly advance it to rank 5. During this period, his Holy Dragon City had defeated a large number of monsters that attacked the city several times, killed intruders from other dimensions, and destroyed 5 or 6 towers of varying strength. Now, within a radius of 1,000 miles, there was no other power in the city that could compete with it. After the experience of this legendary city lord flashed through her mind, Yu Qianhua slowly walked forward and bowed slightly. The daughter of the Moon God Count, the city lord of the 9th city, Yu Qianhua, greets the city lord. The girl's voice was like a clear spring in a secluded valley. It was pleasant to the ear, but her tone was a little strange. It was obviously a flute sound that the noble elves used. The fairy clan revered a beautiful mythical beast called Kai Shao. They then imitated this Kai Shao and created a strange tone called Shuan sound. Although the other races were not used to this strange flute sound, the elves still stubbornly regarded it as a symbol of power and nobility. They would definitely use this flute sound to communicate during formal occasions. Tang Zhen nodded. At the same time, he sized up the girl in front of him. It had to be said that the elves' appearance was extremely outstanding, and the girl in front of him was one of the best. Her facial features were extremely delicate, as if they were carved from a piece of peerless jade, perfect and flawless. Her body was slender and well-proportioned, and with the white leather armor, she looked extremely beautiful. However, the most eye-catching thing was her long legs. Her legs, which were tightly wrapped in white fabric, were definitely the straightest and most well-proportioned pair of legs that Tang Zhen had ever seen. It looked extremely pleasing to the eye. Although the girl did not avoid his gaze, Tang Zhen could clearly sense a trace of guilt in her eyes when their eyes met. Tang Zhen quietly praised in his heart. He then softly opened his mouth and said, "Welcome to Holy Dragon City, Miss Xianxia. I hope you have a good time here." Although Tang Zhen wasn't afraid of the elf clan that was thousands of miles away, he still had to show the necessary courtesy when facing a guest. After inviting the other party to sit down, Tang Zhen looked at Xianxia and chuckled. The surname Yu is one of the 10 most ancient surnames in the fairy clan. It seems that Miss Xianxia is a descendant of the fairy clan's ancient bloodline, and her status is noble. There's an old saying in the human race that goes, one doesn't visit the temple without a reason. So, would Miss Xianxia please state your purpose for coming? Although Tang Zhen had a smile on his face when he said these words, his tone faintly carried a trace of unyielding intent. How could Xianxia not understand the meaning in Tang Zhen's words? It was obvious that Tang Zhen did not welcome their arrival. However, Xianxia had a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. She would not retreat just because of a few words from Tang Zhen. There were some things that had to be tried even if the chances of success were not high. After all, you had never done it before, so how could you know that it would not succeed? As she thought about her teacher's teachings, Xianxia chuckled and slowly spoke. You're able to tell the origin of my surname in one breath. City Lord is indeed knowledgeable. I've come to Holy Dragon City this time for 3 matters, and I may need your help with all of them. After saying this, Xianxia stared at Tang Zhen, waiting for his reaction. Tang Zhen's brows were slightly raised when he heard this. He swept his eyes over the other party and softly said, "I'd like to hear the details." Seeing that Tang Zhen did not reveal any emotions, Xianxia continued, "The first thing is to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. My lord to release the elf mercenaries you captured a while ago. They are all residents of my father's city." Tang Zhen pondered for a moment and said to Xianxia, "Up until now, there have been close to 100 elves who have signed employment agreements to provide Holy Dragon City with services for 10 years. The signed contracts cannot be changed, so these contractors cannot be handed over to you. As for the other prisoners, I can return them to you, but according to the usual practice, you must pay the corresponding ransom." Xianxia nodded in agreement with Tang Zhen's words. The brain was not a problem for her at all. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the elven race was about to collapse, the heritage of the powerful and influential still existed. It would not be a problem to take out a few 100 million brain beads, not to mention this small ransom, which was only 10 million at most. With the help of these people, she was more confident in getting the foundation stone of Cold Moon Tower. The first matter was easily settled, which greatly boosted Xianxia's confidence. This was her first time dealing with such a matter, and she quickly began to talk about the second matter. As for the second matter, I hope that you can send out your elite cultivators to help us take the foundation stone of Cold Moon Tower. Seeing that Tang Zhen's expression still did not change, Xianxia secretly took a breath and continued, Holy Dragon City has a geographical advantage and a strong army. I believe that with your help, our chances of obtaining the building foundation will greatly increase. As a reward, we can build you a level 5 tower in the rich land for free and give you the status of a servant of the elf race, receiving the protection of the elf race. Tang Zhen's eyes slightly narrowed. When he looked at Xianxia, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Perhaps in the eyes of other weak races, becoming the servants of the elves and receiving their protection was a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Even if they were inferior to the elves, they were far nobler than the other weak races. However, to Tang Zhen, there was no need to consider this kind of charity that carried a humiliating feeling. No matter how one looked at it, the Holy Dragon City did not need the protection of other foreign tribes. On the contrary, as the Holy Dragon City continued to grow stronger, those foreign tribes would visit the Holy Dragon City and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For its protection, the alien wanderers living in the commercial district and the swamp frogmen in Pearl Lake were the best proof. Moreover, the development potential of a city built with the help of the elves could not be compared to that of the Holy Dragon City. At best, it was just an ordinary city. If Tang Zhen were to agree to this, he would definitely have a problem with his head. However, Tang Zhen did not directly reject him. Instead, He changed his method and cooperated with the fairy clan. He wanted to earn a sum of money from them first. I will never abandon Holy Dragon City. I'm not interested in being your servant. I can help you kill the monsters and ice imps, and I can even sell you some special weapons and equipment, but you have to pay the corresponding commission. We won't get involved in snatching the foundation stone of the Lusheng. Just rely on your own abilities. As for the amount of commission, we can slowly discuss this matter. What do you think? Tang Zhen picked up a cup of jade green wine and gently took a sip as he spoke to Yu Qianhua. Yu Qianhua's crystal-like eyes flickered a few times and she slowly nodded. The other party's refusal to submit to the elf race was within Yu Qianhua's expectations. After all, the Holy Dragon City had great potential for development. Even though it was located in the wilderness, it was not affected too much. It would be extremely unwise to give it up under such circumstances. Yu Qianhua's original intention was to hope that the Holy Dragon City could help. As for asking them to submit to the elf race, it was just a means of negotiation. Even she did not believe that Tang Zhen would agree. Now that the two matters were settled, it was time for the most important third matter. Just as Yu Qianhua mustered up her courage and was about to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For the foundation stone of the Mother Tree Tower, Tang Zhen's expression turned cold. He stood up and spoke first, blocking Yu Qianhua's words. Chapter 443. The powerful Holy Dragon City. One. Looking at Tang Zhen, who was standing in front of her, Yu Qianhua didn't know why, but she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. At this moment, she really wanted to be like her own home, covering her ears and shouting every time she heard something she didn't like to hear, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. Every time this happened, whether it was his father or his teacher, they would chuckle softly and take back the words they were about to say. This trick had worked every time she was at home, but unfortunately, this was not her home, and she did not dare to throw a temper. Helplessly, she could only look at Tang Zhen and secretly pray in her heart, hoping that Tang Zhen would not mention the foundation stone of the Mother Tree. It was a pity that this was the human race's city, and the elf race's gods couldn't hear her prayers. Tang Zhen finally said the words she didn't want to hear the most. You don't have to tell me the third thing. The Mother Tree's foundation stone is something I've obtained after countless hardships. It belongs to the Holy Dragon City, and I can't give it to you. As soon as Tang Zhen's words came out, Yu Qianhua felt her heart become stuffy. It was as if the punch that she had accumulated all the strength in her body had been held back before she could even throw it out, causing a blush to appear on her beautiful face. The trace of confidence that had been built up in her heart with great difficulty was completely shattered by Tang Zhen's words, causing her to feel especially helpless. Looking at Tang Zhen's ice-cold face, Yu Qianhua suddenly felt very aggrieved and a trace of mist appeared in her eyes. If someone who was not in the know saw this scene, they might even think that Tang Zhen was bullying the young lady and made her cry. Tang Zhen frowned slightly when he saw this scene. When the red-haired female suzerain heard this, she could not help but say coldly, Holy Dragon City Master, you sure have a big mouth. This Mother Tree clearly belongs to the elves. What right do you have to take it and not return it? As soon as he said this, Yu Qianhua and Lu Hun's expressions changed. Impudent. A cold snort could be heard, and before Yu Qianhua and Green Soul could speak, the red-haired female overlord let out a blood-curdling scream. Her feet suddenly left the ground and she floated more than a meter into the air. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands that were tightly gripping her throat, making her unable to move. At this moment, the red-haired female overlord's eyes were filled with fear. Her limbs struggled powerlessly, and her fair face quickly turned purple. Her eyes also began to turn more white than black. In less than a minute, the female lord would suffocate to death. On the other hand, Tang Zhen's face was filled with killing intent as he coldly stared at Yu Qianhua and Lu Hun. City Lord, she doesn't have any other intentions. Please let her go. Although the Green Soul Overlord and the red-haired female overlord didn't get along, they were both elves. It was impossible for them to watch her be killed by Tang Zhen. Although her cultivation was far inferior to Tang Zhen's, if Tang Zhen insisted on killing the red-haired female suzerain, she could only save her. No matter what, she had to do this. After hearing the Green Soul Lord's request, Tang Zhen didn't say anything and only turned to look at Yu Qianhua. For this kind of matter, it was useless for Green Soul to make a request. It would still depend on Yu Qianhua's attitude. Tang Zhen glanced at Yu Qianhua and saw a trace of panic in the eyes of this elf girl, but she was trying hard to hide it. City Lord, what you're doing is really lacking in the way of treating guests. At this moment, Yu Qianhua didn't look at the red-haired female suzerain who was hanging in the air. Instead, she spoke to Tang Zhen in a cold voice with a trace of anger in her eyes. Remember to keep an eye on your subordinate. She has no right to speak for this kind of thing. Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He casually threw the red-haired female suzerain to the side as though he had abandoned a dead dog. Bang! And NBSP, the red-haired suzerain was slammed to the ground, her face contorted in pain as she coughed. The moment she was on the verge of death, the red-haired female suzerain almost broke down. Her heart was filled with fear and regret. As a member of the elf clan and a lord-tier cultivator, the red-haired female cultivator's status was quite noble. It was also because of this that she had always been pampered, had a bad temper, and had offended many people with her mouth. More importantly, she had always lived in the central area of the elven race. It was peaceful there, so she had never experienced brutal fighting or the horror of life and death. The scene just now had almost scared her out of her wits, and at the same time, it had left behind a painful memory that was difficult to erase. At this moment, other than the deeply hidden hatred in her eyes when she looked at Tang Zhen, there was even more fear that originated from her soul. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen did not even look at her and completely ignored her. This kind of silent insult made the red-haired suzerain feel as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She wanted to fight with her life on the line, but she knew that the other party could easily kill her with a finger. She didn't want to die yet, so she could only choose to endure. Looking at the red-haired female suzerain who had silently crawled up from the ground and walked to her side with her head lowered, Yu Qianhua suddenly felt an uncontrollable anger rising in her heart. Even though Tang Zhen was so terrifying in her eyes, she still clenched her small fist and turned around to glare at Tang Zhen. The apprehension and fear in her heart suddenly disappeared. City Lord, I would also like to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. This mother tree clearly belongs to my elf race. Why don't you return it? Perhaps it was because of her anger, Yu Qianhua no longer spoke in that strange tone. Instead, she was like a silver bell that kept shaking, spitting out clear and crisp questions. Compared to the strange shuan sound, this unpretentious sound was much more pleasant. Tang Zhen glanced at Yu Qianhua and realized that she was like an infuriated kitten. Her fur was standing on end and she was shouting at a fierce tiger. It was unknown whether it was due to fear or anger, but Yu Qianhua's delicate body was constantly trembling. Tang Zhen turned around and sat on the chair. He then looked at Yu Qianhua, who had an angry expression on her face. The previous owners of this mother tree were tree spirits, not elves, he said coldly. Do you understand? Yu Qianhua snorted and explained, the tree spirit tribe is also a branch of our elf tribe, so this mother tree naturally belongs to the elf tribe. Nonsense. Tang Zhen looked at Yu Qianhua with a trace of contempt in his eyes. The tree spirits left the elves a long time ago, and have nothing to do with you. This is clearly recorded and known to all on the continent. It's useless to quibble. Moreover, after the mother tree tower was destroyed, the tree spirit tribe had been completely exterminated. The foundation stone of the tower had become an ownerless object and had been sealed for countless years. If I hadn't taken it out, I'm afraid no one would have discovered it. The most important point is that this mother tree cornerstone was discovered after the tree spirit tribe separated from the elf tribe. From its establishment to its destruction, it has nothing to do with the elf tribe. Now that you dare to shamelessly ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For it, can you give me a reasonable reason? After saying this, Tang Zhen coldly looked at Yu Qianhua as a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you really think I'm afraid of you elves? Chapter 444 The elite Lusheng warriors. Tang Zhen, who was sitting on the big chair, had a gloomy expression. The way he looked at Yu Qianhua and the others had also become extremely unfriendly. A mocking smile hung on his lips and did not disappear for a long time. Although he did not have many opportunities to come into contact with the elf tribe, Tang Zhen had heard many rumors about the elf tribe. Arrogant, stubborn, and always thinking that he was better than others. Fortunately, the half-elf Yumeng didn't have such a bad habit. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would definitely kick her away and make her hide as far away as possible. Judging from today's events, the pure-blooded elves were just as the rumors said. They always liked to use the excuse of being grand and domineering to do things by force. Perhaps other people would have no choice but to swallow their anger due to the strength of the elf race. However, this method was completely useless for Tang Zhen. Putting aside the fact that the elf clan was thousands of miles away and could not possibly send troops to attack the Holy Dragon City, even if they did send troops, Tang Zhen was confident that they would not be able to return and be buried in the wilderness. As for the elf clan cultivators in the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen did not even care about them. Although there were many Lord-tier experts in this group of elf cultivators, as long as Tang Zhen wanted to, he could kill them all in an extremely short time. The current Holy Dragon City could not be compared to the past. If it wasn't for the fact that he was counting on these foreign cultivators to risk their lives and earn the brain pearls in their pockets, Tang Zhen would have taken swift measures to get rid of some of the restless guys. Fortunately, they had heard that Holy Dragon City had a mysterious master and realized that Holy Dragon City's combat power was indeed strong. This group of people had been very well behaved. This way, Tang Zhen saved a lot of trouble and also avoided killing too many people, which would cause panic among the foreign cultivators. At this time, Yu Qianhua, who was standing opposite him, was also speechless by Tang Zhen's question. She wanted to argue about something, but found that the words she wanted to say were very pale and powerless. You wanted to use your power to suppress him, but unfortunately, he was extremely unyielding from the beginning to the end and didn't fall for your tricks at all. If you have the ability, then come and hit me. What's the use of just negotiating? We still need to see the real deal with our hands. In fact, negotiations were only a means of compromise when they couldn't use force to solve the problem. If the elven army came, there would be no such thing as negotiations. The only thing they had to do was to destroy Holy Dragon City by force and take away all its foundation and wealth. Unfortunately, Yu Qianhua and the others couldn't do this at all. If they wanted to use force to threaten the Holy Dragon City with the elf cultivators they had brought, they would most likely be swallowed up by the Holy Dragon City. Yu Qianhua knew that since things had come to this, it was impossible for her to obtain the Mother Tree's cornerstone. After many years of elite aristocratic education, Yu Qianhua immediately made a decision to maintain the current results and never become enemies with the Holy Dragon City. Otherwise, the elf tribe's team would be isolated and would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Since both sides have a dispute over this matter, then we'll talk about it later. May I ask, City Lord, do the two things that you personally agreed to do still count? Looking at Yu Qianhua, who had raised her small face like a proud swan, Tang Zhen gently nodded. If that's the case, please release the elf mercenaries you've imprisoned. As for the ransom, I'll pay it immediately after I count the people. When Yu Qianhua said this, she looked at Tang Zhen without blinking, waiting for him to give an order. Tang Zhen did not hesitate. He directly stood up and walked out of the city governor's hall. Tang Zhen had long wanted to get rid of that bunch of idle people. Now that he could use them to exchange for money, Tang Zhen naturally couldn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, Yu Qianhua and the others walked out of the tower and quickly followed. After arriving at the entrance of the underground city, Tang Zhen gave an order to the guards at the entrance and stood at the side with his hands behind his back. A few minutes later, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. It seemed that many people were running towards them. Yu Qianhua and the others looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of Holy Dragon City warriors in black light armor holding a strange long spear. They were quickly divided into two rows and stood at the entrance of the underground city. There were about 500 of them, each with a serious face and strong body. The light armors on their bodies were not made of animal skin and rattan, but made of a special fabric and monster skin. It was light and breathable, and at the same time, it ensured good protection. This type of light armor was designed by Furnace Hammer and the others, and after continuous experiments and improvements, it was officially put into production. Currently, the soldiers of the Holy Dragon City's 2nd Legion were all equipped with light armor that could withstand small-caliber rifles at close range. At the same time, they were also given other combat equipment. It was only a 3,000-man army, yet Tang Zhen had easily settled it. The rifles that they were carrying now were a special type of rifle that Tang Zhen had ordered people to specially design and manufacture in his original world. It was about 1.6 meters long after being equipped with a bayonet. The body of the gun was very heavy and its lethality was extremely strong. This bayonet was about 50 centimeters long and was cut from a special steel. When used alone, it could be combined with the scabbard to form a long knife, sharp and convenient. Relying on the powerful industrial capabilities of the original world, this special rifle was produced at an extremely fast speed and equipped with the Second Army of the Holy Dragon City. As Tang Zhen's cooperation with the top forces in his original world continued to deepen, Holy Dragon City had already begun to gradually use those tailor-made weapons. Whether it was in terms of practicality or lethality, they had been greatly improved. If it was an ordinary soldier from his original world, he would not be able to use this special rifle normally. However, the soldiers of Holy Dragon City could easily operate it. Compared to the original light rifles, the Holy Dragon soldiers preferred the current special rifles because they were more durable and had a more reasonable design. Even level 4 or 5 monsters couldn't take a hit from a special rifle, which showed the power of this gun. Looking at the shining bayonet and the murderous aura around the soldiers of the Second Legion, Xianxia and the others all fell silent. After seeing the silent soldiers, they became more and more clear about where the Holy Dragon City's confidence in challenging the elves came from. Such elite warriors were rarely seen even in the elven capital. While they were envious, they were also puzzled. What method did Holy Dragon City use to train such an army? Due to the huge cultural difference between the two worlds, Xianxia and the others had no idea how terrifying the combat power of the native warriors had been stimulated by the training methods of their original world. Compared to the soldiers of the original world, they were simpler, stronger, more loyal, and carried out their orders more thoroughly. Combined with Tyson's favorite devil-like training, these soldiers became top-tier war machines in a short time. One day, they would go on a campaign, trampling on the corpses of the foreign races and spreading the Holy Dragon City's name throughout the world. Chapter 445, The Ransom and the Challenge. As the Holy Dragon City soldiers in charge of security were deployed, it did not take long for the muffled sound of shackles clanking to be heard from the entrance of the underground city. The sound of metal rubbing against the ground was a constant, and it was obvious that a large group of people was slowly moving upward. It was obvious that they were the elven captives that had just been released. Xianxia and the others stared at the entrance with a complicated expression on their faces. Not long after, 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor, each carrying a long saber and a rifle, walked over. Their faces were completely covered, only revealing a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes. The 2 cultivators glanced around and silently retreated to the shadows, perfectly blending in with them. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see the 2 cultivators at all, as if they didn't exist. After discovering this situation, Xianxia and the other 2 looked at each other, and their expressions became even more serious. Walla, walla, as the sound of metal clashing grew closer, an elf mercenary finally walked out of the underground city slowly. The mercenary was young and very handsome, but his complexion was very poor. His thin face, slow pace, and dull eyes made it hard for anyone to believe that he was a proud elf. The arrogance and conceit of the past had now disappeared, leaving only numbness and decadence. Seeing the miserable state of the elf mercenary, Xianxia and the other 2 frowned. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't. The victor was king and the loser was vilified. They were already extremely lucky to have fallen into the hands of the Holy Dragon City and not be killed. What more did they want? As for preferential treatment for captives, to the non-humans, there was no such thing. The mercenary from the elf clan was looking around in a daze. When his gaze fell on Xianxia and the other 2, there was finally a slight change in his expression. The elf mercenary, who was as determined as iron and didn't even frown when he was slashed by a blade, had tears in his eyes. At this moment, he finally realized that these 3 clansmen in front of him should be the emissaries who had come to save him. His heart, which had long been numb, began to beat violently, causing his chest to feel stifled, as if something was about to burst out. At this moment, he really wanted to shout out loud to express the bitterness in his heart. But at that moment, a big foot in a military boot landed heavily on his back, causing him to stagger forward a few steps and almost fall to the ground. At the same time, a cold snort sounded in his ear. It was cold and ruthless. "What are you daydreaming about? You're blocking the door, are you going to let anyone out?" A Holy Dragon City soldier glanced at him coldly, then returned to the ranks, no longer paying him any attention. Xianxia and the other 2's mouths twitched. After glancing at the elf mercenary, they continued to look at the entrance of the underground city. At the brightly lit entrance of the underground city, elven mercenaries were constantly walking to the surface. Then, they gathered obediently according to the orders of the Holy Dragon City's warriors. These unruly fellows had been completely taught a lesson and had no temper. They were as obedient as little sheep. After half a day, there were finally no more captives. The staff of the underground prison began to register and review them. The mercenaries of the elf clan came forward one by one and reported their names, levels, and other information. After verification, someone would remove the shackles on their feet. The ransoms were different for different ranks of mercenaries, so they had to be calculated one by one. More and more of the mercenaries regained their freedom, and they staggered to the back of Xianxia and the other two. Their originally ashen faces began to have a trace of life. While rejoicing at their salvation, they also secretly swore in their hearts that they would never return to this place even if they were beaten to death. The terrifying experience of being locked up in a small dark room almost drove them crazy. When the last elf mercenary was released, the staff member had already completed the statistics and reported the total ransom to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen turned around and looked at Xianxia. After that, he saw the Green Soul Lord standing behind her step forward and hand over a bag of brains to the staff member. After checking and confirming that the number of brain beads was correct, Tang Zhen ignored Xianxia and the other two, turned around, and left. Tang Zhen was really too lazy to bother with this group of people. Moreover, they were the ones who needed his help. Therefore, there was no need to give them a good expression. Xianxia and the others didn't have time to discuss the next cooperation with Tang Zhen. What they had to do now was to comfort and take care of these mercenaries so that they could recover as soon as possible. After all, when they attacked the Cold Moon Tower, they still needed to risk their lives. After gathering the captives together, Xianxia and the others took them out of the inner city. At the entrance of the inner city, the group of fairy clan cultivators who had been waiting for Xianxia finally saw her figure. They also saw the group of haggard-looking clan members. However, they looked even worse off than the wanderers. Seeing this, an elf cultivator couldn't help but curse, this group of lowly humans, they really deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Kid, do you dare to repeat what you just said?" The elf cultivator frowned and turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see a well-built golden-haired man staring at him coldly. The golden-haired man was wearing a set of black armor and had a cigarette in his mouth. He looked very relaxed. A strange-looking black pistol and a walkie-talkie were hanging loosely on his waist. Although he looked carefree, the killing intent he exuded was almost tangible. He narrowed his eyes and glared at the elf cultivator. Their conversation immediately attracted the attention of all the elven cultivators and onlookers. They all looked at the two of them. The elven cultivator glanced at the brawny man with disdain and snorted, "I'll just say it again, what can you do to me?" The blonde man blew out a smoke ring and replied in a seemingly casual tone, "I'll say it again, I can't do anything to you, Yingluo." Hearing this, the elf cultivator's eyes were filled with even more disdain as he sneered, "Since you don't dare to do anything to me, then shut up immediately, you reckless fellow." The elven cultivator had been holding back his anger when they were blocked at the city gate. They had been treated with respect wherever they went, and they had never been treated so coldly. Now that he had encountered this golden-haired human, he had found the perfect opportunity to vent his anger. When the onlookers heard this, their expressions changed, and they all looked at the blonde man with contempt. He was so unyielding just now, but when the other party asked him a question, the blonde man immediately cowered. This was too embarrassing. The blonde man's expression didn't change. He just snorted and continued, "What I mean is, I won't do anything to you. But if you repeat it, I'll kill one of you. Do you understand?" As soon as he said that, the surroundings fell silent. Chapter 446. Training and living in. All the elven cultivators stared at the golden-haired man, and some of them even placed their hands on their swords. The elf cultivator was stunned for a moment, and the disdain in his eyes deepened. He sneered at the golden-haired man, "What big words. Then I'd like to see if you dare to kill or not." After saying that, the elven cultivator looked at the surrounding spectators and said with a provocative expression, "This group of lowly bai, and, Paris, if you dare to say that, I will kill you immediately." The Green Soul Lord, who had walked to the door, glanced coldly at the elf cultivator, its eyes filled with anger. The elf named Paris was stunned. He turned to look at the Green Soul Lord, not knowing what she meant. "Lord Green Soul, you might not know this, but this human threatened me just now." He even said something like, "Hee hee." However, before Paris could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the Green Soul Lord. "I don't care what he said, but if you dare to repeat what he said, I will kill you immediately. Do you understand? After Green Soul said this, a trace of killing intent spread from his body. Paris was shocked. He knew that the Green Soul Lord was really going to kill him, so he quickly lowered his head and said that he didn't dare. Green Soul nodded, looked at the golden-haired man, and said, "You must be Commander Tai Seng. Green Soul of the elf tribe pays his respects to you. Please don't take offense." When the golden-haired man, Tai Seng, heard this, his mouth twitched and he casually waved his hand. After nodding in agreement, he walked toward the inner city with a depressed expression. As he left, the thick gun barrels hidden in the firing holes on the city wall also slowly retracted. After making sure that the hidden killing intent had disappeared, the Green Soul Lord heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at Yu Qianhua. After seeing the other party nod, Green Soul led the mercenaries straight to the commercial district. Yu Qianhua, who was walking at the back, was walking side by side with a very old female elf in the group. They were communicating with each other in an extremely low voice. "Teacher, I've just talked to the Holy Dragon City Lord about the Mother Tree's foundation stone, but he directly rejected me. Other than that, that fellow has agreed to help us, but he needs us to pay the brain pearls. Just as the intelligence described, that guy is indeed very powerful, but he is also very annoying. He doesn't have a good impression of our elf race. What should we do, teacher?" Yu Qianhua's voice could be heard faintly, but there was a trace of embarrassment on her pretty face. The contact she had with Tang Zhen earlier had filled her with anger. Even now, her anger had not subsided. The female elf who was called teacher by Yu Qianhua had a calm expression on her face. When she heard Yu Qianhua's complaint, she did not seem surprised and only nodded her head. "Qianhua, there's another reason why your father sent you out this time. He's really too busy to attend to many things, and he wants to use this opportunity to train you. After all, you're the moon god Count's only son, and you'll inherit everything he has." After saying this, the female fairy glanced at Yu Qianhua with a hint of affection in her eyes. The internal affairs of the elven race are already in chaos, and it's only a matter of time before they fall apart. The Earl is looking for suitable territories and top-grade cornerstones everywhere just in case. When all the materials are ready, you will be in charge of the construction of the new city, Qianhua. The Earl will continue to maintain our current city on the surface. In the days to come, you'll encounter even more obstacles and setbacks, so you must be mentally prepared. The Holy Dragon City in front of you is just right to be your whetstone, allowing you to grow continuously. Looking at Yu Qianhua's flickering eyes, the female fairy comforted her in a soft voice, "Just do your best and don't be too stingy, understand?" When Yu Qianhua heard this, she wanted to say something but could only nod her head unwillingly. While they were talking, hundreds of elves had finished the long road and entered the commercial district. A burst of noise hit them in the face. The prosperity and vastness of this place made these newly arrived elves click their tongues in wonder. The entire area was beautiful and neat. The environment was excellent, and the roads were also spotless. There was no chaos like the trading areas in other buildings. Even with the pride and arrogance of the elven race, they had to admit that the trading market near the elven capital city was far inferior to the Holy Dragon City's commercial district in some aspects. The arrival of a large group of elves naturally attracted the attention of many people, including the waiters who specialized in soliciting business for various shops. They were dressed in all kinds of uniforms, and they spoke and acted politely. It was obvious that they had been specially trained. This was the entrance of the commercial district, and it was absolutely not allowed for such chaotic snatching of customers to happen, so there would always be someone to watch over it. According to the unspoken rule of same race first, a half-elf girl was the first to step forward and bow to Green Soul, who was at the front. "Welcome, guests from afar. I'm a staff member of the Supreme Hotel. Our hotel's rooms are spacious and clean, and our service is warm and thoughtful. We welcome you to stay." Green Soul glanced at the half-elf girl and nodded slightly. Compared to waiters of other races, Green Soul naturally trusted girls with elven blood more. The half-elf girl was overjoyed and immediately turned around to lead the way, leading the elves to the hotel. As long as this business was successful, she would receive a considerable commission, so the half-elf girl was naturally extremely happy. Since they entered the commercial district some time ago, their lives had changed dramatically. They had earned brains that they didn't even dare to think about before. Compared to the days of wandering in the past, the living environment now was simply like heaven. The half-elf girl cherished her current life very much. She was also very serious and responsible when she worked, afraid that she would lose these hard-won good days. The half-elf maiden was even more grateful to Holy Dragon City, which had completely changed her life. 2 days ago, his father had gathered his family and said that he was going to apply for resident qualifications, but the premise was that they had to buy a house in the valley behind Holy Dragon City. The house was not cheap, and their family could not afford it yet. However, Xiao Ying from the business district's Ghost Bank had already agreed to provide them with a loan, so they no longer had to worry about their brains. This morning, his father had already excitedly gone to apply for a house. He believed that it wouldn't be long before they could become residents of the Holy Dragon City. Although the amount of the loan was not small, as long as he worked hard in the future, he believed that he would be able to pay off the loan in no time. With a longing for happiness in her heart, the half-elf girl walked through the street with a smile on her face and led the elves to the entrance of the hotel. Chapter 447. Repair and purchase. The Supreme Hotel mentioned by the half-elf girl was located on a relatively quiet street in the business district. In consideration of the guests' need for peace and quiet, most of the hotels and inns had been planned to be in this area, away from the hustle and bustle. The street was filled with trees with bright flowers and all kinds of ornamental plants from the original world and the wilderness. Under the influence of the mother tree, these flowers and trees did not die in the 4 seasons and were always green. There were many places in the commercial district where traces of the original world could be seen. Combined with the actual situation of the world of Lusheng, it formed a unique architectural style. Currently, 60% of the resources consumed by the commercial district came from the original world, and 40% came from the Lusheng world. Using the resources of the original world to exchange for the brain, which was the most important thing to him, to make Holy Dragon City stronger. Every once in a while, Tang Zhen would return to his original world and retrieve the storage cards that stored the massive amount of resources, bringing them back to Holy Dragon City. At the same time, the precious materials from the Lusheng world would also be brought back to the original world by Tang Zhen for research and sales. This back and forth caused Tang Zhen to have more and more brains in his hands. The assets in his original world also became more and more robust. The Holy Dragon City's cultivators who were killing monsters and exploring the interdimensional passage would also use storage cards from time to time to collect a large number of resources, bringing them back for analysis and selection. With these resources handed over, they would also obtain a large number of points, so every cultivator was very active in the exploration work. Unknowingly, the variety of goods in the business district had become more and more rich, naturally attracting more consumers. Inside the Supreme Hotel, a group of elven cultivators looked at the clean and tidy room in front of them and nodded in satisfaction. The elves had high requirements for their living environment, but they couldn't find any problems with this hotel. On the contrary, the decoration and atmosphere inside the hotel gave them a sense of novelty. If they didn't deliberately suppress their curiosity and didn't look around, they would be no different from country bumpkins entering the city. The various items and business methods from their original world gave them a strong visual impact. After arranging their respective rooms, the hotel staff led the group of elf mercenaries who had just been released from prison to the bath pool. The strange smell on their bodies was already indescribable, and along the way, they forced countless passers-by to cover their noses and avoid them. To the elves, this was simply unbearable. So, as soon as they settled down, they rushed to the bath pool impatiently. Although they could take a bath inside the hotel, there was no place for many people to take a bath, so the waiter led them to a nearby bath place. In this specialized bathing place, there was a row of extra-large pools, where steam was constantly rising. The business of this pool was quite good. When the elves came in, many people were already taking a bath in the pool. The bottom of the clean pool was covered with a layer of red sand from the Blood Desert. The sand kept heating the pool water to keep it at a suitable temperature. The blood-colored desert that Tang Zhen had created was definitely a treasure land that was worth cities. After some experiments, it was found that the red sand in the Blood Desert could continue to emit high temperatures. Even if it was immersed in water, it would not be affected at all. After discovering this characteristic of red sand, smart merchants immediately used it widely. Some people used red sand to keep warm, some people used red sand to bake items, and some people used red sand to make warm items. Relying on the red sand in the Crimson Desert, the Holy Dragon City had earned a small sum of money. However, the red sand could only be provided in limited quantities. The purchase still required approval. After all, the current Holy Dragon City still needed the help of the Crimson Desert to resist the cold. It could not be used recklessly. The owner of the bath pool had also acted in time to get the red sand. After spreading it at the bottom of the bath pool, it avoided a large consumption of fuel and saved a lot of costs. Although the business time of the bathing pool was not long, the income was extremely objective, which made the boss of the place smile all day long. After the elves took off their tattered clothes, they impatiently jumped into the pool, all of them moaning in pleasure. These elves had almost gone crazy after being locked up in the underground prison for a while. Now, they were soaking in the warm pool, which was an indescribable enjoyment. Seeing someone taking a bath while drinking wine and eating side dishes, those elves also ordered a portion and ate it happily. After the bath, he would get someone to give him a bath and a massage. Then, he would lie down on a comfortable chair. It was simply too comfortable. This group of elven mercenaries had never enjoyed such a service before. Their faces were all red with satisfaction, and they couldn't wait to stay here. However, Yu Qianhua still had things for them to do, so she naturally would not let them waste their time here. After taking a bath, someone sent new clothes for the elven mercenaries to change into. These clothes had just been bought from the store. They were short white robes, and they looked very energetic when worn by the elves. The elven mercenaries, who had been no different from refugees, had now transformed into handsome and radiant elves. After they left the bath, someone led the mercenaries to the weapons and equipment store in the commercial district. Firearms were a lucrative industry, so the Holy Dragon City had always controlled it in their own hands. Even if foreign merchants wanted to participate in the operation, they had to be controlled by the Holy Dragon City. The shop where these elven mercenaries were currently located was solely owned by the Holy Dragon City. In the middle of the spacious and bright hall, there were rows of counters and weapon racks, which were filled with all kinds of weapons and equipment. Dozens of male and female salesgirls in decorative black armor were smiling as they introduced the functions and prices of various weapons to the guests. This large group of elves walked into the store and naturally attracted everyone's attention. Therefore, someone immediately came up to them and asked them why they were here. After knowing that these sprites were going to purchase weapons collectively, there was a special person in charge of guiding them and purchasing according to their requirements. The elves' favorite type of armor was light armor woven from animal skin and rattan. Only a few people liked protective equipment such as plate armor. Regardless of the type of equipment, the weapon store sold them all, and the quality was only high. After choosing the armor according to their requirements, the elves began to choose weapons and other equipment. In an instant, the entire weapon store was filled with elves. Bows, arrows, sabers, and swords were also sold quickly. The quality of these weapons and equipment made the elf mercenaries gasp in admiration. As expected of one of the most profitable industries, by the time the elves had finished their purchases, a considerable amount of brains had already entered the Holy Dragon City's pockets. The fully armed elven mercenaries put their weapons in their special weapon bags and returned to their residence. In the following days, these mercenaries would begin rehabilitation training to gradually recover their physical strength and memory. Yu Qianhua had put so much effort into them, so naturally, she couldn't let it go to waste. When they attacked the Cold Moon Tower, it was inevitable that they would have to do their part. Chapter 448. The mutated monster that came out of its shell in the wilderness covered in thick snow. It was so quiet that it was scary. It was as if the blizzard had wiped out all the living beings in the wildlands, turning the place into a land of death. The dark blue light that filled the wildlands made the strange atmosphere even more intense. An area 1,000 miles away from Holy Dragon City was once the territory of a giant ape monster with 4 arms. However, with the arrival of the Cold Moon disaster, these monsters seemed to have disappeared. However, if one were to enter this area, one would discover that this was not the case. The monsters that occupied this place did not disappear. Instead, they turned into huge snowballs, standing in the middle of the jagged rocks. The runes on the snowball flickered rhythmically as if it was breathing. At the same time, it was absorbing the invisible and untouchable energy between heaven and earth. The blue runes on the snowballs had become brighter and brighter, and the frequency at which they flickered was getting faster and faster. Ka-chok, ka-chok. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of tearing. On one of the biggest snowballs, a crack appeared. In this silent environment, it was extremely clear and ear-piercing. At the same time, the blue runes on the shattered snowball burst out with a piercing blue light, dyeing everything around it. Bang! After a muffled sound, the huge snowball suddenly shattered, stirring up snow powder all over the sky. After the snow powder dissipated, a giant monster covered in blue light gradually appeared. This monster was the four-armed giant ape that had occupied this place. However, its appearance had changed greatly, and it was now emitting a trace of a mysterious aura. Its body seemed to have increased in size out of thin air, and strange fluorescent runes covered the surface of its body, constantly flashing as it breathed. On the surface of its huge body, a thick layer of sparkling ice shell appeared. On its originally ferocious head, two sharp ice horns that were half a meter long grew. His blue eyes were filled with ferocity as he scanned his surroundings. Owu! With a furious roar, the blue mist surrounding the four-armed giant ape was all sucked into its mouth. After all the blue mist had been absorbed, the four-armed giant ape's aura had increased by an entire level. The level 5 four-armed giant ape had now completely become a Lord-tier monster. Its roar seemed to be a signal that caused all the snowballs around it to change. These snowballs began to explode one after another. In the snow powder that filled the sky, one after another, four-armed giant apes appeared from the snowballs, letting out violent roars. These four-armed giant apes had all changed in appearance, becoming more powerful and brutal. When all the four-armed giant apes broke out of their shells, they were led by their most powerful leader to run around in the wilderness and capture the surviving creatures. After catching these creatures, he bit them to death but did not devour them. Instead, he dragged the corpses and quickly pounced in the direction of the nearby buildings. Similar scenes kept happening in the wildlands. The earth-shaking howls of monsters and the cries of the creatures that were chased away by the monsters could be heard everywhere. After a short period of peace, the savage land once again fell into a disaster, and it was getting worse and worse. Countless living beings began to flee in all directions, and monsters began to gather near the buildings of all sizes, surrounding them. However, after these brutal monsters gathered together, they only surrounded them but did not attack. It was as if they were waiting for something. The same scene appeared near the Holy Dragon City. More and more monsters began to appear outside the Holy Dragon City. The number of monsters gathered was also increasing. After realizing that the ice imps had finally made their move, the Holy Dragon City immediately entered a state of high alert. At the same time, they sent out a large number of sniper cultivators to shoot at the monsters near the city walls. In a short period of time, a large number of mutated monsters were shot and killed, and their bodies piled up like a mountain. The brain of a mutated monster of the same level was 10 times the size of a normal monster's brain. The reason was that these monsters had devoured and absorbed countless amounts of energy during their gestation period. In the eyes of a holy master, the value of these mutated brain beads was even greater. The best of them could be made into a staff and increase the power of their divine spells. Killing these mutated monsters had given Holy Dragon City a great harvest. The foreign cultivators also began to leave the Holy Dragon City one after another. They tried to kill these mutated monsters and judge their characteristics and combat power. At the same time, they collected these mutated brains. However, compared to the Holy Dragon City's clean and efficient killing speed, these foreign cultivators' killing efficiency was pitifully low. They were extremely envious of the weapons used by the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Unfortunately, no matter what price they offered, the Holy Dragon City had no intention of selling these firearms. However, with the emergence of mutated monsters, single-barrel shotguns and single-shot pistols began to be sold in the weapon stores in the commercial district, but the prices were very expensive. This type of hunting rifle could only fire one bullet at a time, and it needed to be reloaded after firing. It was far less efficient than the standard weapons used in Holy Dragon City. The only thing worthy of praise was the destructive power of this weapon. If it hit a vital point, even a level 3 monster could be killed with one blow. However, the accuracy of the gun was not something to be complimented. Beyond 30 meters, the bullet point of this gun was the size of a human head, so no one dared to look at it directly. But even so, the supply of this type of hunting rifle was still in short supply, and they would run out of stock every day. Many foreign cultivators began to use this gun, and it became a trend. This kind of gun was not only practical, but it also gave him face, which indirectly proved that he had a lot of money. There were even some mercenary groups that imitated the snipers in Holy Dragon City and specially trained a gunner in the team to be responsible for assisting in the battle. After actual combat testing, the effect was very good. Under this influence, more and more foreign cultivator teams began to try to train professional gunners and purchase a large number of bullets for their training. All of a sudden, the sound of gunfire outside Holy Dragon City was endless, and more mutated monsters were killed. In order to deal with the increasing number of mutated monsters in the wilderness, the Holy Dragon City no longer held onto the good stuff like usual. Instead, they began to release some low-end weapons one after another, using the foreign cultivators to hunt. However, it was impossible to kill all the mutated monsters. As time passed, the number of monsters gathered around Holy Dragon City increased. Through the map view, one could see that the wilderness around the Holy Dragon City was now full of the silhouettes of those mutated monsters, like locusts crossing the border. From time to time, he could see the corpses of living creatures dragged by the monsters. They were all frozen into blocks of ice and piled up together after being hit by the mutated monsters. In just a few days' time, the corpses that had piled up together had formed a mountain that made people shudder. Tang Zhen made a rough estimate and confirmed that the number of creatures from various races that had been killed by the monster had already exceeded 50,000. Perhaps all the wanderers within 1,000 miles had been killed by these mutated monsters, and their corpses were being dragged here one after another. Now that the wilderness had become a dead land, perhaps the only place where there were living beings were those buildings of all sizes. The scene in front of him had already confirmed Tang Zhen's suspicion. It would not be long before the Ice Imp tribe descended and started to attack the various towers. And these mutated monsters in the wilderness were likely to be cheap cannon fodder that they could recycle. Chapter 449, Planning and Preparing for Battle. Tang Zhen sat on a chair. He looked at the information placed in front of him and frowned slightly. According to the information that he had gathered, Tang Zhen had already vaguely analyzed the intentions of the Ice Imp clan. It had to be said that the Cold Moon Tower possessed a mysterious and powerful strength, which made Tang Zhen gasp in amazement. First, they used some magical means to make a thick layer of snow fall overnight, completely turning the wildlands into a large freezer. Not only was the icy environment suitable for the Ice Imp tribe to move around, but more importantly, it had a natural preservation effect. The Ice Imp race first created a large number of mutated monsters and used them to kill all kinds of creatures. Then, they gathered the frozen bodies together. When there were enough corpses, the Ice Imp race would command these mutated monsters to gather the corpses near the Holy Dragon City and transport them to the Cold Moon Tower through the teleportation portal. After the corpses were transported, the Ice Imp would kill all the mutated monsters and take out their brains before disappearing without a trace. According to the records, the Ice Imps weren't the real residents of the Cold Moon Tower. They could only be regarded as weapons, while the real residents of the tower were like spirits. As such, Tang Zhen made a bold guess. The reason why the Ice Imp race hunted and collected a large number of corpses and monster brains was to mass-produce human-shaped combat weapons like the Ice Imp race. In other words, the Cold Moon Tower had turned the wildlands into a place to collect raw materials. Every 1,000 years, they would come here to harvest. As for why the Ice Imp race was mass-producing these combat weapons and where they would go after harvesting them, Tang Zhen still had no idea. After figuring out the Ice Imp clan's general intentions, Tang Zhen also began to quietly formulate his own plan. Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't miss the cornerstone of the Cold Moon City. However, he was also very clear about the horror of a national-level city. Just the horde of Lord-tier cultivators was enough to make people feel despair. The Level 9 Heaven Battling City had been struggling for many years, but it had not been successfully upgraded to a national level, which showed how difficult it was to upgrade. However, after careful analysis, the combat power of the Cold Moon Tower might not be as terrifying as he had imagined. The reason why Tang Zhen thought this way was entirely because of the special nature of Cold Moon Tower. Because they were on a floating continent, the number of monsters attacking Cold Moon Tower during its upgrade was very low. Compared to the monsters on land, there were fewer flying monsters. Because they didn't have a physical body, the Cold Moon Tower mainly relied on the weapons they made. Their physical strength wasn't that strong. Without the Ice Imp race as a human-shaped weapon, they would most likely be powerless. The only thing he had to pay attention to was whether they had any mental attacks. After all, this kind of ability was hard to guard against. It could be said that in the process of upgrading Cold Moon City to a national-level city, there were too many lucky factors, which led to their combat power not matching the level of the city. Of course, this was only Tang Zhen's guess. As for the exact situation, he still needed to investigate further. Tang Zhen's current plan was to let the foreign cultivators who were coveting the foundation stone of Cold Moon Tower fight to the death in front while the Holy Dragon City hid behind the scenes, waiting for the best time to attack. Although those foreign cultivators were definitely on guard against the Holy Dragon City and had prepared countermeasures, when the time came for the final battle, Tang Zhen would definitely let them know what it meant to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Therefore, before the crucial moment arrived, the Holy Dragon City had to quietly watch the foreign cultivators fight for their lives, and then frantically earn the brain beads in their hands. If he planned it well, it should be an extremely easy thing to earn hundreds of millions of brain beads. Of course, not making a move now didn't mean that he wasn't going to do the preparatory work. Tang Zhen already had a preliminary plan in his heart on how to obtain the foundation stone of the Cold Moon Tower. What he had to do every day now, other than monitoring the surrounding wilderness and dealing with some important matters, he spent most of his time creating a weapon that was specifically targeted at spirit bodies. He continued to inscribe demon-killing runes on the countless steel balls. When he reached a certain number, he would make special bombs out of them. This special bomb would shoot out these specially made steel balls when it was detonated, causing great damage to the spirit body. Tang Zhen planned to create more than 1,000 of these special bombs and use them during the final battle. In addition to these bombs, he also wanted to make a batch of battle swords engraved with demon-killing runes for the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. After studying the information, Tang Zhen discovered that the Ice Imp race had the ability to possess someone within a short period of time. Therefore, Tang Zhen needed to make a batch of forehead scarves and tie them on the heads of the Holy Dragon City cultivators to prevent any sneak attacks. In addition to these items that targeted spirit bodies, Tang Zhen had also specially returned to his original world to custom make a special gun for himself. The gun was made of special materials, and the bullets it fired could easily penetrate the body of a level 7 monster. Of course, the difficulty of operating it had also reached an outrageous level. Even if it was equipped with a decompression device, the recoil was still extremely terrifying. The special gun and the bullets engraved with demon-killing runes should be able to cause fatal damage to the ice imps. The price of good goods was high. The cost of this kind of gun was in the millions. However, Tang Zhen still ordered 10 of them. With the continuous development of the Holy Dragon City, it would not be long before these expensive firearms became the standard equipment for the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. The manufacturing of the special firearms would be handled by the military of the Asian Alliance. Tang Zhen didn't need to worry about it at all. All he needed to do was to pick up the goods when the time came. After staying in the original world for half a day to deal with the messy things, Tang Zhen returned to the Lusheng world. In the next few days, Tang Zhen locked himself in the secret room and constantly engraved the demon-killing rune. Every time he felt mental fatigue, Tang Zhen would take out a handful of soul crystals and absorb them all. He did not know if it was because his mental energy was becoming more powerful and condensed, but Tang Zhen felt that his brain seemed to have undergone some kind of change. His control of his mental energy was also becoming more and more adept. During this period, Yu Qianhua had looked for Tang Zhen to discuss the matter of the Holy Dragon City assisting in the attack on Cold Moon Tower. In addition to this matter, Yu Qianhua also hoped that Tang Zhen could sell them a batch of standard firearms, and the price she offered was also very high. Tang Zhen directly refused Yu Qianhua's unreasonable request. It was impossible for him to let these alien races master powerful firearms, so it was safer to keep them in his hands. As for those single-shot shotguns, they simply could not penetrate the standard armor of the Holy Dragon City warriors, so they were sold. Yu Qianhua's goal was not achieved, so she could only leave in a depressed manner. In fact, in addition to guns, there were countless long-range weapons in the world of Lusheng. Although the number of weapons from the wild building was limited, its imitations often appeared. Most of these foreign cultivators from the high-level buildings had obtained some powerful weapons from the wild buildings in other dimensions, but they either didn't bring them over or hid them. Not long after the single-barrel shotguns were launched, all kinds of powerful weapons began to be put on sale in the Holy Dragon City's weapon stores. A powerful crossbow with 10 bolts, a long-handled grenade from the original world, a special explosive long arrow, and other commodities. They constantly appeared on the counter of the weapon store and were constantly snatched up by the foreign cultivators. While their equipment was constantly being upgraded, the brains in their pockets were also constantly entering the Holy Dragon City's wallet. During the period of time when the cold moon disaster had descended, the Holy Dragon City had used all sorts of methods to earn an astonishing amount of wealth without them knowing. Chapter 450. Battle Situation and Rescue. 1. The foreign cultivators who were being slaughtered by the Holy Dragon City did not actually feel that they were at a disadvantage. On the contrary, they were full of praise. Although the equipment sold in the weapon store in the commercial district was a little more expensive, the quality was undeniable. It could completely withstand the test of actual combat. Moreover, killing monsters here was far more comfortable than staying in his own building. Every time they left the city, they didn't need to walk far to encounter countless mutated monsters, which was enough for these cultivators to kill until their hands were tired. After killing the monsters, they could return to the commercial district and enjoy the brain pearls they had earned, leaving a lot of money. The logistics of the Holy Dragon City allowed the foreign cultivators to have no worries at all. As long as they had brains in their pockets, they would not have to worry about not being able to buy what they wanted. What made these foreign cultivators feel the most comfortable was that whenever they encountered unsolvable danger, they could use the walkie-talkie to call for the Holy Dragon City for armed support. The Holy Dragon City's assault helicopters, large-caliber cannons, and armored vehicles were on standby. As long as the signal for help was sent out, they would definitely receive powerful firepower support. The Holy Dragon City's half-mechanized combat weapons were especially outstanding in battle. They were not afraid of death and successfully rescued the foreign cultivators from danger again and again. Although the Holy Dragon City's rescue required the payment of the brains, they still received the full support of the foreign cultivators. Compared to the brains, life was more important. Although a few cultivators had died in the monsters' mouths during this period, their enthusiasm was not affected at all. On the contrary, their fighting spirit was getting higher and higher. Compared to the Holy Dragon City, the other towers in the wildlands were living like they were walking on thin ice. Facing the surrounding mutated monsters, the buildings were all on guard. While they were actively defending, they also began to try to kill these mutated monsters. However, the strength of these towers was limited. It was impossible for them to have more than 10,000 high-level foreign cultivators gathered here like the Holy Dragon City. Every morning when the city gates opened, thousands of fully armed cultivators would rush out. Apart from some 5th-grade towers that could send thousands of cultivators, the smaller ones could only send a few hundred people each time. However, in the face of the tide-like mutated monsters, these cultivators were not even able to make a splash. However, in order to maintain the normal operation of the building, in order to obtain the brain pearl to buy living supplies on the cornerstone platform, they could only brace themselves to fight the monsters. As time passed, the towers lost more and more combat power, but the number of mutated monsters did not seem to decrease. It was like a vicious cycle, weakening the combat power of the towers. As for the bodies of the residents who had died in the mouths of the mutated monsters, they were all gathered together by the monsters and piled up into a small mountain, making people's scalps tingle. The residents of these buildings all had a faint feeling that a great disaster was imminent. A kind of pessimistic atmosphere lingered in these buildings all day. Everything was afraid of comparison. Compared to these towers that lived in fear every day, the Holy Dragon City's current environment was simply like heaven. However, there was another group of people who were in a much more miserable state than these buildings. About 200 kilometers away from the Holy Dragon City, nearly 10,000 men and women in ragged clothes were trekking in the snow. There were all kinds of races in this huge group. There were residents of Lusheng, wanderers, and also cultivators who were trapped on the way to the Holy Dragon City. Due to the sudden outbreak of the monster horde, these people quickly gathered together and worked together to fight against the mutant monsters. Although they had a large number of people, their combat power was extremely limited. They simply couldn't be compared with a regular cultivator battle team. Because of the cold and hunger, there were more than a dozen bodies on the ground almost every kilometer they walked. Behind this team, a path of death was formed, paved with corpses. Everywhere was a cold corpse covered in frost. Fortunately, because the mutated monsters were concentrated near the building, they rarely encountered any monsters along the way. Otherwise, with a few attacks from the mutant beasts, the 10,000-odd people would have been wiped out. At this moment, in the middle of the group, there was a foreign merchant wearing a leather suit. He was constantly fiddling with the walkie-talkie in his hand, and there was a trace of anxiety on his face. Seeing this, a young man asked curiously, "Uncle Huolu, you've been fiddling with this thing all this time?" What's its use? Hearing this, Fire Rude chuckled at the foreign young man. This is a communication tool that I bought in Holy Dragon City. It can be used to communicate from a long distance. As long as we can contact the Holy Dragon City, we will be saved. The young man nodded, not fully understanding. He continued to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Huolu, Uncle Huolu, is Holy Dragon City really as good as you say? Better than our hometown? Huolu recalled his life in Holy Dragon City and nodded gently. As the two of them were talking, two wanderers in thin clothes were walking not far away. They suddenly fell to the ground and never got up again. The people passing by were unmoved. They just glanced at him coldly and ignored him. There was no way to save those who fell to the ground like this. It wouldn't take long before they were frozen into stiff ice blocks. This kind of thing could happen at any time along the way, so everyone had long been numb to it and turned a blind eye to it. Seeing this, Huolu could only sigh. He could barely even protect himself now, and he had to take care of his family. He could not take care of other poor people. If he was unlucky, even he himself would most likely die on the way. Lowering his head again, Huolu pressed the button on the walkie-talkie and tried to call for help. Holy Dragon City, I'm a merchant team with the code Y109. I'm stuck on the way, requesting help. Over. With that, Huolu gently sighed and continued on his way. He had said these words hundreds of times, but he had never received a reply, so he did not expect to get a reply this time. However, things like surprises would often come at unexpected moments, catching you off guard and making you feel extremely happy at the same time. A few seconds after Huolu put down the walkie-talkie, a clear man's voice suddenly came out of the silent walkie-talkie. This is Holy Dragon City. Your caravan number has been confirmed. I'm officially informing you that the rescue team has set off 5 hours ago. Please wait for rescue. Over. Huolu, who had his head lowered and was hurrying along, trembled. Under the curious gazes of the surrounding people, he quickly raised his walkie-talkie. Holy Dragon City, we have a lot of people here, more than 10,000 people, over. We already know. Please wait for rescue. Over. The last bit of worry on Huolu's face disappeared. He raised his head and looked around. Under everyone's nervous and expectant gazes, he laughed loudly. Don't worry, everyone. The Holy Dragon City has already sent a rescue team. We're saved. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned for a moment, then they looked at each other and cheered in unison. Chapter 451, Escape from Danger and Settlement 1. In the Holy Dragon City's City Lord Hall, Tang Zhen was constantly observing the moving crowd in the wilderness through the map view. When this group of wanderers entered the range of the map, Tang Zhen had already discovered them. To the Holy Dragon City, these 10,000 people were undoubtedly an extremely important labor force. Normally, they could not be found even if they wanted to, but now, they had taken the initiative to deliver themselves to the city. Tang Zhen, who was short of money and manpower, would never miss any opportunity to make a fortune and rob people, so he immediately began to deploy the rescue work. It was just that there were too many people this time. It would not be an easy task to bring them back to Holy Dragon City successfully. The first thing he had to solve was the transportation problem. If these 10,000 people were to be transported by vehicles, at least 200 vehicles would be needed to barely transport them back. However, the Holy Dragon City had only prepared a few dozen heavy trucks so far. Most of them were wasteland war chariots that had been modified for combat. Therefore, if he wanted to transport all these people back at once, he had to increase the number of cars and make some simple modifications to prevent monster attacks. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen returned to his original world and started to make preparations. He ordered his men to prepare a large number of special vehicles that were suitable for driving in the snowfield. At the same time, he modified the carriage, lengthened it, and sealed it. In this way, the number of people that each car could carry would increase greatly, and it was completely possible to transport everything in one go. With the full cooperation of the person in charge of the Asian Alliance, the matter was carried out at an extremely fast speed. More than 200 high-performance cars were soon in place and began to be modified according to the requirements. The power of a super alliance was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In just one day and one night, these special vehicles were all modified. Then, the military completely sealed the modification site and handed it over to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen began to transport the cars to Holy Dragon City. After arranging for Xu Feng to discuss further cooperation with the person in charge of the Asian Alliance, Tang Zhen returned to the Holy Dragon City. He selected a group of Holy Dragon City warriors who knew how to drive to operate the car, 2 armed helicopters and a forklift to open the way, and 20 wasteland war chariots to guard the place. Hundreds of Holy Dragon City cultivators followed the convoy. After tidying up, they rushed out of the blockade of mutated monsters in a mighty manner. A fleet of this scale was unprecedented in the world of Lusheng, and the momentum of their journey was extremely shocking. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the foreign cultivators who were hunting monsters, the huge convoy sped through the snowfield and went straight to the location of their target. By the time the fire runes managed to contact the Holy Dragon City, the rescue team was already less than 20 kilometers away. As a result, Huo Lu and the others did not have to wait long before they saw a large fleet of carriages speeding over. When they first saw the long line of carriages, many wanderers thought it was a monster's attack, and they were so scared that they covered their heads and fled. The sight of nearly 200 cars connected from head to tail and slowly driving through the snowfield was far more shocking than the monster's attack. Not to mention, there were also 2 assault helicopters in the air, constantly circling in the air, like terrifying flying monsters. The wanderers who had never seen this before were naturally scared out of their wits. However, Huo Lu, who stood at the front, immediately recognized the caravan. He became even happier as he constantly waved his hands and called out. The wanderers, who had bitter expressions on their faces, also stood quietly on the spot. They were nervous as they watched the convoy approach. Under the gazes of more than 10,000 people, the long line of carriages finally stopped in front of the wanderers and began to slowly turn around. Hundreds of fully armed Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor jumped out of the cars and formed a long line about 10 meters apart, standing silently beside the cars. An oppressive aura caused the wanderers to gradually calm down. The mysterious and powerful Holy Dragon City had left a deep impression on these wanderers the moment they met. At the same time, nearly 200 Holy Dragon City soldiers armed with rifles rushed over and began to direct the wanderers to board the carriages in batches. For a time, the warriors of the Holy Dragon City on the snowy plains were shouting one after another. The wanderers behaved themselves in the face of the Holy Dragon City's warriors, who had serious expressions on their faces. They all boarded the back of the car obediently. It took nearly an hour for all the wanderers to board the vehicles. At this moment, there were only countless footprints left on the ground, as well as a dozen corpses that had just fallen. After the cultivators boarded the carriages, the commander signaled for them to return. With the order, all the cars started one after another. The huge convoy carrying more than 10,000 people began to slowly drive towards Holy Dragon City. At this time, every car was filled with wanderers. They were close to each other and swayed slightly as the car moved. Inside each carriage, there was a Holy Dragon City cultivator in charge of guarding the carriage. Their faces were completely covered, only revealing a pair of cold and sharp eyes as they scanned the wanderers. Their bodies emitted powerful auras from time to time, and the weakest among them was a 4th-grade cultivator. Some of the cultivators among the wanderers didn't dare to act recklessly. Even though there were a few Overlord-level foreign cultivators among them, they chose to keep a low profile in the face of the Holy Dragon City's power. On the way back, as the car jolted and shook, people would vomit from time to time, filling the car with a strange smell. Along the way, there would be people dropping dead bodies from the vehicles. These were wanderers who were at the end of their lives. Even after boarding the Holy Dragon City ambulance, they still did not make it to the end. In the face of such a disaster, human lives were as cheap as weeds. Whether one could survive or not, it actually depended more on luck. Because the path had already been paved, the return process was much smoother than the arrival. When the convoy neared Holy Dragon City, the Holy Dragon City warriors, who had been informed in advance, immediately began to clear the mutated monsters near the road. It didn't take long for them to clear a path filled with blood and flesh with their powerful firepower. After the road was cleared, the roaring convoy appeared in front of everyone. They ran over the corpses of the mutated monsters along the way and rushed directly into Holy Dragon City. Such a commotion had long attracted the attention of countless people. They stood on both sides of the road and looked at the long line of carriages in amazement. The Holy Dragon City would always inadvertently reveal its strength to outsiders. When you thought you had seen through it, you would always be shocked by the things it inadvertently revealed. The longer he lived in Holy Dragon City, the more obvious this feeling became. After the rescue team entered Holy Dragon City, they followed a special passage, bypassing the inner city and the commercial district, and directly entered the valley behind Holy Dragon City. The area of the back valley was extremely large, and one of its main functions was to temporarily accommodate these wanderers who were seeking refuge. When the carriage stopped, the cultivators who had been guarding the carriage jumped out and told the wanderers to get off one by one. When the dazed wanderers got off the bus, the most obvious feeling they had was that the valley was very warm. It was different from the snow-filled sky outside. This place was covered in green grass. It was a completely different world. Some of the people who were wearing cotton-padded clothes were already sweating and had to take off their clothes. They glanced at the Holy Dragon City's soldiers standing guard around them and obediently followed the order, forming into groups. At the entrance of the cave next to the cliff, there were dozens of tables. The wanderers came forward one by one and reported their detailed information, then they would get a portion of food. With the food, they could sit on the grass to the side, fill their stomachs, and wait for the next order. A group of medics constantly shuttled back and forth among the wanderers, treating the injured and preventing their conditions from worsening. After all the wanderers had been registered, they would be led to the pool to take a bath, change their clothes, and spray them with insect repellent. After washing up and walking out of the pool, the wanderers would receive a set of clothes for free. These clothes were all from the warehouse that Tang Zhen had brought from the original world. They were cheap and practical, and they filled the entire cave. At this time, the faces of these wanderers, who had changed into a new set of clothes, finally showed a hint of red, and their expressions began to become rich. Chapter 452. The Fire Runes in the Ghost Bank. Next, everyone follow my orders and line up to enter the cave. This is your temporary resting area. You are not allowed to move around without permission. A staff member of the Holy Dragon City stood at the entrance of the cave, holding a loudspeaker in his hand. He loudly directed the wanderers to enter the cave. After entering the cave, the Holy Dragon City's staff loudly read out various regulations. With so many wanderers gathered together, they had to be strictly managed. Otherwise, it would be easy for things to go wrong. The Holy Dragon City would not tolerate wanderers who disobeyed their management. Those who behaved badly would be dealt with immediately. The single wanderers were separated according to their gender and arranged to gather in their respective caves. Wanderers with families were also gathered together and provided with their own homes. Lying in the warm cave covered with dried grass, these wanderers, who had eaten and drunk their fill, quickly fell asleep. As for the foreign cultivators and merchants mixed in, they were allowed to leave the back valley and enter the commercial district to rest after proving their identities. At this moment, Huolu was leading his family and the remaining members of the caravan to the commercial district. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with a trace of relief and joy. Those caravans who had been to Holy Dragon City would even introduce the new and interesting things in Holy Dragon City to their companions who had not been here before. Being trapped in the snowfield this time had caused Huolu to suffer great losses. His mount had been killed to fill his stomach, and many of the goods he had carried had been abandoned halfway. Fortunately, the brain in his pocket was safe and sound. This made Huolu feel much more at ease, because this was all he had. This time, when he came to Holy Dragon City, Huolu had brought his family and some others. He was prepared to settle down here. The city he was in was constantly at war. Every time Fire Lu went out for business, he would be worried that the city he was in would be destroyed when he returned. After all, his family and relatives were living in the building. Once the building was destroyed, the residents would not have a good ending. Hence, after he returned this time, he dealt with all the goods, and then without hesitation, brought his family and all his property, and went straight to Holy Dragon City. He had also brought along the caravan members who were willing to follow the Fire Rude clan. After walking for a long time, the group finally arrived at the commercial district. Looking at the busy commercial district in front of him, Huolu couldn't help but feel emotional. Compared to the last time he left, this place had become more prosperous. Even the disaster of the cold moon did not have any effect on this place. After making arrangements for his family and subordinates, Huolu went straight to a shop. The boss of the shop was his friend. The two of them had been through life and death together. Unlike the merchant Huolu, this foreign merchant had already opened a shop in the commercial district and was now doing business in medicinal herbs. Both of them were very happy after meeting each other. They talked about their encounters on this trip and couldn't avoid sighing. After understanding the recent situation in Holy Dragon City, Fire Bulu bade farewell to his old friend and continued to busy himself with other matters. In the future, he would settle down here, so he would have plenty of time to chat, so it was more important to get down to business. This time, Huolu was heading to the office of the Ghost Bank in the business district. In the business district, the name of the Ghost Bank was known to almost everyone, and many people had borrowed brain pearls from that place. If they were to choose the most popular beauty in the commercial district, then these merchants would all unanimously choose Xiaoying. Everyone who had come into contact with her praised her. The location of the Ghost Bank's office was located on a slightly remote street, where people could be seen coming in and out from time to time. After Huolu entered the gate, he saw two black-robed men about 20 centimeters off the ground. They were carrying two huge sickles and acting as guards. If one were to look at these black-robed men, one would discover that behind their strange masks, there were two flickering ghostly flames, as if they could lure one's soul into hell at any time. The fire runes sized up the black-robed men, then quickly turned away and walked straight to Xiaoying, who was sitting behind the counter. Xiaoying, who was sitting in the middle of the hall, was wearing a short white skirt. Her skin was like the finest suet jade, appearing extremely delicate. Her long hair was extremely soft, and when it swayed, it was like a wave, shining with a faint luster. Seeing Huolu enter, Xiaoying's delicate face revealed a smile. He stood up and left the counter, then slowly walked over to him with his long and straight legs. Mr. Huolu, long time no see. Xiaoying was able to accurately remember the name of every person who had worked here, as well as their personalities and preferences. When he spoke, it was as if he was reuniting with an old friend. Just this point alone was enough to win the favor of countless people, and they would all feel proud to be remembered by a beautiful woman. Hello, Miss Xiaoying. I'm here to pay off my debt. Huolu smiled and shook hands with the other. He then took out a bag of brain beads and asked Xiaoying to check them. If you hadn't lent me a batch of brain beads, I wouldn't have been able to buy 10 application cards, much less make a fortune from them. Huolu sighed. His face was filled with gratitude. I've already brought my entire family here this time, and I'm prepared to settle down here. When everything is settled, please come to my new home as a guest. I've brought some special food from my hometown, so I'll treat you to some. Xiaoying nodded with a smile. Then, he turned around and returned to the counter. He took out a black paper and a white contract and handed it to Huolu. After repeatedly thanking him, Huolu got up and left the Ghost Bank, ready to inquire about how to apply for resident qualifications. As soon as he reached the door, he almost bumped into a black-robed man carrying a huge sickle. The two exchanged a glance, and the black-robed man stepped aside, allowing Fire Lu to leave. After Huolu had left, the black-robed man walked up to Xiaoying and took out a crystal ball from his bosom. Soul Chaser number 56 has successfully completed the task. Please accept it, Miss Xiaoying. The black-robed man's voice seemed to come from the netherworld. Coupled with his Lord-tier cultivation, it made people feel fear. Xiaoying nodded and took the crystal ball into her hand. She then turned around and walked into the room behind her, placing the crystal ball on a small altar. A faint fluorescent light appeared on the altar. The crystal ball that was filled with dense gray fog seemed to boil and began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the gray fog in the crystal ball completely disappeared. Picking up the empty crystal ball, Xiaoying returned to the main hall and handed it over to the black-robed man. Your points have reached the standard and you can exchange for that skill. Do you want to exchange now? Xiaoying's voice was cold as he asked the black-robed man. When the black-robed man heard this, his body trembled slightly, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Your points have been deducted. Take this token and head to the headquarters in the main tower city to exchange for it. While speaking, Xiaoying handed a translucent token to the black-robed man. The black-robed man on the other side bowed slightly, then quickly left the place, turning and heading straight to the inner city. Chapter 453, Wild Tower On. Super Mountain. In the wilderness outside the Holy Dragon City, a group of foreign cultivators were brandishing their swords and sabers, besieging a Lord-tier mutated monster with all their might. The mutated monster looked like an enlarged scorpion. Its tail was like a python, covered in thick blue scales, and its carapace-shaped back had ferocious bone spikes. The blue runes that were constantly flashing on its body made the Lord monster look even more ferocious. After breaking out of the snowball, the strength of the monsters had all increased greatly. Some of the monsters even had strange magic abilities, which were impossible to guard against. For example, the mutated monster that was being killed by the foreign cultivators could spit out a ball-sized ball of cold air from its mouth. Once hit by this mass of cold air, the skin and flesh would be frozen into a lump, and there was no possibility of recovery. At this time, with just a light tap, the frozen part would be separated from the body, then fall to the ground and break. In order to prevent being hit by such a mass of cold air, the Holy Master at the back kept a close eye on the battlefield. Once he discovered a monster spewing a mass of cold air, he would cast a divine spell and set up a protective wall made of ice and snow in front of the attacked. The rest of the team members would take advantage of this opportunity to attack the mutated monsters madly, causing them to scream in pain. Bang! A gunshot was heard. A gunman who had been guarding the Holy Master had found an opportunity and shot the mutated monster's eye. The shot caused the monster to scream in pain, and blue blood kept flowing out of its eye sockets. One of the Lord-tier cultivators took advantage of the monster's distraction to rush forward and thrust a steel spear into the monster's tail. This was the place where the monster's tail and shell were connected. After the spear pierced through, it directly entered the monster's body. The monster turned around in pain, but another foreign cultivator took the opportunity to slash its neck. Blue blood gushed out and splashed on the white snow. The slash was so fierce that it almost cut off half of the mutated monster's neck. The foreign cultivator who attacked laughed and shouted, "Good blade." Then he quickly dodged the bite of the mutated monster. The monster was already heavily injured. After struggling for less than a minute, it fell to the ground and died. The foreign cultivators who were involved in the siege immediately rushed forward and took out the monster's shell and brain, as well as its heart and marrow. These things could be sold for a good price in the commercial district, so he absolutely couldn't let them go. The leader of the foreign cultivators walked up to the Holy Master and threw the dark blue brain he had just dug out to him. He laughed and said, "This mutated brain pearl is yours. When we return to the commercial district, quickly make a magic weapon staff." The Holy Master held the mutated brain in his hands, his face filled with joy. Other than snatching the Cold Moon Tower's foundation stone, his other goal in coming to Holy Dragon City was to obtain an ice attribute mutated brain bead. To a Holy Master, mutated brains were hard to come by. He had searched for many years, but he had never found a suitable brain for himself. However, according to the records, when the Frost Moon Calamity descended, the monsters here would mutate and form a mutated brain that possessed the ice attribute. The Lord-level mutated brain bead in his hands was of the highest quality. To a Holy Master who cultivated such divine arts, it was definitely priceless. At that moment, the Holy Master was already calculating in his heart what method he should use to forge this magic weapon staff. After pondering for a while, the Holy Master returned to his senses and realized that his surroundings were a little too quiet. As he looked around, he discovered that his companions were all staring behind him with dumbstruck expressions. "Don't tell me it's xianxia." The Holy Master quickly thought of something. He was excited and quickly turned around to check. In his opinion, the sudden appearance of the Ice Imp's dimensional gateway must have caused his companions to be speechless. However, when he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he was suddenly shocked and at a loss. It turned out that in the vast snowfield, an incomparably huge mountain peak was flashing out of the void, and it was becoming clearer. After a few more minutes, the mountain peak was clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. Its height was indescribable, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it pierced through the clouds. Looking up, one could see that the highest point of the mountain had actually pierced through the light curtain in the sky, causing a great change in the light curtain. Countless strange runes were circling around the mountain peak, spinning wildly in the sky. At the same time, countless ice spears and cold air masses were constantly falling toward the mountain peak. This was the defensive method that was automatically activated after the light curtain was attacked. However, when these ice spears landed on certain parts of the mountain, they were automatically bounced off and quickly vaporized. As more and more ice spears and snow fell, the huge mountain peak began to be slowly shrouded in fog. At this moment, in the wilderness outside Holy Dragon City, there were at least thousands of cultivators hunting monsters. They had all witnessed the entire process of this giant mountain's appearance. Some of the more knowledgeable foreign cultivators had already confirmed the origin of this mountain after their initial shock. They were certain that it was a super wild building. There were all sorts of buildings in the wilderness, each with a different appearance. This was not surprising. Mountain-like wild buildings had appeared more than once. In addition, there were lake-shaped wild buildings, swamp-shaped wild buildings, and even wild buildings in the form of corpses. It was just that such a mountain-shaped wild tower could be said to be unheard of. After sighing and feeling shocked, some people immediately began to try to approach the mountain peak, wanting to go up and see what was going on. For cultivators, the wild house represented unknown opportunities and wealth. Since they had encountered it, there was no reason to miss it. It was at this moment that the cultivators realized that the mountain in front of them was not as simple as they had imagined. The foot of the mountain seemed to be within reach, but no matter how they walked, they could not reach the foot of the mountain. The distance did not change either. After discovering this unusual situation, the cultivators immediately became curious, and their interest in this wild building suddenly increased. As everyone knew, the stranger a wild building was, the more benefits it would have. The wild tower on this mountain peak was so strange. If they could enter it, their gains would definitely not be disappointing. After realizing this, the cultivators gathered together and began to study how to solve the problem in front of them and successfully enter the mountain. Because of the huge commotion caused by the building's appearance, it had long since attracted the attention of the cultivators and mercenary groups in the commercial district. They rushed out of the city gate to see what was going on. For a time, groups of cultivators were everywhere in the wilderness. They gathered at the foot of the mountain and constantly studied ways to enter. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, a violent explosion suddenly rang out from somewhere at the foot of the mountain. Soon, a message arrived. It turned out that a foreign cultivator had accidentally obtained a green jade token at the foot of the mountain and activated it by accident. After being activated, the jade token immediately emitted a faint fluorescent light. It seemed to contain a terrifying energy that could explode at any time. Sensing that something was wrong, the foreign cultivator immediately threw the jade card far away. It happened to hit a Lord-tier monster that was trying to sneak an attack. As a result, after the jade card hit the mutated monster, it suddenly exploded into a ball of dazzling lightning, completely enveloping the Lord-tier monster. When the light dissipated, the Lord-tier monster had already turned into a pile of charcoal. It was as dead as it could be. All the foreign cultivators' eyes lit up at the sight of this, and they quickly ran toward the foot of the mountain where they had found the jade token. In that place, there were 4 to 5 jade tablets scattered around, shining brightly in the grass. Chapter 454. Probing and Conjectures. 1. A small white jade token had such power. It could be seen that there must be more tempting treasures hidden in this mountain. Moreover, at the foot of the mountain where the jade plates were found, there were 4 or 5 similar jade plates. These were good things that had already been inspected. For cultivators, an item that could kill a Lord-tier monster with one blow was extraordinary and worth fighting for. At a critical moment, this kind of jade token could be used as a killing move to give the enemy a fatal blow. Moreover, the attack on the Cold Moon Tower was imminent, and everyone was in danger. Who didn't want to have such a great killing weapon? There were many cultivators with this thought, so the area where the jade card was found was quickly surrounded by cultivators. They kept trying to rush to the foot of the mountain, but they returned in failure again and again. The foot of the mountain, which was only a few dozen meters away from them, had now become a natural moat that was difficult to cross. A few foreign holy masters studied it for a long time and believed that the building on the mountain must have some sort of protective barrier, which prevented them from approaching the foot of the mountain. Therefore, if they wanted to enter the mountain, they had to first destroy the protective barrier around the building. In order to verify their guess, a holy master took out a special powder and scattered it on the ground in front of them. The powder glowed with a faint light. Under the holy master's control, it shot towards the foot of the mountain like an arrow. Just as the powder was gradually dispersing, a miraculous scene appeared. A few lines that looked like a grid and runes suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They were like sticky spider silk, and they all absorbed the fluorescent powder. After seeing this, everyone had no more doubts about the existence of the protective shield. It was just that destroying the protective shield sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to do. The special characteristic of the protective shield was that whenever it was damaged, there would be energy rapidly replenishing the damaged parts so that it would always be in a defensive state. As long as the energy supply was not cut off, the protective shield would still be able to function normally. Thus, there were only 2 ways to destroy the protective shield. The first was to cut off or exhaust the energy source and shut down the protective shield completely. The other method was to use an attack that exceeded the defensive capabilities of the protective shield to forcefully tear a gap that would exist for a short period of time. Taking advantage of the moment the crack appeared, he could send a cultivator into the crack and perhaps he could take out the white jade tokens. The first method was not practical, so the only way left was the second method. However, it wasn't an easy task to tear the protective shield apart. It required the cooperation of countless cultivators and long-range attacks. At this time, none of the foreign cultivator teams in the commercial district could do this. Therefore, the only way was to work together and obtain the treasures in the buildings. These cultivators were all very decisive people. After realizing that they could not monopolize the benefits, they immediately began to plan how to cooperate. Of course, the partners needed to be selected. The teams without Lord-tier cultivators were immediately eliminated. As a result, most of the remaining teams were those who wanted the foundation stone of Cold Moon Tower. Only these teams had more than one Lord-tier cultivator with amazing combat power. It didn't take long for temporary teams to appear. They gathered together and discussed how to enter the building on the mountain. There were even some Overlord-level cultivators who couldn't wait to attack the foot of the mountain. Just as everyone had predicted, as the Lord-tier cultivators attacked, ripples that would only appear when the barrier was attacked immediately appeared at the foot of the mountain. This proved that their attacks were very effective. After realizing this, the Lord-tier cultivators who had gathered together immediately increased their attack power, trying to tear a crack in the shield. However, after attacking for a long time, these cultivators regretfully discovered that the protective shield showed no signs of tearing. The only explanation was that their attacks were not strong enough. Among these teams, even the top cultivators could only tear a small gap in the protective shield, which was far from enough to let people in. In the end, the power of the attack was still not enough. After they stopped attacking, the Lord cultivators began to think about how to unite more cultivators and try to attack more violently. However, in this case, they would inevitably face a situation where there were more wolves than meat. With so many teams gathered together, the spoils of war would not be evenly divided. This was especially true for some of the stronger teams. They had the most Lord cultivators, so when choosing the spoils of war, they would definitely choose the best items first. These cultivators couldn't help but fall into a dilemma, not knowing what to choose. As time passed, the cultivators below the Lord tier began to leave the foot of the mountain and continued to hunt for mutated monsters in the wilderness. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to kill monsters and get their brains. That way, he could see practical benefits. If a large group of Lord tier cultivators were unable to do anything about the protective shield, they would be even more useless. They might as well go and earn money. Moreover, other than the brains, there were also people who purchased the body materials of these mutated monsters, which greatly increased the income of the cultivators. As a result, the cultivators became more and more enthusiastic about hunting monsters. Therefore, the only ones left at the foot of the mountain were Lord-tier cultivators. These cultivators gathered together and attacked from time to time, still trying to find the best way to enter. About a kilometer away from these cultivators, Tang Zhen, who was dressed in black leather clothes, was also sizing up the super mountain peak in front of him. The appearance of this building on the mountain peak was out of Tang Zhen's expectations. In the information that Tang Zhen knew, there was no record of a super wild building suddenly appearing when the cold moon disaster struck. Most importantly, the location of the wild tower on the super mountain happened to completely occupy the teleportation channel of the Ice Imp race. If the Ice Imps wanted to set up a teleportation channel, the teleportation channel would definitely land on this super mountain. Apart from this, Tang Zhen also discovered an extremely interesting phenomenon. That was, the mountain that pierced through the light curtain of Cold Moon City's sky was actually absorbing the energy from the light curtain. It happened to appear at the same time as the Cold Moon disaster and occupied the teleportation channel of the Ice Imps. It even destroyed the light curtain of the ice domain created by the Ice Imps. There were not so many coincidences in this world, so there was definitely a big problem with this super mountain. There was even a faint guess in Tang Zhen's heart. The appearance of this wild building on the mountain peak was definitely related to the Ice Imp race. It was even very likely that it was specially here to cause trouble for the Ice Imp race. Although this kind of speculation was very bizarre, it was not impossible. Ever since he had chatted with Fatty a few times, Tang Zhen had a deeper understanding of the wonders of the world of Lusheng. Many things that seemed extremely mysterious to Tang Zhen actually existed in the Tower world. It was just that the current Tang Zhen was far from qualified to come into contact with it. Although the appearance of this mountain peak had caught Tang Zhen off guard, it did not have any effect on him obtaining the foundation of the Cold Moon City. The mountain that pierced through the sky could help the cultivators. They didn't need to wait for the teleportation channel to appear. They could directly climb the mountain and enter the interior of Cold Moon Tower. Of course, the premise of all this was to break through the protective shield of the wild building on the mountain and enter its inner area. After seeing the attack process of the Lord-tier cultivators, Tang Zhen had no intention of attacking the protective shield. Although he could tear a hole in the protective shield in an instant with his means, it was meaningless. It would take a lot of effort and would attract attention. Therefore, the most convenient method was to enter the dark world and see if he could dig a hole in the protective shield. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen activated the Dark World Stealth technique and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 455. Entering the interior of the tower on the mountain. As he was in the Dark World, Tang Zhen immediately turned his gaze towards the super mountain peak in front of him. The scene that appeared in front of him now was like a giant perspective map made up of dots and lines, mixed with countless runes that were constantly rotating. During this period of time, Tang Zhen had searched through the books in an attempt to study this strange rune. Unfortunately, he did not gain much. The biggest reason was that there was too little relevant information, and many questions could not be answered. In the application store, there were actually related applications downloaded, but they were only the beginner version and were at best considered entry-level knowledge. The rune knowledge application that was one level higher was displayed as unable to be purchased. Tang Zhen was also helpless in this regard. Tang Zhen did not feel too conflicted about such a situation. After all, he was not in urgent need of such rune knowledge. Everything would be fine as long as he let nature take its course. At the very least, when the current Tang Zhen saw these symbols, he would no longer be at a loss like before. Instead, he could vaguely make out some clues. He first tried to walk to the foot of the mountain, and at the same time, he deliberately touched the crisscrossing energy filaments. Sure enough, when those energy threads were touched by Tang Zhen, the runes around him immediately began to flash. A rune suddenly appeared under his feet and sent him back to his original spot. From this, Tang Zhen could confirm that even if he was in the dark world, he would still be unable to avoid these things. With an answer in mind, he carefully stepped into the lines to avoid triggering the runic magic circle. Inside, if he touched them, the reason why the previous cultivators had never been able to reach the foot of the mountain was because they had touched these lines that covered the ground and the air. That was why they had been constantly transported back to their original place and had never been able to reach the foot of the mountain. However, after using the fluorescent powder, these energy lines were revealed. He believed that the cultivators could easily avoid them and successfully reach the foot of the mountain. After using a very awkward posture to avoid a thin energy thread that was placed horizontally across his waist, Tang Zhen suddenly leapt forward and directly advanced a distance of over 10 meters. Immediately after, Tang Zhen moved horizontally for over 10 meters, avoiding the tightly packed energy threads in front of him and wormed his way through a gap. Just like that, Tang Zhen advanced another 4 to 5 meters. At this moment, the distance between the foot of the mountain and Tang Zhen was only slightly over 10 meters. However, the energy filaments here had also become increasingly dense. He took a deep breath and his movements became gentler. Every posture was very strange to prevent the runic magic circle from being activated. After spending 5 to 6 minutes, Tang Zhen finally passed through these thin threads and successfully arrived at the foot of the mountain. Tang Zhen's hands moved quickly as he looked at the protective barrier formed by the light dots in front of him. He began to continuously destroy and dig out the light dots. Following Tang Zhen's attack, those originally orderly light dots immediately became chaotic. The area where he was attacking also became increasingly thinner. Although there were light spots continuously replenishing this area, they simply could not catch up to the speed of Tang Zhen's destruction. A hole the size of a human head began to appear. Then, it was continuously torn apart by Tang Zhen. Soon, it reached a point where it could allow him to enter. How could Tang Zhen still hesitate when he saw this? He immediately leapt in. When he stood firm and saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. The scene that appeared in front of his eyes was completely different from what he saw outside. Only then did Tang Zhen realize that the protective barrier not only had the effect of preventing attacks, but it also had the effect of creating illusions. From the outside, it looked like a blank super mountain covered in clouds and mist. In fact, There were huge broken buildings everywhere on the surface, as well as terrifying monsters wandering in the ruins of the mountain. With just a cursory glance, Tang Zhen was able to see over 10 types of monsters. The lowest cultivation was also at rank 5. The monster closest to Tang Zhen was a humanoid monster that was wearing a long robe and holding a strange giant sword in his hand. However, the monster's appearance was truly disgusting. It was about 1.9 meters tall and had a very strong body. The muscles exposed in the torn clothes were extremely developed. However, half of his face had turned into a skeleton, and a strange insect drooped down from his eye sockets, holding his eyeball in its mouth. The other half of his face was covered with wriggling tentacles, which looked extremely strange. Other than its strange face, there were 2 rows of curved bone spikes on its back, which grew longer and longer starting from its waist. On these bone spikes, there were countless broken talismans of various colors that were constantly swaying in the wind. Although this monster's strength was only at level 5, Tang Zhen had a feeling that this fellow was probably even more difficult to deal with than a Lord-tier monster. The talismans hanging on the bone spikes on the monster's back seemed to contain some kind of energy that could burst out at any time. In order to avoid attracting the attention of other monsters when he killed this monster, which would delay his exploration work, Tang Zhen did not directly attack. Instead, he avoided the monsters and carefully moved forward. Tang Zhen arrived in front of a dilapidated hall after he bypassed dozens of armored zombie-like monsters. The hall was more than 20 meters high, and there were many broken rocks and branches piled up at the entrance. A few monsters with stooped bodies and metal claws were wandering on the steps. After estimating the time he could stay in the dark world, Tang Zhen quickly rushed up and directly entered the hall. After entering, Tang Zhen discovered that there was a huge 8-armed god statue enshrined inside the hall. The entire body was made of a kind of black jade and emitted a warm luster. A few humanoid monsters in strange robes were sitting cross-legged in the hall. A long sword was placed on their legs, and their bodies were covered in thick dust. Judging from their auras, these monsters should be at the Lord tier. Tang Zhen glanced around and discovered that there were a few items that emitted energy fluctuations on the table in front of the god statue. The first thing that entered Tang Zhen's eyes was a stack of multicolored talismans. They contained energy fluctuations and seemed to be very extraordinary. Beside the talisman was a pile of white jade tokens, which were exactly the same as the one the foreign cultivator had gotten. In addition to these 2 items, there was a box of incense-like things on the table, as well as an ancient-looking book. These 4 items were definitely not ordinary. Tang Zhen would definitely not let them go. Tang Zhen quickly rushed to the front of the offering table. With a wave of his hand, he pulled all 4 items into the dark world and kept them in his storage space. The moment the items disappeared, the monsters that were covered in dust suddenly opened their blood-red eyes. Boom! An astonishing aura soared from the bodies of these monsters, causing dust to fly in the entire hall. These monsters continued to search in the dust in an attempt to find Tang Zhen who had stolen the item. A strange language reverberated in the hall, shaking the dust off the beams. When the monsters wandering outside heard the noise in the hall, they immediately became manic. They cried out while searching the foot of the mountain. However, they were destined to waste their energy. This was because Tang Zhen had already swiftly rushed toward the foot of the mountain after obtaining the 4 items. He didn't have much time in the dark world, so he had to leave as soon as possible. His hands continuously attacked the protective barrier. When he could pass through it, Tang Zhen suddenly jumped out. Chapter 456. Testing the talisman, the monster surrenders. Tang Zhen was instantly teleported out by the runic magic circle the moment his feet touched the thin energy threads outside the protective shield. At this moment, Tang Zhen, who was in the dark world, had already felt a piercing pain from his skin. This proved that the time limit for him to stay in the dark world had been reached. After running for a distance and leaving the sight of those cultivators, Tang Zhen quickly closed the application and exited from the dark world. He reached out to touch his hair. It had indeed dried up again. This dark world's corrosive power towards one's body was extremely terrifying. Even Tang Zhen, who was a 3-star horde leader and had an abnormally strong physique, was still unable to stay in it for more than half an hour. If an ordinary person were to enter the dark world, they would probably be corroded into ashes within a few minutes. After moving his somewhat stiff limbs, Tang Zhen immediately moved his feet and ran towards the Holy Dragon City. Not long after, Tang Zhen entered the Holy Dragon City and returned to his secret cultivation room. Tang Zhen sat down on the futon in the secret training room. He waved his hand and took out the 4 items that he had obtained from the house on the mountain peak. The first item he checked was the stack of colorful talismans. In the Taoist world of the original world, there were often signs of talismans, many of which had extremely magical abilities. Due to the influence of rumors and movies, Tang Zhen had great expectations for these talismans. He casually took out a gray talisman and placed it in front of his eyes to carefully examine it. Tang Zhen quickly discovered a trace of a way. According to the knowledge of symbols that he had recently grasped, Tang Zhen was able to confirm the use of this talisman. It was very likely that it would directly affect one's mental energy. As long as Tang Zhen injected a little energy into the talisman, it would be directly activated. He really wanted to test the power of this talisman, but there was no living thing for him to test it on in the secret cultivation room. Tang Zhen stood up and left the secret cultivation room. He then headed straight to a certain cave in the inner city. The location of this cave was very well hidden. Usually, there were people specially assigned to guard it, and unrelated people were not allowed to approach it. After entering the cave, Tang Zhen immediately saw a big bear sitting on a rock, as well as a few of his ogre underlings. After seeing Tang Zhen's arrival, Da Shang immediately came forward with a smile and asked for candy from Tang Zhen. In the entire Holy Dragon City, only Da Shang, this simple-minded fellow, was not afraid of Tang Zhen's identity and strength. He had always maintained the initial attitude of getting along. He smiled and patted Da Shang's arm. After chatting with him for a while, Tang Zhen directly threw him a large bag of candy. After receiving the candy, Big Bear immediately turned and ran away with his ogre brothers to distribute the candy. Tang Zhen speechlessly shook his head as he continued to walk toward the interior of the cave. Inside the huge cave, there were countless smaller caves with strong metal fences set up outside. Monsters of all shapes and sizes were locked up in these caves, and they would occasionally let out angry roars. Different from the monsters outside, many parts of the monsters' bodies had been modified, making them look extremely strange. For example, the giant wolf-like monster beside Tang Zhen had a metal blade implanted in its body to increase its killing power. The blade had pierced through its skin and was exposed to the outside. Perhaps the monster's vitality was too strong, but the foreign substances that were implanted in the monster's body did not show any rejection reaction. There was no pus flowing out of the wound. At first glance, one would think that the metal blade was a monster's natural organ. In addition to these monsters, there were many Holy Dragon City residents in white coats in the cave, busy with their own things. After seeing Tang Zhen come over, an old man in a white coat who was studying a monster's corpse walked over and bowed to Tang Zhen. "City Lord, you've come." The old man was the person in charge of this place. He was an old man who had done a lot of research on taming monsters. Tang Zhen nodded and said to Old Wan, "Help me find a monster with a strong constitution. I want to do some experiments." Old Wan immediately led Tang Zhen to a cave not far away. Not long after, Tang Zhen saw a 4-meter-tall horned monster that looked like a wild bull. Judging from the monster's exposed aura, it was a Lord-tier monster. When it saw Tang Zhen and the others, its blood-red eyes flashed with a fierce light. After carefully observing this monster, Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction. After dispersing the unrelated people, Tang Zhen waved his hand and took out the gray talisman. After activating it, he suddenly threw it onto the monster's body. As soon as Tang Zhen shook out the gray talisman, it instantly burned clean without leaving a single speck of dust. The Lord-tier monster that was locked up in the cage suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech as its 4 limbs began to convulse violently. Its huge body suddenly fell down, making a muffled, boom, sound. When Old Wan saw this scene, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He really could not understand how the burning piece of paper was so magical that it could take down this powerful Lord-tier monster without any effort. As expected, none of the things that City Lord took out were ordinary. Tang Zhen also used his spiritual force to lock onto this monster and observed the change in its aura before and after it was attacked. After being attacked, the monster's aura suddenly became chaotic and extremely weak, but it was now gradually recovering. It didn't take long before the monster's body trembled and it struggled to stand up. However, the aura of this monster was still extremely weak. There was also a trace of fear in its eyes when it looked at Tang Zhen. "Your physique is not bad. It seems that I can continue to experiment." Tang Zhen nodded. He took out a purple-colored talisman and raised his hand. When Old Wan saw this, he immediately widened his eyes and waited to see the effect of the talisman. On the other hand, the Lord Tier monster in the cage suddenly revealed a look of horror and its body kept retreating. The Lord Tier monster already had a decent level of intelligence. It was well aware of the power of the paper, so it began to dodge reflexively. Unfortunately, the area of the cage was limited, and it couldn't hide anywhere even if it wanted to. Under the increasingly frightened eyes of the monster, Tang Zhen coldly laughed as he threw out the purple-colored talisman. Bang! After the talisman exploded, a ball of dark green flames suddenly rushed toward the monster at an astonishing speed. The Lord Tier monster was so frightened that it let out a "ow" and turned around to dodge. However, as soon as it turned around, it slammed into the hard stone wall. Boom! After a muffled sound, the Lord Tier monster was knocked unconscious, and the dark green flame landed on the monster's body. The moment the flames touched the Lord Tier monster's body, it was as if they had touched fuel, and in the blink of an eye, they burst into flames. As the flames continued to burn, the temperature of the surrounding area suddenly dropped in a strange manner. Meanwhile, the Lord Tier monster continued to wail in pain. The strange thing was that its body didn't show any signs of burning, but it quickly became thin. Tang Zhen hurriedly controlled his mental energy to extinguish this strange green flame when he saw that the monster's aura was getting weaker and weaker. He still had 2 different colored talismans to experiment with, and he couldn't let this monster die now. After the flames were extinguished, the monster fell to the ground. Its big head hit the metal cell door heavily, and a huge tongue hung out. Seeing that this monster would not die for a while, Tang Zhen took out a blue talisman. Tang Zhen and Old Wan did not expect that after the monster that was pretending to be dead saw this scene, it immediately bounced up as if it had been electrocuted. It sat on the ground and kept moving its body backward. Its eyes were filled with fear. When it saw that Tang Zhen ignored it and continued to prepare to activate the talisman, the monster became increasingly terrified. At the same time, its gaze unintentionally landed on Old Wan Tou, who had an astonished expression on his face. The monster's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as it thought of something. Shua shua shua, a low but fawning voice came out of the monster's mouth. Old Wan Tou, who was waiting to see the effect of the blue talisman, suddenly trembled when he heard this sound. He glanced at the monster in the cage and then jumped up to stop Tang Zhen. "City Lord, please stop. You've beaten this monster into submission." Tang Zhen was stunned when he heard this. Immediately after, a strange expression appeared on his face as he sized up the Lord Tier monster inside the cage with a fawning expression without blinking. Chapter 457, The Magical Effect of the Talisman. The Mother Tree's spiritual leaf. The Lord Tier monster, which originally had a fierce look on its face when it first saw Tang Zhen and appeared extremely violent, was now as obedient as a little dog, lying on the ground with its eyes lowered. When it saw Old Wan, the monster stuck out its rough tongue and licked Old Wan's palm. Its eyes were also full of gentleness. Tang Zhen was extremely curious. He didn't expect that the talisman would have such an effect. It could even be used to tame monsters. Thinking of the effect of the burning flame just now, Tang Zhen wanted to go forward and take a look. However, when the Lord Tier monster saw Tang Zhen approaching, it was so frightened that it suddenly shrank into a ball and hid behind Old Wan Tou. At the same time, its tightly shut eyes secretly opened a crack and observed Tang Zhen's movements. There was a faint trace of slyness within them. "City Lord, please don't experiment anymore, or it will be killed by you." Seeing the fear on the Lord Tier monster's face, Old Wan quickly jumped out to stop Tang Zhen, afraid that he would use this monster for more experiments. Old Wan knew how difficult it was to tame a Lord Tier monster. Now that he had finally succeeded, he must not let Tang Zhen kill him. Tang Zhen shook his head and casually threw out a gray talisman to Old Wan. "I'll leave this talisman to you. If this guy isn't honest, you'll ruthlessly teach him a lesson." After saying this, Tang Zhen turned around and left the cave. Old Wantu and the Lord Tier monster at the side heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. After seeing Tang Zhen leave the cave, Old Wan turned around and looked at the Lord Tier monster. "From today onwards, I'll call you Aniu. If you're obedient, I'll feed you well. If you don't listen to me, I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The City Lord to use this paper to deal with you, understand?" While speaking, Old Wan even waved the gray talisman in his hand, which scared the monster so much that it trembled and shook its head. Old Wan nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the gray talisman in his hand, Old Wan began to wonder if he should ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The castellan for a batch of these pieces of paper, the next time he applied for resources. Tang Zhen, who had left the cave, was walking on the road to the Mother Tree Tower. At the same time, he was thinking about how to use this talisman to tame a large number of Lord-tier monsters. It had always been Tang Zhen's dream to have a powerful monster army. However, the progress was extremely slow. The encounter he had when he was testing the talismans today had allowed him to see a ray of hope. The only problem now was that there was a limited number of these talismans. If he wanted to use them to tame monsters, the difference was too great. If these talismans could be mass-produced, then there would be no problem at all. As he was thinking about this, Tang Zhen took out the incense-like object and sniffed it. A strange smell assaulted him. It was as though it was rotten wood, causing Tang Zhen to frown slightly. Tang Zhen casually took out one and discovered that its surface was purple-red with black runes imprinted on it. A thread of scorching flame flickered out from Tang Zhen's finger and gently lit the incense. Subsequently, a purple smoke that seemed to have substance slowly rose. After the smoke dispersed, the branch of the mother tree above Tang Zhen's head shook violently. A trace of light and mischievous voice was suddenly transmitted into Tang Zhen's mind. "Bad guy, quickly give me this thing." Tang Zhen, who had his head lowered in research, was startled when he heard this. Immediately after, a trace of a teasing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "This is mine, why should I give it to you?" Tang Zhen casually extinguished the incense and laughed with his hands behind his back. "I don't care, I want it. Give it to me." That light voice had an additional trace of anger at this moment as he loudly spoke to Tang Zhen. "I can give it to you, but it wasn't easy to get it. If you want it, you have to tell me what it is, and you have to exchange it with me." The little girl's voice hesitated for a moment. As if she had made a great decision, she angrily said to Tang Zhen, "I'm telling you, but you're not allowed to go back on your word." Tang Zhen smiled and nodded when he heard this. "This thing should be made from the remains of a very magical tree. It's very beneficial to me, so you must give it to me. I can give you a few leaves. After eating them, you can quickly recover your lost vitality. Also, there's a detestable aura on your body. It should be the cause of your life force, so you'd better stay away from places with this aura." After saying this, the little girl's voice sounded again, "All right, give me the thing." Tang Zhen no longer teased this thin-skinned little fellow. He waved his hand and took out the offering incense. A glowing vine descended from the sky and swiftly landed in front of Tang Zhen. After dropping a few emerald-like leaves, it swept the offering incense and lifted it into the sky. Tang Zhen casually grabbed the few leaves in his hand and turned around to leave in satisfaction. He returned to his own secret cultivation room. With these magical leaves, he would be able to stay in the dark world for a longer time. He would be able to go deeper into the mountains and buildings. At this moment, in Tang Zhen's eyes, the wild building on the mountain peak was a huge treasure that was waiting for him to discover. Right now, the foreign cultivators were all studying how to enter the mountain. It wouldn't take long for them to enter. Tang Zhen never dared to look down on those foreign race cultivators who had reached the Lord grade by relying on their own means. This was because there was no lack of outstanding talents among them. If it was possible, Tang Zhen wanted to use this opportunity to increase his cultivation. After all, his current cultivation was no longer able to form an effective level suppression on those foreign race cultivators. According to Tang Zhen's observation, there were 6 to 7 3-star Horde leader experts among these foreign cultivators. Facing so many experts of the same level, it would be nonsense for Tang Zhen to say that he didn't feel any pressure. Therefore, he couldn't wait to level up, and the appearance of the house on the mountain peak gave him the best opportunity. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen immediately headed to the Holy Dragon City's armory to pick out the equipment he needed. The Dark World's usage time had ended today. If he wanted to enter again, it would definitely hurt his body, so it was best to wait until tomorrow. What he needed to do before that was to make sufficient preparations. After he had prepared all the items he needed, he returned to his secret cultivation room and continued to study the ancient book. A trace of joy appeared on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth after he saw the contents recorded in the book. It turned out that the contents of this book were related to talismans. There were dozens of types of talismans recorded in it. The 2 types of talismans that Tang Zhen had used earlier were recorded in the book. They were called the Spirit Extinguishing Talisman and the Serene Fire Talisman. The other two talismans that had not been tested were called Ghost Ice Talisman and Violent Blood Talisman. Their effects were also very strange. As he recalled the strange-looking monsters in the wild building on the mountain peak, in addition to these sinister talismans, the word, Devil Sect, suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's mind. It seemed that only this name was worthy of the various things in the wild buildings on the mountain peaks. As Tang Zhen was studying this book, time slowly passed. Very soon, it was time for the application to cool down. Tang Zhen kept the book, stood up, and left the secret training room. After making the necessary preparations, Tang Zhen immediately left the Holy Dragon City and headed straight for the wild building on the mountain. Chapter 458. Re-entering the wild building, killing monsters to level up. At this moment, in the wilderness outside Holy Dragon City, there were still a large number of cultivators hunting monsters. Although the monsters' strength had all increased after being nurtured by the snowball, their overall strength had not increased much due to the initial level restriction. The advantage of mutated monsters was their large number and the new strange abilities. They surrounded Liu Cheng but did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, they slowly consumed Liu Cheng's combat power. If an ordinary building encountered these mutated monsters, it would definitely be overwhelmed and at a loss. However, the number of foreign cultivators in the Holy Dragon City had already exceeded 10,000, and more than half of them were high-level cultivators. These mutated monsters didn't have much of an advantage when they encountered high-level cultivators who cooperated well with them. Other than these cultivators, the Holy Dragon City also had powerful defensive weapons that prevented the mutated monsters from approaching. That was why the monsters surrounding the Holy Dragon City had fallen into a tragic state. They were killed by the high-level cultivators and were crying for their parents. Now, in the eyes of the foreign cultivators and mercenaries, those mutated monsters were just a pile of moving cash, and their bodies were full of treasures. The original intruders were now being hunted down and running for their lives. If not for the orders in their minds restricting them from leaving Holy Dragon City, the monsters would have fled in all directions. Due to excessive hunting, there were very few monsters around the Holy Dragon City. Most of the monsters were killed by the cultivators and had to hide in the snowfield more than 10 miles away. Tang Zhen moved quickly and avoided those overlord-ranked cultivators who were still researching how to enter. He then casually activated the Dark World Stealth technique. Tang Zhen avoided the energy threads of the runic magic circle with ease and familiarity. He once again arrived at the foot of the mountain. Tang Zhen, who had used the same trick, quickly dug a hole in the protective shield and jumped in. This time, they entered the same place as last time, so the first thing they saw when they landed was the wandering armored zombies. That monster with bone spikes on its back had coincidentally passed through the middle of Tang Zhen's body. However, it did not feel anything. Tang Zhen ignored these monsters because he had to explore a deeper target this time. Instead, he continued to run towards the top of the mountain. As he continued to advance along the broken mountain path, he encountered more and more monsters along the way, and his strength continued to increase. All the monsters he had encountered now had the strength of a lord. Tang Zhen allowed those ferocious-looking monsters to pass by him as he continued to run toward the peak of the mountain. However, the mountain was too large. Even if he ran at full speed, he was still far from the middle of the mountain. At this moment, the average strength of the monsters in his sight had reached the stage of a 2-star lord. Tang Zhen's heart was slightly startled when he discovered this situation. It seemed that the strength of the monster in this wild building far exceeded his imagination. Fortunately, the monsters were restricted by the rules and could not leave the range of the wild building. Otherwise, the monsters in front of them would be enough to cause Holy Dragon City trouble. After estimating the time, Tang Zhen prepared to advance a distance further. And NBSP, if he wanted to level up again, he would have to kill 3-star Horde leader level monsters. The monsters in front of him did not meet his requirements. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen once again charged upwards. When he passed by a plaza, a 3-star Horde leader level monster finally appeared in Tang Zhen's sight. The monster was wearing a black robe, and 2 skulls burning with black flames were dancing behind it. Looking at its face, it didn't seem to be any different from an ordinary person. However, its face was as gray as death, and there were strange runes on its cheeks. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with joy. He quickly moved over and circled behind the Lord-tier monster. After confirming that the monster had not discovered his existence, Tang Zhen suddenly stretched out his hand from the dark world and ruthlessly grabbed its neck. The monster's expression changed. The two skulls behind it were like a gale as they smashed toward Tang Zhen's arms. However, when Zhen Tang attacked, he was already prepared to kill the monster in one strike. Therefore, before the skull could even approach his arms, Zhen Tang's purple lightning short sword had already cut the monster's throat. At the same time, Tang Zhen pulled with all his might, directly pulling the monster into the dark world. The monster that was pulled into the dark world was not completely dead, but its blood suddenly turned into ashes and disappeared. Tang Zhen's arms suddenly exerted strength and actually forcefully pulled off the monster's head. After quickly taking out the brain pearl and storing the items on the monster's body into the storage space, Tang Zhen began to search for the next hunting target. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to find another 3-star Lord rank monster. This monster was currently walking out from a large hall in the square. As a human figure flickered, Tang Zhen discovered that there seemed to be a monster of the same rank within the large hall. Tang Zhen quickly pounced behind the monster that had a thin body but extremely thick arms. He repeated the same action and once again cut the monster's throat. After dragging the dying monster into the dark world, Tang Zhen quickly reaped its life. After killing 2 3-star Lord tier monsters in a row, Tang Zhen's level-up progress had advanced by a small distance. At this moment, a piercing burning sensation began to spread all over Tang Zhen's body. This proved that the safe time he had to stay in the dark world had ended. He took out an emerald green leaf from his storage space. Tang Zhen quickly chewed and swallowed it. A trace of cool and gentle aura immediately spread out from his body and began to nourish the parts of his body that felt pain. That uncomfortable feeling suddenly disappeared. Tang Zhen's spirit jolted. He quickly rushed into the main hall and continued to hunt. The interior of the hall was extremely large, and there were a large number of jade boxes scattered on the ground and on the shelves, containing all kinds of items. Tang Zhen would not let go of any of these things. However, before that, he had to kill all the monsters in the hall. After silently counting the number of monsters in the hall, Tang Zhen was pleasantly surprised to find that there were exactly 8 3-star Lord rank monsters. In this way, he didn't need to waste his energy to find it, saving a lot of time. After moving to the back of a monster, Tang Zhen suddenly attacked and killed the monster in a clean manner. Then, the second and the third Suan Ni appeared. After Tang Zhen killed 5 monsters in a row, he finally attracted the attention of the remaining 3 Lord tier monsters in the hall. They whistled in unison and attacked Tang Zhen's position at the same time. For a time, the hall was filled with black qi. A weapon that looked like a steel needle and a few malevolent-looking babies were constantly dancing and circling the place where Tang Zhen had just attacked. They tried to find Tang Zhen in the depths of the dark world, but they were to no avail. And NBSP, at this moment, the monster that had released the black mist let out a blood-curdling screech, and its head disappeared without a trace. The body with a bare neck fell to the ground with a plop and twitched continuously. "Damn it, what is this thing?" A Lord-tier monster roared in a strange tone and quickly commanded the ferocious babies to fly toward the corpse. However, at this moment, a short sword appeared out of thin air behind it and directly pierced through the back of its head. The humanoid monster with a short black beard froze and then disappeared without a trace. The few babies that it controlled also exploded into clouds of blood mist a few seconds later. The last remaining monster's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. It suddenly recalled the dancing steel needles, turned around, and ran out of the hall. However, just as the monster was about to charge out of the hall, its body suddenly stopped. The short sword pierced through its forehead and came out from the back of its head. The monster's face revealed a trace of unwillingness as it was immediately pulled into the dark world by Tang Zhen. Chapter 459 Crazy Plundering. Taking the opportunity to make money currently, Tang Zhen, who was in the dark world, had already easily killed the last monster. He then casually kept the monster's weapon into his storage space. It was also at this moment that a surge of power erupted from his body and spread to the surroundings. The colorful light spots in the dark world were scattered by the airflow, and the space around them seemed to shake violently. This force seemed to be incompatible with some kind of energy in this space, so the two sides immediately reacted violently. Countless gray fog appeared out of thin air, covering an area of nearly 100 square meters. Tang Zhen's body was within the gray fog as he quietly sensed the changes in his body. Without a doubt, the current Tang Zhen's strength and speed had increased by several times. His 5 senses had also become sharper. A 4-star horde leader could also be called a grade 9 cultivator. He was only a step away from the king level. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air. His gaze turned to the scattered items on the ground and he began to collect them. Tang Zhen didn't recognize these things, but it didn't matter. It was fine as long as he confirmed that these were good things. In the book that he had read about talismans, there was a detailed explanation on how to draw talismans. It required a lot of unknown materials to make it successfully. What Tang Zhen needed to do now was to gather as many items as possible and try to draw some talismans. Although the area of this large hall was large, it could not withstand Tang Zhen's extremely fast speed. Therefore, he only used over 10 minutes to completely complete the search. After walking out of the hall, Tang Zhen looked at the faintly visible buildings on the peak of the mountain and considered whether to continue exploring. Now that he had advanced to a 4-star horde leader, his resistance to the dark world seemed to have increased by quite a bit. Originally, he could only stay for about half an hour, but after the upgrade, he could stay for an hour. His combat power had greatly increased after the upgrade, so there was no reason for him to retreat. Moreover, there was still a terrifying nuclear bomb in his storage space. That was Tang Zhen's greatest trump card. Although the mutation of the cultivators in Blood Sand City's other plane had filled Tang Zhen's heart with vigilance, he didn't mind putting up a big gift if it was really necessary. Tang Zhen's body suddenly leapt forward as he continued to run toward the peak of the mountain. However, it did not take long for his body to suddenly stop. A large runic magic circle had blocked his path. The complexity of the runic magic circle far exceeded the area at the foot of the mountain. It would take a long time to enter. Through the view of the map, Tang Zhen discovered that this runic magic circle was extremely large. It actually covered the entire mountain from the waist up. In this area, the figures of monsters could be seen from time to time, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. Tang Zhen could only choose to leave when he saw this. After all, the time he could stay in the dark world was limited. It was impossible for him to completely break it. Although he couldn't go to the area at the top of the mountain, he definitely couldn't miss the places at the foot of the mountain. Through the observation of the map, Tang Zhen quickly locked onto a building and rushed over like the wind. Outside the building, there were a large number of monsters wandering around. However, they were all beast-type monsters, and occasionally, there were humanoid monsters mixed in. Tang Zhen had a plan in his heart that required the participation of these monsters. Therefore, he did not kill these monsters and chose to avoid them. Tang Zhen's figure flashed. He directly entered the large hall and started to search for the items. This time, he didn't take everything. Instead, he chose to keep some items that didn't seem to be of high value and put away all the valuable items. After cleaning up this hall, Tang Zhen once again headed to the next target. After rushing in, he continued on as usual. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen continued to run around the foot of the mountain. The items he collected also increased. During this period, the rejection reaction of the dark world appeared again. Tang Zhen did not hesitate to swallow an emerald green leaf and continued to search. By the time Tang Zhen walked out of a dark, semi-underground building, almost all the buildings that could be seen on the map had already been searched by him. At this moment, Tang Zhen's storage space was already filled with all kinds of items. There was almost no space left. At this moment, a Miaodao that was emitting black flames was hanging on his belt. It was not affected by the corrosive power of the dark world at all. What was even more bizarre was that a certain element in the dark world seemed to be extremely beneficial to this Miaodao, causing its aura to constantly increase. This was the first time Tang Zhen had seen an item that was not affected by the dark world. Therefore, he had always hung it on his waist and allowed it to absorb the mysterious elements in the dark world. Tang Zhen no longer cared if there were any undiscovered buildings on the mountainside. He headed straight for the protective shield and quickly left the building. 10 minutes later, Tang Zhen had already returned to his secret training room and started to sort out his gains this time. As they belonged to different worlds, he could barely distinguish a small part of the items inside. He had no idea what the other items were for. Tang Zhen believed that he would be able to figure out the origin and use of these items one day after sealing them. The most important thing now was to make use of this mountain and the buildings to earn a huge sum of money from the foreign cultivators. After getting up and leaving the secret cultivation room, Tang Zhen called his assistant and issued a series of orders. Ever since the Tower City appeared, the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City had a strong curiosity and wanted to go forward and find out what was going on. However, Tang Zhen's order had yet to be issued. Therefore, they did not dare to act on their own. Their hearts felt as though they were being scratched by a kitten. Now that Tang Zhen had finally given the order to seal off the foot of the mountain, it caused these cultivators to be as if they were injected with chicken blood. They all impatiently jumped into the cars and rushed to the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. For a time, the Holy Dragon City's gate was filled with cars of all sizes, all of which were Holy Dragon City soldiers with loaded guns. The foot of the mountain was not far from Holy Dragon City, so it did not take long for them to arrive at the designated location. They had completely surrounded an area of 2 kilometers. Not long after, Tang Zhen, Fatty and the rest also rushed over. They jumped off the car and pointed at the foot of the mountain. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of the alien cultivators, including the Lord-tier cultivators who had gathered together to study how to break the protective shield. They glanced in their direction with a grave expression, and their speed began to increase. The Holy Dragon City's appearance made them feel a sense of danger. After all, according to the information, there was an unfathomable Holy Master in the Holy Dragon City. If he were to make a move, the scales of victory would definitely tilt in the Holy Dragon City's favor. If the Holy Dragon City was the first to enter the Wild Tower, then the good things inside would have nothing to do with them. Tang Zhen laughed in his heart when he saw the vigilant eyes of those Lord-grade cultivators. What would these old foxes think if they knew that he had already plundered the lower half of the mountain? However, the progress of these fellows had somewhat exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. At this moment, they had already arrived at the foot of the mountain and were studying how to tear apart the protective barrier. After seeing this scene, Tang Zhen no longer had any hesitation. He immediately activated the Dark World Stealth technique while sitting in the car. Chapter 460, Passage, opens. Huge Ticket. The fat man who was standing at the side turned his head and glanced at the place where Zhen Tang had disappeared. He then turned around and took a large bundle of metal pipes from the car. There were many simple runes carved on the surface of this metal tube made of gold. They were all the masterpieces of Tang Zhen and Fatty. Not long after, the Fatty took a step forward and inserted a tube into the ground. Then, the fat man leapt lightly and landed on the pipe, not moving an inch. A few seconds later, Fatty threw out another tube and continued with what he had done. Every few seconds, Fatty would insert a metal pipe into the ground, and the path he took was also crooked. This action lasted for nearly 20 minutes. A twisted route made up of golden pipes appeared in front of everyone, extending all the way to the foot of the mountain. The amazing thing was that as long as one stepped on the metal pipe and advanced, they would not be transported back to the starting point. They could easily reach the foot of the mountain. In the distance, the Holy Dragon City cultivators in charge of sealing off the area were overjoyed, while the Lord-level cultivators who had been observing the situation all this time had gloomy expressions. Compared to their method of relying on brute force, the Holy Dragon City's actions were obviously much more convenient and energy-saving. At this moment, Fatty had returned from the foot of the mountain as if he was stepping on a plum blossom pile. He then pulled out a golden pipe that was 1.5 meters thick from the carriage. There were many runes carved on the surface of the pure gold pipe, which was completed by Fatty and Tang Zhen together. Fatty had done some research on runes, but he only had a rough understanding. Tang Zhen also had less than half a bottle left. Therefore, the two of them directly cooperated and drew these runes on the pipe. Its main function was to guide the energy and deviate its direction so that the golden pipeline would not be crushed by the huge energy. Stepping on the pipe that looked like a plum blossom pile, Fatty carefully came to the foot of the mountain. He stared at the increasingly large gap on the protective shield. When the crack turned into a circular hole that was close to the ground, Fatty seized the opportunity and suddenly inserted the golden pipe in his hand. As the golden pipeline was stuffed in, the protective shield around the pipeline began to shake slightly. It was as if a huge amount of energy was continuously accumulating, but it could not find an outlet and could explode at any time. At the same time, the runes on the golden pipe glowed with a blinding light. The entire pipe turned into a huge light bulb in an instant. It was so dazzling that it hurt one's eyes, and one did not dare to look at it directly. As the golden pipeline's light bloomed, the buzzing protective shield gradually quieted down. The oppressive aura that seemed to be about to explode also slowly disappeared. The fat man heaved a sigh of relief and put away the application card in his hand. The power of the protective shield's explosion was extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to an aerial bomb that weighed several hundred kilograms. Fatty had already made preparations. Once the situation turned bad, he would immediately tear open the Dark World Stealth Technique application card that Tang Zhen had given him and hide in the Dark World. Fortunately, he didn't have to use the card because the passageway had already been successfully built. Tang Zhen's figure appeared in the dazzling golden light with a smile on his face. He glanced at the fatty beside him, only to see that he was looking curiously at the shining golden passage with an eager expression. If you want to go in and have a look, then go in and play for a while. But it's best not to go to the mountainside, it's too dangerous there. After Tang Zhen warned Fatty, he followed the plum blossom pile and left the area of the runic magic circle. He came to the rear compartment of the car. After he stretched out his hand and drew on the stone tablet in the carriage, Tang Zhen ordered his men to bury the stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. Waving his hand, he indicated for the Holy Dragon City cultivators to let those curious onlookers in. Tang Zhen sat in the off-road vehicle and began to smoke with a cigarette in his mouth. It didn't take long for a large group of foreign cultivators to gather in front of the stone tablet, pointing at it and whispering among themselves. The mountain's wild tower passage is open to entry. You may pay a fee to enter. The fee is as follows. Level 4 cultivator, 10,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan for a level 5 cultivator. Lord level cultivator, 100,000 yuan. A 2-star horde leader cost 500,000 yuan. 3-star horde leader, 1 million. After seeing the contents of the stone tablet, the foreign cultivators immediately exploded. They asked the Holy Dragon City cultivators beside them whether the passage was really open. After getting a positive answer, some brave cultivators immediately took out their brains and impatiently rushed into the Plum Blossom Dome. Time was money. The earlier they entered the Wild Tower, the greater the harvest. This was a truth that everyone knew. There were also many foreign cultivators who were still pretending to be observing. They were not sure if this was a scam, so they decided to wait and see. However, at this moment, a furious roar came from the distance. Bastard, put down the jade plate. Damn it, how did this damn fatty get in? Damn it, I worked for nothing for half a day. I didn't expect that it would actually benefit this damn fatty. Just you wait, I'll remember you. As the group of Lord tier cultivators roared, a chubby figure quickly emerged from the golden passage. He laughed proudly and waved a few white jade tokens. I'm right here, come and snatch it if you have the ability. Looking at the group of Overlord tier cultivators charging at him aggressively, the fat man was not afraid at all. He looked at them with a cold smile. Those few white jade tablets were being gently tossed by him, attracting the gazes of countless people. After a while, everyone recognized the origin of the jade token. It was the jade token at the foot of the mountain that the Lord-level cultivators had their eyes on. After seeing this genuine jade token, the cultivators no longer had any doubts. The Holy Dragon City had indeed successfully opened up a passage to the Wild Tower on the mountain. After a few seconds of silence, these foreign cultivators immediately swarmed forward and scrambled to dig out the brains. I want to go in, this is my brain bead. A level 5 mutated brain pearl is equivalent to 100,000 brain pearls, right? Keep it well, I'm going in. Don't jump the queue, or I'll get you. After the group of foreign cultivators handed over their brains, they stepped on the plum blossom pillars, impatiently and quickly entered the golden passage. The flustered and exasperated horde leader cultivators standing on the side also gradually calmed down after confirming that the passage was open. There must be countless good things in the wild house on the mountain peak. In comparison, these white jade tokens were nothing. Rather than offending a 3-star horde leader for these jade tokens, it would be better to take this opportunity to search inside. Who knows, he might find something better. If he hesitated any longer, he was afraid that all the good things would be snatched away. With that in mind, the cultivators no longer paid any attention to Fatty. They took out their brains from their pockets, threw them away, and quickly ran towards the passage. A few 3-star horde leaders glanced at Tang Zhen, who was sitting in the car, as a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. Holy Dragon City Master's methods are good, this you is impressed. An elf tribe's 3-star feudal lord cupped his hands slightly toward Tang Zhen. He casually paid his forehead and slowly walked toward the passage. Tang Zhen turned his head around when he heard this. He glanced at the elderly elf's back and revealed a smile that was not a smile. Seeing this, the other 3-star horde leaders did not waste any more time and entered the passage one after another. Fatty, who was ready to fight, couldn't help but make a tisk sound and look bored. Turning his head to glance at Tang Zhen, the fatty curled his lips and said, "This passage has already been opened, why aren't you in a hurry to enter? Could it be that you're—" Fatty seemed to have thought of something, and his face immediately revealed a gossipy expression. Tang Zhen jumped out of the car and called out to dozens of Holy Dragon City cultivators. As they walked, he said, "Of course I want to go in. I'm actually very curious about what's inside the building." Fatty, who was following closely behind, immediately rolled his eyes when he heard this. "Come on, you can fool others, but if you want to fool Lord Fatty, he. The fatty revealed a smug expression that said, "I know the truth, but I won't expose you," causing Tang Zhen to be speechless. Chapter 461. The cultivators swarming in. 1. After passing through the Golden Passage, the group entered the interior of the building on the mountain. The smell of blood hit them in the face, and their vision suddenly opened up, making them mistakenly think that they were in two different worlds. Compared to the oppressive silence when they first entered, the mountain was now filled with the roars of cultivators and monsters. From time to time, broken corpses could be seen on the ground. The difficulty of dealing with these wild monsters far exceeded that of the mutated monsters in the wilderness, because their attacks were more sharp and strange. To a certain extent, the fighting style of the monsters in the wild buildings on the mountain peak was almost the same as that of the cultivators in the city. In the passageway behind Tang Zhen, there were still foreign cultivators who had just received the news and were rushing over. They passed by Tang Zhen and the others and impatiently entered the forest and ruins to search for the opportunity that belonged to them. In this short period of time, hundreds of cultivators poured in, and the number was still increasing. However, the area of the wild building on the mountain peak was too large, and there were trees and ruins everywhere. Therefore, when these cultivators entered, it was like a drop of water falling into a lake, not causing many waves at all. They waved their weapons and fought with the wandering monsters. From time to time, there would be sounds of surprise coming from the forest. "Haha, this weapon is not bad. It's much better than the one I'm using now. What is this? It doesn't look simple. Hurry up and grab that box. Remember to be careful. That monster is too powerful." In the process of killing monsters and searching, from time to time, cultivators would find some unknown items and quickly put them away. Similar white jade tokens and talismans would also appear from time to time, most of which were found on the corpses of monsters. It didn't take long for these cultivators to find out how to use these jade tablets and talismans. While they were amazed, they also became more motivated to explore. Tang Zhen glanced at the excited cultivators with a faint smile on his face. Tang Zhen already knew that there were good things hidden on these monsters. However, in order to increase the enthusiasm of these cultivators to explore, he basically didn't touch them. Compared to his previous gains, these things were not even worth mentioning. Only when these foreign race cultivators had some gains would they be able to attract more people to come in and explore. Tang Zhen would then be able to earn more brain beads. The reason why he gave these foreign cultivators these jade tokens and talismans was to increase their combat strength so that they could kill more ice imps when they attacked the Cold Moon Tower. Perhaps the appearance of the wild house on the mountain peak had such an intention. Unfortunately, these foreign cultivators did not know that the number of monsters below the mountainside alone had already exceeded tens of thousands. This did not include the terrifying monsters in the runic magic circle. Moreover, among the monsters at the mountainside, there were a large number of Lord-tier monsters, including some 3-star Lord-tier monsters. If he wanted to break through them and enter the mountainside, he would have to pay a certain price. At this moment, there were 2 rank 5 foreign cultivators in front of Tang Zhen and the others. They were working together to besiege the human-shaped monster with bone spikes on its back. This monster was already covered in injuries, but its movements were still extremely fierce. It waved the big sword in its hand, not at a disadvantage at all. The human-shaped monster's half-skeletal and half-fleshy face was also full of ferocity, and it would occasionally let out a strange laugh. The talismans on the bone spikes on the monster's back would fly out from time to time, causing endless trouble for the 2 foreign cultivators. For a moment, all kinds of black smoke and poisonous fire flew everywhere, and the battle was very lively. Perhaps it was because of the memory from his previous life, but Tang Zhen discovered that this monster's combat attack methods were extremely sharp. Its moves were also very organized, and it was much stronger than the 2 foreign race cultivators. Tang Zhen took a few glances and felt that this monster was very interesting. He specially sized it up a few more times. The fat man was also watching with great interest, and he would give some advice from time to time, allowing the two foreign cultivators to avoid the monster's killing blow several times. However, looking at the situation of the two of them, it seemed that they could be killed at any time. After watching for a while, Tang Zhen's brows furrowed slightly. He directed a few Holy Dragon City cultivators to surround them and rescue the two foreign cultivators at the same time. After the two panting foreign cultivators were replaced, they quickly saluted Tang Zhen and thanked him. If not for the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, they would have either died at the hands of this monster or fled. He had thought that it was only a level 5 monster and that they would be able to take it down easily with their strength. However, the two of them had never dreamed that this monster would be so powerful that it almost killed them. Tang Zhen waved his hand, indicating that the two of them could leave. At the same time, he continued to size up this monster. The two foreign cultivators thanked him and left immediately. They were going to try their luck in the ruins to see if they could find any treasures. At this time, the Holy Dragon City cultivators had already killed the monster in front of them and began to search for items on the monster's body. Their current combat strength was far beyond that of the other foreign cultivators of the same level, so it was naturally easy for them to deal with this monster. The corpses of the monsters in the wild buildings were also places that explorers could not miss. Because they were not empty, they often carried some items that they had used before they died. It didn't take long for these cultivators to finish their search and hand these things over to Tang Zhen. After reaching out and taking one of the books, Tang Zhen didn't want the other things and let the cultivators divide them among themselves. Tang Zhen was not interested in other things and would not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for profits from his subordinates. However, Tang Zhen would never miss out on books. Tang Zhen took the book in his hand and flipped through it. He discovered that it was a sword technique that was exactly the same as the one that the monster had displayed earlier. When the fatty by the side saw that Tang Zhen was reading very seriously, he swept a glance at the contents of the book and asked curiously, "What? You can understand the words on it?" Tang Zhen closed the book and kept it before he gently nodded. "Don't tell me this is one of the advanced skills you have." The fatty muttered as a hint of envy flashed through his eyes. The reason why he had joined the Holy Dragon City was, in fact, largely due to the high-level skills Tang Zhen had mastered. Tang Zhen had once promised him that when the right opportunity came, he would help Fatty obtain a high-level skill. Fatty had spent almost half of his life working hard to obtain advanced skills. During this period, he had even risked his life to enter a national-level building for the same reason. Obtaining high-level skills had become Fatty's obsession, and he had never given up. So, after hesitating for 2 days, he finally joined Holy Dragon City. The skill application cards that Tang Zhen had given to Fatty some time ago all belonged to the high-level skills that Fatty had mentioned. This made Fatty extremely happy. Through Fatty's experiments, he had already confirmed that the power of the skills exerted by these application cards was more than several times that of ordinary skills. They were genuine high-level skills. To be able to seal a high-level skill in a small card, this kind of ability was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. It also made Tang Zhen become more and more mysterious in Fatty's eyes. Fatty's heart was filled with anticipation as he waited for the day when he would truly master an advanced skill. Chapter 462 Cultivation, Direct Provocation. After putting the sword art manual into his storage space, the group continued to move forward slowly. Unlike the foreign cultivators who were fighting for their lives with the monsters, the Holy Dragon City cultivators guarding Tang Zhen faintly felt that this mountain peak and wild building were their own territory. If they wanted to enter, they had to pay a fee to the Holy Dragon City. What was the difference between this and their own territory? Tang Zhen merely smiled without saying anything after seeing their expressions. From time to time, monsters would rush up to them along the way, but they were all dealt with by the cultivators. The cooperation between them was as smooth as flowing water. The dozens of cultivators following Tang Zhen were a group of people who had just returned to rest from the alternate planes passageway. They were temporarily transferred here. This group of people wandered around the interdimensional passage all day long, fighting with monsters and foreign cultivators. Each of them reeked of blood and had a murderous intent. They had to continuously train in battle and at the same time ensure that they would not be easily killed, so that the combat power of the Holy Dragon City cultivators would become stronger and stronger. Tang Zhen was definitely willing to spend a great amount of effort to nurture the cultivators under him. This was because they were the capital that he would use to conquer the world in the future. The Holy Dragon City's cultivators did not have to worry about their cultivation because they were provided with free fine equipment, sufficient logistics, and a generous salary. They desperately tried to improve their strength, and almost all of them had mastered powerful cultivation skills. There were many types of cultivator skills on the cornerstone platform, and the more powerful the cultivator skill, the more points it would cost. In order to increase the combat strength of the cultivators, Tang Zhen provided a subsidy of at least 10,000 points to each cultivator, so that they could easily buy the skills they liked. In addition, cultivators who were short of money could also take a loan from the ghost bank or borrow from their companions. The purpose of all this was to become stronger, because the higher their cultivation, the higher the rewards they would receive. In Holy Dragon City, cultivators never lacked channels to make money, and they also advocated the idea of using battle to sustain battle. On the dilapidated mountain path, everyone was unimpeded. During this period, they encountered Lord-tier monsters that the Holy Dragon City cultivators could not deal with, and Fatty would rush forward and deal with them directly. That fellow had a myriad of tricks up his sleeve, but as a grade -8 Holy Master, he preferred to use his fists to defeat his enemies. Because he had guessed that the wild buildings on this mountain peak had once been plundered by Tang Zhen, Fatty lost interest in looking at the dilapidated buildings on both sides of the road. At this time, the area they were in was already filled with Lord-tier monsters. With only level 5 Holy Dragon City cultivators around them, they could no longer deal with them quickly. At this moment, Tang Zhen also started to attack. He flicked his right hand to the side, and the slender Miaodao that could absorb the mysterious elements of the dark world appeared in Tang Zhen's hand. According to the inscription on the blade, Tang Zhen called it soul-destroying. With the appearance of the soul-destroying saber, a layer of black flames began to spread on the blade, emitting a soul-stirring aura. What a vicious battle blade! The fat man at the side immediately gasped in admiration after seeing this. However, when he saw the inscriptions on the blade, he immediately curled his lips. You said you've never been here before, but the inscriptions on the blade clearly come from the same source as the buildings on the mountain. Tang Zhen also ignored the fatty who was clearly jealous. His body trembled slightly as he pounced toward the monster in front of him with lightning-like speed. When Fatty saw this, he immediately stared at Tang Zhen without blinking, wanting to see his true strength. Although there had always been rumors in the outside world that Tang Zhen's cultivation was that of a 3-star lord, Fatty himself did not believe it easily. This was because Fatty had always trusted his intuition. The feeling that Tang Zhen gave him was far more terrifying than a 3-star horde leader. At Tang Zhen's position, everyone could only see the blade light flash a few times before it disappeared in a flash like lightning in the rain. Then, he raised his saber with one hand and continued to stride forward. Voila! After a series of swooshing sounds, the Lord-tier monsters that were blocking the way were all split into two. They were as dead could be. Fatty, who was watching the battle from the side, was slightly startled. Tang Zhen's speed and aura earlier did not seem like a 3-star lord. Instead, it belonged to an even higher level. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that this Holy Dragon City Master was not simple. With Tang Zhen and Fatty taking action, the group's speed increased once again. After 10 minutes, they could already faintly see the group of Lord-grade cultivators in front. There were no monsters around the lords. They had obviously been lured away by their subordinates. Looking carefully, it turned out to be the 7 or 8 3-star horde leaders with the highest cultivation. At this moment, they were gathered together, looking at the peak of the mountain in a daze. Tang Zhen knew with a single glance that it was clearly the runic magic circle at the waist of the mountain that had blocked their path. After keeping the soul-destroying saber, Tang Zhen's footsteps were light as he slowly walked over. A purple-robed foreign cultivator with a round eye between his brows nodded at Tang Zhen after seeing him. City Lord Tang Zhen, you've really done a good deal. Just the fee for entering the passageway alone can easily exceed 100 million. When he saw Tang Zhen looking at him with a smile that was not a smile, the purple-robed cultivator continued, everyone says that City Lord Tang Zhen not only has a high cultivation, but his means of doing business to make money are also brilliant. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it without a doubt. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards Tang Zhen and said, I'm impressed. Although the purple-robed cultivator's words were a little teasing, he had no ill intentions. Although the human race had always been of low status in the eyes of the foreign cultivators, they still maintained enough respect for the powerful human beings. At their level of cultivation, the difference between races was no longer as important. Furthermore, the young man in front of them had a profound cultivation base and a mysterious background. He was completely worth befriending. Tang Zhen laughed and said to the purple-robed cultivator in a clear voice, "Grandmaster Kate, you flatter me. I'm just struggling to support my family's business and have no choice. After all, there are too many places where I need to spend money in such a large city. Compared to all of you here, this Tang is truly embarrassingly short of money." When the foreign cultivator who was called Master Kate by Tang Zhen heard this, he only smiled and shook his head. However, a lizard-like alien cultivator turned around and snorted. "If City Lord Tang Zhen is a poor person, I'm afraid that old people like us can only go beg for food. You're still acting innocent after taking advantage of me. You've really widened this old man's horizons." Everyone could sense the hostility in this cultivator's tone. However, no one said anything. They only looked at Tang Zhen in unison. They wanted to see how Tang Zhen would handle this matter. Tang Zhen swept a glance at this cultivator and coldly said, "Your Excellency's words seem to have a hidden meaning. I wonder if this Tang has offended you in any way." The lizard cultivator's vertical pupils rolled as he looked at Tang Zhen and said, "You didn't offend me. It's just that a distant relative of mine seemed to have been killed by City Lord Tang Zhen. At the same time, the entire treasure vault in the city was swept clean by you, right? I heard that City Lord Tang swept through the treasure troves of 4 towers in a row and even caused chaos in the other planes, leading to the early closure of the passage. You've swept away so much wealth, yet you're still crying about being poor. It's simply disgraceful." After saying this, the lizard cultivator crossed his arms and looked at Tang Zhen with obvious provocation in his eyes. 463 Intimidating the alien race and watching coldly from the sidelines. 1. The chapter name can't be changed, so I cut out a part of chapter 461 and merged it into this chapter. Please forgive me. Everyone's expression changed after hearing this. They didn't expect the Holy Dragon City Master to have done such a thing. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Tang Zhen and the lizard cultivator, constantly wandering around. Tang Zhen was also a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect the Lusheng world to be so big. There was actually someone who confirmed his identity and came to find him. The most likely possibility was that he had used some kind of divine spell to determine his origin. However, all of this was not important. He would never hand over the brain that was in his pocket. Thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen coldly looked at the lizard cultivator and asked in a lukewarm voice, "So what if it's me? Don't tell me you want to stand up for someone and get back those brains." The lizard cultivator sneered and looked at Tang Zhen arrogantly. "To be honest, I do have that intention." Tang Zhen nodded and whispered to the lizard cultivator, "Since that's the case, you can go die." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen's body trembled and he charged toward the lizard cultivator. The lizard cultivator, who was already prepared for battle, was shocked when he saw this. Before he could defend, Tang Zhen's heavy fist had already smashed over. Boom! Everyone saw a figure suddenly fly out. He was in midair but he was spurting blood. It was the lizard lord who had mocked Tang Zhen earlier. "Damn it!" 2 soft shouts rang out. 2 3-star horde leaders from the foreign races attacked from the left and right, ruthlessly attacking Tang Zhen. "You're the ones who are looking for death." Tang Zhen didn't even turn his head back as his entire body disappeared in an instant. The 2 lord cultivators who tried to attack Tang Zhen let out a blood-curdling screech as they held their abdomens and retreated a few steps. By the time the 2 3-star horde leaders stopped in their tracks, everyone discovered that their abdomens had been pierced by sharp blades. Tang Zhen's figure appeared once again. A purple electric short sword was held in his hand as blood continuously dripped down the blade. All the cultivators present were shocked by this scene. None of them had expected that Tang Zhen would actually be able to easily injure 3 3-star horde leaders in the blink of an eye. If he had not shown mercy, the 3 people in front of him would have had their throats slit and died. The foreign race's overlords, who originally had many guesses about Tang Zhen's true strength, suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Their eyes also began to flicker. After Tang Zhen made his move, the expressions of the Holy Dragon City cultivators on guard changed. They surrounded him without the slightest hesitation, the firearms in their hands ready to fire. Against these non-human overlords, the Holy Dragon City cultivators could only use the guns and weapons in their hands to deal effective damage. The fat man stood in front of the foreign cultivators with a cold smile on his face, as if he were ready to start a fight at any moment. The three non-human tribal lords that were injured by Tang Zhen were also pointed at by the Holy Dragon City's cultivators with their spears. Their faces were dark. At this moment, other than resentment in their hearts, they felt even more fear and regret towards Tang Zhen. They blamed themselves for listening to other people's instigations. In the end, they had suffered a great loss. This Holy Dragon City's city lord was not the rumored 3-star horde leader, but rather a higher level 4-star horde leader. Only the heavens knew how this fellow managed to rise to such a high level at such a young age. Which of the 3-star horde leaders present had not gone through 1 to 200 years of bitter cultivation to attain their current cultivation? If Tang Zhen were to advance another step, he would undergo a qualitative change to King Tier. At that time, Holy Dragon City would truly be the overlord of the wildlands, and no one would be able to reach it. Even now, no one was able to resist it, putting the foreign cultivators at a disadvantage. This damn guy clearly had such a cultivation level, yet he was so forbearing. It was truly terrifying. Although the three of them had been injured by Tang Zhen, it was completely possible for them to escape in front of a few rank 5 cultivators. However, the three of them didn't take any action. Instead, they treated their wounds in silence while observing the changes in the scene. The two of them were wary of Tang Zhen's strength, and they were also wary of the firearms in the hands of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. They had just seen with their own eyes the scene of these Holy Dragon City cultivators using firearms to attack a Lord Tier monster. They did not dare to underestimate their terrifying speed and destructive power. Moreover, Tang Zhen could have killed them directly, but instead, he severely injured them. This meant that there was still room for negotiation. Therefore, the wisest thing for the two of them to do was to wait and see. City Lord Tang Zhen, are you Wufu? A white-robed elf elder by the side suddenly took a step forward and blocked Tang Zhen's path. Tang Zhen's expressionless eyes swept over the other party as he coldly said, "First elder stopped me because you want to seek justice for someone." Tang Zhen did not have a good impression of this old fox. As Yu Qian's teacher, this old man had always been giving advice behind the scenes. He was the core figure of the group of elven cultivators. Who knows, this old man might be behind today's provocation. Tang Zhen wouldn't believe that the lizard cultivator was really taking revenge for the alien cultivators who were killed by him. This group of cunning old men would never offend him for a dead person who didn't have much relationship with him. It was just an excuse to test his true strength. Now that they were in the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen was their biggest competitor. Perhaps all the foreign cultivators present had subconsciously regarded him as an enemy. If it was an ordinary 5th-level city, they would not be so careful. They would have even taken over the Holy Dragon City. They did not have any confidence in facing the Holy Dragon City, so they had been very well behaved. However, this did not mean that they would always be content with their place. It was only a matter of time before they would probe Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen had already guessed the plans of these foreign cultivators. Therefore, he was not surprised at all. Just now, he had suddenly attacked and seriously injured these 3-star horde leaders. At the same time, he also had the intention of showing his might. There was no need to kill him. Not only would it make people panic, but it would also affect the plan to attack the Cold Moon Tower later. He believed that from his performance just now, it was enough for others to confirm his cultivation and make them feel fear. If Tang Zhen was also a 3-star horde leader, he would definitely not be able to heavily injure 3 cultivators of the same rank in an instant. In fact, from his performance, it seemed like he still had some strength left. This was enough to prove that Tang Zhen's cultivation was much higher than these foreign tribe overlords. At this moment, the fear in the eyes of those foreign tribe overlords when they looked at Tang Zhen was enough to explain everything. The first elder of the elf clan bitterly laughed when he heard this and said to Tang Zhen, "City Lord Tang Zhen has misunderstood. I just want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You to calm your anger and let the three of them go." Now that the attack on Cold Moon Tower was imminent, the sudden appearance of this wild tower made the whole matter even more complicated. Therefore, it's crucial to preserve our high-end combat power. One more person means one more chance. After he said this, the first elder of the elf clan bowed to Tang Zhen and said, "Please stop, City Lord." The foreign cultivators beside him also tried to persuade Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen originally didn't plan to kill anyone now, so he used this excuse to let the 3 foreign race cultivators go. Tang Zhen no longer bothered about those 3 fellows who were recuperating on the ground. He turned his head and looked at the great symbol formation behind him. His eyes revealed a pondering expression. The eyes of the elf tribe's first elder by the side moved slightly. He smiled at Tang Zhen and said, "The city lord's attainments in runes are quite deep. He actually broke through the protective shield of this wild building before us." This old man is impressed. Tang Zhen gently shook his head when he heard this, indicating that he didn't dare to accept it. When this old fox said this, he clearly had the intention of letting Tang Zhen do his part. Tang Zhen would not be fooled. As long as the foundation stone of the building was not taken out, it would always exist. There was no need to break it in a hurry. Wouldn't it be better for him to slowly crack the runic magic circle after all of them had left? Therefore, the area above the mountainside was like a piece of fat meat that could be seen but not eaten, luring these foreign cultivators to come here and earn a lot of tickets. Seeing that Tang Zhen didn't accept his flattery, the elf clan's first elder could only speak clearly. "As you can see, my lord, there must be a shocking treasure hidden in this runic magic circle. It's a pity to miss it. Why don't you be the main force, and with our cooperation, we'll work together to break this runic magic circle and share the treasure within." After a short pause, the first elder of the elf clan said softly, "The city lord doesn't lack the ordinary treasures at the bottom of the mountain, but aren't you interested in the treasures at the mountainside?" Tang Zhen glanced at the elf clan's first elder when he heard this. The corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile. From the meaning in this old fellow's words, it was obvious that he had already guessed that the bottom of the mountain waste had already been plundered by Tang Zhen. As expected of an old fox who had lived for hundreds of years, nothing could be hidden from him. Tang Zhen didn't care about this. This kind of thing was originally based on one's own ability. If you're not convinced, then come and hit me. This Tang also wants good things, but unfortunately, I can only look at them. However, if this Tang encounters something within his capabilities, I will definitely not delay. Tang Zhen directly rejected the elf race's first elder and gave himself a supporting role. The elf tribe's first elder was clearly aware of Tang Zhen's plan. However, he could only helplessly smile and shake his head. In the following time, everyone kept trying to crack the runic magic circle, but it was to no avail. Tang Zhen stayed for a while before leaving with his subordinates. 464 Chapter 463 Making the best use of everything, a weirdo tycoon. On the way back to the exit, they could see groups of foreign cultivators pouncing toward the mountain. There was no need to elaborate on the value of the wild buildings on the mountain peaks. Therefore, when they heard that they could enter, the foreign cultivators immediately swarmed in. They were scattered around the huge mountain peak, constantly searching every corner, and from time to time, they would fight with monsters. At the same time, there would also be lucky guys who would get good things from the corners of the world, and they would be so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Naturally, there were also people who would forget their sense of justice for profit, taking the opportunity to kill and rob others of their treasures, thinking that no one knew. However, this group of people did not know that their actions had already fallen into Tang Zhen's eyes. Tang Zhen merely returned a mocking smile to these crazy fellows. To be so happy picking up the leftovers left behind by Tang Zhen, it seemed that the standards of this group of foreign cultivators were not high. The area at the foot of the mountain was left to these foreign cultivators to fight and kill, and they could also help clear the monsters. Once this place was completely cleaned up, Tang Zhen would send people in to harvest a large amount of precious wood. The trees were as dense as iron, and their colors were beautiful and magnificent. They were definitely excellent construction materials. It would definitely be very popular if it was used to make furniture and chairs. In addition, there were many other things in this mountain peak, all of which were of considerable value. They must not be wasted. As they walked slowly, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the passage and prepared to leave. However, there were too many foreign cultivators who had entered. Tang Zhen and the others couldn't get out for a while, so they stood at the side and waited. Some of the mercenaries and cultivators recognized Tang Zhen. When they saw him standing there, they all came forward and saluted. Tang Zhen smiled from the beginning to the end, appearing very approachable and giving people a good impression. Tang Zhen and the others only walked out after no cultivators passed through the passage. At the entrance at the foot of the mountain, the number of Holy Dragon City warriors guarding it had doubled again. A large row of wasteland war chariots was lined up in a row, and all of them were machine gunners with serious expressions. Other than that, there were also a few special military pickup trucks from the Asian Alliance, with rocket launchers fixed on the back of the truck. The heavily guerrilla-style war chariots looked out of place, but they were very suitable for the situation in the world of Lusheng. Therefore, when Tang Zhen was purchasing, he got 10 cars in one go, but he rarely used them. When fighting against monsters, the killing power of this weapon was very obvious. Often, after a series of attacks, the ground would be covered in rotten meat. After seeing Tang Zhen come out, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers who were in charge of guarding the place immediately saluted him with solemn expressions. Tang Zhen nodded his head and walked to the table in charge of collecting the fees. He swept a glance at the brains in the box. The 1-meter-wide metal box was filled with brains that were shining with a dazzling light. Even the lowest level brain was level 4. Tang Zhen made a rough estimate. The total number of brain beads in this metal box had probably exceeded 10 million. He couldn't help but sigh. When he first arrived in the world of Lusheng, 1,000 brain beads was enough to make him happy for an entire day. Now, he just needed to use a little trick and he could obtain millions of brains. As his strength and horizons continued to rise, 1,000,000 brain beads were no longer able to cause waves in Tang Zhen's heart. This was because this was still 1,000 times less than the amount he needed. Now, the Holy Dragon City needed to use their brain pearls to sacrifice Lu Cheng's advancement. To upgrade a level 5 building to level 6, he would need 10,000 Lord-grade brain beads, which was 1 billion brain beads. Up until now, the number of brain beads that Tang Zhen had accumulated could barely support the advancement of one tower. Therefore, he still had a long way to go. He controlled 5 passages to other planes. Now, the Cold Moon Tower and the Wild Tower on the mountain peak had appeared. If Tang Zhen could grasp this opportunity, he would definitely be able to earn a lot from him. When Holy Dragon City was promoted to rank 6, they would be able to truly control the wildlands and dominate a region. Just as Tang Zhen was pondering on how to earn more brain beads, a person suddenly came over from the side and stood in front of him. This fellow opened his mouth wide and smiled at Tang Zhen in a very flattering manner. However, that big face of his seemed to be asking for a beating no matter how one looked at it. This guy was none other than an old resident of the Holy Dragon City, an oddball in the army, the rich captain. "City Lord, what are you looking at with your neck stretched?" The rich captain followed Tang Zhen's line of sight and looked at the sky, but found that he didn't see anything. He couldn't help but scratch his head and ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Curiously, the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth twitched when he heard these words. The heroic spirit that had just been brewed immediately vanished. Tang Zhen curled his lips. He extended his hand and patted the head of the rich captain as he scolded with a smile, "What are you doing here instead of doing your job?" The rich captain, whose cultivation had reached level 5, was in charge of more than 100 soldiers. He was considered a figure of moderate importance in the army. However, this guy's amusing character had never changed. From time to time, he would do things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. "City Lord, I just wanted to ask, when can we go in? Brothers, do you also want to go in and see something new?" After saying this, the rich captain looked at Tang Zhen with anticipation, afraid that he would not allow it. It could be said that very few people had seen such a large wild building, so they were naturally full of curiosity. However, as the soldiers of the tower, they all had their own responsibilities. Without Tang Zhen's order, none of them dared to enter. However, due to Tang Zhen's might, none of these people dared to open their mouths and ask. Only the nouveau riche captain, this hothead, would take the initiative to approach. Tang Zhen did not give any orders from the beginning. He only did not want the Holy Dragon City's soldiers to participate in those meaningless fights to prevent unnecessary casualties. However, since the rich captain had raised this matter, Tang Zhen couldn't directly reject it. He smiled and said, "It's not that I can't let you in, but after you enter, try to avoid the monsters and don't split up. You can keep everything you get here, but you must be careful." After saying this, Tang Zhen looked at the rich captain, "Especially you. If you dare to mess around again, I'll throw you into a small dark room and lock you up for 10 days to half a month." The team leader chuckled. When he heard that, Tang Zhen also had a helpless expression as he looked at the nouveau riche captain, who was completely impervious to anything. Even Tai Seng couldn't do anything about this weird guy. Almost every time he saw him, he would be so angry that he would blow his beard and glare at him. Some time ago, the tycoon captain received an order to lead a team to capture mutated monsters in the wilderness for taming experiments. This was a very common mission in itself. But in this guy's hands, it had completely changed. It didn't take long for them to encounter a mutant monster with smooth skin that looked like a cheetah. Just because of Old Wan's warning not to hurt the monster, the more complete the better, this guy began to make a mistake and actually fought with the monster in the snow with his bare arms. As for his group of subordinates, they were all masters who wished for the world to be in chaos, and often followed him in taking on the tiger's aura. Seeing the tycoon captain fighting with the monster, not only did these guys not stop him, but they also surrounded him and cheered him on. In the end, the tycoon captain and the monster fought for half an hour in the snow. The battle was in full swing. The monster was also extremely unlucky to have met the rich captain. It was hit by the pot-sized fist until its whole body was red and swollen. Its originally white skin was now bruised and purple. After being scratched by the monster's sharp claws, the team leader was also covered in blood. However, this guy didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, his battle intent was boiling. The nouveau riche captain's actions were strange, but the result of this incident was even more bizarre. After the fierce battle, the monster was directly beaten into submission by the rich captain before it was even sent to Old Wantu for taming. Even Old Wan was amazed when he heard about it, especially after he saw the monster. He was full of praise for the rich captain. This was because this level 4 white cheetah monster's intelligence was not inferior to that of a Lord-tier monster. In fact, it might even be superior. This kind of monster had great potential and was rare in number. It could be said that it was 1 in 10,000. Only a weirdo like the nouveau riche team leader could tame such a rare mutated monster by chance. From that day on, the nouveau riche team became the second person in the Holy Dragon City to have tamed monsters. Wherever they went, there would be a white cheetah monster following them. What was even weirder was that since following the rich captain, this monster had actually become the rich captain's drinking friend. When the man and the monster were resting, they would lean together and drink until they were dead drunk. Although his style of doing things made people speechless, there were still many people who were envious of the rich captain's monster war beast. 465 Chapter 464 Special Weapon. Returning to the ruins after settling the matters at the entrance, Tang Zhen got up and returned to the Holy Dragon City. The appearance of the wild tower on the mountain had increased the number of variables in the fight for the foundation stone of Cold Moon Tower. Fortunately, it was still under control. Although the monsters in the wild tower were powerful, they were limited by the laws and could not be far from the area of the foundation stone, so they were not a threat. After returning to the secret room in the Holy Dragon City and staying there for a few hours, Tang Zhen was teleported back to his original world. When attacking Cold Moon Tower, Tang Zhen was prepared to use some powerful weapons, some of which he had not stored yet. He might not know how to use these weapons, but he had to keep them in his hands, so that he could use them in time when needed. In Shu Feng's villa, Tang Zhen opened the door and slowly walked into the hall. Compared to the world of Lusheng, the current one had a pleasant climate and was covered in lush green everywhere. The longer he stayed in the world of Lusheng, the more obvious Tang Zhen's feeling of the clamor and pollution of the original world became, making him feel as if he was in a suffocating jar. Tang Zhen ignored the terrible air quality and turned his attention back to the surrounding environment. Through the map, he could see that the original residents around the villa had all been cleared out. The current residents were all Secret Service personnel. Their main duty was to guard this place closely and prevent anyone with ulterior motives from entering. The existence of these people had both advantages and disadvantages, but the advantages undoubtedly outweighed the disadvantages. If it was in the past, when he needed these special weapons, he would definitely find a way to prepare them, but now he did not have to go through such trouble. When his figure appeared from the villa, someone immediately came forward and bowed to him. "You're back, Mr. Tang." This young man in casual clothes was the staff that Shu Feng had arranged to stay in the villa. They were on standby 24/7. Tang Zhen's return time was completely irregular. They could only use this method to quietly wait so as not to delay Tang Zhen's matter. Nodding his head, Tang Zhen turned to the young man and asked, "Have you prepared the things I asked for last time?" "The items that Mr. Tang needs are currently being modified. It's estimated that they will be delivered to your hands in about a day." Before the young man could answer, a man in a suit and a pair of delicate glasses walked out of the door. He looked very refined. He walked with a majestic gait, and the eyes behind his glasses were very sharp. Although he was dressed like an ordinary person, his military aura could not be hidden from people. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over the other party. He knew that those words were spoken by the suited young man. This young man's identity was very special. He was the representative of the Asian Alliance. He had been the one to contact Tang Zhen. "Hello, Mr. Tang." The young man walked in front of Tang Zhen and gently shook his hand with a smile on his face. "Mr. Sun, long time no see." After the two of them chatted for a while, they sat down on the sofa together and went straight to the point. The man who was addressed as Mr. Sun by Tang Zhen took out a document labeled, "Top Secret," from his briefcase and handed it to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen received it and flipped through it for a while before returning it to the other party. After seeing Tang Zhen finish reading, Mr. Sun said, "Because the consumption of the experiment is very large, the brain beads you provided last time have been used up, so we need you to provide another batch." Tang Zhen nodded. It was merely some brains. Tang Zhen could provide them at any time. In addition, we also hope that Mr. Tang Zhen can provide another batch of items from the Lusheng world. For example, the Fem combat suit fragments from last time. Tang Zhen immediately frowned slightly when he heard the other party mention the foamy combat suit. It was not that he was dissatisfied with the other party's request, but he suddenly thought of something. Ever since he had escaped from the wreckage of the battleship, he hadn't been to that place to take a look. Tang Zhen remembered that in the ruins of the battleship, there was a kind of extremely powerful mother-child bomb. If it was used to attack the Cold Moon Tower, it might have an excellent effect. Compared to weapons like atomic bombs and neutron bombs, not only were these bombs harmless, but their power was even more astonishing. Tang Zhen had been busy dealing with the Cold Moon disaster some time ago and had really neglected this place. Now, it seemed that it was necessary to go there again. Tang Zhen mused for a moment before nodding and agreeing to the other party's request. After sending the other party off, Tang Zhen stayed for a moment before returning to the Tower World. After sending the storage card he brought back to the commercial district, Tang Zhen flapped his wings and directly flew in the direction of the super ruins. Last time, it was because he was too weak that he was defeated by the monster on the battleship. Now that he was only one step away from King Class, he could definitely crush the monster on the battleship. On the other hand, Tang Zhen did not know what level the monster in the gray fog was, causing him to feel uncertain. With Tang Zhen's current speed, it would not take him much time to reach the super junkyard. It did not take long before he landed at the edge of the junkyard. With the arrival of the Cold Moon disaster, this place had also become cold and cheerless. There was no trace of it on the snow nearby. Although the original wildlands were barren, at least they didn't lack people. It wasn't like the current situation, which was like a ghost's domain. Tang Zhen glanced at the super ruins that were still surrounded by gray fog before he leapt and rushed in. He continued to advance in the gray fog. When he passed by a wild building in the gray fog, he casually glanced at it. For some unknown reason, the monster in the wild building was not affected by the Cold Moon disaster and continued to circle in the wild building. Tang Zhen didn't have the time to investigate the reason behind it. Instead, he continued to advance toward the central region. A few minutes later, Tang Zhen had arrived in front of the warship wreckage. At the same time, his eyes were locked on the huge pit where gray fog was constantly rising. He could clearly sense a hidden aura inside, as if it was silently watching him. The monster was still there, unaffected by the Cold Moon disaster. Tang Zhen stood silently for a moment before he suddenly unleashed a substance-like mental energy that pressed toward the large gray fog pit. As if it had sensed Tang Zhen's attack, the monster in the gray fog also began to counterattack. The two sides, psychic energy collided with each other, causing the gray mist to fluctuate violently, and a faint fiery light flashed. A trace of joy surfaced on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth. He had been expressionless the entire time. Suddenly, he walked toward the large pit in front of him. In the probing exchange earlier, Tang Zhen had won completely. Bang! A stone on the ground was kicked away by Tang Zhen and shot into the large pit with lightning speed. At the same time, Tang Zhen clearly sensed that the monster hidden within the gray fog seemed to have trembled slightly. Tang Zhen did not know why, but he faintly felt a fear. Tang Zhen secretly marveled in his heart. Could it be that the monster within the gray fog was afraid of him? It wasn't impossible. After all, his strength had increased by many times compared to the last time he came. The monster that he had once thought was extremely terrifying was no longer worth mentioning. As his footsteps continued to approach, Tang Zhen could clearly sense that the monster in the gray fog was indeed afraid of him. Tang Zhen's heart became increasingly happy when he sensed the fear that this monster revealed. However, he didn't let his guard down. If this was the monster's deliberate attempt to confuse him, then it must be hiding some kind of killer move. However, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to waste too much time here. Therefore, he must end the battle as soon as possible. Tang Zhen waved his hand and took out a machine gun. He aimed at the bottom of the pit that was filled with gray fog and began to continuously fire. At this moment, a pair of huge green eyes suddenly flashed and appeared in the gray fog. It stared at Tang Zhen through the gray fog. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. He turned the muzzle and continued to shoot at the position of that pair of eyes. Seeing this, the monster in the gray fog immediately wrapped itself in a cloud of gray fog and rushed into the wreckage like lightning. 466 Re-entering the wreckage. The speed of this monster's escape was actually not inferior to the current Tang Zhen. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. As for why the monster didn't escape to the wilderness but entered the warship wreckage, it was obviously because it was the best cover nearby. You want to run? Dream on! Tang Zhen coldly shouted. He entered the warship wreckage in a flash and chased in the direction where the monster had disappeared. Unfortunately, the monster's escape speed was too fast. By the time Tang Zhen entered the warship wreckage, the monster had already disappeared without a trace. The silent warship was still in tatters, and the traces of the last battle were still fresh in his mind. Compared to the carefulness he had the last time, the current Tang Zhen no longer had so many scruples. He was practically barging in all the way. Even if there was a metal wall blocking the way, it would be easily torn apart by Tang Zhen. That hard and special metal was like paper in his hands. Not long after, a monster appeared in front of Tang Zhen and tried to block his way. It was a strange monster made up of metal garbage. It used a long tail to support its huge head, and its huge mouth was filled with rotating saw blades. After seeing Tang Zhen, the monster that was hanging on the ceiling of the tunnel immediately pounced towards him like a spring. The saw-like teeth in its mouth were rapidly rotating. If one was bitten by this monster, even a tank in his original world would be missing a piece. However, to Tang Zhen, this was merely a small monster that he could casually crush to death. Tang Zhen's pursuing speed did not slow down at all as he directly swept past the monster. Crack! After a crisp sound, Tang Zhen directly removed the monster's head. After taking out the monster's head, Tang Zhen casually threw the huge head, smashing a huge hole in the metal wall in front of him. Squeak! After a sharp cry, a metal rat's head suddenly popped out from behind the hole. It was looking at Tang Zhen with a dumbfounded expression. In its claws, it was holding some kind of black food, and its mouth was still chewing unconsciously. Its rat-like eyes were filled with shock and fear. It was obvious that it was extremely shocked after seeing Tang Zhen. If one looked closely, they would find that the tail of the metal rat had been broken off, and only a small section was left. Tang Zhen was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that this cunning rat was actually not dead. It even seemed to be living a comfortable life. Back then, it was this fellow who had attracted that floating ball and chased after Tang Zhen relentlessly, leaving him in a sorry state. Just as Tang Zhen was preparing to kill this lowly metal rat, he did not expect that this fellow would actually turn around and flee. There was not the slightest hesitation in his actions. The terrifying experience of meeting Tang Zhen back then was still fresh in this metal rat's mind. It didn't expect that after so many days, this damn human would come again and almost kill it while it was foraging. This rat had already sensed Tang Zhen's terrifying strength. Therefore, it did not have the slightest hesitation when it fled. Tang Zhen laughed softly when he saw this. He ignored this despicable rat and continued to chase after the monster within the gray fog. Tang Zhen had already lost the interest to continue paying attention to this kind of enemy that he could casually crush. Back then, when they were both ants, Tang Zhen might care a lot about this kind of momentary humiliation. However, when he grew into a colossus, he would no longer be entangled with an insignificant hatred. If they encountered it, they might solve it in passing, but they would definitely not chase after an ant that they could easily crush just for this matter. Of course, that kind of undying hatred was not included in it. At this moment, in the metal tunnel that Tang Zhen was in, one could see bits and pieces of junk piled up on the ground. It appeared very messy. Whenever Tang Zhen saw a well-preserved item when he passed by, he would casually store it into his storage space. These things were nothing more than trash in his eyes, but they were priceless in the original world. Whether it was the Asian Alliance or the American Alliance, as well as the research institutes on the island, they were all researching these items and had already seen some results. After passing through the long and narrow metal passage, Tang Zhen once again came to the control center of the warship wreckage and scanned the surrounding environment. In this huge control hall, there were more than 10 dark passages, all leading to unknown areas. The last time, it was at this place that Tang Zhen had encountered those terrifying flying metal balls, causing him to flee in panic. Just as Tang Zhen was observing these tunnels and choosing a direction to head in, a wave of heavy footsteps was suddenly transmitted from within the tunnel. Tang Zhen quietly stood at his original spot and waited for the voice to approach. However, there was not the slightest change in his expression. After around a minute, the sound suddenly stopped. A tall human-shaped monster appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. The monster was wearing a heavy combat suit that looked like armor. 2 metal balls were spinning behind it, constantly flashing with red light. He had a feeling that the 2 metal balls had already locked onto him and could attack at any moment. Tang Zhen had an extremely deep impression of these 2 metal balls. However, his attention was not on the metal ball. Instead, he was carefully sizing up the monster in front of him. It was tall and strong, with grayish-white skin, strong facial features, and sharp eyes. Judging from its aura, it was a level 8 monster, a 3-star horde leader. After seeing Tang Zhen, the monster gently waved its hand. The 2 metal balls floating behind it trembled slightly and immediately flew toward Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen laughed coldly as he looked at the metal ball that was about to launch an attack. His body suddenly flashed away from his original spot. By the time his figure reappeared, the 2 metal balls were already in his hands, struggling continuously. After gently shaking it twice, the light on the surface of the metal ball was immediately extinguished. It was directly thrown into the storage space by Tang Zhen. Back then, he had been helpless against the metal ball, but now, he could easily capture it. After getting rid of the 2 metal balls, Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the monster. However, he discovered that the monster had already raised its arm and a piercing light ray was rapidly shooting toward him. Tang Zhen suddenly disappeared from his original spot just as the light ray was about to reach him. The monster's expression changed. It suddenly turned around, drew the weapon at its waist, and slashed behind it. When it attacked, the blade in the monster's hand would vibrate at a high frequency, and it could easily tear through metal armor. However, it missed its target because there was nothing behind it. Just as the monster quickly turned around to check, a short sword suddenly appeared out of thin air and easily pierced through its head. The monster's eyes widened and it struggled for a few moments before it fell to the ground, dead. After coming out of the dark world, Tang Zhen sized up the monster's body and put all the items on it into the storage space. Tang Zhen had a feeling that this monster in front of him might be the owner of this warship wreckage. Tang Zhen fell into deep thought as he swept his gaze across the surrounding tunnel. Until now, he still couldn't be sure if this warship wreckage was a wild building, so the best way to verify it was to find out if there was a foundation stone. After dealing with the corpse, Tang Zhen continued to search along the passage. The area of this warship wreckage was very large. It would take an ordinary person a lot of time to explore it, but it was not difficult for Tang Zhen. He had searched everywhere along the way. Any locks and anti-theft facilities were just decorations to him. As the search continued, Tang Zhen inadvertently opened a warehouse and finally found the weapon he wanted. It was a cluster bomb that wasn't too big, but it could easily destroy countless lives on a planet. However, the bomb had been destroyed. The outer shell had been removed and the cantaloupe-like bomb inside had been taken out. Most of the bombs had already been taken away, and there were less than 20 left in the arsenal. To Tang Zhen, these bombs were already sufficient. After collecting these bombs, Tang Zhen walked around and continued to head to other areas. 467 Chapter 466 Another top-grade cornerstone. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to complete the exploration and cleaning of the 5 passages. During this period of time, he found more than a dozen human-shaped monsters in a secret chamber. When they attacked him, they were easily dealt with by Tang Zhen. After moving all the items in the secret room, Tang Zhen released his mental energy and tried to sense the location of the gray fog monster. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he didn't find anything. It was unknown what kind of method this gray fog monster used to completely conceal its aura. Even Tang Zhen, a 4-star horde leader with incomparably powerful mental energy, was unable to discover any traces. The gray fog monster could obviously sense Tang Zhen's powerful strength. Therefore, it had fled here in a panic to avoid Tang Zhen's pursuit. Tang Zhen faintly had a feeling that it would not be an easy task to subdue this strange monster. After coming out of the secret room, Tang Zhen continued to head to the next passage. As soon as he entered the passage, he could clearly feel a special aura fluctuation, which seemed to be hidden at the end of the passage. Tang Zhen was extremely familiar with this kind of fluctuation. It was the aura of the foundation stone. The originally calm expression on Tang Zhen's face immediately revealed a joyous expression on the corner of his mouth. There was indeed a foundation stone in this warship wreckage. There were all kinds of strange buildings in the world of buildings. Tang Zhen had even heard of a race with carapace. Their buildings were the feces of unknown creatures that were like mountains. Another race's city tower was a huge corpse that constantly emitted a nauseating rancid smell. The other races avoided it like the plague. However, the residents of the city were extremely infatuated with the taste and regarded it as a supreme delicacy. Tang Zhen was amazed by all kinds of strange buildings. To Tang Zhen, the foundation stone of this warship ruin was definitely of the highest quality. He had to obtain it no matter what. After locking onto the foundation stone's location, Tang Zhen did not hesitate as he headed straight for that location. Looking at the huge metal door that blocked his way, Tang Zhen sent it flying with a kick and directly rushed in. He was currently in a huge room that was filled with a sci-fi atmosphere. The walls of the room were filled with colorful fluorescent lines. There seemed to be some kind of liquid flowing inside, and the color was also constantly changing. Two giant monsters covered in metal armor were constantly moving around the foundation stone. When they saw Tang Zhen's figure, they immediately roared and pounced forward. Tang Zhen was able to confirm with a single glance that these were two genuine level 8 monsters. With a shake of his hand, the soul-annihilating saber suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's hand. With a powerful and unparalleled force, he directly slashed at the monster closest to him. Amidst the sparks, the soul-annihilating saber that was burning with black flames cut through the monster's armor like a knife through tofu. At the same time, it deeply penetrated its body. The monster howled in pain. The place that was struck by the soul-destroying saber immediately withered, and the edge of the wound had even turned into ashes. Apart from its unparalleled sharpness, the soul-annihilating saber obviously had other special abilities, which were very similar to the corrosive abilities of the Dark World. Just by looking at the monster's pained expression, one could tell how strange this soul-annihilating saber was. Tang Zhen quickly pulled out his blade and dodged. After he dodged the attack of another monster, he leapt and the soul-destroying blade directly slashed the monster's neck. The monster howled in pain and dodged backward with all its might. Tang Zhen's blade had almost cut off half of its neck. Its huge head could not bear the heavy load and softly drooped down. After suffering such a heavy injury, this monster was already on the verge of death. Even if Tang Zhen did not continue to attack, it was likely that it would not be able to endure for long. Ignoring the struggling monster, Zhen Tang turned around and raised his blade. He continued to attack another monster, each strike faster than the last. A minute later, the two guardian monsters that were covered in injuries were dead on the ground. After taking out and storing the monster's brain, Tang Zhen turned around and walked in front of the foundation stone. He carefully sized it up. Compared to the other foundations of the wild building, the one in front of him had a silver-gray metallic luster, and the runes were slightly different. In the past, Tang Zhen didn't know what the runes on the foundation stone represented when he didn't understand runes. However, Tang Zhen had a faint comprehension when he looked at the rune foundation stone now. In fact, the specific attributes of the foundation stone had been completely reflected through these runes. If one could understand the runes on it, they could determine the true attributes of the foundation stone. However, Tang Zhen's research on runes was only at the beginner level. He was still unable to recognize the true meaning of these runes. Perhaps when his rune level improved a little more, he would be able to completely interpret the runes on the foundation stone. Reaching out his hand to keep the wild building foundation stone, Tang Zhen turned around and left the foundation stone hall. The next thing to do was to continue searching for resources here and then track down the fog monster. Time slowly passed. 2 hours later, the entire warship wreckage had been completely searched by Tang Zhen. The harvest was extremely rich. Currently, Tang Zhen had used dozens of the highest grade storage cards that he could buy, and all of them were the gains from this trip. However, he did not see the fog monster from the beginning to the end. Perhaps it had already escaped. Based on the speed of this monster, if it wanted to escape, it would have been hundreds of kilometers away. In the vast snowfield, who knew where this monster would run to hide? If they searched blindly, it would be no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if Tang Zhen was determined to find it, this matter would not be difficult. The application store had a forced lottery draw once a day. After such a long time, Tang Zhen had already accumulated a large number of strange cards, and there were many that he had not had the opportunity to use. Among them were positioning cards, which could easily lock onto the target they wanted to track, and could last for a long time. As long as Tang Zhen used the card to lock onto the gray fog monster, then coupled with his abnormal speed, he could easily find the gray fog monster. But before that, Tang Zhen needed to return to the Holy Dragon City and order people to sort out today's harvest. Some of the items needed to be sent to the original world for research. Tang Zhen went all the way up from the bottom of the warship wreckage and soon arrived at the entrance. When they passed by the large pit that was filled with gray fog, Tang Zhen had an idea and directly jumped in. The pit was dozens of meters deep, and when his feet touched the ground, the surrounding gray fog was almost solid. On the ground at the bottom of the pit, there were some black crystals that looked like fine sand, covering almost 20 square meters of the ground. Although he didn't know what this black crystal was used for, it couldn't be an ordinary thing since it could exist in such a place. He used his mental energy to gather the black crystal sand at the bottom of the pit together. Tang Zhen then sealed it with a storage card and stored it separately. Tang Zhen soared into the sky from the huge pit. He circled the gray fog region once before flying directly towards Holy Dragon City. 468 The alien race's harvest and auction at the Holy Dragon City's gate. A group of foreign cultivators slowly walked in with a hint of fatigue on their faces. Their clothes and armors were in a mess, covered in blood and the marks of hacking. Some of them even had broken weapons. Although they looked like they were in a sorry state, they all had a hint of excitement in their eyes. With backpacks on their backs, they advanced along the hard rocky road. As they walked, they kept talking about something. "Boss, we got a lot of good stuff this time. What are your plans?" A leather-armored foreign cultivator asked excitedly as he looked at the burly man beside him. This foreign cultivator didn't look very old, and his speech and actions were very lively. As for the boss, he was a Lord-tier cultivator with muscles all over his body, 3 pairs of horns on his head, and sharp teeth protruding from the corners of his lips. He turned to look at the young cultivator beside him, and a gentle smile appeared on his ugly face. "Naturally, we will distribute them according to the usual practice, but there are some things that still need to be appraised. If their value is high enough, we will send them to the auction house for auction. This time, we spent over 100,000 brain beads to enter the wild tower on the mountain peak. However, according to the harvest, we've definitely made a huge profit this time." When the other cultivators heard this, they immediately laughed in agreement. Their faces full of joy. This was an exploration team that did not belong to any tower. After they entered the wild tower on the mountain peak, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters that pounced on them before they could figure out the specific situation. Due to the ferocious attack of the monsters, they fought as they moved, and unknowingly, they arrived at a remote valley. After the fierce battle ended, a foreign cultivator accidentally found a hidden cave while cleaning up the battlefield. The foreign cultivator didn't pay much attention to the cave at first, but when he entered, he found that it was not an ordinary cave. There were many exotic flowers and rare herbs growing in the cave that was nearly 1,000 square meters in size. Several monsters were constantly moving around in the cave. At the end of the cave, there was a table with many jade tablets and talismans on it, as well as a few colorful bottles. Without a doubt, these were all valuable items. Seeing this, the foreign cultivator immediately called out to his companions excitedly and told them about his discovery. The foreign cultivators who were cleaning up the battlefield immediately pounced toward the monsters in the cave without any hesitation. After an intense battle, the monsters in the cave were all killed, and the things inside naturally became the spoils of war for the group of foreign cultivators. After a short rest in the cave, the group of foreign cultivators continued to fight and search the foot of the mountain. The higher the position of the wild building on the mountain peak, the stronger the monster was. Going up rashly would only be courting death. Their strength was limited, and their boss, who had the highest cultivation level, was only a Lord-tier cultivator. Hence, the area at the foot of the mountain was the most suitable place for them. After staying for a day, the group of foreign cultivators were exhausted and chose to retreat. Although the entrance ticket to the house on the mountain was very expensive, they had earned it all back after the harvest in the cave. The group talked and laughed as they quickly entered the commercial district. After staying in the commercial district for a while, these foreign cultivators had become very familiar with it and gradually fell in love with life here. They first took a shower to their heart's content, then went to the restaurant to have a big meal. After eating and drinking their fill, the group of foreign cultivators headed directly to the Holy Dragon City's auction house to select the spoils of war for appraisal and auction. When these foreign cultivators arrived at the auction house, they saw that the spacious hall was full of people walking back and forth, making it very lively. Recently, the auction house had been holding an auction almost every night, and the items up for auction were all kinds. However, it was the first time that an item from the mountain peak had appeared in the auction house. After judging and identifying the origin and use of these items, they could be directly arranged to be on the list of items to be auctioned that night. If you don't intend to auction it, you can also sell it to the auction house. They also buy all kinds of precious items. However, there were very few items from the wild house on the mountain peak. If they auctioned them, they would earn far more than selling them directly. After all the procedures were completed, the next thing to do was to wait for the auction in the evening. As time went by, more and more people headed to the auction house. The spacious hall was gradually filled with merchants and cultivators. There were also some ordinary people among them. The disaster of the cold moon had enveloped the wildlands. It was both a disaster and an opportunity to make a fortune. The mutated brains that could be seen everywhere and the precious items in the buildings in the mountains were all rare items in the outside world. Take the mutated brain pearl as an example. This was a necessity for magic equipment that holy masters dreamed of. It could definitely be sold at a price that would make people drool in other places. However, in the current Holy Dragon City's business district, it was a very common item, and its value was only calculated at 10 times the value of an ordinary brain. As long as he could hold on until the end of the cold moon calamity, these mutated brains and other items could be exchanged for an astonishing amount of wealth. There was more than one person who could see this business opportunity, so they tried their best to start hoarding precious items in the business district. If they did not have enough funds, the Ghost Bank could provide them with loans to ensure that their plans would not be affected. The business of the Phantom Bank was extremely popular these days. There were customers every day, and the number of loans in a day was close to 10 million. Who knew where they got so many brains from? With the guarantee of funds, the various industries in the commercial district became more and more prosperous, and the income was also more and more. As the auction officially began, the entire hall immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the auction stage. A young man with a smile on his face walked onto the stage. After a routine opening speech, he quickly entered the main topic. The young lady in the long dress presented 3 white jade tokens. The young man took them in his hand and began to introduce them to the crowd with a smile. This white jade token has a violent lightning power sealed within it. It can easily kill a Lord tier monster. I believe everyone already knows where it came from. It's the mountain peak, wild tower, and Suan Ni that just appeared not long ago. After the young auctioneer introduced the function and power of the white jade token, he indicated that the bidding could begin. The bidders on the seats immediately waved the number plates in their hands and continuously placed high bids one after another. After the jade token was sold at a satisfactory price, several more 5-colored talismans were put up on the auction stage. After that, there were weapons from the wild buildings in the mountains, precious minerals brought by foreign merchants, and some special goods from the original world. No matter what item appeared, it would always attract a fierce competition. After the auction ended, the people returned to their resting place with the items they were satisfied with. After the frost moon calamity was over, these items would be scattered in all directions. At the same time, Holy Dragon City's name would spread throughout the entire continent. 469 Chapter 468 Swarming in, Impressive Impression 1. After the auction in the commercial district ended, a large number of foreign cultivators finished packing up and quickly headed to the wild tower on the mountain. In tonight's auction, the items from the wild house on the mountain peak were unsurprisingly sold at a price that made countless people move. The exploration team that discovered the hidden cave had also made a huge profit. Some of the foreign cultivators who had chosen to hunt for mutated monsters outside the building also tried their luck. The cultivators who were determined to be the foundation of the Cold Moon City immediately paid more attention to the wild buildings on the mountain peaks. They organized their elite cultivators to enter. The power of the jade tokens and talismans was obvious to all. If he could master a batch of such powerful weapons, he would definitely be able to obtain unexpected results in battle. Although the area of the wild buildings on the mountain was large, the number of cultivators in the commercial district was also not small. He believed that it would not take long for the entire mountainside to be completely cleaned up. However, the Holy Dragon City's fees were really depressing. While the foreign cultivators were annoyed, they had no choice but to pay. For example, the Fairy Clan's team of cultivators had more than 100 people entering the tower this time. Among them, there were 7 Lord-ranked cultivators and several other cultivators. According to the Holy Dragon City's fees, just the entrance fee for their team was in the millions. This kind of fee was almost like robbery, which made the elf cultivators want to kill. Anyone would know what millions of brain beads meant in the world of towers. It was more than enough to build a low-level tower. Handing over millions of brain beads for nothing would be painful for anyone. Unfortunately, even a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Moreover, the strength of this local snake was far stronger than them, the strong dragons. The cultivators in the various foreign tribes, cities had already received a warning from the strongest in the team. They were told not to provoke the Holy Dragon City easily, or they would be severely punished. As for why this ban had been issued, it probably had something to do with the 3 heavily injured 3-star Horde leaders. In this area, only the local tyrant, Holy Dragon City, had the ability to seriously injure 3 experts at the same time and make these foreign cultivators swallow their anger afterward. In the face of such a powerful local tyrant, even if its appetite was bigger, the foreign cultivators could only pinch their noses and accept their fate. However, the Holy Dragon City's strength had once again raised the vigilance of the foreign cultivators. They were also full of worry about the outcome of this trip. Fortunately, except for the few powerful non-human towers, most of the other non-human towers were just here to join in the fun and bring back some good stuff. If he was lucky enough to get the foundation stone of the Cold Moon Tower, it would be the best thing to do. However, these foreign cultivators also knew that the cornerstone of the Cold Moon Tower was a hot potato. It was normal that they couldn't get it, but if they got it, a bloody fight would still be inevitable. It wasn't wrong to say that this foundation stone was something that attracted disaster. After all, in the past thousands of years, countless living beings had died because of it. In fact, most of the foreign cultivators were in the middle of this whirlpool with the attitude of protecting themselves, rather than risking their lives for justice. After all, when a person dies, everything will disappear, including favors and blessings. Even if he didn't consider himself, he should consider his family and children in the city. After seeing so many cultivators, miserable family members after their deaths, these cultivators couldn't help but think more. On this point, the Holy Dragon City's practice was highly respected by the foreign cultivators. Because anyone who died in battle for the Holy Dragon City would receive a very high pension for their family. At least, they would not have to worry about their lives. In this way, the cultivators in Lu City had no worries and were more daring in battle. In a battle, it was often because of such a psychological reason that the odds of winning would increase by a few points. He had heard that the Holy Dragon City had slaughtered in all directions in the interplane passage, suppressing the other foreign tribes to the point where they could not even breathe. Thinking about it, other than the advantage of weapons, the fighting style of the cultivators who risked their lives was also one of the most important reasons. Even though these foreign cultivators still harbored the lowly thoughts of the human race, they couldn't help but sigh in the face of the silent Holy Dragon City cultivators who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers. Compared to other places, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators were more professional. Not only were they well equipped, but their professional qualities were also eye-catching. It was said that the Holy Dragon City was prepared to open all 5 interdimensional passages to the outside world after the Cold Moon Calamity, and at the same time, collect a small fee. After hearing this news, the foreign cultivators who had gradually become accustomed to life in the commercial district made plans to stay. This kind of place was rich in resources, comfortable life, and no lack of money. It was almost impossible to find, so how could they leave easily? At this rate of development, it would only be a matter of time before the Holy Dragon City's commercial district became famous on the continent. If he seized the opportunity, he might be able to make some achievements here. If they did not have the ability to do business, they could also choose to join the Holy Dragon City. The Holy Dragon City also recruited foreign cultivators, but they had to sign a 10-year contract. Although there were many restrictions, the benefits were definitely not to be mentioned. Those foreign tribe captives who had signed contracts with the Holy Dragon City were now active in many places of the Holy Dragon City. They were all very energetic, but he did not know why. At this moment, a large circle of war chariots was guarding the entrance of the wild building on the mountain peak. From time to time, the sound of gunfire could be heard. That was the Holy Dragon City's soldiers chasing away the mutated monsters that tried to approach. With these powerful weapons and equipment, even if the soldiers were only at rank 2 or 3, they could still easily kill those powerful monsters. Just a minute ago, the foreign cultivators who were waiting to enter the wild building on the mountain peak had personally witnessed several Holy Dragon City soldiers working together. They used a weapon on their shoulders to kill a Lord-tier monster with the help of a heavy machine gun. The firing speed and power of these weapons made the non-humankind cultivators gasp in amazement. After the initial shock, the foreign cultivator sighed to himself. No wonder these soldiers weren't afraid of them at all. Other than having a powerful city lord, these weapons also gave these soldiers enough confidence. The stimulating feeling of pulling the trigger to shoot out a curtain of metal bullets and making the monsters 100 meters away scream in pain and bleed made these foreign cultivators envious. It was a pity that Holy Dragon City did not sell these weapons. Otherwise, they would definitely buy one. As if the heavens had heard their prayers, a special weapon was being sold at the entrance of the wild building on the mountain peak, in addition to the normal fees. The long-handled grenades from his original world were a massive stockpile of combat supplies that were on the verge of destruction. Now, Tang Zhen had brought them to the world of Lusheng and started to sell them to the foreign cultivators at a clear price. As the Holy Dragon City's level continued to increase, the enemies and monsters they faced became more powerful. Some of the weapons, lethality also seemed to be lacking. In fact, the destructive power of these long-handled grenades was very impressive, with an effective radius of about 7 meters. They had once made a great splash in the wars in the original world. However, in the world of Lusheng, when faced with agile cultivators, these grenades could often be easily dodged after being thrown. If he met a skilled cultivator, he could even kick a grenade back in the air. Therefore, the biggest advantage of the long-handled grenade was that it could be used to attack monsters or defend a city. If they were made into cluster bombs and used to attack Lord-level cultivators, they might be able to kill them, but that was not the reason for the ban. The combat power of those high-level cultivators was more terrifying than the cluster grenades. Even so, they did not dare to act rashly when facing the Holy Dragon City. Moreover, with the emergence of the wild buildings on the mountain peaks, those powerful jade cards and talismans also appeared one after another, which were not inferior to cluster grenades in power. In addition, these foreign cultivators must also have powerful weapons in their hands, which would be used as trump cards in the final battle. The Holy Dragon City had its own opportunities. The other non-human clans had been around for hundreds or even thousands of years. They would definitely have their own gains. Since that was the case, Tang Zhen also lifted the ban and threw out this long-handle grenade, taking the opportunity to make a big profit. 470 Chapter 469 Grenade Sale. Looking at the long-handled grenades in the wooden boxes, the foreign cultivators who had entered the wild building on the mountain couldn't help but stop. They were all extremely interested in the Holy Dragon City's weapons. Now that they had encountered one, they naturally could not miss it. The eyes of the alien cultivators who were carrying guns on their backs lit up. They had already made up their minds to buy the weapons. As snipers who were specially trained in the team, their weapons in the original world were much more powerful than other foreign cultivators. The only thing that they felt it was a pity was that the Holy Dragon City strictly prohibited the sale of large-caliber sniper rifles. There was once a foreign cultivator who took out 1,000,000 brain beads, but the Holy Dragon City still refused to sell them. In the meantime, the Holy Dragon City's auction house had auctioned a strange weapon from a wild building. It had a similar killing effect to the anti-armor sniper rifle of the Holy Dragon City, which attracted many people to bid for it. In the end, the gun's final owner was a cultivator from Holy Dragon City. He naturally represented Holy Dragon City. They could not compete with the Holy Dragon City's bidders in terms of wealth, so they could only watch helplessly as the weapon was taken by the Holy Dragon City. While they were tempted, they could only turn their attention to the weapons from the other original worlds that Holy Dragon City was selling. Look, look. It's a grenade sale. With a cigarette in his mouth and a white beast behind him, the tycoon captain had a box of grenades in front of him, like a peddler selling them. Today, it was the team leader's turn to guard the entrance of the building. Naturally, they were responsible for the sale of grenades. After this order was issued, the rich captain felt a headache. The city lord's order naturally couldn't be taken lightly. If he messed it up, the city lord wouldn't say anything, but Tai Seng would definitely kick his ass. As the captain of this team, the rich captain felt that he had to be personally responsible for this matter. He would not feel at ease if it was handed over to others. Compared to his wooden-headed subordinates, the rich captain felt that he could definitely crush them in terms of intelligence. Of course, this was just the tycoon captain's personal opinion, and he had always believed it without doubt. However, he had no experience in doing business and didn't know how to sell grenades to these foreign cultivators. In fact, the rich captain was overthinking things on this matter, but it was quite in line with his personality. The rich captain, who wanted to impress the city lord, frowned and thought for a long time. His eyes were like mosquitoes, but he still didn't have a clue. Helplessly, the team leader could only copy the hawkers in the commercial district and shout loudly. At his command, the foreign cultivators all gathered around the grenades and whispered to each other. Seeing this, the tycoon captain's eyes immediately lit up and he became full of motivation. He had always been a person who would go crazy when people came. After seeing so many people supporting him, he put in even more effort when promoting it. Don't miss out on this opportunity. The Holy Dragon City's grenades are powerful, cheap, and very convenient to use. It's definitely the first to hunt monsters. Fuck, how do you read this word? According to the nouveau riche captain's personality, he definitely wouldn't say such words. The rich captain had asked a staff member of the commercial district to write down the contents of the note, and he had just read it out once. He practiced this dozens of times, but he still stumbled and even forgot how to read a few words. Strange people would do strange things. The foreign cultivators present had never seen a person holding a piece of paper while reciting and selling. This was too fucking unprofessional. He pulled his hair and asked the warrior beside him, "What does this word read?" The team leader of the nouveau riche. Everyone was speechless. In the end, the rich captain's subordinates were of a similar level as him. They had just joined the literacy class not long ago, so they were at the stage where they could recognize the word, but they could not. The group of men looked at it for a long time, but no one recognized it. It was really embarrassing. Seeing this, the rich captain was so angry that he threw the paper in his hand to the ground. He reached out and picked up a grenade. When the porcelain pendant fell out, he pulled the rope and threw it out. The non-human cultivators' eyes followed the trajectory of the grenade and fell on the snow in the distance. A cultivator's strength was extraordinary. He casually threw the grenade 100 meters away and it exploded. The violent explosion was shocking, and the destruction after the explosion was also very impressive. The foreign cultivators went to check out the site of the explosion and immediately ran back to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About the price of the grenade. The rich captain laughed and extended a palm. 500 brain beads for one, no bargaining allowed. The group of non-humankind cultivators glanced at each other, then nodded slightly. To these foreign cultivators, 500 brain pearls was not too expensive. Thus, without any hesitation, they all took out cash and began to buy. After staying in the Holy Dragon City for a long time, they were used to paying with cash, which was light and convenient. 500 brain beads were equivalent to the output of 5 level 3 monsters. If he were to rely on these grenades to recoup his losses, he would definitely lose money. However, if that was the case, there was no need to fight this war. After all, no one could guarantee that one bullet could kill one target. Such consumption was unavoidable in killing enemies. Even if one fought with cold weapons, the cost of purchasing and maintaining the weapons was not small. Although the grenade might not be able to kill 5 level 3 monsters at the same time, it could effectively pin down high-level monsters and deal effective damage to them at the same time. That was where its value lay. The foreign cultivators had seen through this, and that was why they had bought a few for backup. Some of the foreign cultivators were even more ruthless. They bought a box and carried it on their shoulders before walking into the building on the mountain. As he watched the boxes of grenades being sold out one after another, the rich captain had a cigarette in his mouth, his face full of pride. I've said it before, no matter how good it is, it can't be done. You have to let them see the actual effect. What's the result? It'll be sold out in the blink of an eye. The rich captain couldn't help but rub his head. Haha, I'm definitely a genius at doing business. When the Holy Dragon City warrior beside him heard this, he immediately pouted in disdain and muttered to his companion, "Come on, you can't even do addition and subtraction within 100, and you dare to call yourself a genius? Don't lose yourself." The Holy Dragon City soldiers at the side could not help but burst into laughter. Although the warrior's voice was very low, it was still clearly heard by the rich captain. It was impossible that he didn't do it on purpose. The team leader, who had been feeling smug, immediately widened his eyes. When he saw everyone looking at him, he smiled awkwardly. Humming an unknown tune, he slowly walked up to the soldier and kicked him in the butt. "Fuck you, I'm going to let you mock me again." This kick looked heavy, but it only hurt a little when it landed on his body. The rich captain had always been very protective of his brother. The soldier screamed in response, but he still had a cheeky expression on his face. The monstrous warbeast that followed the tycoon captain behind also roared softly to cheer for its master. However, this guy reeked of alcohol and had a drunken expression, looking like a lazy cat. This strange war beast that loved to drink was now even more famous than its strange master. There were often soldiers feeding it wine, and this fellow did not refuse any of them. He ordered his men to drive the pickup truck to the warehouse to get more grenades. The rich captain turned to look at the foreign cultivators, but an undetectable killing intent flashed in his eyes. The seemingly crude and heartless rich captain actually had a side to him that no one knew about. His hatred for these foreign cultivators was no less than that of the other human cultivators. When he was young, his family had all died at the hands of the foreign races, which was also an eternal pain in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to cooperate with the city lord's plan, the team leader would have blocked these foreign cultivators in the wild buildings on the mountain peaks and trapped them all to death. He had never shown any mercy to these foreign cultivators, and he would kill them whenever he engaged in a battle. The Holy Dragon City's warriors with similar thoughts were not in the minority. However, they were also very clear that as the residents of Holy Dragon City, they had to put the city's interests first. They could not make things difficult for the city lord because of themselves. Moreover, since the establishment of the Holy Dragon City, when had the city lord ever yielded to a foreign tribe? When had he ever suffered a loss at the hands of a foreign tribe? On the other hand, those foreign tribes who dared to offend the Holy Dragon City were killed by the Holy Dragon City in batches. Their corpses had already piled up in the huge pit behind the mother tree. Just a few days ago, these warriors had secretly executed a group of kobold captives who had refused to surrender, and added a batch of fresh fertilizer to the mother tree. However, this was a top-secret operation. If it was not necessary, it would rot in their stomachs forever and not be known to the world. These foreign cultivators did not know what the Holy Dragon City soldiers were thinking. They had grenades on their waists and began to explore the wild buildings in the mountains. 471 The final battle at the Cold Moon Tower. 1. In a certain forest on a mountain peak, dozens of foreign cultivators were frowning as they looked at the forest in front of them. The area of the forest was not very large. Looking from a high place, one could clearly see a slightly dilapidated hall hidden among the pine trees and cypresses. In the wild buildings on the mountain peaks, as long as it was such a magnificent building, there would definitely be treasures hidden inside. Since he was lucky enough to discover it, there was no reason for him to miss it. This group of foreign cultivators charged into the forest excitedly, trying to enter the hall to search for treasures. Right at this moment, a large group of monsters in leather armors suddenly appeared and charged at the foreign cultivators. These monsters were wearing brown leather armors, and the surface of the armors was covered with patterns similar to that of a crocodile's skin. The design was unique and strange, and countless strange runes were all over the surface of the armors. Although their appearance was similar to that of a human, their faces were like rotten skeletons, giving off a nauseating smell. A pair of thin and fast knives shaped like antelopes' horns were firmly held in their hands and played like an illusion. With the cover of the forest, these monsters were like spirit apes, flashing between the branches and leaves, attacking the non-human cultivators without stopping. Ordinary monsters weren't enough to trouble these battle-hardened foreign cultivators. However, the leather armors these monsters wore were like chameleons that could help them hide their tracks. In addition, the monsters used a unique method to hide their aura, so they could not be detected before they attacked. This forest was the best battlefield for the leather-armored monsters. They guarded this place with a stance of one man holding off 10,000 men. During the battle just now, the foreign cultivators had suffered a great loss and were caught off guard. The foreign cultivators immediately retreated from the forest to come up with a more secure plan. At first, they tried burning with fire and cutting with knives, but the effect was not obvious. For some reason, the trees were not afraid of fire. Even the flames released by the holy masters were unable to set them on fire. As for the method of cutting with a knife, it would also not work, because these trees were as strong as steel. It would take a lot of time to cut them down in batches. Good things were clearly in front of him, but he could only look at them but not eat them. This was the most painful thing. The cultivators were depressed. One of them saw a long-handled grenade at his waist and took it out. He threw it at the forest in front of him. After a loud explosion, a monster's figure suddenly appeared in the range of the explosion, letting out a miserable howl. Bang! The monster's body fell to the ground, and its body was covered in blood. Its aura also became weak. This monster was really unlucky to have been accidentally blown up and seriously injured. Seeing this, the cultivators who were at their wits' end revealed a trace of joy on their faces. They immediately hit the grenades together and bombarded them along a straight line. Taking advantage of the time when the monsters were exposed, the foreign cultivators quickly began to fight back, approaching the hall in the forest. The grenades he had bought out of curiosity had inadvertently helped the foreign cultivators a great deal. After a round of killing, the group finally entered the hall. However, before these foreign cultivators could catch their breath, several more powerful monsters jumped out of the hall and surrounded them. After another fierce battle, the monsters in the hall were finally killed, and the foreign cultivators also paid a heavy price. After a round of searching, they found many good things in the hall, which completely made up for the losses of this trip. From time to time, muffled explosions could be heard in the other corners of the wild tower on the mountain peak, and smoke and dust would rise from time to time. There were at least 7,000 to 8,000 foreign cultivators in the buildings on the mountain. The area below the mountainside was filled with the sounds of fighting and screams. At every moment, there were figures lying in pools of blood, whether they were monsters or foreign cultivators. The value of life had become very cheap at this moment. What they wanted was the things that could only be enjoyed by living. In the middle of the mountain, a group of overlord cultivators were working hard to crack the runic magic circle in an attempt to obtain more benefits. Judging from their progress, they might be able to successfully enter the runic magic circle after some time. However, none of the foreign cultivators on the mountain peak noticed that the sky above the wild building had already begun to fluctuate violently. If Tang Zhen was in the dark world, he would definitely be able to discover the abnormality between heaven and earth. This was because there were countless invisible energy light spots that were unceasingly surging toward the light screen in the sky. The huge runes that covered the light screen suddenly disappeared without a trace and then reappeared. However, the runes had already changed shape and formed a larger rune. Suddenly, the world changed. 12 huge light pillars suddenly shot down from the sky, surrounding the mountain that had pierced through the light curtain, and ruthlessly smashed into the runic magic circle that enveloped the peak of the mountain. The huge array that had left a group of 3-star horde leaders helpless was easily smashed through by the blue light pillar surrounded by these runes, and then collapsed into pieces. Boom! The entire mountain began to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The alien cultivators who were fighting the monsters all looked at the 12 pillars of light in a daze. They had a bad feeling. This is Yingluo. Thump 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 thump. A series of dull drum beats suddenly came from a hall on the top of the mountain. For some unknown reason, it spread to every corner of the mountain, making everyone's hearts tremble. The monsters that were fighting with the foreign cultivators suddenly stopped and stood still. However, their eyes had already turned blood red, and a wisp of black chi floated out of their eye sockets. In the deepest part of their eye sockets, a strange rune was flickering. "Au!" All of them let out a miserable cry in unison, and all of them turned around at the same time, running towards the top of the mountain. In the forest, between the rocks, deep pools, the figures of monsters were everywhere. It was not an exaggeration to say that they covered the sky and the earth. The number of monsters that had appeared in the eyes of the foreign cultivators before was less than 1/3 of the total number. It was as if more than half of the monsters in the wild building had hidden themselves in advance, just waiting for this moment to arrive. The abnormal behavior of the monster in the wild building left everyone at a loss, but they all dodged to the side. Just as the cultivators were confused, the 12 light pillars shone brightly again. Powerful figures began to emerge from the light pillars. The foreign cultivators near the pillars were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed drastically. Ice imps, Pixiu, ice imps. The ice imps high up in the sky had finally descended to the wildlands and showed their might to the cultivators. Their arrival seemed sudden, but it was within his expectations. These ice imps were wearing blue ice armor. Their faces were handsome but cold. They walked out of the pillar of light in an orderly manner. Every time a group of ice imp cultivators walked out, the light pillar would flash again and the next group of ice imp cultivators would be teleported over. Every time they were teleported, hundreds of ice imp cultivators would appear. It didn't take long for nearly 5,000 ice imp cultivators to land on the mountain. When these Lord-tier cultivators stood together, they formed a terrifying pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. At this moment, a series of monstrous figures with powerful auras suddenly appeared in the hall on the mountaintop and pounced on the ice imps. Compared to the monsters at the foot of the mountain, the number of these monsters was less than 1/10, but their levels were extremely shocking. If one looked closely, they would occasionally see 3-star Horde Leader level monsters fighting with the ice imps, who were at least at the Horde Leader level. The monsters from the foot of the mountain also joined the battle at this time. Although their levels were not very high, they were not at a disadvantage at all with their advantage in numbers. An earth-shattering battle suddenly unfolded at this moment. 472 The final battle at the Cold Moon Tower 2, won in the blink of an eye. The mountaintop and the mountaintop were already filled with killing cries. A large number of monsters gathered at the top of the mountain and fought with the ice imps. The blood that spurted out during the fight soaked the soil on the ground and was trampled into mud. In terms of numbers, the monsters in the wild buildings had a huge advantage, and their fierce attacks were like a tide that did not stop. A nauseating smell of blood began to spread in all directions, and it was getting stronger and stronger. The monsters were stimulated by the smell of blood and immediately became even crazier. They were all fearless of death and did not care about the sharp blades of the ice imps. One of the monsters was pierced by the sharp blade, but it held onto its weapon tightly. The monster beside it took the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Even the beautiful ice imp cultivators looked extremely ferocious when they died. They were surrounded by the wild monsters, and their broken limbs flew into the air from time to time. The ice imps suffered heavy losses, but the casualties of the building monsters were even more severe. However, as long as they could kill the ice imp, the monsters did not care about the price they had to pay. The bystanders only needed to observe for a moment to realize that they were clearly using the human wave tactic in an attempt to exhaust the ice imps to death. The foreign cultivators who were watching the battle at the foot of the mountain all had their mouths wide open in confusion as they looked at the battle at the top of the mountain. They really couldn't figure out what was wrong with these monsters that they ignored them as if they had an irreconcilable hatred for the ice imp race. The scene of the battle between the two sides was truly brutal and frightening. Streams of fresh blood flowed down from the peak. The red and blue blood mixed together, forming an extremely strange color. The smell of blood in the air was nauseating. The battle had entered a state of white heat from the beginning, and the fresh lives were instantly reduced to nothing. The foreign cultivators who were watching the battle were shocked. Even though they were used to seeing life and death, the scene in front of them still made them tremble. However, this was exactly what the foreign cultivators wanted. After the monsters and the ice imps were both injured, they would naturally rush forward and take advantage of the situation. Both the wild house monsters and the ice imps were enemies of the foreign cultivators. Wouldn't it be better if they all died? It was a good plan, but things might not go as the foreign cultivators had planned. Just as these foreign cultivators were watching the battle with a relaxed expression, another 24 pillars of light appeared in the sky. These pillars of light seemed to have substance and carried with them an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth as they heavily crashed down on the mountainside. Boom! When the 24 pillars of light touched the ground, sand and stones were immediately sent flying, and the earth and mountains shook. The trees and rocks within the light pillars range were instantly blasted into dust, disappearing without a trace. Some unlucky foreign cultivators were caught in the light beam and turned into meat paste, mixing with the dust. Just as the foreign cultivators were in chaos, the runes all over the pillar of light released a dazzling light and flickered at the same time. Owu! Countless huge and hideous blue monsters rushed out of the light beams and pounced on the non-humankind cultivators who were watching the battle. Some of these monsters were running on the ground, while some had wings on their backs. Their entire bodies were covered in thick ice armor, and their defensive power was astonishing. Compared to the mutated monsters in the wilderness, these ice-sculpted monsters were even more terrifying and ferocious. The alien cultivators who were just hoping to reap the benefits were immediately dumbfounded. Looking at the monsters charging at them, they could only brace themselves and fight with their swords. The unsheathed weapons, the howls of the monsters, and the roars of the cultivators all mixed together at this moment and resounded through the sky. The battlefield that had only been at the top of the mountain at the beginning had now spread to the foot of the mountain, engulfing all the foreign cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain had turned into a battlefield of life and death. No one could escape. Such a huge commotion had long alarmed the various forces in Holy Dragon City. Foreign cultivators could be seen hurrying around the commercial district. They quickly made preparations, then carried their weapons and equipment and rushed to the building on the mountain peak. All the forces that were coveting the foundation of Cold Moon Tower appeared and participated in the battle. The battle against the Cold Moon Tower had officially begun at this moment. A steady stream of cultivators swarmed into the wild buildings on the mountain peaks. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers no longer charged any fees. Instead, they quickly jumped onto the chariots and retreated into the buildings. Tang Zhen had already ordered that the Holy Dragon City's residents were not allowed to participate in the battle for the cornerstone. Of course, this was only for the outsiders to see. In fact, the real plan had already begun. As long as they fought to the death, the Holy Dragon City would be able to reap the benefits. However, he had to focus on another sudden situation. Through the map view, he could see that countless mutated monsters were swarming towards Holy Dragon City within 1,000 miles. It was obvious that they had been summoned by the Ice Imp, otherwise, they would not have acted in such a manner. Runes flickered on the bodies of these monsters, and their eyes were unusually fierce. They galloped like the wind, as if they did not know fatigue, raising countless snow dragons on the snowy plain. At first glance, it was as if a sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun had risen in the surroundings, devouring everything in the world. He did not need to think to know that the target of these mutated monsters was the wild tower on the mountain peak, where the battle cries were currently shaking the sky. Before the army of mutant monsters arrived, the mutant monsters that had been circling around the Holy Dragon City had already rushed to the protective shield and launched continuous attacks on it. After being hit twice by the light pillar in the sky, the protective shield that covered the building on the mountain had become extremely fragile. It could only be considered to be barely functioning. The function of teleporting one back to the original place when one approached the protective shield was no longer functioning for some unknown reason. These mutated monsters were able to get close to the protective shield, biting, scratching, and using all sorts of methods in an attempt to destroy the protective shield. The only thing on these mutated monsters' mind was to destroy the protective barrier and reinforce the ice imps inside. They did not care about anything else. It was also at this moment that the Holy Dragon City's cannons suddenly let out a roar and began to bombard the mutated monsters. No one knew when these cannons had been deployed on the outer wall, but they knew that the power of these cannons attacking at the same time was enough to destroy the world. The Holy Dragon City soldiers operating the cannons on the city walls only needed to push the cannonballs into the chamber and fire them. There was no need to carefully adjust the angle because every time the cannon landed, there would be mutated monsters roaring wildly around. The sky was filled with the remains of the mutated monsters that had been blasted away by the artillery shells. After they fell, they were covered by countless mutated monsters. Unknowingly, the number of mutated monsters around the house on the mountain peak increased. Looking from the sky, they looked like countless ants, fighting to gnaw on the sweet pastry called Mountain Peak House. After each shot, a piece of land would be cleared, and countless pieces of flesh and blood would fly in all directions. The explosions of the cannons were heard one after another, and countless mutated monsters were killed or injured. However, to the endless stream of mutated monsters, these casualties were insignificant. They did not care about the Holy Dragon City's bombardment at all. Instead, they were focused on pouncing on the protective shield, constantly attacking and biting. The already fragile protective shield finally collapsed under the continuous attacks of these mutated monsters. The mountain peaks and wild buildings that had always been shrouded were completely revealed to the world at this moment, without any concealment. The sounds of battle that were blocked by the protective shield could finally be heard. It even drowned out the roars of the monsters. The moment the shield around the building collapsed, the mutated monsters charged towards the mountain peak and pounced on the foreign cultivators. The non-human cultivators who were fighting the ice monsters on the mountain peak immediately turned pale when they saw this. The monsters that came out of the teleportation array were already extremely difficult to deal with. Now, with the addition of these countless mutated monsters, the foreign cultivators had fallen into an extremely dangerous environment. At this moment, the foreign cultivators no longer held back and all of them used their trump cards. Explosions and colorful lights could be heard from time to time on the wild buildings on the mountain peak. The monsters nearby also began to die in droves. The casualties of the foreign cultivators were getting higher and higher. They began to approach the peak of the mountain quickly, trying to rely on the monsters in the towers to resist the mutant monster army. 473 The final battle at the Cold Moon Tower 3, One all cultivators, come to me. Let's go to the Cold Moon Tower. As soon as the order was given, groups of foreign cultivators gathered on the wild buildings on the mountain peaks. They desperately rushed out of the encirclement of the monsters and headed toward the teleportation light pillars. The surroundings of the two teleportation light pillars on the peak had already been occupied by foreign cultivators. Under the command of the two 3-star horde leaders, the foreign cultivators were pouring into the teleportation light pillars. 1,000 years ago, when they attacked the Cold Moon City, the foreign cultivators had already mastered the method of controlling the teleportation formation. Then, they formed groups and attacked the Cold Moon City. The scene that was happening now was the reappearance of the battle from 1,000 years ago. From the very beginning, these foreign cultivators didn't want to fight. Instead, they planned to enter the Cold Moon Tower as soon as possible, so they gathered quickly. When the Ice Imp cultivators saw this, they immediately rushed forward and tried to stop the actions of the foreign cultivators. However, before they could get close to the teleportation light pillar, they were blocked by the monsters in the building. As more and more people were teleported, fewer and fewer foreign cultivators stayed in the buildings. When the last non-human cultivator entered the teleportation light pillar and was teleported to the Cold Moon Tower, the only ones left fighting the ice imps were the monsters in the wild towers. In the sky, the teleportation light pillar of the Cold Moon Tower kept flashing. This was a scene that would only appear when the teleportation was activated. Countless foreign cultivators jumped out of the teleportation light pillars. After organizing their troops, they all headed in the same direction. Before the battle, they had already formed an alliance, which was why they cooperated so well. As for how to distribute the foundation stones after getting them, it would probably be another shocking massacre. After thousands of years of exploration, the alien cultivators had determined the location of the foundation stone of the Cold Moon Tower. Therefore, after they were teleported up, they went straight to the target without hesitation. However, the Cold Moon Tower looked very strange at the moment. The huge floating continent was silent at this moment, as if it was a dead city. The foreign cultivators went straight in and didn't encounter any resistance along the way. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. Although the cultivators were suspicious, time was of the essence, and they didn't have time to think too much. In front of them was a building that was hundreds of meters tall. It was made of solid ice and was shining with a dark blue luster. The foreign cultivators didn't hesitate at all. They waved their weapons and rushed into the huge ice building. Just as all the foreign cultivators were teleported, a figure suddenly appeared in a corner of the mountain peak. Tang Zhen looked at the ground where blood had formed a river. A trace of a cold smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. With the weapon that Tang Zhen currently grasped, he could easily deal with the mountain peak and wild buildings under his feet. He could even deal with the Cold Moon City in the sky. However, Tang Zhen still lacked an opportunity. He needed these foreign race cultivators to gather together so that he could kill all of them in one go without causing others to suspect him. All the foreign cultivators would participate in the battle to attack the Cold Moon Tower, so it was undoubtedly the best time. It was also because of this that Tang Zhen had been patiently waiting. After the Cold Moon disaster was over, these nearly 10,000 foreign cultivators would definitely become the Holy Dragon City's biggest safety hazard. Therefore, they could not be left alive. Now that the teleportation light pillar had descended, the battle for the city was in full swing, and chaos was everywhere. The opportunity that Tang Zhen had been waiting for had finally arrived. Tang Zhen waved his hand and threw out a modified bomb from his storage space. He let out a cold laugh and immediately disappeared without a trace. Not long after Tang Zhen left, the bomb suddenly exploded, releasing an indescribable terrifying energy. This energy seemed to be everywhere, filling every corner, making it impossible to dodge. The entire mountain was enveloped by this terrifying energy. The expressions of the ice imps who were fighting changed, but before they could react, they were reduced to dust by the huge shock wave. The mutant monsters and the monsters in the wild buildings were also turned into pieces of debris by this destructive power. Boom! The entire land seemed to start shaking. The Holy Dragon City in the distance activated its protective shield at maximum power, desperately blocking this destructive force. The indestructible outer city walls were now in tatters under the impact of this air current. The protective shield was also on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Fortunately, the bomb was a little special and did not seem to cause much damage to the buildings. Otherwise, the outer wall would have been destroyed. A moment later, everything returned to calm. The magnificent mountain peak and the wild buildings seemed to have been cleansed by some kind of terrifying force, and there were wolves everywhere. The originally noisy mountains and wild buildings were now as silent as death. Only countless gray fog floated above the ruins. The monsters that were lucky enough to survive continued to struggle in the ruins. Although they were still alive, they were not far from death. After a few more hours, the gates of the Holy Dragon City opened. Groups of cars whizzed out and began to clean up the wild buildings around the mountain. These Holy Dragon City cultivators carried battle sabers with demon-killing runes engraved on them and wore metal forehead protectors with demon-killing runes on their heads. They killed the dying monsters one by one. When they encountered an ice imp that was not completely dead yet, the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City would first use a special demon-killing grenade to attack them before killing them with the demon-killing battle saber. As for the other monsters, he only needed to use guns to kill them. The process of cleaning up the battlefield was extremely meticulous. Any living creature that was not dead would be killed by the Holy Dragon City without hesitation, leaving no one alive. The brains that had fallen into the dust were also collected by the cultivators and sent to the Holy Dragon City in batches. However, no one noticed that there were invisible shadows on the corpses of the ice imps. They were silently approaching the Holy Dragon City cultivators. However, every time these shadows tried to get close to the Holy Dragon City cultivators, they would be repelled by an invisible light from their bodies, and even set the shadows on fire. After 3 attempts, these shadows could only retreat in sadness and let out silent roars. Right after the explosion of the wild buildings on the mountain, countless blue shadows appeared out of thin air in a hidden giant altar somewhere in Cold Moon Tower. However, these shadows weren't in a good state at the moment. Their bodies flickered continuously as if they could be annihilated at any time. After circling around the altar for a while, these shadows quickly rushed out of the ice mountain cave where the altar was located, and rushed out. The shadows flew at high speed through the Cold Moon brothel. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the place where the alien cultivators were. At this moment, the foreign cultivators were fighting with the Ice Imp members who were guarding the foundation stone. It would not take long for them to kill all the Ice Imp members. Without any hesitation, the shadows rushed into the group of foreign cultivators and quickly entered their bodies. The foreign cultivator's body froze for a moment, and his eyes glowed with a strange blue light. The look in his eyes was the same as that of the Ice Imp cultivators. With evil smiles on their faces, these possessed non-humankind cultivators gently raised their sabers and thrust them into the chests of their companions. "Damn it, what are you doing?" An elven cultivator was dumbfounded as he watched his brother stab a blade into his heart. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. His younger brother had blue eyes. After a devilish smile, he turned around and stabbed another companion. Similar scenes could be seen everywhere around the foreign cultivators. The chaotic scene quickly spread. There were foreign cultivators everywhere, their eyes shining with blue light. They were madly attacking their companions around them. They were not afraid of death, as if they could not feel any pain. Even if they were stabbed dozens of times, they could still continue to fight with a ferocious smile on their faces. One moment, they were still companions, and the next moment, they were fighting to the death. Fighting with such an enemy was a kind of mental torture. On the smooth and clean ground, there was blood everywhere that quickly coagulated after coming into contact with the cold air, adding a new color to the monotonous world. Once the foreign cultivators who were possessed by the shadow died, the shadow would immediately rush out and continue to search for the next target. There were some holy masters who were unable to be possessed by the shadows and were trying their best to kill them. However, the number of holy masters was limited and they were unable to alleviate the crisis at hand. The ground was littered with broken limbs and the corpses of the foreign cultivators. If this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before all of these foreign cultivators were killed. After realizing this, the remaining foreign cultivators immediately turned around and began to run toward the teleportation light pillar. If he had been any slower, he would have died here. The two sides, one chasing and one escaping, constantly exchanged blows. From time to time, there would be cultivators howling and falling into pools of blood. Unknowingly, the possessed foreign cultivators had gradually formed an encirclement, and the fleeing foreign cultivators had a look of despair on their faces. But just as these foreign cultivators thought that they were going to die, a series of violent explosions suddenly came from behind the possessed foreign cultivators. The screams of the foreign cultivators before their deaths were also mixed in, making them seem very abrupt. These possessed foreign cultivators wouldn't let out a single groan even if they were hacked by knives and axes. They were like zombies. He wondered what kind of situation had caused these guys to scream out in pain. The encirclement that was about to be surrounded immediately fell into chaos. The possessed foreign cultivators quickly rushed toward the location of the explosion. The foreign cultivators who were lucky enough to survive were overjoyed. They immediately fought their way out and charged straight for the teleportation light pillar. 474 The final battle at the Cold Moon Tower 4-1 The foreign cultivators who were running away didn't know that a shocking massacre was about to happen in the Cold Moon Tower. One after another, special bombs were appearing out of thin air, and they would explode wherever there were more people. The possessed cultivators were caught off guard and immediately flew into the sky under the impact of the bomb, their bodies full of bloody holes caused by the steel balls. If it had been an ordinary bomb, the alien cultivators possessed by the shadow wouldn't have cared at all, because these attacks that came from the physical body couldn't hurt them at all. However, the strange thing was that the steel balls shot out by the bombs were extremely lethal to their bodies. As the steel balls punched countless holes into the shadows' bodies, they even started to burn with faint flames. Some of the shadows even disappeared. The residents of the Cold Moon City finally started to panic. They were communicating through their consciousness, trying to find the hidden enemy. As a special race of spiritual bodies, the residents of the Cold Moon Tower were not afraid of physical damage. At the same time, they had the ability to control other cultivators for a short time. However, these bombs that could shoot steel balls had caused them to suffer heavy casualties. The possessed cultivators had long noticed the abnormality of these steel balls and the demon-killing runes engraved on them. This demon-killing rune was the main culprit that had caused them great harm. One of the possessed foreign cultivators looked ahead coldly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes flashed with a cold light and he quickly left the possessed cultivator. At the same time, about a dozen shadows took the same action. They quickly cast divine spells and disappeared without a trace. At the same time that they disappeared, Tang Zhen threw out a specially made giant bomb. At this moment, a change occurred. Tang Zhen, who was in the dark world, frowned. He suddenly raised his head and looked in front as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. More than a dozen blue shadows suddenly appeared in front of him and pounced toward him at lightning speed. Judging from the speed of these shadows, they were all 4-star horde leaders. Tang Zhen suddenly laughed coldly when he saw that those shadows were about to approach him. He directly disappeared from his original spot. After the experiment, Tang Zhen had figured out the true strength of the residents of the Cold Moon Tower. Therefore, even if he was facing more than a dozen cultivators of the same level, he was still fearless. After he disappeared, a head-sized bomb appeared on the spot and exploded. The shadow cultivators that pounced on Tang Zhen were caught off guard and were immediately affected by the bomb in close proximity. They let out a blood-curdling scream as their bodies were set ablaze. The specially made bomb that Tang Zhen had thrown out in the outside world also suddenly exploded. At this moment, enveloping all the foreign race cultivators that were possessed. 2 earth-shattering explosions were enough to send the residents of Cold Moon City to heaven. A dazzling light instantly enveloped the entire Cold Moon Tower and killed all life. In the Holy Dragon City's business district, countless people stood still, their eyes fixed on the movement in the sky. The explosion just now was enough to make people tremble in fear. Many people mistakenly thought that it was the end of the world. Countless extremely powerful monsters were annihilated in the explosion just now. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. At the same time, some people noticed that countless foreign cultivators had entered the Cold Moon Tower through the teleportation light pillar. People were curious and wanted to see what would happen next. Time passed slowly, and just as people felt their necks ache, the snowfield that was enveloped in the deep blue light suddenly lit up. It was as if a bolt of lightning had suddenly flashed across the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the entire world. A shocking sound came from the sky again. The sky that covered the wildlands also began to shake after the light dissipated. It was like the vast sea hanging upside down in the sky. Now, driven by the storm, it set off waves that were hundreds of thousands of feet high. Voila! It was as if a huge mirror had been broken. The light screen in the sky suddenly exploded and turned into countless huge fragments. Countless rays of golden sunlight shone down from the sky in an instant, covering the entire wildlands. This scene was stunningly beautiful. It was as if countless sharp swords had torn apart the shroud of darkness, allowing light to return to the world. Everyone who saw this scene felt a faint sense of rebirth, and the huge rock that was pressing on their hearts was overturned. As the sunlight blades cut through the sky, the large pieces of the light screen began to melt like ice in a river. Although they were stubborn, they could not escape the fate of disappearing completely. More and more sunlight shone down, forming areas of sunlight that shone on the white snow. Above the Holy Dragon Valley, there was also a large ray of sunlight shining down. It passed through the canopy of the mother tree and shone on the grass in the Holy Dragon Valley, making it seem unusually warm. The cold air seemed to have started to warm up with the appearance of the sun. A teleportation light pillar appeared out of thin air at the top of the building on the mountain that had been raised to the ground. It landed on the top of the mountain. With a flash of light, a group of foreign cultivators in tattered clothes and armor emerged with fear on their faces. After the light flashed several times, the teleportation stopped. There were no more foreign cultivators in the teleportation light pillar. Close to 10,000 foreign cultivators had entered the buildings, but less than 1/10 of them had returned. The remaining 90% of the foreign cultivators had already been left in Cold Moon City forever. The foreign cultivators looked at the unrecognizable buildings on the mountain and glanced at each other before staggering back to the commercial district to treat their wounds. The scene that had happened in the Cold Moon Tower had left them with lingering fear. Countless of their comrades had died at the hands of their own. Before dealing with the possession technique, it was better to get as far away from the Cold Moon Tower as possible. However, looking at the scene in the sky, something shocking must have happened in the Cold Moon Tower. When the huge light screen above the Holy Dragon City disappeared, the Cold Moon Tower, which was hidden in the air, was finally revealed to the world. However, the Cold Moon Tower looked extremely dilapidated at this time. It didn't have the extraordinary aura that it had in the past. The protective shield that covered the Cold Moon Tower also cracked and could break at any time. Another loud noise reverberated through the air. The originally precarious protective barrier finally shattered completely at this moment. As the shield shattered, the palace-like Cold Moon Tower began to melt under the sun. The melted ice water fell from the sky, forming a giant waterfall. The Cold Moon Tower was made of ice and snow. Now that it had lost the protection of the protective shield, it began to melt rapidly under the sunlight, and its size became smaller and smaller. If this situation continued, it wouldn't take long for the floating continent where the Cold Moon Tower was located to completely melt. The once powerful national-level city had been completely destroyed for some unknown reason and all kinds of coincidences. From then on, the name Cold Moon Tower would forever become a legend in the Tower world, and no one would ever mention it. 475 The final battle at the Cold Moon Tower 5, One in the Dark World, Tang Zhen's figure suddenly appeared. The sharp battle blade engraved with demon-killing runes suddenly slashed at a shadow cultivator whose body was burning with flames. Go to hell! Caught off guard, the shadow cultivator was split into two by the demon-killing saber and let out a soul-shaking scream. Tang Zhen didn't show any mercy as he instantly slashed out dozens of times, splitting the shadow cultivator into countless pieces. Under the burning of the flames, the fragments quickly turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Tang Zhen's upgrade progress bar had slightly moved forward by a small space. Haha, again, after killing one of the shadow cultivators, the other shadow cultivators pounced on him ferociously and attacked him with all kinds of attacks. As spirit bodies without a physical body, it was unknown where they took out the jade talismans from. They all smashed towards Tang Zhen. Their power far exceeded those jade talismans in the wild buildings on the mountain peak. The instant he saw these jade talismans, Tang Zhen was able to conclude one thing. The mountain peak that appeared out of thin air definitely had an extremely close relationship with the Cold Moon City. An intense sense of danger assaulted him. Tang Zhen activated the teleportation without the slightest hesitation and disappeared from his original spot once again. The shadow cultivators that were originally pouncing on Tang Zhen immediately stopped. They were afraid that Tang Zhen would leave behind another bomb to ambush them. Tang Zhen's figure appeared once again the moment they stopped. As he sneered, he raised his hand and shot out a dazzling ray of light. The miniature deathlight weapon had the terrifying destructive power of killing anyone who touched it. It was most suitable for a surprise attack. The speed of this light was extremely fast and hit the target in an instant. Even though these shadow cultivators were also 4-star horde leaders, they still couldn't avoid it. Whoosh! 2 more screams were heard as the 2 shadow cultivators were turned into ashes in the direction of the attack. With the death of the 2 shadow cultivators, Tang Zhen's upgrade progress had once again advanced a small step. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions sounded out as countless lightning and poison flames erupted at Tang Zhen's location. They spread over an area of several thousand square meters and directly enveloped him. Tang Zhen's expression changed slightly within the protective barrier. At this moment, he felt his body turn numb and his movements became sluggish. The shadow cultivators at the side were already prepared. When Tang Zhen was attacked, they launched a second wave of attacks. Over a dozen sharp arrows that were condensed from mental energy swiftly shot towards Tang Zhen. It was different from the divine art attack earlier. The attack this time was completely used on the mental aspect. Once Tang Zhen was hit, he might even turn into an idiot in an instant. Even though Tang Zhen was a 4-star horde leader, he was still unable to resist such an attack. Once he was hit, it was likely that he would die. When danger was imminent, Tang Zhen naturally did not hesitate to activate the teleportation. At the same time, he dropped a huge bomb. Following Tang Zhen's disappearance, those attacks all landed on the bomb. However, because they were mental energy attacks, they were unable to damage the appearance of the bomb in the slightest. However, the weird magnetic field in the attack almost destroyed the bomb. Unfortunately, their attack was a little off. In the end, the bomb was not destroyed, but a terrifying force completely exploded in the dark world. The cultivators of the Cold Moon Tower, who had experienced the power of the bomb before, immediately screamed and tried to escape from the dark world. However, if he wanted to leave the dark world, he had to cast a divine spell, which would take some time. This moment of delay could determine life and death. After the bomb exploded, there were still a small number of shadow cultivators who failed to cast their divine arts and were left in the dark world forever. Boom! After the explosion that was enough to destroy everything, the entire dark world began to shake. Countless light spots flew all over the sky, like roaring waves surging in all directions. It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen's upgrade progress bar directly reached its end and instantly exploded. An indescribable feeling continued to spiral within Tang Zhen's heart. A feeling that his life had undergone a qualitative change caused him to become exceptionally happy. From this moment on, Tang Zhen had left the form of an ordinary life form and officially became a king-level cultivator that could crush countless lords. If one didn't reach the king level, they would still be ordinary. Once they entered the king level, the world would change. At this moment, Tang Zhen suddenly had a strange feeling of being in control of the heavens and the earth. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds and rain. Now that he had advanced to king class, those 4-star horde leaders of Cold Moon City had become ants that he could easily crush. Go to hell! Tang Zhen, who appeared in the dark world once again, had his aura become abnormally tyrannical. He instantly appeared in front of a shadow cultivator and easily tore him into pieces. With a flash, Tang Zhen's body left the dark world and directly appeared in the Cold Moon Tower. There was a huge and deep pit on the ground, and there were broken corpses of foreign cultivators everywhere. The surrounding mountains and buildings had also been turned into ruins. At this moment, the Cold Moon Tower was in ruins. The protective shield that covered the Cold Moon land had been completely shattered. A blazing sun appeared above their heads, and the warm light shone on their bodies, making them feel extremely comfortable. The Crystal Palace-like buildings in the distance were melting rapidly under the sun, forming flowing streams one after another. Tang Zhen, who was currently enjoying the sunlight, opened his eyes slightly. One could not see him making any movement as he appeared in the shadow of an ice mountain. He casually grabbed at the empty air. He seemed to hear a scream as more than a dozen shadow cultivators hiding in the shadows were crushed into powder. The shadow cultivators tried to escape, but as soon as they came into contact with the sunlight, they screamed again. It was obvious that the scorching sunlight would cause great damage to the shadow cultivators. However, They had just let out a blood-curdling screech when Tang Zhen's attack closely followed, killing all of them. Tang Zhen's mental energy spread out and his figure flashed. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. This was a function similar to teleportation. Although it couldn't easily move hundreds of kilometers like the map teleportation plugin, it won in that it had no restrictions. This was the short-distance teleportation ability that had appeared naturally after Tang Zhen had advanced to the king level. A resident of the Cold Moon Tower, who was also hiding in the shadows, was killed by Tang Zhen. He screamed and turned into dust. He then teleported and attacked again. One by one, the residents of the Cold Moon Tower were easily eliminated by Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen would definitely not show any mercy to these foreign race cultivators who possessed strange abilities. What he wanted to do was to completely wipe them off the face of this world. When he encountered good things along the way, he would also keep them in his storage space. After advancing to the king level, even if something was 1,000 meters away, Tang Zhen could put it away with a thought. His speed was so fast that he was like a phantom. He shuttled back and forth in the Cold Moon Tower and killed the remaining residents of the Cold Moon Tower whenever he saw them. From the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen had a doubt. The number of residents in Cold Moon City was too small. It didn't look like a national-level city at all. Heaven Battling City was only a 9th-grade city, but the number of residents in it was over 10 million. Although these residents were the result of countless years of accumulation, no matter how bad the Cold Moon Tower was, there should be at least 1 million residents, not just 2 or 3 of them. Just looking at the buildings in the area of the Cold Moon Tower, there shouldn't be only these residents. What was the reason? Tang Zhen's heart was filled with doubt. While he was searching for the remaining residents of the Cold Moon Tower, he was also trying to find the true answer. If he couldn't find the answer from other places, then the only way for Tang Zhen was to read the memory of the foundation stone of the tower when he built it. Half an hour later, Tang Zhen slowly walked out of a huge ice and snow building. In his palm, 4 dazzling cornerstones of the tower were suspended, shining under the sun. 476 The final battle at the Cold Moon Tower end. One after killing the last resident of the Cold Moon Tower, Tang Zhen continued to search in the corners of the Cold Moon Tower, trying to find all kinds of information about the Cold Moon Tower. Unfortunately, after searching for half a day, he still couldn't find a library or any other place. In the end, the Cold Moon Tower was different from the other races. They were more inclined to energy life forms and belonged to the spiritual type. This was why the Cold Moon Tower was different from the other races. Their inheritance of knowledge was a kind of mental secret technique. Just like a wireless transmission, the two only needed to complete a spiritual connection to pass on knowledge. This was a very peculiar method. It was convenient and vivid. It was equivalent to making a copy of one's own memory and passing it on to the person who wanted to inherit it. However, there was a drawback to this. There was no medium of writing in the Cold Moon Tower, so it was absolutely impossible for outsiders to understand the Cold Moon Tower through books. Due to the restrictions of his race, Tang Zhen couldn't accept this kind of memory inheritance. Naturally, he couldn't understand the secret information of the Cold Moon Tower in depth. It had to be said that this was a great regret. This was the situation that Tang Zhen was facing right now. He had obtained a lot of spoils from the Cold Moon Tower, but he didn't know the effects of many of them. How should he use them? The current Cold Moon Tower was filled with countless mysteries in his eyes, and he needed to slowly find the answers. There was still a lot of time, and Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. After walking around, it was not like he did not gain anything. At the very least, Tang Zhen roughly understood the specific attributes of the 4 building foundation stones in his hands. It was not a difficult task to analyze and speculate based on the current conditions. The result of the analysis made Tang Zhen secretly sigh. This Cold Moon City was indeed worthy of being a national-level city. Even if its strength was somewhat undeserving of its name, its foundation was still not to be underestimated. The 4 building foundations in Tang Zhen's hands were not simple. Perhaps it was because of their existence that the Cold Moon City was promoted to a national-level city. The cornerstone of the Cold Moon City's main building was actually an invisible object that could float on its own and had a strong absorption ability. Although it was invisible, it had an unimaginable absorption ability. It could gather the surrounding objects into one, forming a floating entity. As its level continued to increase, its absorption ability would also become stronger and stronger, and the surface area it possessed would also become larger and larger. Judging from its attributes, This cornerstone was definitely of the highest quality and was hard to find. However, it also had a drawback, and that was that it couldn't be used on its own, or else it would be useless. In order to match this supreme-grade foundation stone, the Cold Moon Tower had obtained another supreme-grade foundation stone. It was a super ice cube that kept growing in size as its level increased. The residents of the Cold Moon Tower didn't have to worry about anything and liked the cold environment. Therefore, after the two cornerstones worked together, they formed this super floating ice block, which became the most ideal living place for the residents of the Cold Moon Tower. The Cold Moon Tower chose ice because of its nature. If it was the Holy Dragon City, it would have chosen another material. Because they were afraid of the sun, the residents of the Cold Moon Tower got a cornerstone that could activate the protective shield and block the sun. This protective shield enveloped the Cold Moon Tower, ensuring that they wouldn't be directly exposed to the sun. It also maintained a constant low temperature in their living environment. As for the super canopy that covered the entire wildlands and the dazzling teleportation array, they were inextricably linked to another cornerstone. However, Tang Zhen was completely clueless as to how to operate it. These 4 cornerstones were priceless. No matter which cornerstone was placed outside, it would be enough to make countless cultivators fight for it. It was for this reason that countless foreign cultivators swarmed in. These foreign race cultivators plotted, but they didn't know that everything was in vain. After losing 90% of their cultivators, Tang Zhen ended up benefiting. Looking back now, Tang Zhen could be sure of one thing. The foreign cultivators had long discovered the abnormality of Cold Moon City and knew that it was strong in appearance but weak in reality. It was precisely because they knew that it was weak that the foreign cultivators took the risk and attacked a national-level city. Tang Zhen had also faintly discovered this point. However, he was unable to confirm it. This battle had started very suddenly and ended very quickly. As the controller behind the scenes, Tang Zhen could end this boring game at any time. This was because he possessed a powerful weapon that could destroy all enemies. From the beginning to the end, his goal was clear. He wanted to use the alien cultivators to restrain the mutated monsters and get the brain beads from them. In the end, when the final battle came, he would kill them along with the residents of the Cold Moon Tower. Although this unforeseen event at the mountain peak had occurred during this period of time, it did not have much of an impact on Tang Zhen's final plan. These foreign cultivators did not know that from the moment they had gathered in Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen had already marked them with the mark of death. This was not because Tang Zhen was cruel, but because this group of foreign cultivators was not as kind as they looked on the surface. Once they really made a move, they would definitely bring a disaster to the Holy Dragon City. Even if the Holy Dragon City was the final victor, it would still be a Pyrrhic victory. Prevention was better than cure. Tang Zhen would definitely not let such a thing happen. Therefore, he chose to strike first. Fortunately, from this moment on, everything had ended. The wildlands would soon return to normal and even become more prosperous. The Cold Moon Tower, a nightmare that only appeared once in 1,000 years, would become an eternal legend from today on. Tang Zhen stood at the edge of the Cold Moon Tower with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the ground from this angle. The endless snow in his eyes had also begun to slowly melt. It wouldn't take long for the ice and snow to completely disappear, leaving no trace behind. The savage land, where life was almost extinct, would once again flourish. Tang Zhen leapt down from 100,000 feet in the sky. He circled in the air for a while before slowly landing on the top of a wild building on a mountain peak that was filled with ruins. He wanted to explore and see if he could find the connection between the buildings on the mountain and the Cold Moon Tower. Judging from the attitude of the monsters in the wild house when they fought the ice imps, he could confirm that there was some kind of unspeakable deep hatred between the two. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned the cultivators of the ice imps and attacked them with their lives. Furthermore, the mountain peak had pierced through the sky before this, so the ice imp's teleportation light beam could only land on the mountain peak. As such, as long as the ice imps appeared, they would fall into the ambush of the monsters in the wild buildings and suffer a head-on attack from the hidden monsters. It was obvious that they had planned this all along. However, who was the mastermind behind this? Who had such a terrifying ability to use this mysterious building to plot against a national-level city? The more he thought about this matter, the more shocked Tang Zhen felt. At this moment, there were cultivators from the Holy Dragon City patrolling the ruins of the wild building. They naturally noticed Tang Zhen's appearance. Not long after, Qian Long walked over and gently smiled at Tang Zhen. "How's the search?" Did you find the wild building foundation stone? Tang Zhen casually sucked out a brain from the ashes. After sweeping his gaze over it, he asked Qianlong. We've searched 1/3 of the area, but we still haven't found the location of the foundation stone. It's obvious that the secret room where the foundation stone is stored is very hidden. It's probably in a cave in the mountain. Qianlong was dressed in black armor, but he did not cover his face like the other Holy Dragon City cultivators. His gaze was steady and solemn. Thousand Dragon was now in a high position, in charge of the Holy Dragon City's most powerful armed force. He had his responsibilities, and he did not dare to be careless. Unknowingly, this frivolous young man had become more and more steady. Tang Zhen nodded his head. He was not in a hurry to obtain the foundation stone of this mountain peak. Now that the entire mountain was under the control of the Holy Dragon City, the foundation stone was already in the bag. It would fall into his hands sooner or later. On the contrary, there were countless resources in the wild buildings on this mountain peak. The trees that were as strong as fine iron were rare materials. After the Holy Dragon City's cultivators had completely cleaned up this place, Tang Zhen would then send the Holy Dragon City's residents here to collect these precious resources. If there were precious ores and medicinal herbs on this mountain, he couldn't miss it either. In short, there was only one sentence. Tang Zhen would never let go until the last bit of value was squeezed out. 477 Game player Zhao Dabao 1. As the terrifying sky that covered the wildlands was completely torn apart, the cold moon tower in the sky continued to melt. The life force that had disappeared in the wilderness also began to slowly recover. He believed that it wouldn't take long for a world full of vitality to appear before everyone's eyes. The commercial district was still crowded with people, but there were fewer foreign cultivators. After this brutal siege battle, the foreign cultivators suffered heavy losses and countless of them were wiped out. Recalling the scene at that time, the survivors were still terrified. In the face of that earth-shattering explosion, no matter how high your cultivation was, you would still be unable to escape death. Monsters were like this, and so were cultivators. Since the cold moon tower had been destroyed, the foundation stone must have been taken away by someone. They had their own guesses about who would be the ultimate winner, but most of the cultivators were suspicious of one person. Although the foreign cultivators were furious at this answer, they couldn't do anything about it. This was a battle of interests to begin with. The other party had the ability to obtain the foundation stone and the strength to protect the fruits of victory, so what could you do to him? Therefore, this matter still needed to be considered at length. However, no matter how they thought about it, they could not ignore the fact that Holy Dragon City, which had not fallen in this disaster, was qualified to compete with the other advanced cities. The wildlands would probably fall into the Holy Dragon City's control for a long time to come. After the Great Chaos, there was great prosperity. Now that the threat had been eliminated, the Holy Dragon City immediately began a large-scale collection operation. On the wild buildings on the mountains, busy figures could be seen everywhere. After countless resources were collected, they were sent to Holy Dragon City in batches. At the same time, the first wave of terror that was enough to engulf the entire continent silently rose. In the original world, somewhere in the Asian Alliance, as the sun set, a young man on a bicycle carefully avoided the puddles on the road and turned into a small alley not far away. After riding for a few more minutes, the young man turned sideways and stepped on the brakes, stopping in front of a slightly old house. Pushing open the mottled iron gate, the young man parked the car at the side and turned around to lock the courtyard door. He pushed the door open and turned on the light. Everything was in a mess, and there was an obvious pile of dust in the corner. The young man, who was used to it, hung up his backpack and casually made 2 bags of instant noodles. He then began to play with his phone and took a bite from time to time. The life of a single dog was so simple and boring. After finishing the bowl of instant noodles, the young man walked to the cabinet at the side and took out a helmet that was full of sci-fi style. He took out a towel and carefully wiped the dust off the helmet. It was obvious that the young man cared a lot about the helmet. After putting on the helmet, the young man lay on the bed and couldn't wait to start the game. The young man's name was Zhao Dabao. He lived in a small city in the Asian Alliance and was an ordinary worker. Although he was an ordinary person, Zhao Dabao wasn't ordinary in the game world. In the world's first virtual reality game, World of Buildings, Zhao Dabao had successfully become a level 3 cultivator and obtained the qualifications to be a resident of a building. According to the statistics on the official website, there were only slightly more than 10,000 players who had advanced to become level 3 cultivators in the world. At first glance, it didn't sound like a big deal, but there were tens of millions of players in this game. It wouldn't take long for it to break the 100 million mark. To be able to become a member of this 1 in 10,000 pyramid was obviously not an easy task. It was also because of his level advantage that Zhao Dabao had a high reputation in the game and many friends. Zhao Dabao was very proud of what he had done. The reason why he had his current achievements was inseparable from his hard work and talent. Perhaps it was because the game was too realistic, so Zhao Dabao was completely immersed in it and treated it as his second life. Looking at the familiar login interface, Zhao Dabao naturally chose to log in and was ready to enter the game world. At that moment, Zhao Dabao suddenly felt his vision blur, and he felt a sharp pain in his brain. Zhao Dabao's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to exit the game, he realized that he had lost control of his body. It was as if he was about to fly into the sky. Zhao Dabao felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him. His consciousness became more and more blurry, and a moment later, he fell into darkness. After an unknown period of time, Zhao Dabao suddenly regained some consciousness. When he fully recovered, he tried his best to open his eyes. A blue sky entered Zhao Dabao's sight. Zhao Dabao was extremely familiar with the clear, gem-like sky. It was a unique scenery that only existed in the game world of buildings. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was fine and had entered the game normally. As for the dizziness just now, perhaps it was because he had been too tired during this period of time. It seemed that he had to pay more attention to supplement nutrition and rest in time. With this thought in mind, Zhao Dabao tried to stand up, but he suddenly noticed something unusual. He found himself lying in a pool filled with emerald green liquid, and he was completely naked. This is awkward, Yingluo. Zhao Dabao was suspicious. He remembered that he was wearing leather armor when he logged out of the game yesterday. Looking around, it seemed to be a huge square, and there seemed to be human figures flashing in the distance. Zhao Dabao was rather depressed. Not only did he lose his leather armor and weapon, but even his online location had changed. Could there be a loophole in the game? This was strange. After all, there had never been any reports about a loophole in this virtual game since it was launched. Could it be that he was so lucky to encounter one? Let's find some clothes to wear first before considering other things. With this in mind, Zhao Dabao climbed out of the water and took the opportunity to admire his body. Tisk tisk, although he lost his equipment, his skin is really good. He's even cooler than Mr. Bodybuilder. After posing a few times and showing off, Zhao Dabao began to look for something to cover his body. After searching for half a day, he finally found a set of torn clothes on a stone platform not far away. Zhao Dabao put on his clothes that were full of holes and walked towards the figure in the distance. Just now, he had already observed his surroundings and confirmed that he was in Holy Dragon City. Perhaps it was because he had leveled up in the game, but the scenery around him had changed greatly. No matter, let's go take a look first. The square was huge. It took Zhao Dabao a long time to reach the edge. Fortunately, the traffic in the game was basically by walking, and communication was basically by shouting. Zhao Dabao was already used to it. A soldier from the Holy Dragon City was standing guard. When he saw Zhao Dabao, he was stunned for a moment, then walked over. Who are you? Why are you here? Zhao Dabao looked at the Holy Dragon City soldier in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. It seemed that the game had indeed leveled up. Otherwise, there would not be so many unreasonable phenomena. First, he had lost his leather armor, and then he had mysteriously appeared in an unfamiliar place. Even the armor of the Holy Dragon City's warriors had changed. However, looking at the rifle in the soldier's hand, Zhao Dabao felt that something was off. After all, this was an Otherworld-style adventure game. Although there were skills and divine arts in the game, it was hard to accept the guns in the original world. The game company's brain was really full of holes. Even though he was complaining in his heart, Zhao Dabao still understood the soldier's strange accent and answered his question. I don't know what happened either. When I woke up, I found myself there. Zhao Dabao turned around and pointed at the square behind him with an innocent expression. When the Holy Dragon City soldier heard this, a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. After sizing up Zhao Dabao from head to toe, he casually took out the walkie-talkie on his waist. When Zhao Dabao saw this, he felt even more frustrated. Why did he even take out his walkie-talkie? The Holy Dragon City soldier ignored Zhao Dabao and looked at him warily as he said, "Captain, I just found an unidentified young man." He said that when he woke up, he found himself lying in the square, the man said. When Zhao Dabao heard this, he quickly explained, "I'm a resident of Holy Dragon City, not some unknown person." The soldier glared at Zhao Dabao coldly, but did not say anything. He hung his walkie-talkie on his waist and pointed the gun at him. Seeing the other party's unfriendly expression, Zhao Dabao obediently shut his mouth. However, he kept thinking in his mind, why did he not know how to play the game after the upgrade? Just as Zhao Dabao was grumbling in his heart, a military convertible jeep sped over and stopped in front of the two of them. Looking at the familiar jeep model, Zhao Dabao's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, this gaming company is really crazy. They even created a motor vehicle. Looking at the situation, could it be a paid item after the upgrade? Where was the promise of free props? Did he have any integrity? As he cursed in his heart, Zhao Dabao's eyes suddenly lit up. He recognized the man who had jumped out of the jeep. Zhao Dabao rushed forward and shouted at the blonde man, "Boss Tai Seng, I've already completed the mission you gave me, when are you going to give me the courage suit?" Tyson. Woo-woo. Quote question mark. 478 This is the real world One Holy Dragon City, Back Valley. As soon as Tai Seng got out of the car, he heard this inexplicable sentence that left him at a loss. Courage set. What the hell is that? Looking at Zhao Dabao, who was wearing a full suit and looking at him expectantly, asking for the courage suit, Tai Seng really wanted to spit at him. Fucking retard. However, this guy's identity was very important, and there couldn't be any mishaps. Otherwise, Tyson would definitely kick Zhao Dabao's white and tender bottom. Anyone who had been kicked in the ass by Tyson was an unreliable guy. The rich captain was one of them, and the guy in front of him was no different. And NBSP, as he walked in front of Zhao Dabao, Tai Seng scanned him from head to toe and nodded his head. Tai Seng couldn't be more familiar with the body before him. After all, he was also present when and Ran made the arrangements. Looking at it this way, there was an 80% chance that this kid was the person the city lord had been waiting for. "What's your name and where do you live?" Tai suddenly asked. Reporting to Boss Tai Seng, "My name is Zhao Dabao, Holy Dragon City resident, level 3 cultivator." When Zhao Dabao heard this, he immediately introduced himself with a serious and proud expression. Tai Seng heard this and snorted in disdain, "Stop your fucking nonsense. How dare you pretend to be a rank 3 cultivator with your weak looks? Do you think I'm blind?" When Zhao Dabao heard this, he was about to explain himself, but he didn't expect Tai Seng to wave his hand. He didn't want to listen to his nonsense at all. "You brat, come over and get in the car with me." Waving at Zhao Dabao, Tyson turned around and jumped into the jeep. Seeing this, Zhao Dabao could only follow and wanted to jump up. If he was really a third-rank cultivator, this would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, the real situation was not what he had imagined. Hi, Zhao Dabao leapt up, but he didn't reach the height he had expected. It was too sudden, and he wasn't prepared for it, so he immediately met with a tragic end. Clang, clang. After a muffled sound, Zhao Dabao's face hit the jeep. It was real. Damn, it hurts. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Zhao Dabao held half of his face and sat on the ground, crying out in pain. The corner of Tai Seng's mouth twitched as he sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If all third-grade cultivators are as stupid as you, then they might as well kill themselves. Seeing that Zhao Dabao was still rubbing his face and groaning, the Holy Dragon City soldiers beside him looked at each other and pulled him up from the ground. It's not a life-threatening injury. Is there a need to put on such a disgusting appearance? Taizen's face was full of disdain as he cursed, "Coward." Zhao Dabao tried to defend himself. "What do you mean? Is the game company crazy? Isn't they afraid that the players will faint from the pain? What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and get in the car, or I'll make you know what real pain is." "Shut up," Tai Seng roared, and a chilling aura spread out, causing Zhao Dabao, who was planning to continue arguing, to freeze. "Oh my, it's so scary." Zhao Dabao immediately shut his mouth sensibly. Then, he staggered up the jeep. Tai Seng curled his lips and motioned for the driver to drive away. At this moment, Zhao Dabao, who was in the back seat, was extremely confused. He only realized at this moment that his movements seemed to have become much more clumsy. After encountering so many abnormal things, Zhao Dabao had long realized that something was wrong. This was because the current situation was too real. He tried to exit the game, but there was no response, as if the game system had never existed. He was panicking inside, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. However, his flickering eyes betrayed his current mood. He had a vague guess in his mind. Could it be that his soul had transmigrated into the game world? As the car sped along, Zhao Dabao, who was sitting in the back seat, opened his mouth wider and wider. The reason was that the Holy Dragon City was too majestic. It was different from the scenery of the original world, which gave Zhao Dabao a strong visual impact. In comparison, the Holy Dragon City in the game was not even worth mentioning. When he saw the mountain peaks and wild buildings that pierced through the clouds in the distance, Zhao Dabao almost swallowed his tongue. Good Lord, looking at the height of the mountain peak, it probably wouldn't even be able to block 10,000 meters. It was simply spectacular. There was also the mother tree that blotted out the sky. Its trunk alone was like a skyscraper, and it was equally spectacular. As he looked on, Zhao Dabao felt that his eyes were not enough and he had a dazed expression. Creak, creak. The speeding car stopped at the main city gate. Tyson jumped out of the car and waved at Zhao Dabao. You brat, hurry up. The city lord is waiting for you. When Zhao Dabao heard this, he quickly retracted his gaze from Yu Lang, who had just passed by. There was still a trace of excitement and shock in his eyes. The beauty who had just passed by was clearly the female lead of that movie. Zhao Dabao had watched that box office hit movie. While he was amazed by the special effects, he was also deeply attracted to the female lead in the movie. He saw her as the goddess of his dreams. Previously, Zhao Dabao had looked at his goddess's photo every night to sleep, which made him look haggard. However, this female lead was extremely mysterious. Even though the box office earnings of the movie were shocking, the actress in the movie never appeared. As for the reason, there were many different opinions on the internet. Some people even claimed that the film was shot in the other world, which was why it was so real and the actors could not show themselves. Zhao Dabao scoffed at this statement because it was too ridiculous. However, at this moment, Zhao Dabao believed this statement without a doubt. If he was not dreaming, then his goddess was really in another world. Zhao Dabao was extremely excited at the thought of being able to spend time with his goddess. And NBSP, Tai Seng also noticed this, and a strange smile appeared on his face. If this kid knew that Yu Lang was once a man, who knew what kind of feeling he would have? And NBSP, thinking about Zhao Dabao's dumbfounded and heartbroken expression, Tai Seng felt like laughing. Unfortunately, Tai Seng didn't know that there were countless people with good appetites in his original world, so he didn't care about such things at all. What's more, Yu Lang was now a genuine woman, this point was not to be doubted. Filled with excitement and anxiety, Zhao Dabao and Tai Seng walked up the long flight of stairs and entered the main city. Looking at the Holy Dragon City soldiers standing on both sides of the stairs, Zhao Dabao felt a heavy pressure, as if he was a little sheep in a pack of wolves. The killing intent exuded by these Holy Dragon City warriors was definitely not something to scare people with. Before they knew it, the two of them had arrived in front of a door, and Tai Seng had also stopped. Go in, the city lord is waiting for you. Zhao Dabao pushed open the door and hesitated for a moment before walking in. A well-built young man was looking at him. With a smile, looking like an ordinary person. Zhao Dabao recognized the young man in front of him. He was the Holy Dragon City's city lord in the game and rarely showed his face in the game. He had met him once when he joined Holy Dragon City. However, that was only in the game, so Zhao Dabao didn't feel anything special. After all, the other party was just a game character. But now that he was facing the real person, Zhao Dabao had the urge to scream and run away. His legs trembled slightly, and he felt a faint sense of oppression as if he was facing a god. It was as if the other party could turn him into dust with just a finger. Even though the pressure that Tai Seng gave him was immense, it was far from being as soul-shaking as Tang Zhen's, causing him to tremble from the depths of his soul. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Zhao Dabao's forehead, and his bare legs began to tremble. He had a feeling that if this situation continued for another half a minute, he would definitely collapse because he couldn't withstand this terrifying pressure. Just as Zhao Dabao was at a loss, Tang Zhen finally spoke. 479 I have the protagonist halo. You're Zhao Dabao. Tang Zhen looked at the young man in front of him as the corner of his mouth carried a trace of a faint smile. Tang Zhen's gently trembling fingers proved that he was in a very good mood. Even though Zhao Dabao was just an ordinary person, he represented a great significance and could not be underestimated. This was because Tang Zhen's soul transmission experiment had finally taken the most crucial step following his appearance. After this step, there would be no more difficulties in the soul plane transmission experiment. In fact, Zhao Dabao's appearance was beyond Tang Zhen's expectations. When he first heard the news, Tang Zhen thought that his subordinates had made a mistake. However, that extremely unique body that had been carefully cultivated by the mother tree was enough to prove everything. After a careful inspection, there was no longer any doubt in Tang Zhen's heart. What was left was only a strong surprise. Ever since the soul transmission experiment was launched, Tang Zhen had invested a lot of blood, sweat, and materials into it. Countless plans were formulated with it as the core. If the experiment did not succeed, then all the investment would be for naught. However, Tang Zhen had always firmly believed that he would succeed. Therefore, he would spare no effort in doing this. The distance between the original world and the Lusheng world was unknown, and the success rate of this kind of luck-based detection and positioning was really low. However, Tang Zhen had no choice but to do this because he had no other choice. Originally, Tang Zhen was already prepared to wait bitterly for over 10 years. However, pleasant surprises would always suddenly descend upon him without him noticing. From today onwards, all the plans would officially begin. Holy Dragon City would also officially begin its steps to conquer the world of Lusheng. Tang Zhen had been waiting for this day for a long time. After advancing to the king level, Tang Zhen's aura had become even more terrifying. His joy and anger had gradually disappeared from his face, and it was difficult for outsiders to see his true thoughts. Even though he was extremely excited, he didn't show any of it. Zhao Dabao took a deep breath and quickly replied, "City Lord, I'm Zhao Dabao." Tang Zhen nodded his head. He picked up a crystal-clear fruit from the table and threw it to the restless Zhao Dabao. "Have a taste. This is a special fruit from the non-human race. After being picked for several years, it is still very sweet." The fruit floated up from Tang Zhen's hand as if it was being held by a pair of invisible hands and directly fell into Zhao Dabao's hands. "Thank you, Wanwan, thank you, City Lord." Zhao Dabao was dumbfounded as he looked at the fruit that landed in his hand. He secretly swallowed his saliva and quickly thanked Tang Zhen. The means of this city lord had already exceeded the scope of ordinary people. He was simply like a god. Seeing that Zhao Dabao's nervous mood had eased a lot, Tang Zhen chuckled and sat on a chair at the side. "Zhao Dabao, where are you from?" When Zhao Dabao, who was observing the fruit in his hand, heard this, his heart trembled. On his forehead, a thin layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared, and his body was also slightly trembling. At that moment, Zhao Dabao constantly warned himself not to reveal his true background. Otherwise, he might be killed. After all, his soul did not belong here. To these natives, he was a guest from an unknown world. Since that was the case, let the memories of the original world be buried in the bottom of his heart forever. After making a decision in his heart, Zhao Dabao immediately raised his head and said to Tang Zhen, "City Lord, I'm actually a wanderer. I don't know where I'm from." At this moment, his expression was extremely sincere, like an obedient baby, making it impossible for people to doubt that he was lying. It had to be said that this guy's acting skills were very good. If it was an ordinary person, they might have believed his nonsense. However, the problem was that not only did Tang Zhen know where he came from, but he also knew how he came. Therefore, his nonsense could not deceive Tang Zhen at all. Tang Zhen was stunned when he heard this. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head to look at Zhao Dabao and a faint smile appeared on his face. The fellow in front of him was not as honest as he looked. Seeing Zhao Dabao's sincere and innocent expression, Tang Zhen suddenly felt a trace of evil interest in his heart as his eyes narrowed. Softly sighing, Tang Zhen walked in front of Zhao Dabao with an extremely solemn expression on his face. "Young man, you might not know this, but the Holy Dragon City is currently facing an incomparably huge crisis. I observed the sky at night and knew that a genius would descend to help Holy Dragon City tide over this crisis. Now it seems that the genius must be you." Tang Zhen gently patted Zhao Dabao's shoulder and continued, "I can see that your bones are strange and your temperament is extraordinary. You must be a talent that can change the world, so the task of saving Holy Dragon City will be handed to you." When Zhao Dabao heard this, he immediately revealed an excited expression and his heart beat wildly. A voice roared in his mind. "Am I born to be the main character? The moment I transmigrated to the game world, I met an old man who gave me money, cultivation techniques, and equipment. Although the other party wasn't an old grandpa, but a city lord Lu, the logic was the same. Zhao Dabao nodded his head furiously and patted his chest. Don't worry, city lord. If you have any missions, just give them to me. I, Zhao Dabao, will definitely not disappoint you. As he spoke, Zhao Dabao's eyes stared straight at Tang Zhen, waiting for him to give him the best novice equipment. Good, you really didn't let me down. Tang Zhen, excitedly, praised as he continued, then, I'll teach you a super cultivation technique called Star Destruction Art. It has a total of 81 levels. Once you successfully cultivate it, you'll be able to cross the void and shatter stars. When Zhao Dabao heard this, his eyes immediately began to glow with stars. He began to fantasize about having a rare talent that only appeared once in 10,000 years. His cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, and he would be able to shock the jaws of those passers-by. Other than the cultivation technique, I'll also give you a set of top-grade equipment. It's ranked first among the top 10 divine weapons in the world of Lusheng, and it's extremely powerful. The light in Zhao Dabao's eyes grew brighter as he imagined himself wearing the best equipment and slapping people across the face. Unknowingly, a drop of saliva dripped from the corner of Zhao Dabao's mouth. Tang Zhen held back the smile in his heart and continued to use an expectant and encouraging tone. Other than these items, I will give you a top-quality pet, and a super beautiful expert as your guard, as well as 10 million brain pearls. When Zhao Dabao heard the contents of Tang Zhen's words, his mouth was wide open and his entire person was about to turn silly from laughing. His mind was already filled with fantasies, and he was so high that he was flipping over. At this moment, Tang Zhen gently patted his shoulder. A demonic voice was transmitted into his ears, but before that, you have to tell me where you live. Zhao Dabao, who had gotten carried away, subconsciously replied, I live in No. 85, Yunshui Village, Kaifeng City. When he said this, Zhao Dabao suddenly quivered. He subconsciously shut his mouth and nervously raised his head to look at Tang Zhen. At this moment, Tang Zhen was staring at him. He extended his finger and tapped twice in the air, revealing an expression that was not a smile. Seeing the trace of ridicule on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth, Zhao Dabao suddenly had a feeling that he seemed to have missed out on something. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Tang Zhen turn around and walk out of the hall. After which, he softly left behind a sentence. Young man, welcome to the novice village. 480A secret operation under the night. Not to mention the dumbfounded Zhao Dabao, it was already late at night in the original world. At a certain military base in the Asian Alliance, a military transport helicopter whizzed out of the base, cutting through the night sky and leaving quickly. In the transport plane that was flying at high speed, more than a dozen Secret Service agents with sharp eyes and 2 men in assault suits were sitting quietly in their respective seats, each of them fully armed. Through the noise-canceling headphones, a person in charge was explaining the things to take note of in this operation with a very serious expression. After a 2-hour flight, the helicopter arrived at a third-tier city in the Asian Alliance. It quickly landed on an open space next to an abandoned factory. At this time, on the empty ground, there were already soldiers with loaded guns standing 100 meters away to guard. There were also special personnel to direct the plane to land. As soon as the helicopter stopped, the Secret Service personnel quickly jumped down and got into the black business car that had been waiting for a long time. With the roar of the engine, 3 commercial vehicles rolled over the waterhole and went straight to the drifting cloud village in the suburbs. The driver was very skilled. He rushed on the road and was getting closer and closer to the drifting cloud village. Although the condition of the road wasn't very good, the driver of the business car was very skilled and didn't seem to be affected by the road conditions at all. Under the curious gazes of the passers-by, the 3 business cars passed through the narrow road, turned left and right, and suddenly stopped in a remote street. Creak. The speeding car suddenly stopped, and the door was pushed open, but it was held tightly by a hand, so it didn't make too much noise. 2 young men in black windbreakers jumped out of the car silently. After looking around, the 2 young men walked to the iron door of a house and gently pushed it. The iron door shook a little, but it didn't open. It was obviously locked from the inside. The exterior of the building looked like a cithaven. It was tightly sealed, with a warehouse in the front and 2-meter walls on both sides. If they wanted to enter through the wall, they had to enter the neighboring courtyards and alert unrelated people. The 2 young men looked at each other. Then, one of them crossed his hands and placed his bow on his knees. The other young man raised his foot and stepped on the other young man's palm. Then, he jumped up. With the help of his companion, the young man jumped directly onto the roof of the warehouse and into the yard in a flash. Crack! The bolt of the iron door was pulled open, and the other young man who had been waiting outside the door immediately got in. They glanced at the brightly lit house, pulled out their guns, and carefully walked into the house. In a simple and crude room, a young man wearing a game helmet was lying on the bed, seemingly unconscious. After comparing the photos, the two young men nodded and confirmed that the unconscious young man on the bed was their target, Zhao Dabao. Putting away the gun, the two of them carefully helped Zhao Dabao up from the bed. They covered his head with a black cloth bag and slowly walked out. Before they left, a young man took away the backpack hanging on the wall and the mobile phone on the table. Finally, he turned off the lights. After carefully walking out of the courtyard, the two of them placed the unconscious Zhao Dabao in the back seat of the business car and locked the courtyard door. Bang! The door of the MPV closed gently. Then, the driver reversed the car and quickly drove back. 10 minutes later, the MPV arrived at the military helicopter's parking spot and lined up not far from the helicopter. More than a dozen Secret Service agents quickly jumped off the plane and escorted the two young men in jackets to the military transport helicopter with serious expressions. The plane, which had already started long ago, took off quickly and directly cut through the night sky. As the transport helicopter took off, in the distant forest and grass, hundreds of elite soldiers with loaded guns quickly evacuated from the alert point, and left in military vehicles. This was a very secretive operation. Except for a few unexpected witnesses, few people knew that a group of Secret Service personnel had come here in a helicopter and took away an unconscious ordinary young man. After flying for a while, the plane stopped at a certain base. Then, it transferred to another plane and disappeared into the night sky. In a desert area in the northwest of the Asian Alliance, a military transport plane slowly landed, and a dozen Secret Service agents carried the unconscious Zhao Dabao into the heavily guarded underground base. 10 minutes later, in a special room that was more than 1,000 square meters in size, the unconscious Zhao Dabao was placed on a strange metal bed, surrounded by all kinds of instruments. Hundreds of researchers were standing in front of rows of instruments, excitedly discussing something. Outside the base, dozens of fully armed Asian Alliance soldiers were standing quietly on the huge field, as if waiting for something. A middle-aged soldier standing at the forefront seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked up at the sky. The sky in the desert morning was blue and clear, but in his vision, something was rapidly flying over. Upon closer inspection, it was a military fighter jet that was flying at high speed towards the base. The middle-aged soldier had seen many fighter jets on patrol missions, so he was not surprised. However, there was something next to the fighter jet that made his breathing quicken. It was a man with a pair of white wings. He was flying toward them at a speed no slower than a fighter jet. If he didn't already know the identity of the person who came, the middle-aged soldier would have jumped out of his seat. After all, this kind of thing was too sensational. It seemed that the man with wings had also seen the location of the base. He turned his head and waved at the fighter jet pilot who was leading the way not far away, then disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the young man with wings was already standing in front of the middle-aged soldier with a faint smile on his face. "Director Tang, hello." The pair of wings on Tang Zhen's back disappeared in an instant. He extended his hand and completely ignored the shocked gazes of the surrounding soldiers as he spoke to the middle-aged soldier in front of him with a smile. "Haha, hello, Mr. Tang. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The middle-aged soldier, who was addressed as Director Tang by Tang Zhen, laughed out loud. He appeared to be very forthright. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, they walked toward the entrance of the underground base together. The defense level of this base was very high. Tang Zhen only took a casual glance and found dozens of hidden security facilities. There was no lack of ground-to-ground and air defense missile-type weapons. They took a special underground tram and drove down the slope. It didn't take long for them to enter the secret base hundreds of meters underground. After following Director Tang through several heavily guarded checkpoints, Zhen Tang saw Zhao Dabao, who had been stripped naked and placed on a metal table. At this moment, Zhao Dabao was a soulless body. His own soul was residing in a special body and was currently having fun in Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen called Yulang over and let her accompany Zhao Dabao to tour around and comfort his injured little heart. Tang Zhen's previous trickery almost made Zhao Dabao so excited that he had a heart attack. After knowing that he had been tricked, he was heartbroken. For this hero, he naturally had to be appeased appropriately. Therefore, Tang Zhen sent Zhao Dabao's dream goddess, making him almost crazy with joy. At this moment, the role of Zhao Dabao's body was to let Tang Zhen determine the coordinates of the tower world. Then, he would use a special method to completely lock onto the coordinates. Then, using some special methods, the soul transmission channel between the original world and the Lusheng world could be completely built. The next thing that Tang Zhen had to do was to lock onto the coordinates. After that, he would build a super soul teleportation array in his original world. 481 The super square in the desert. He glanced at Zhao Dabao, who was still in a coma. After confirming that there were no problems with his vital signs, Zhen Tang turned around and went to the conference room next door with Director Tang. Before the tunnel was completed, Zhao Dabao could not die. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. If he wanted to find the next player who successfully transmigrated to the world of Lusheng, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Sitting at the conference table, Tang Zhen looked at the people in front of him and slowly explained his plan. It's beyond my expectations that the first soul transmitter would appear so quickly, so we must complete the coordinates of the original world and the construction of the soul transfer array as soon as possible. Speaking up to this point, Tang Zhen paused and looked at Director Tang beside him. Director Tang, who was deep in thought, immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. Tang. We'll fully cooperate with you no matter what you want to do." Tang Zhen gently nodded toward the other party when he heard this. It could be considered as him expressing his gratitude. Since the other party had already expressed his position, Tang Zhen no longer hesitated and told him everything he was prepared to do. The first thing we need to do is to build a city tower in our original world. Because of the unique properties of the city tower, it can strengthen the connection between the two worlds. The towers built here in the Holy Dragon City in the Tower World were like two fixed towers, and the soul transmission channel was the steel cable that connected the two. The soul that's being transmitted will follow this steel cable to reach the destination. Tang Zhen took out a bottle of water from his storage space. He ignored everyone's surprised eyes as he raised his head and took a sip. In the world of Lusheng, every time a Lusheng is built, it will attract countless monsters to attack the city. The scene is extremely tragic. While Tang Zhen was speaking, he extended his finger and gently tapped on the top of the conference table. Immediately after, a holographic recording that made everyone feel as if they were in a real world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone exclaimed in unison. At this moment, no one was paying attention to where this realistic image came from, but were deeply attracted by the scene of the monsters attacking the city. It was bloody, cruel, and yet it made one's blood boil. To them, the video that was playing in front of them was even more satisfying and exciting than a super science fiction blockbuster. The 3-minute video recording made everyone present feel like they had not had enough of it. After the video finished playing, Tang Zhen's voice once again sounded while everyone was still reminiscing. I believe everyone has seen the scene of the monsters attacking the city. What I'm worried about now is whether the tower in the original world will be successful, and will there be monsters attacking the city after the success. Although a monster attack of this scale is not worth mentioning to me, this is the world of towers, not the original world. Therefore, when Lusheng is being built, you still need to be prepared for any unexpected situation. Director Tang and the others nodded heavily. Tang Zhen continued, other than building towers, I will also build a super square in the desert nearby. It will be used to draw and build the soul transfer array. This can be done later. Director Tang immediately asked, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. How big the square is and what requirements you have for the construction materials. As long as you state them, our infrastructure engineering team will be ready at any time. Tang Zhen had long heard of the Asian Alliance's engineering team. He had also seen it once. The construction scene was indeed spectacular. They were professional, efficient, and shockingly fast. However, Tang Zhen did not need to go through such trouble. He activated the all-purpose electronic kit and pulled up a holographic map. Zhen Tang pointed at an area on the map and asked Director Tang, I'm going to build the square here. I wonder if there are any secret buildings below. The people in the meeting room gathered around and shook their heads after some observation, indicating that this was just an ordinary desert. Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this. He immediately invited everyone to head to the location that he had chosen. Riding the special underground transportation, they climbed all the way up and came to the surface again. The area chosen by Tang Zhen wasn't very far from the base. The group took less than 10 minutes to arrive at their destination. Everyone was puzzled in their hearts as they looked at the desolate desert in front of them. They did not know why Tang Zhen had brought them here. Could it be that he wanted to take a look at the environment before the construction? Tang Zhen did not care about everyone's doubtful eyes. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly and switched to the map view. After selecting the area in front of him, Tang Zhen launched the map transformation plugin. Boom! Just as everyone was secretly puzzled and did not know what Tang Zhen was going to do with his eyes closed, the desert under their feet began to shake violently. Is this an earthquake? Everyone was suspicious. After all, in the special terrain of the desert, the probability of an earthquake was very small. Even if one lived in the desert for a lifetime, they might not even hear of it once. But if it wasn't an earthquake, then what was the violent shaking under his feet? Looking at Tang Zhen, who was standing in front of them with his eyes closed, and recalling the mysterious ability that he had displayed, everyone was immediately shocked in their hearts. Could it be that the violent quaking of the desert was related to the young man in front of him? Everyone looked at each other and saw the same question in their companions' eyes. At this moment, in the desert in front of them, a super stone platform made of hard rock suddenly broke through the sea of sand and appeared in front of everyone with an earth-shattering aura. Oh my god, what is this? Ghost deity's power. This is the true ghost deity's power. Shocked and admiring voices continuously sounded. Those people standing behind Tang Zhen had already completely fallen into a petrified state. No one knew how many square meters of super rock square appeared out of thin air. Anyone who saw this incomparably spectacular scene with their own eyes would definitely not be able to maintain their calm. Under everyone's stunned gazes, 1 minute passed quickly. A desert city completely made of hard rocks appeared in front of everyone. In order to block the wind and sand, Tang Zhen had deliberately raised the height of the super square to 10 meters. He had also built a tall wall around it, encircling the square. He could ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Director Tang to plant trees around the area to stabilize the desert so that it wouldn't be filled with sand all day long. Tang Zhen smiled and said as he looked at the still dull faces of everyone, the square has been completed. Why don't you all enter and take a look? All right, please go first. Everyone hurriedly replied after they recovered from their shock. The gazes they used to look at Tang Zhen had become complicated and indescribable. There was a faint trace of respect and worship in them. When the super square was built, Tang Zhen had reserved a passage to enter. Not only was there a huge flight of stairs, but there was also a gentle slope for cars to drive on. The superior military vehicle roared and climbed up the hard ramp, directly entering the super square. A huge stone city was laid bare before everyone's eyes. It was majestic and desolate. Looking down from above, they could only see a few military vehicles that were as small as ants. The shock on everyone's faces did not disappear. 482 The first tower in the original World 1. After circling the super square, the military off-road vehicle stopped in the middle of the square. Everyone jumped out of the car with a shocked expression and quickly gathered together. They stared at Tang Zhen, who was standing in the middle. At this moment, everyone's hearts were still surging with excitement. The young man in front of him could no longer be considered an ordinary person. Using the term God to describe him was not an exaggeration. Going up to the heavens and down to the earth, with a raise of his hand, he could change the sea into mulberry fields. Wasn't this a method that only gods had? Tang Zhen was unconcerned about everyone's worshipping eyes. His face was indifferent, only he knew that there were countless existences stronger than him in the tower world. Even though he had become a king-class cultivator, he was still no match for the demon-eye Tyrannosaurus. Tang Zhen raised his hand and released a holographic image. It was the super square under his feet. He extended his hand and pointed at 2 of the areas. I'm going to build a city tower here, and the soul teleportation formation will be built in the center of the square, which will require a lot of equipment. I'll be in charge of the construction of Lusheng, and I'll have to trouble Director Tang and the rest of you to inscribe and embed the soul transfer array. Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the people around him after he finished speaking. Rest assured, Mr. Tang, we'll definitely use the highest construction standards and the fastest speed to complete this work. Director Tang said loudly, and everyone else nodded in agreement. When they saw Tang Zhen displaying such a shocking method, they were shocked, and at the same time, an attitude of not being willing to admit defeat was born within them. Although they didn't have the mighty power to change the world, they still had something to be proud of. In their hearts, their lofty aspirations to conquer the heavens had never been diminished. This was a valuable spiritual inheritance. When it was gathered together, its power could not be underestimated. After the discussion, everyone took a military vehicle and quickly returned to the base in the desert. At the same time, one order after another was issued, and rows of military vehicles rushed into the desert. Tens of thousands of talents from all fields were also transferred here. The strength of an alliance was completely displayed at this moment. In less than 2 days, a bustling city appeared in the desert. They surrounded the super square that appeared out of thin air and began construction work day and night. According to the blueprint provided by Tang Zhen, the construction staff used high-tech equipment to quickly carve out countless runes in extremely precise proportions at the center of the super square. Then, they filled it up with special materials. During the construction process, the technical personnel didn't relax for a moment, causing the quality of the project to far exceed Tang Zhen's expectations. In this way, the stability and efficiency of the soul transfer array would be greatly improved. Tang Zhen could not help but sigh in his heart after checking it once. Everything was afraid of comparison. The professional level of these construction workers was simply far beyond the indigenous people in the world of Lusheng. Although they were only ordinary people, they also had the ability to change the world. After these professionals entered the world of Lusheng, it would not take long for Holy Dragon City to undergo earth-shaking changes. In addition to these construction workers, a large number of combat personnel and corresponding weapons were also transferred here. The area within 100 kilometers of the desert was marked as a military restricted area, and no unrelated people were allowed to enter. In addition to the security of the super square, these combat personnel would also be responsible for clearing out any monsters that might appear when the building was built, to prevent them from destroying the city. While Tang Zhen and the others were busy with the construction of the soul transfer array, a large-scale selection of personnel was rapidly carried out in the sub-alliance. The people selected this time were all elites from all walks of life. After going through various tests and signing confidentiality agreements, they were continuously transferred to the desert hinterlands to begin the initial training. During the training, they would be informed of information about the world of Lusheng, and then undergo targeted training according to their respective specialties. After the selected ones successfully entered the world of Lusheng, Tang Zhen would bring all the relevant equipment and instruments. The commotion caused by the Asian alliance had already alerted the other superpowers in the original world, with the American alliance being the most concerned. As one of Tang Zhen's partners, the American alliance had been paying attention to Tang Zhen's movements and was the first to know about the news of the desert city. At this moment, dozens of spy satellites in the sky were constantly observing this place. A group of travel-worn American special personnel had also arrived in the desert. At this time, the American alliance and the Asian alliance were also partners. Neither of them had the initiative in the joint development of the world of Lusheng, so they could only cooperate tacitly. There was a large population in the original world, so it was impossible to build only one soul transfer array. In the future, there would be one in the United States ruling area, so the staff of the United States took this opportunity to learn. Time passed by slowly, and a week had gone by. The soul transfer array was finally complete. After Tang Zhen returned from the world of Lusheng, he began to prepare for the construction of the Lusheng in his original world. In the past few days, Tang Zhen had gone around the wildlands and challenged many wild buildings. At the same time, he had also obtained more than a dozen building cornerstones. Unfortunately, none of them were of the highest quality. In fact, this situation was very normal. After all, a supreme-grade cornerstone was not big white tea, which could be obtained at any time. If one wanted to obtain a supreme-grade foundation stone from the wild building, they would need extremely high luck. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the ratio was 1 in 1,000. Didn't you see that when Tang Zhen built the tower, he only used an ordinary cornerstone? Therefore, in the world of Lusheng, the best way to obtain a supreme-grade cornerstone was to snatch the cornerstones that had been washed out by the waves and had clear attributes. The preciousness of a supreme-grade cornerstone could be seen from this. When the time was right, Tang Zhen would choose a supreme-grade foundation stone and upgrade it to a certain level to replace the current main tower. With the continuous development of Holy Dragon City, the mediocre cornerstone attributes of the main city tower could no longer meet Tang Zhen's needs. After careful calculation, the number of supreme-grade foundation stones in Tang Zhen's hands was a total of 5. They were absolutely priceless. Moreover, there was a price but no supply. In addition to these 5 supreme-grade cornerstones, the Mother Tree Tower and the Mage Defense Tower that had already been built were also built with supreme-grade cornerstone. Other things aside, with these 7 supreme-grade foundation stones alone, it would be unreasonable if Holy Dragon City was not powerful. The cornerstone in Tang Zhen's hand was the one he had chosen after carefully selecting from the ordinary cornerstones. Today was the day of the construction of the city tower. Unrelated personnel had been evacuated hundreds of miles away to avoid any accidents during the construction. 3,000 fully armed soldiers, as well as a large number of aircraft and armored vehicles, had also been deployed. They surrounded the super square. If a monster really appeared, they would immediately attack. In the sky and on the ground, countless pairs of eyes were staring at this place, waiting for the moment the city tower was built. Tang Zhen stood silently in the super square. Behind him were several hundred elite soldiers in full armor. He raised his hand and released the altar. After placing the foundation stone on it, Tang Zhen casually threw in another level 5 brain pearl. As the brain pearl was absorbed, the memory image from the tower's foundation stone was slowly transmitted into Tang Zhen's mind. It was a completely unfamiliar world with countless strange creatures living around the building. They passed by and stayed temporarily, or died of old age and illness. To Lu Cheng, they were just passers-by. After the memory image was transmitted, Tang Zhen had already finished constructing the exterior of the city tower. He then chose to build it. An incomparably magnificent dark golden building suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes, causing countless people to exclaim in surprise. The city looked like an ancient building in the Asian Alliance. It was 50 meters tall and made of an unknown metal. It was magnificent. Under the sunlight, the city tower that stood in the desert seemed to be shining and full of mystery. By the time the city in front of them had officially taken shape and stood in front of everyone, the first city in the original world had also been officially completed. Just as everyone was marveling at the magical aspect of this building, Tang Zhen had already switched to the map view and released his mental energy limitlessly. After the buildings were completed, the next stage would be the monster siege. He wondered if there were similar monsters in the original world. 483 The monster siege in the original world. The vast and monotonous desert gave people the impression that it was desolate and uninhabited. After traveling for dozens of miles, there were almost no signs of life in sight. The yellow sand rolled and devoured countless living beings. This was a forbidden zone for life. However, after the construction of the city tower, the lifeless desert began to stir up inexplicably. A huge sand dune dozens of kilometers away from Lu Cheng suddenly began to shake. It was as if there was a huge creature below that was about to break through the yellow sand and rush out. Shua shua shua, a sound like the beating of a drum suddenly came from below the sand dune. It was deep and strange. The sound lasted for more than 10 seconds before the huge sand dune suddenly shook and exploded. Countless black dots mixed in the yellow sand and fell to the ground one after another. Soon, the entire sand dune was covered. At this moment, a huge black hole had appeared in the middle of the sand dune. Wisps of black smoke were drifting out of the cave. Looking closely, countless black beetles the size of eggs were forming a black river that was more than 10 meters wide. They were rushing toward Lu Cheng. The way these black beetles gathered and crawled together was like an orderly army, without the slightest bit of chaos. Even though the number was uncountable, not a single beetle ran around, which made people click their tongues in wonder. As they crawled, they constantly made rustling sounds, as if countless people were shaking sand hammers at the same time, making people's skin go numb. Under the sunlight, these black beetles reflected a strange light, and they were extremely eye-catching in the yellow sand. He passed by the skeleton of an animal. The black beetle covered it, and a series of ka-cha sounds came at the same time. After the beetle disappeared, the remains were nowhere to be found. At the same time as these black beetles appeared, hundreds of bulging marks suddenly appeared on a huge sand dune in another direction. They were about a meter wide and several meters long. This was clearly a mark that would only appear when a huge creature was drilling under the yellow sand. These unknown lifeforms were moving rapidly under the yellow sand, rushing towards the city. From the occasional part of their body that was revealed, one could confirm that they were a strange creature similar to insects with extremely tough skin. Further away from the building, a dried arm with a piece of cloth hanging on it suddenly stretched out from the dry yellow sand. Then, a dried corpse covered in purple plant root tumors crawled out of the sand. Then the second, and the third, woo-woo. More and more mummies with the same purple plant root tumors climbed out of the sand dunes, and the place where they climbed out faintly revealed a huge building buried in the desert. Within a 100-kilometer radius, the strange creatures could be seen everywhere. They seemed to have gone crazy and were running in the direction of the building. Among the waves of monsters, there were monsters from ancient legends and mysterious creatures that had never appeared before the eyes of the world. The combatants who had been observing their surroundings were all stunned by the terrifying scene. They could not imagine that there would be so many strange creatures in the desert. Many warriors were so excited that their hands were trembling. This legendary experience was enough for them to remember for the rest of their lives. After all, this scene was too shocking. However, even though they were shocked, when these monsters appeared, they did not hesitate to execute the attack order. In the vast sea of sand, gunshots immediately rang out. 3 assault helicopters hovered in the air, skillfully locking onto the hundreds of sand dragons on the ground. Large-caliber artillery bullets continuously shot into the soft yellow sand. Oh-woo! After a series of deep roars, the monster hidden in the yellow sand finally revealed its true appearance due to the pain. It was a giant worm that looked like a giant python with dark purple tough skin. It was currently swaying its huge body and growling in the sea of sand. The appearance of the giant insect was extremely ugly. Its huge mouth was surrounded by disgusting tentacles, and fine teeth covered the entire mouth of the strange insect. The cannon bullets that were fired just now had cleanly broken the bodies of more than a dozen insect monsters. They dragged their broken bodies and kept writhing, their stinky body fluids flying everywhere. The seemingly brutal monsters were still unable to withstand those terrifying weapons and were easily killed. PFF'd. A few huge sand balls were spat out from the strange insect's mouth, flying straight towards the assault helicopters in the sky. One of the sand balls happened to hit the military helicopter. The attacking helicopter suddenly trembled and almost fell from the sky, and NBSP, after realizing that these insect monsters had a strong attack power, the pilot of the assault helicopter immediately increased the altitude. He constantly adjusted the angle and chased after the strange insect, bombarding it. Within a few minutes, several more assault helicopters joined in the pursuit, and a dense rain of bullets fell into the desert. It was only a matter of time before the powerful firepower and skillful cooperation killed these giant strange insects. In another direction, dozens of strange-looking all-terrain vehicles were speeding through the desert, constantly killing the terrifying mummies that ran out of the desert ruins. These mummies with leather armor were actually just a carrier. The thing that controlled their movements was actually the purple root tumor plant on their bodies. This was an extremely strange plant. It lived on corpses and could control the corpses to find the nutrients they needed for their growth. The mummies did not react when the bullets hit them, but when they hit the purple root tumors, the mummies would shake violently and flow out with a foul liquid. The mummies that felt their lives were in danger pounced on the all-terrain vehicles in an attempt to attack the soldiers on the vehicles. The machine gunners on the all-terrain vehicle had serious expressions and were not afraid in the face of danger. They calmly controlled the weapons in their hands and continuously shot out scorching bullets, tearing the mummies into pieces. In the rolling yellow sand, there were broken limbs wriggling everywhere, forming a bloody and strange road. In the other direction, the black beetles that had formed a river were also suffering a fatal blow. The 2 helicopters caught up to the black beetles and threw a dozen incendiary bombs at them, burning countless black beetles to ashes. The black beetles that had been united were cut into several pieces. The black beetles that were not affected by the burning agent quickly dodged the terrifyingly high-temperature flame and continued to pounce toward the Lu Chang. The damage of the incendiary rounds was greatly reduced against the scattered black beetles. However, in order to ensure that they did not get close to the building, the shooters on the plane continued to fire at them. No one dared to underestimate the power of these black beetles. Just by looking at their terrifying mouthparts, one could imagine how miserable it would be if one was bitten. If they carried poison, it would be even more disastrous. Everyone knew that if the infantry on the ground encountered these bugs, it would be a disaster. Faced with the tide-like fearlessness of the black beetles, the surrounded infantrymen were basically doomed. The more they killed, the less danger their comrades in charge of guarding the tower would be in. In the desert, gunshots and monster howls could be heard everywhere. They even used tanks to attack when they were dealing with a few huge monsters. None of the participants had expected that there would be so many strange and powerful creatures hidden in the silent desert. Within a radius of 100 miles, there were figures fighting fiercely everywhere. In the Lusheng area, which was at the heart of the storm, there were endless gunshots and countless strange creatures coming over like a tide. 484 The difficult battle to defend the city. The area where Lusheng Square was located was now filled with gunshots. On every wall, there were soldiers firing continuously. In addition to the standard firearms, these soldiers were also equipped with special equipment such as grapeshot guns, grenade machine guns, and flamethrowers. It was also because of these weapons that the monsters attacking the city were effectively suppressed. The monsters outside the square came from afar. When they arrived, they gathered into a terrifying wave and attacked the high wall. Their target was naturally the newly built city within the high walls. Looking up, these monsters and venomous insects were of different styles and abilities, but whether it was lizards, spiders, or colorful snakes, they were all poisonous without exception. Once bitten by these things, death was almost certain, and there was no time to rescue on the spot. Fortunately, this point had been taken into consideration before the building was built. Insect-proof facilities were built around the wall, blocking a large number of clumsy monsters and poisonous insects. The monsters and poisonous insects that could successfully cross several obstacles would be attacked from the sky and the ground. The ground around the high wall had been overturned countless times by the bullets and the shock waves of the explosion. The ground was mixed with minced meat and blood, mixed with yellow sand, and had already become a stinky mud. Even though the attacks were so concentrated, it was still difficult to stop those crazy monsters, because they were not afraid of death, because they had no intelligence. Even though the corpses were stacked up layer by layer, and the stinky blood had already soaked the yellow sand, it still could not stop the monsters' attack. The monsters and venomous insects let out shrill cries as they pounced on the high wall, launching attacks again and again. If it wasn't for the high walls of the square, which effectively blocked these monsters and poisonous insects, perhaps the city would have been completely conquered by them. In fact, the number of monsters and venomous insects in front of them was only 1/3 of the total number of monsters attacking the city. The remaining 2/3 were all held back by the other warriors in the desert, and more than half of them had already been eliminated. If these monsters and venomous insects gathered together, they would be able to break through the high wall and attack the main body of the building. Fortunately, there was Tang Zhen here. This kind of thing would definitely not happen. Compared to Tang Zhen's confidence, those soldiers who were in charge of blocking the monsters and poisonous insects were currently under an enormous mental pressure. These soldiers had never seen such a strange scene before. If it wasn't for their mission and the constant encouragement from their comrades, some of them would have already had a mental breakdown. Compared to these strange monsters and venomous insects, the cruel and cunning enemies that he had encountered on a daily basis were not as scary. Tang Zhen looked at the soldiers, nervous and hesitant expressions, and couldn't help but gently shake his head. Compared to the soldiers of Lusheng who had seen countless cruel scenes, these well-trained soldiers were still lacking a little bit of training in life and death battles with monsters. In fact, such a battle was not as terrible as they had imagined. The key was that they had never experienced it before, so they lacked the corresponding experience. Otherwise, they would not be so flustered, which led to constant danger. Fortunately, these soldiers weren't fighting alone. Other than his comrades who were also attacking the monsters, Tang Zhen would also take action from time to time and clear some strange and powerful monsters. It was said to be strange and powerful, but that was only in comparison to his original world. According to the strength of the Tower World, the strongest of these monsters were only ordinary monsters of level 2 or 3. Any warrior from Holy Dragon City could be easily dealt with. If Tang Zhen was willing, he only needed 1 minute to crush all these monsters into powder. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he let these warriors attack. While training their minds, he also made the onlookers realize the cruel nature of the world of Lusheng. On the surrounding walls, the battle was still ongoing, and the hot bullet shells had already filled the ground. At this moment, a giant scorpion that was more than 2 meters long suddenly shot out of the yellow sand and jumped onto the wall like lightning. A soldier who was reloading was caught off guard and was sent flying by the giant scorpion. He fell on the square behind him. Bang! The warrior fell to the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth and nose. He then struggled to get up. A huge black shadow descended from the sky and landed directly beside the warrior. It was the giant scorpion that had jumped over the wall. After discovering the warrior lying on the ground, the giant scorpion immediately crawled over and waved its huge stinger, ruthlessly stabbing it into the warrior's abdomen. Once this huge stinger pierced through the soldier, he would die without a doubt. Whoosh! The huge scorpion tail whizzed over with a foul smell, and it was only an inch away from the warrior's abdomen. Just when everyone thought that the warrior was dead for sure, the giant scorpion suddenly trembled and froze on the spot. Then, it fell to the ground. A stone the size of a coin had completely pierced through the giant scorpion from head to tail. The huge kinetic energy had also stirred its internal organs into a paste. And NBSP, the fallen warrior was stunned and at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a calm voice rang in his ear. "Don't worry, it's already dead." The warrior looked toward the source of the voice and saw a young man in a black battle suit looking at him with a smile. "I know, Xie Wanwan, thank you." The warrior knew that this young man was not a simple person, but he did not know how he had managed to kill this terrifying giant poisonous scorpion. Just as the warrior was secretly guessing, he heard Tang Zhen softly sigh, "It's enough to reach this level." Those guys who are watching the show must have understood the cruelty of the world of Lusheng. Since that's the case, this boring battle should be over. His voice had just sounded when he saw Tang Zhen slowly rise from his original spot. After reaching a height of tens of meters, he suddenly shouted out in front of everyone's shocked gazes. An invisible air current suddenly spread out in all directions with his body as the center. Bang bang bang, the sound of a ripe watermelon being smashed rang out in the surroundings like hail. The monsters that were attacking the tower exploded instantly, and blood mist spread everywhere. After the blood mist dissipated, the surrounding desert had been completely dyed bright red. It was a shocking sight. The yellow sand had long since disappeared, and what replaced it was countless fine pieces of flesh and blood, which completely covered the surface of the desert evenly. The strange noise instantly disappeared, and the continuous shooting and explosions also slowly stopped. When the soldiers on the surrounding walls saw this scene, they all heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the godlike man floating in the air. To be able to take care of the monsters attacking the city so easily, these terrifying monsters must not be worth mentioning in his eyes. The soldiers had guessed correctly. A siege battle of this scale was indeed like child's play to the current Tang Zhen. 485 Connecting to the world of Lusheng 1. After another half an hour, the sounds of gunfire in the desert finally died down. In fact, when Tang Zhen killed the monsters and poisonous insects around the building in one move, the monster siege battle that happened in the original world had already ended. When the monsters attacked the city, they did not have to kill until there was only one monster left. As long as they could do two things, they would have successfully defended the city. The first was to kill more than 1/3 of the monsters. This way, the monsters would break free from the control and collapse on their own. The second was to last long enough to fight the monster. Either way, it would be considered a victory. Although the siege battle had ended and the monsters had started to flee, the warriors in charge of stopping them had no intention of stopping. According to the orders from above, these dangerous and strange creatures must be exterminated. With the existence of such a thing, no one would be at ease, so they naturally had to take the opportunity to eliminate it. It was another round of merciless attacks. How could those monsters and poisonous insects be a match for these terrifying weapons? They were killed in an instant. The remaining time was just to chase after those fish that escaped the net. The battle was over, but neither the participants nor the observers hiding in the safe zone were relaxed. These shocking monsters had a huge impact on them, and it also made them feel a little confused. There were actually so many mysterious creatures hidden in this seemingly desolate desert. Could there be similar creatures lurking around their daily lives? At the thought of this, everyone's hearts beat wildly, and they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of danger. It was normal to have such thoughts, but the truth was that they were overthinking it. If not for Lu Cheng's appearance, these strange creatures would not have appeared in the eyes of ordinary people so easily. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, they would still be safe. Everyone in the world knew that bacteria and microorganisms were everywhere, and they were always in contact with them in daily life, but no one could remember them all day long and delude themselves to avoid them. No matter what you think, it's there, and it has existed for a longer time than you. It was the same for these strange monsters and poisonous insects. They lived in the same world as humans, but they did not offend each other, so they had never been known to the world. However, if a hothead accidentally entered their territory, they could only blame their bad luck. Strictly speaking, these monsters and venomous insects were also victims. If Lu Cheng hadn't appeared, their peaceful lives wouldn't have been disturbed, and they wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. No matter what, everything was over. There were still many things to do. Now that the tower was officially established, it had formed a faint connection with the world of the tower. Later, he only needed to place the unconscious Zhao Dabao in the soul transfer array, and he could use the faint connection between his soul and body to lock onto the coordinates of the world of the tower. After Tang Zhen entered the newly built tower and walked around, he was rather surprised to discover that the cornerstone trading platform here actually had no reaction. Perhaps any tower built outside the tower world couldn't use the cornerstone trading platform. Tang Zhen did not get too entangled with this matter. Instead, he gently sighed in relief. He originally had another plan, which was to find a way to destroy the cornerstone platform in the tower even if it was operating normally. It would be extremely disadvantageous for Tang Zhen if this kind of thing fell into the hands of others. He had no choice but to be on guard. From the beginning to the end, he was the only special existence that could freely travel between the two worlds. No one or thing could replace him. The cornerstone platform was a key item to break this balance. If it could be used normally, both the Asian Alliance and the American Alliance could use it to its maximum value and exchange it for countless otherworld items. In this case, Tang Zhen's importance would definitely be greatly reduced. The so-called cooperation was nothing more than making use of each other and obtaining benefits together. Tang Zhen held the key to the cooperation. This was why he was able to obtain the full support of his partners. Tang Zhen casually kept the foundation stone platform into his storage space and slowly walked out of the tower. The cleanup work was coming to an end. The corpses of the monsters and poisonous insects had all been collected. Whether they were buried or used for research had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. At this moment, the area around the teleportation array was already filled with specially modified vehicles. Countless instruments and equipment were also properly placed. In the center of the teleportation array, 5 pieces of special large equipment had been installed. These items, which looked like hibernation chambers, were also part of the teleportation array. They were equivalent to game helmets with infinitely increased transmission power. The person who needed to carry out the soul transfer only needed to lie in it to directly send their soul to the Holy Dragon City in the Tower World. At that moment, the unconscious Zhao Dabao was lying quietly in one of the metal containers. The equipment beside him was also working continuously, recording all sorts of data. Other than the researchers, there was also a group of serious-looking officials who were discussing something in low voices. After seeing Tang Zhen walk over, those people immediately stopped their conversation and all looked at him without blinking. Director Tang walked up to Zhen Tang and said with a smile, "You've worked hard, Mr. Tang. If you didn't act in time just now, I'm afraid many soldiers would have been sacrificed." "Director Tang, what are you talking about? I just did it casually." Tang Zhen shook his head. After exchanging a few polite words, he turned around and walked to the center of the soul transfer array. Under everyone's gaze, Tang Zhen took a deep breath and began to chant an incantation with a strange tone. His voice was sometimes high and sometimes low, and his tone was also fluctuating. When it fell into everyone's ears, it was filled with a strange and mysterious feeling. After chanting for about a minute, Tang Zhen suddenly let out a loud shout. At the same time, his mental energy spread out, stirring up ripples in the air. The silent soul teleportation circle was completely activated at this moment. The brain beads embedded in the runic magic circle all bloomed with bright light. In the middle of these glowing brain beads, one with a resplendent ring of light around it was extremely eye-catching. The experienced cultivators of Lusheng only needed a glance to confirm that this was a genuine level 8 brain bead, which was absolutely priceless. Unlike the other brains that continued to glow, the brain in the center of this unique runic magic circle was flashing continuously at varying frequencies. Tang Zhen's eyes landed on the head. Although his expression was calm, his eyes were extremely focused. When those people at the side saw Tang Zhen staring fixedly at the flickering brain pearl, their gazes also landed on it in unison. The originally noisy environment also gradually became quiet. Some of them even held their breaths and slowed down, afraid of ruining the peaceful atmosphere. Not far from Tang Zhen, a few medical personnel were staring intently at Zhao Dabao. They were afraid that something abnormal would happen to him during this period of time. After all, he was the key to this operation. Not only were the medical staff paying attention to him, but even Tang Zhen had also split a trace of mental power to pay attention to Zhao Dabao's physical condition. Once this fellow showed any abnormal reaction, Tang Zhen would definitely use a special method to instantly overdraw his life force and ensure that he would complete the positioning. As for this ordinary-looking body, it was no big deal to throw it away. After all, Tang Zhen had already compensated him with a perfect body. This fellow was extremely happy. Time slowly passed in this slightly oppressive atmosphere. After about 5 minutes, the constantly flashing brain finally had new changes. The frequency of its flashing became slower and slower, and the light it emitted became brighter and brighter. Finally, everyone saw a dazzling white light burst out, and the entire soul teleportation array began to emit an irritating buzzing sound. When the light dissipated, the strange sound disappeared as well. The brain pearl on the soul transfer array also became dim. The surrounding onlookers did not know what was going on. Only Tang Zhen faintly smiled as a trace of joy flashed across his eyes. The coordinates of the world of Lusheng have been successfully locked. 486 The difficult problem of cultivating L-body, you succeeded. When Tang Zhen's words left his mouth, the surrounding people were initially stunned for a few seconds. Soon after, they immediately erupted into excited roars. The cheers reverberated in the super square, and the excitement infected everyone present. Even Director Tang, who was a steady man, couldn't suppress his joy. He kept waving his fists to vent the excitement in his heart. They couldn't help but be excited because this matter was of great significance and would definitely be recorded in history. The staff members who participated in this top-secret operation all knew more or less about the world of Lusheng. They were full of curiosity and anticipation about this mysterious foreign world. In the vast universe, there was actually such a magical world. How could people not be fascinated? As the pioneers of human exploration of the other world, they all felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment to be able to participate in this matter. Moreover, some of them would be the first batch of transmigrators to work in the world of Lusheng. For a long time in the future, they would be in charge of the Holy Dragon City's soul teleportation array's maintenance. After waiting for so long, this moment had finally arrived. How could they not be excited? At this moment, the medical staff had already come forward and carried the unconscious Zhao Dabao out of the teleportation pod. Then, they sent him to the nearby hospital to maintain his life. He was currently in a vegetative state. When his soul returned to his body, he would still be able to wake up normally. However, this method was not cost-effective. It was not a big deal if there were only a few cases, but if it was to take care of thousands of bodies of transmigrators, it would inevitably consume a lot of manpower and material resources. Moreover, if the body was not used for a long time, all kinds of physical functions would seriously degenerate and shrink, and it would take a long time to recover. At this moment, he had to make a choice. Was there a need to preserve the body left behind by the transmigrator? The workers who had gone to the world of the tower might not stay there forever and could return at any time. What would they do if their bodies disappeared? In the later stages, the original world would have a large number of immigrants, and the number would definitely be in the thousands. At that time, how would they deal with the countless bodies left behind? In fact, they had already considered this situation. After Tang Zhen and the others discussed it, they also formulated the corresponding countermeasures. The bodies of the staff members had to be properly preserved so that they could travel between the two worlds at any time. Other than these military personnel, they would also recruit a large number of people from various industries. They would sign a contract and willingly give up their bodies to stay in the world of Lusheng for a long time. In the years to come, they would not leave the world of Lusheng unless they had special reasons. After the information of the world of the Lusheng was officially announced, the officials would also open immigration applications, allowing applicants who voluntarily gave up their bodies to go to the world of the Lusheng. These humans from the original world would be the main source of residents for Holy Dragon City in the future. Other than that, the original world's residents who were unwilling to leave their original world but yearned for the Tower world would all be used. When all the basic facilities in the world of Lusheng were completed and the number of bodies cultivated was enough, a large number of places would be given out in the original world, allowing the humans of the original world to connect to the world of Lusheng through special equipment and enter the spare bodies. These people were similar to game players. They could rent a temporary body for a small fee and participate in the exploration and war of the dungeon world. The gains during this period would naturally belong to them. If they wanted to exchange them for cash in the original world, it would not be a problem. The world of Lusheng would become a new gold-making place for the residents of the original world. In addition, They could also participate in the work of the Holy Dragon City and earn a certain amount of money, becoming similar to mercenaries. The advantage of these temporary residents was that they did not have to worry about the threat of death at all. Once their bodies in the world of towers died, their souls would be instantly absorbed by the soul teleportation array and sent back to their original bodies. There was no need to compensate for the first damaged body, but if one wanted to continue to enter the world of the tower, they would have to pay a fee for the repair of the body according to the degree of damage. The most important thing here was how to ensure that there was sufficient supply to the body. If this problem could not be solved, everything would be empty talk. Apart from this, Tang Zhen would also leave hidden restrictions in these bodies to guard against those who had ulterior motives. Tang Zhen had already prepared the required bodies for the initial stage. Currently, the Holy Dragon City had accumulated more than 10,000 of those bodies that were cultivated using the fruit of the mother tree. After these fruits were picked, there was no need to worry about the problem of decay. Therefore, every time a batch ripened, they would be picked and stored in the cave. These were all perfect bodies and were considered the mother tree's children. They had a special connection with the mother tree. He believed that the mother tree cultivators would be more common in this group than the Holy Dragon City's indigenous people. It was also for this reason that the mother tree would cooperate with Tang Zhen's cultivation work. This was also her own consideration. The mother tree's combat power was negligible, and only a sufficient number of mother tree cultivators could ensure her safety. Otherwise, the mother tree would not have let Tang Zhen succeed so easily just based on the energy consumption when cultivating the body. At present, these perfect bodies were barely enough, but as more and more residents of the original world entered the world of Lusheng, the problem of not having enough bodies would inevitably become the biggest constraint. Fortunately, the Asian and American alliances had begun to work together to overcome this problem in order to cultivate bodies in batches. After the research was successful, the equipment would be mass-produced and installed in both worlds at the same time. Tang Zhen was also thinking about this problem. At present, he already had several backup plans. His first thought was to use the Ice Imp alien race's method of creation in the Cold Moon Tower. This was an extremely perfect body, and it was born with extremely powerful strength. However, this kind of body also had a natural disadvantage, and that was that it could only survive in low-temperature environments. Once the temperature exceeded this temperature, the combat power would be greatly reduced, and it might even directly die. Therefore, it was not suitable to mass-produce the ice imps before this problem was solved. However, they could learn from the manufacturing method. The second method was very simple, which was to seek help from the application store. This magical application store had never disappointed him. Tang Zhen had already found a suitable application. In fact, Tang Zhen had long noticed a problem. That was, with the continuous upgrading of the phone, the magical applications in the application store were almost all-encompassing. Tang Zhen knew the abilities of these applications better than anyone else. It was also for this reason that he was extremely curious about the origin of the application store. It was a pity that Tang Zhen's strength and knowledge were still too low. The secrets of this heaven-defying ability of the application store were not something that the current Tang Zhen could explore. For example, the application that Tang Zhen needed now had extremely magical functions. It even had the ability to create things. Super biological printer, able to absorb and decompose the remains of living creatures. Based on the scan data that was previously entered, it can either print and construct any soulless half-mechanical biological body individually or in batches. Download cost: 100 million brain beads. Note: you can purchase the raw materials for printing. The higher the strength and talent of the half-mechanical creature's body, the longer the printing time, the higher the fee. This was definitely the most suitable application for Tang Zhen at the moment. Even if the download price was extremely high, it was definitely worth it. Although this application was very much to Tang Zhen's liking, if he wanted to download it, he had to get rid of the download restrictions. This was also one of the few things that made Tang Zhen feel depressed. As the App Store continued to upgrade, more magical applications continued to appear, but the corresponding restrictions also followed. For example, Tang Zhen had already lost the privileges and protection of a newbie and had officially stepped into an unknown journey. If you want something good, sure, we have everything here, but you have to complete the mission first. 487 The teleportation test begins. Although the mobile application was good, it was not an easy task to download and install. Tang Zhen didn't lack brain beads. Even if it was an astronomical figure of 100 million brain beads, he could take it out without any effort. This time, Tang Zhen was definitely the biggest winner in the cold moon disaster. The value of all his gains added up would definitely be enough to scare the people who knew about it. Even Tang Zhen himself was shocked by the results. Therefore, the current Tang Zhen was already a true nouveau riche. He didn't lack money. However, the brain was not enough. He still needed something that he had never heard of before in order to download the application. Energy heart. It was this damn thing that limited Tang Zhen's application download, causing him to have a large pile of brain matter but was unable to spend it. This feeling of being depressed and having nowhere to vent, just how fucked up was this? Therefore, in order to find this damn energy heart, Tang Zhen didn't need to test mobile applications at all, because it was a waste of time. Putting this matter aside for the time being, what Tang Zhen needed to do now was to immediately conduct the soul transfer experiment. In fact, the moment Tang Zhen announced the success of the experiment, the 5 volunteers who volunteered to participate in the first soul transmission experiment had already taken a helicopter to the place. In just over 10 minutes, the 5 volunteers had arrived at their destination, where the soul transmission array was located. Tang Zhen took a look. There were 5 volunteers, 3 men and 2 women. All of them were young people in their 20s, and their faces were solemn. Director Tang introduced them to Zhen Tang. They were all active-duty soldiers of the Asian Alliance. They had a good style and were full of dedication. Tang Zhen had always admired such soldiers who carried firm beliefs. Tang Zhen clearly knew in his heart that this soul transmission process was very safe and would not cause any fatal harm to the transmigrators. However, it was always better to be safe than sorry. If there was any mistake in the middle of the experiment, the volunteers participating in the experiment might lose their lives. To be able to step forward in such a situation, one must have a certain amount of courage. This alone was worthy of admiration. After the volunteers arrived at the experiment site, the soul transfer experiment immediately began. The 5 volunteers lay down in the transmission cabin according to the staff's arrangement and slowly closed their eyes. Activate the teleportation. As he gave the order, the soul transfer array suddenly bloomed with a brilliant and colorful light. A huge runic magic circle made up of 7 colored light appeared out of thin air 100 meters above everyone's head, constantly condensing and spinning. This was not as large as the giant translucent runic magic circle, and was comparable to the super square under everyone's feet. The level 8 brain located in the center of the soul teleportation array on the ground flickered quickly. Then, a strong light shot into the sky and hit the center of the runic magic array. The runic magic circle formed by the light shook violently, and a deep black hole immediately appeared in the center. It sucked in the strong light and then slowly rotated. As long as the soul teleportation circle was not shut down, the giant runic magic circle that was floating in the sky and the deep black hole would not disappear. The process of activating the soul transfer array was very troublesome, so once it was activated, it could not be closed easily. In other words, for a long time to come, this huge rune would shroud the sky above the super square and gradually become known to the world. To Tang Zhen, these were trivial matters. Naturally, the military of the Asian Alliance would take care of the aftermath. He didn't need to worry at all. The thing that Tang Zhen was most concerned about now was whether these 5 volunteers had successfully completed their transmigration and entered the bodies in the Lucheng world. Under everyone's gazes, Tang Zhen's figure suddenly disappeared and was transported back to the Tower World. Lucheng World, Holy Dragon City's back valley. At this time, all unrelated people had been cleared out of the square in the back valley. Nearly 100 fully armed Holy Dragon City cultivators had formed a circle, completely surrounding the huge soul-receiving rune array. Not far away, Zhao Dabao, Yu Lang, and the others stood quietly to the side. They looked at the runic magic circle in front of them with different expressions. Tang Zhen's figure appeared out of thin air. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Tang Zhen gently waved his hand and indicated that everyone could dispense with the formalities. After which, he swiftly walked toward the middle of the square. In the center of this giant magic circle, there were hundreds of rectangular pools of the same size. In 10 of these pools, there was a perfect body cultivated by the mother tree. They were soaked in a green liquid extracted from the fruit of the mother tree. Because of the magical effect of the liquid, these bodies were not damaged even after being soaked for months. Tang Zhen stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the enormous symbol that was continuously rotating in the sky. He began to wait meticulously. Time passed slowly, and after about 5 minutes, a sudden change occurred. The huge rune that was suspended in the air suddenly lit up, and then a white light fell down heavily, disappearing in the center of the runic magic circle. A trace of a smile gradually surfaced on Tang Zhen's originally silent face. Soon after, he could not help but burst out laughing. He laughed very happily, very presumptuously, and there was a faint feeling of relief contained in it. Amidst Tang Zhen's happy laughter, the pool on the opposite side slightly trembled. Soon after, 5 naked men and women slowly stood up from the pool. No matter which angle one looked at it from, these 5 bodies were perfect and flawless, like a piece of art. People who saw them could only sigh in admiration, but it was difficult to have any thoughts of blasphemy. To the proud mother tree, she would never allow any ordinary-looking people to appear in the bodies she cultivated. Therefore, all of them were handsome men and beautiful women. There was also a flaw, and that was that the appearance was the same, and it would not change because of the soul that hosted it. After looking at it for a long time, it was inevitable that one would develop aesthetic fatigue. In the future, he might be able to solve this problem. He might even be able to make a small profit by changing his appearance. Of course, these were not the key points. The most important point was that the soul teleportation experiment had truly succeeded. At this moment, the 5 volunteers had a blank look in their eyes. They kept looking at their surroundings, but they quickly returned to normal. They looked at each other. Their faces were filled with excitement as they looked at Tang Zhen, who was standing in front of them. "Greetings to the city lord." The 5 of them saluted at the same time, their movements standard and neat. This was also one of the requirements of the training, which was not to reveal their origin easily before the time was right to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although the aboriginals in the world of Lusheng were very tolerant, they would more or less be wary of a group of visitors from another world who suddenly appeared around them. Tang Zhen didn't want to see such a thing happen. Therefore, after some discussion, he decided to let the transmigrators address themselves as the residents of the tower. Everyone had to address Tang Zhen as Lord City Lord. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over the naked volunteers. He casually waved his hand and 5 long robes streaked across the air before landing in their hands. After receiving the long robes, the 5 of them put them on and walked in front of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen smiled as he looked at the 5 volunteers standing in front of him. He softly said, "Welcome to the world of Lusheng. As pioneers, your names will be recorded in the history books." The 5 of them chuckled upon hearing this, their faces revealing a trace of uncontrollable excitement. After gently nodding his head and expressing his respect, Tang Zhen continued, "From now on, all of you will have to wear these devices at all times to record all the data of your body." While he was speaking, Tang Zhen casually threw out 5 items that looked like bracelets and a video recording device that he wore on his head. These instruments would record all the changes in their bodies, and Tang Zhen would then send them to the original world for analysis to determine if they were in a normal state before and after transmigrating. This data was very important and concerned the safety of countless transmigrators in the future, so he could not be careless. At the same time, Tang Zhen would also monitor them the entire time. Compared to those sophisticated instruments, Tang Zhen trusted his own spiritual energy senses more. In the face of this kind of spiritual force probing, even if there was a problem with the souls of the 5 volunteers, Tang Zhen would be able to discover it at the first possible moment and adopt the corresponding solution. The 5 volunteers followed Tang Zhen's instructions and put on all the equipment. Tang Zhen then led them out of the square. The warm sunlight shone on the 5 of them, making their mood particularly bright. Perhaps from this day on, the humans of the original world would officially start the prelude to conquering the Lusheng world. 488 Zhao Dabao wants to stand out. As a transmigrator, Zhao Dabao was actually very aggrieved. After this period of observation and experiments, he found that he was actually very ordinary. He did not have any transmigration benefits that he was proud of. The only thing that comforted him was that this perfect body where the soul resided was the best in both appearance and cultivation aptitude. However, in the Holy Dragon City, where level 4s were as common as dogs and level 5s were everywhere, he did not even have a level 1 cultivation. No matter how good his aptitude was, who knew when he would be able to cultivate to level 4 or 5? What should he do before that? The more he thought about it, the more miserable he felt. He had really embarrassed the vast number of transmigrators. The depressed Zhao Dabao began to stroll around the Holy Dragon City to ease his gloomy mood. In 2 days, This guy had walked around the Holy Dragon City, both inside and outside. Because of his body's talent, Zhao Dabao could easily understand the language of the building world and communicate normally. During this period of time, he was amazed by the new scenery in the world of Lusheng and the various alien races. However, once the novelty wore off, Zhao Dabao began to think about life and how he could make a name for himself in this world. In his original world, Zhao Dabao was just an ordinary person. He lived a simple life every day, dull and boring. After rolling around in the mortal world and society, Zhao Dabao was used to his ordinary life. However, when an ordinary person encountered an extraordinary event, their ordinary heart would immediately start to want to change their ordinary life. Damn, it felt like a tongue twister. To sum it up, Zhao Dabao came to the world of Lusheng by accident. This magical experience that was like a rebirth made him extremely excited. At the same time, he secretly told himself that he definitely could not live the life he had before. He wanted to work hard and start a new life in the world of Lusheng, creating his own career. A man cannot stand without ambition. Many people were mediocre not because they lacked ability, but because they did not know what they wanted to do and did not have a clear goal. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed, and in the end, he had achieved nothing. Thinking back, if he had set a few goals during this period and worked hard towards them, he might have really achieved them. What followed was a life that became more and more perfect. Without dreams, what was the difference between him and a salted fish? Zhao Dabao had once been a salted fish, but now he had a dream. He had become a salted fish with a dream. He wanted to enter the waves of life and try to turn over a new leaf, or even leap over a dragon's gate. Thus, this salted fish with dreams began to wander around the Holy Dragon City, trying to find an opportunity to make a comeback. Tang Zhen did not have too many restrictions on this fellow who was wandering around. After all, this fellow would not be able to return to his original world for a long time. Letting him roam around freely was also a form of compensation for Zhao Dabao. It was just that the dream was full, but the reality was very bony. When he reached out and touched it, he realized that there was only a thin layer of dead skin outside the skeleton that supported the dream. With a poke, a big hole appeared on the dead skin called dream, and the heroic spirit was gone. Zhao Dabao was in such a situation, or perhaps even worse. In fact, this was normal. After all, this guy had just arrived. How could he find the starting point of his glorious life so quickly? Because of Tang Zhen, the methods used to make money in the original world had no market in Holy Dragon City. This was because these were all things that Tang Zhen had left behind. They were born from the same root, so why were they in a hurry to torture each other? Zhao Dabao, who was filled with resentment, depressed, and bored, decided to find a quiet place to sit down and reflect on his ordinary and failed life. After walking around, Zhao Dabao unknowingly arrived at a building on the mountain peak. In the end, he sat down in a small ravine. This place was very good, desolate and secluded. If she cried here, no one would be able to see Yingying. It was said that a man's tears did not fall easily, but Zhao Dabao was an ordinary person after all. His heart was far from that tough. After experiencing the excitement of his soul transmigrating and feeling that he was all alone, he couldn't help but burst into tears and began to cry. He recalled the experience of being beaten up for wetting his bed when he was young, the sadness of being rejected after confessing to his first love, and the embarrassment of being ignored at a class reunion. For some reason, Zhao Dabao's mind was filled with painful memories. He suddenly realized that he had failed miserably, which made him cry even harder. The 7-foot-tall man was crying and rolling on the ground. Anyone who heard it would be sad, and those who saw it would shed tears. After crying his heart out, Zhao Dabao started to smash things to vent his anger. He smashed everything he touched. It was just at the top of the wild buildings on the mountain peaks that had been bombarded by bombs could be said to be bare. Other than all kinds of wreckage, there were stones everywhere. He grabbed a rock and threw it at another big rock to vent his anger. Crack! After a crisp sound, the stone that Zhao Dabao had casually thrown out shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. At that moment, a lustrous light suddenly appeared in Zhao Dabao's field of vision. When Zhao Dabao, whose face was covered in snot and tears, saw the light, he was stunned on the spot. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Zhao Dabao walked over to the broken rocks and picked up one of them. He discovered that there was a fine jade hidden within the ugly rock. Different from the original world, in the world of Lusheng, the value of gemstones and jade was extremely low. No one would care about these colorful stones. However, this suet-like 7-colored jade was different. It was produced in the mountains and wild buildings, and belonged to another unknown world. The powerful jade talismans in the wild house in the mountain peak that could instantly kill Lord-tier monsters were made from this kind of jade. In addition to making jade talismans, this kind of jade stone also had a special function. When worn, it could effectively help cultivators recover their energy and speed up their cultivation progress. The purer the jade was, the more obvious the effect would be. When cultivators accidentally discovered the function of this jade, the price of the jade products and fragments from the wild buildings in the mountains immediately rose. Once they were sold, countless people would fight to buy them. Everyone knew that the rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. Therefore, this kind of jade with magical functions immediately became in high demand. Unfortunately, there was a limited amount of this jade. Many people wanted to get one and wear it on their bodies, but they were quite depressed to find that even if they had money, they might not be able to buy one. Many people went to the ruins of the wild buildings in the mountains to find this kind of jade fragments, trying to take the opportunity to make a fortune. However, this kind of jade was not easy to find, and basically everyone returned in disappointment. The reason for this was that the jade stone had a special function, which was to block the perception of a cultivator's spiritual power. Even if the jade was buried under your feet, you wouldn't be able to find it with your spiritual power unless you dug it out with your own hands. Zhao Dabao had inadvertently heard these rumors when he followed Yulang to the commercial district. He had also seen the jade with his own eyes. The unique aura left a deep impression on Zhao Dabao. It was as if his entire soul was immersed in warm water, and he felt extremely comfortable. The stone in front of him was exuding the same aura, but because of the inferior material, it was not particularly obvious. Zhao Dabao stood there in a daze, staring at the stone in his hand. In the silence, his eyes began to shine brighter and brighter. His body began to tremble slightly, because a plan to make a fortune had vaguely appeared in his mind. This kind of jade was very valuable in itself. If he used a special method to sell it, he would definitely gain more benefits. Zhao Dabao was very confident in this because there were similar examples in his original world. They earned a lot of money and supported countless people in the industry. If this plan could succeed, then his life would immediately become exciting. 489 The development of the interdimensional passageway. One Zhao Dabao held the broken stone in his hand and thought for a long time. Then, he decided to take action. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he had to try it out. After carefully observing the stone in his hand for a long time, Zhao Dabao began to rummage around for similar stones. It didn't take long for him to collect a large pile. Squatting down, Zhao Dabao smashed the rocks one by one and carefully observed the situation. After the final statistics, he found that the probability of jade appearing in these stones was not very high, and the quality of the jade was also uneven. There had never been a piece of top-grade jade that was used to make jade talismans. Even so, Zhao Dabao wasn't dejected at all. In fact, he was extremely happy. Although the quality of these jades was not good, and their effects were not as obvious as supreme-grade jade, there would still be people fighting to buy them. If it was all that kind of top-grade jade, he'd better give up as soon as possible and do what he needed to do, because he wouldn't have a chance to make such a money-making deal. On the contrary, this kind of mixed raw jade was more suitable for him to manage and plan. After he had an idea, Zhao Dabao immediately dug a hole and buried the crushed stones, then quickly returned to the Holy Dragon City. He needed to find Tang Zhen and discuss a business deal with him. Although he had just arrived in the world of Lusheng, Zhao Dabao had already figured out one thing. That was, the Holy Dragon City had absolute control over every blade of grass and tree within hundreds of kilometers. This was the standard of the world of Lusheng. The strong were respected. If one's fist was strong enough, then even if one treated the entire continent as his backyard, no one would dare to jump out and oppose him. The Holy Dragon City's fist was very hard right now, and not many buildings around them dared to go against it. What Zhao Dabao wanted to do would definitely involve great benefits. Without the permission of the Holy Dragon City, Zhao Dabao would not have a good ending. However, Zhao Dabao wasn't sure if this would succeed. He didn't know if the Holy Dragon City Lord, who seemed very kind, would agree to his request. After all, what he was doing now was to fight for profit with him. The mountain and the wild building that produced jade could be considered the Holy Dragon City's territory. However, this matter could not be delayed. At this time, there were many Holy Dragon City residents and wanderers gathering all kinds of resources on the wild buildings on the mountain. They might discover the secret of these stones at any time. If he was discovered by others, then the wealth would have nothing to do with Zhao Dabao. Therefore, the opportunity was already in front of him. Whether he could grab it or not was up to Zhao Dabao. Zhao Dabao entered the inner city with an excited and nervous mood. After reporting, he saw Tang Zhen, who had just walked out of the underground city. At the entrance of the Holy Dragon City's underground city, groups of cultivators and residents could be seen from time to time, constantly entering and leaving. A few days ago, when Tang Zhen was preparing to take some time to explore the remaining 2 interdimensional passages, he discovered something that made him feel quite surprised. The interdimensional passage, which had originally been unhindered for him, was now impossible to pass through. As long as Tang Zhen tried to step into it, the tunnel would produce an extremely terrifying repulsive force that would push him out of the tunnel. After trying more than a dozen times, the result was the same, even if they changed the channel. Tang Zhen had a feeling that this interdimensional passage seemed to be able to detect one's cultivation. This was why it refused to let him enter, preventing him from destroying the balance of the ruined world. 2-star Lord tier monsters were the rulers of the ruins world. They ruled over countless monsters and were extremely powerful. However, to the current Tang Zhen, he was an ant that he could casually kill in an instant. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen would be rejected outside the door. Tang Zhen was helpless in this matter. He could only send 10 Overlord-grade cultivators who had signed a soul contract to enter the remaining 2 interdimensional passages to carry out exploration and investigation. When the idle fatty heard about this, he also followed in with great interest. A 3-star Horde Leader Holy Master and 10 Horde Leader level cultivators were more than enough to protect themselves, even if they couldn't sweep the ruins world. Once the exploration of the remaining 2 interdimensional passages was completed, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators would be able to march straight in and let those foreign cultivators experience the Holy Dragon City's power. Tang Zhen placed great importance on these 5 interdimensional passages. Therefore, he organized a large number of manpower to explore them. In terms of weapons and equipment, he would satisfy all requests. Because of their excellent equipment and strong security, the Holy Dragon City's exploration team was completely able to protect themselves in these junkyard worlds. They even went to the territories of other foreign races from time to time and talked about life ideals with the foreign cultivators. In the beginning, these foreign cultivators were extremely arrogant and even took the initiative to attack the Holy Dragon City's team. It was a pity that the Holy Dragon City's cultivator troop was completely different from the human cultivators they had seen before. They were well equipped and sharp. The moment they came into contact with the foreign cultivators, they groaned in pain. In the days that followed, the unforgiving Holy Dragon City cultivators displayed their overbearing side. Once they encountered foreign cultivators, they would definitely fight without a second word. After dozens of battles, the foreign cultivators who suffered heavy casualties finally wilted. They had no choice but to temporarily group up and resist the Holy Dragon City cultivators who crossed the border to explore from time to time. While they were on high alert, these foreign cultivators also discovered the unusual phenomenon in Holy Dragon City. They were not particularly keen on hunting monsters, but were extremely interested in the junk hidden in the ruins. Seeing this, the foreign cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Since the Holy Dragon City was not snatching the monsters, they had nothing to worry about. These scraps were scattered all over the place. Those human cultivators had a special hobby, so he would just let them pick them up. This way, they would be able to live in peace. After finding a reasonable excuse to give in, the foreign cultivators no longer provoked the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City. Once they saw them, they would stay far away. There was only one reason why these foreign cultivators were so reasonable. They were too scared of the Holy Dragon City. When the two sides fought, they used machine guns and grenades. Before they even touched each other, more than half of them were killed or injured. When they finally managed to get close and began to fight in close combat, the foreign cultivators were depressed again. Whether it was the level of their equipment or their fighting skills, the Holy Dragon City far surpassed them. If he couldn't beat the other party in all aspects, then what was the point of fighting? Did it feel good to get killed? It was under such circumstances that Holy Dragon City became increasingly powerful in the ruins of the other plane. Large amounts of brain matter resources began to be sent back to Holy Dragon City in an endless stream. Compared to the monsters in these worlds that could provide brain pearls, what Tang Zhen valued more were the resources and information left in these ruins. Tang Zhen had too many doubts and curiosity about the world of Lusheng and the ruins that were connected through the interdimensional passage. Due to the fact that he had started from scratch, there was a lack of information in Holy Dragon City, which had no knowledge inheritance. These things were closely related to him, so Tang Zhen had no choice but to pay attention to this matter. No matter which civilization it was, as long as it could develop and grow, it must have unique and reasonable advantages. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand the erosion of the long river of time. Even if these civilizations were eventually destroyed by powerful enemies, this was still the law of survival of the fittest, and there was no reason for it. It was also the nutrients provided by the weak that made the strong stronger. It was the same for Holy Dragon City. Behind its prosperity today was a bloody road paved with corpses and blood. It was like this in the past, and it would be the same in the future. 490 Chapter 490. Completed exploration and presenting. Treasure to Zhao Dabao. When Zhao Dabao came over, Tang Zhen was sitting at the entrance of the underground city. He was drinking tea and chatting with Fatty, who had just returned. The blue sky, the green grass, and the pleasant fragrance of the flowers were a pleasant thing to do while drinking tea and chatting in such an environment. At this moment, Fatty's face was covered in dust. The leather armor on his body that was made from the leather of a mutated Lord-tier monster was also full of signs of damage. It had actually gone through an intense battle. This feels good. Fatty didn't drink tea, but instead, he held a large cup of iced wine and drank it in one gulp. Nodding his head in satisfaction, the fatty's face was beaming with joy as he started to brag about his experience to Tang Zhen. City Lord, you don't know how powerful the monster's lair I went to was. There were monsters with turtle shells everywhere, and even machine guns couldn't penetrate them. The Lord-ranked monster inside was even more powerful. It was over 20 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in bone claws and hard shells. Despite taking more than a dozen rockets, it was completely fine. I fought with it for half an hour and finally found an opportunity to attack its vital parts. I broke its shell and then used divine spells to kill it. Fatty described the battle scene as extremely fierce, and his valiance was highlighted. However, the 10 Lord-tier cultivators sitting on the side had strange expressions on their faces. Everyone could see that they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Tang Zhen looked at Fatty with a smile that was not a smile. However, his eyes contained a trace of a strange expression. Don't look at how Fatty had bragged about his actions, the real situation was not like that. Previously, when this guy was exploring the ruins world, he accidentally saw a type of armored monster. It was similar to the big crab from the original world that Tang Zhen had treated him to some time ago. The fat man was a foodie to begin with, but after seeing this extra large crab, he suddenly had the thought that this thing must be delicious, and was ready to grab it and roast it. Who would have thought that this armored monster would escape so quickly? Fatty blocked left and right, but he just couldn't catch this thing. This made Fatty extremely angry. In the end, while the man and the monster were chasing and running, they actually went straight into the nest of the armored monster. When he finally caught the monster that looked delicious, he found himself standing on the head of a lord monster that was hiding underground. An inexplicable battle began in a muddle-headed manner. The result of the battle went without saying. Fatty, who was in an explosive state, won the battle. He set fire to a nest of crabs and roasted them, filling the ruins with a burnt smell. As for the taste of the crab, it was better not to mention it. Anyway, Fatty immediately spat it out after taking a bite. Then, he turned around and left with a depressed expression. As for the exploration of the interdimensional passage this time, it had officially ended. One was a desert world, and the other was a jungle swamp world. The natural environment was relatively harsh. Fortunately, these were not a big problem for cultivators with strong physiques. The only thing they needed to be wary of were the various monsters inside. After watching the video, brought back by Fatty and the others, Tang Zhen also had a certain understanding of these two ruins worlds and set the danger level to medium. With the Holy Dragon City's current strength, it was completely possible to immediately send a team of cultivators to explore and carry out the work of collecting resources and information. However, the Holy Dragon City's current manpower was really insufficient. Even if they managed to get more than 10,000 wanderers during the Cold Moon disaster, they were still short on manpower. Whether it was maintaining the business district, building the city, or clearing the wild buildings on the mountain, they all needed a large number of people. There were almost no idle people in the Holy Dragon City now. Now that there were 2 more planes, passages that could be explored, there must be a lot of resources waiting to be excavated, but the Holy Dragon City really could not spare any manpower. Tang Zhen would not easily mobilize the cultivators in Lusheng in the other 3 interdimensional passages because they had already adapted to the environment of their respective ruins and were like fish in water. If they were to rashly change to a new and harsh environment, not only would their combat power be greatly reduced, but they could even lose their lives. Tang Zhen would naturally not allow such unnecessary loss of personnel to happen. Hold on for a while more. Holy Dragon City won't have to worry about manpower anymore. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he turned his head to look at Zhao Dabao, who was quietly standing at the side, and indicated for him to step forward. A faint smile surfaced on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth when he saw Zhao Dabao's cautious actions and slightly uneasy expression. This fellow suddenly requested to see him. Clearly, he had something to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Of him, Tang Zhen was very certain of this guess. No matter what he wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Of him, Tang Zhen would agree as long as it was not too excessive. Not to mention his own credit, just based on the fact that this guy was destined to become a resident of his tower, Tang Zhen would give him face. Tang Zhen would never be stingy toward his own people. After thinking of this, Tang Zhen opened his mouth and said, "How have you been these past few days? Do you have something to ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Of me, Zhao Dabao was startled when he heard this. He was originally thinking about how to say it, but he didn't expect that Tang Zhen had already seen through his thoughts and directly asked. Zhao Dabao's heart felt warm. He no longer hesitated and spoke his mind. "The city lord is indeed powerful. You saw through my purpose with one look, so I'll be direct. When I was in the wild house on the mountain peak, I accidentally found this thing. Please take a look." As he spoke, Zhao Dabao took out a broken piece of jade from his pocket and handed it to the Holy Dragon City cultivator beside him. After that cultivator carefully examined it, he turned around and handed it to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen casually took it and sized it up. A strange expression flashed in his eyes before he smiled and looked at Zhao Dabao. "I've already seen the item. Tell me why you're here." Tang Zhen was naturally extremely familiar with this kind of jade in his hands. He still had nearly 1,000 jade talismans made from this kind of jade. Due to the rarity of the raw materials of this jade talisman, Tang Zhen usually used it for experiments and never used it as a combat weapon. This was because once it was used up, it would be difficult to find more materials to replenish it. As for the nourishing effects of this jade talisman, Tang Zhen also knew it in detail. If all the cultivators in the Holy Dragon City were to wear one, it would definitely be of great benefit to their cultivation. Unfortunately, there were too many monks and too little gruel. The number of jade tokens in the wild buildings on the mountain peak was limited. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to take them out as welfare distribution. As for the jades in the commercial district, they were all harvested by the foreign cultivators. Because of their good effects and low quantity, they were sold at a high price. Tang Zhen didn't care too much about this matter. However, he didn't expect Zhao Dabao to suddenly take out the original stone of this jade. After pondering for a while, he could guess that Zhao Dabao must have found the location of this jade. Moreover, he had already said that this kind of raw stone came from the wild buildings on the mountain. He had discovered an obviously profitable business, but he had taken the initiative to look for him. It was obvious that he had already thought about the stakes involved, which was why he had made such a move. A wise man submits to circumstances. Since this Zhao Dabao was so understanding, Tang Zhen would not treat him badly. Looking at the silent Tang Zhen, Zhao Dabao encouraged himself and continued to talk about his plan. The quality of these jade stones varies, and the output is not very high. If we cut and search for them, it will definitely increase the cost, and we will not be able to create the maximum value. So, I plan to imitate the stone gambling model in my original world and open a shop in the commercial area to sell these raw stones that contain jade. This way, it will create huge profits and attract more merchants to the commercial district. After Zhao Dabao finished speaking, he looked at Tang Zhen with a face full of apprehension. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would reject his proposal. The success or failure of this matter would all depend on a single sentence from Tang Zhen.